That is what I'm talking about. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to ArvCon 2019, Day 3. Day 3 is upon us. That's right. Day 3 is upon us. What's going on, everybody? It is good to see you all. Welcome, Arvanauts. We are here at the end of all things, Sam. I don't know why I said that. That's what happens when we have political discussions off stream just before we actually get into this session. But I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to what I hope is going to be a really epic day here for ArvCon. It's going to be awesome, and I'm really excited about it. This is our marathon session of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond, Curse of Strahd. It is going to be a 9-hour extravaganza, and I hope you folks are all ready to be here for all 9 hours of it. It's going to be great. Before I get there, though, we are all here, of course, to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We have raised $1,250 so far, and we really want to make a major push today. We had a good day yesterday, and I'm hoping that we can have another big day today so that we can really do a lot of good work towards trying to support researchers who are attempting to end this dreaded disease, to cure it, to mitigate it, to reduce it, and eventually to eliminate it. That's the ultimate goal many, many years from now, but we're working to make progress on it, and that's what we here with the Arvanauts are doing in our own small way. So making that happen, of course, is going to be done through the donate command, and I noticed that already got put up there already. If you haven't already done so, please do that. !donate will allow you to get over to the website where you can donate your amount. Then make sure to come back here and do !donated space and then the number of the amount that you are contributing, and then I will make sure to adjust it. This time I will not be fooled by the example, but what Echo just did is an example of that. So you come back and then you said donated, and that's what it's actually going to show on chat. It's really important to be able to do that. And if you want to be anonymous, then just let me know through private message, and I will happily just update the total. And of course, I will not give your name in that respect. But it's important. Oh, thank you, DJ. See, Carpe Diem, I'm a big fan of it. You were talking about Latin either on, so that was good. Yeah, it's really important, though, to be able to do that because we want to be able to continually adjust this amount so that as time goes on, we can see how well that we're doing. We also, of course, have giveaways that we're doing as well. Once we get to the $1,500 level, we will have another giveaway, another one at $1,750, another one at $2,000. So we're going to continue to be able to push forward with every $250 tier that we get. Remember that the top donator to this is going to win. Wait for it. The top donator is going to win this thing, which has been sitting on top of foam in my office. And that, of course, is this amazing thing from Rock God, whose real name is Drew Zion, and is a professional photographer. This is this amazing starry sky with the beach in the bottom. It's really awesome. And I think right now we actually have a $250 person as the top donator. Carcon Mill, I want to say, donated last night. He was part of the Red Lear raid. So he is currently the top donator. There is still all of today, though. By the time we get to 9 p.m. today, you have until then to surpass it if you want to get this awesome thing. So that is Rock God's work. Again, it is, and I keep saying suitable for framing. It's not, it doesn't need to be framed. You just hang it up right there. So there is that. And then we also have, of course, the second top donator is going to get this. This is a pen which is made for us by our viewer Kerflop. It is a dragon custom pen. You will note even with the little scales so you can see, and then you screw it into that, and then you got it's pretty awesome. So you definitely are going to want this. So you, the second top donator, will get a copy of that. It's going to look awesome. He is the top donator at what level? I don't remember. He was at 1250, I think, Dragon. He was at 1250, but he's the top overall donator is what I mean. I don't think anybody has gone above 250 so far. He has somewhere within the 250 range. I think he's the top donator, I believe. But again, we have until the end of the day today for someone to be able to surpass that. And the overall goal is to try to continue to build this upwards so we can really get a big number to close this out. The crew that I'm playing with today likes to say that they are the A-team. So we'll see whether or not that actually happens. Yeah, 245. That's right, Aaron. Yeah. So we will see whether that happens. Now, the other thing I want to mention is just ways to support the stream. If you haven't already done so, please follow the channel. Check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, the Discord with !ArvCord. Please check out the Twitter with !ArvTweets, and please retweet this stream. I would love it if Wizards of the Coast were to retweet this stream. That would be really appreciated since we are playing their game. It would be great if we could get Twitch to notice us sometime. That would be lovely. And of course, Damon Runyon has been trying to push stuff as well from us. So if they are able to, who's the Mr. T? We need someone with the big gold chains. I would assume Trendane Mr. T would be the closest that we get, I would think. But anyway, so we want people to retweet it. So please retweet it, exclamation point tweet. Please spread the word. That would be lovely. And then, of course, you can check out the website, arvineleron.com, which has the details of schedule and, of course, has all the stuff with the Curse of Strahd podcast and stuff like that relating to this. Exactly, he could do. I'll pity the fool. He could do that. And then, of course, we've got the financial ways to support the channel, the shop, exclamation point Arv shop, the Patreon, exclamation point Arvtreon, and, of course, that sub button, which many of you have done. We're actually almost up to 50 subs, which has been happening even though I haven't been talking about it much because I've been focusing on ArvCon. But anyone who's able to do that, of course, that's much appreciated. And I also do want to mention June 11th is the launch of my Kickstarter for my graphic novel Jelinek, the sequel to Icarus. Very excited about that. That is going to be awesome. However, that is going to be something we're going to focus on next week once ArvCon is concluded. But today, we are finishing up ArvCon. I want to thank all of our corporate sponsors, 3 Pound Games, Alligator Alley Entertainment, Athos Arts, GOGCom, Hairbrain Schemes, Nondivore Games, Tin Man Games, Nomad Games. I also want to thank our individual contributors, Dragon Spear and Chaotix, and DJ Flashpoint for contributing his albums to us as well. And I want to thank, once again, all of the donators, all of the viewers, and all of my amazing mods. I saw Shadowed Mage, who did incredible work yesterday and last night. Thank you to Shadowed. Thank you to Dragon Spear, again, as I've talked about how much work they've done. Of course, Aradinel, who's been here all the way along as well. So thank you, everybody who's been a part of this. Also, thanks to my regular viewers. Nonstop's been here for a lot of it. Obviously, Echo Alpha has been here for a ton of this as well, and so many of you have been. So thank you so much to all those folks who have been here. Please spread the word, and let's get it done. That is going to... So much for this, but now the time has come for us to unmute so that the gentlemen know that we are ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them, and we are going to get this shindig underway. Bum, 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 bum. There we are. We are currently sitting here with everybody.
Give us all of your money. Give us all the money. Put all of the money from your wallet into the ATM deposit machine. Go to your computer. Take your web page and direct it to the money giving tool.
Yeah.
And then point it to.
Am I doing it right?
Ooh, and every Australian dollar is worth like 7,100 million.
How about this one? How about this one?
He's giving us $15,000, right?
No. It's this. Here, have you seen this one before? It's this. It's.
There you go.
I'm getting some feedback.
Wait a minute. Where did all my money go? It went to a good cause, and that's all that's important.
All right.
Sorry about that.
I now need to go away and find out what happened to all the bills that I just threw all over.
He's like,
already in those euros. Make sure they're not the euros.
I was going to say, this is New York, so those bills are already gone, even though they're in his own apartment. Like, they've already been taken. 5 rats and like 6 pigeons.
Yeah, the rats
like,
Cinderella's mice took them.
We live like kings tonight, boys.
Anyway, it's a great pleasure to have these guys with me. I'm looking forward to it. Now, the one person that we're currently missing, there are 2 people that I knew were not going to be here. Don Cairo is currently in Egypt, so there's nothing we can do about that. Cairo is visiting family in Egypt, and so he sends his well wishes to everybody, and he's thinking about us, but he cannot be here because Egypt.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, exactly right. And Margaret Crone is not with us either because she's got stuff that normally happens on Sundays that she can't get out of. There is an off chance she might come later in the session, but unlikely probably. So we're probably without her for today, which meant that we had our crew of 4. Now you will notice that there is a black square next to me, and that black square is normally occupied by one Mr. Trendane Sparks. I am assuming, knowing previous comments that Trendane has made to me, that right now Trendane is off in La La Land sleeping, and at some point he's going to be like, and then he's going to run to the computer.
What if he's dreaming that he's actually doing the session?
He's playing right now.
Not to make the same fucking joke. I was like, okay, guys, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Right now, he's mad at us because he's like, why is nobody, like, in his dream? He's like, no one's here.
Yeah,
like,
we're
there's
all just
nobody
standing
here.
there like this, just staring at the camera.
I can't read anything.
He's like role playing, and we're just like,
all of our connections are broken, and all of them are frozen screen. And he's just like, guys, why are you not moving? Why are you staying?
So
what?
I imagine Trent will be with us very soon, and we'll probably be very like, oh my god, I'm sorry. So that's fine. Trent is extremely, he's very consistent. So I'm not worried about the fact that he's slept a little bit through this.
That must be nice. Be consistent.
Listen, I didn't say anything. I said nothing about anybody else. All right. I'm going to move on to someone who is consistent, though. I'm going to move on to someone who...
Earlier this week, I was just poking fun at myself.
Yes, that's good. All right, that's fine. If you want to make fun of yourself, that's fine.
Because you want to do it before someone else got to it.
I'm going to move on to the person who's sitting right in the window, who is not only consistent, but was just with you as a drunken kung fu master, essentially. And that, of course, is our good friend Saad, who, despite being slightly under the weather, and despite it's like 2 in the morning in February in Australia.
See, just to prove there's nothing out there.
That's the darkness of Australian politics right now, right, son?
Why are you working from the office, Todd?
This is where I'm living temporarily. So
it's the executive couch. I just love the executive couch. It's like
yeah, it's actually really comfortable. I'm surprised.
This is your place. I love it.
Look, I got pillows there. See, look, pillows. I just sleep at the end there.
Pillows.
Wow. It's the best nap. It's one of those really good nap couches. So I'm totally down with it.
I think the question all of us have for you, Saad, is when are we actually going to get, because of the poor, and I mean this, like dearly departed Lily, who we all loved and cared for, even though we never met her in person. Where are we going to get that? When will there be a new? There'll never be another Lily, but when will there be a new cat?
I settle down at the new place. I'll definitely get some kind of animal that will
drop bear,
lovingly join
or dog.
us.
That would be even better.
I'm actually getting I'm getting a proper pet door installed because they didn't have one last time. We had to use the window, which is, of course, just lets every mosquito in existence, which isn't very fun.
Don't you guys not believe in screens too?
Also, doesn't that lead to death? He just walks outside and you get destroyed by like death coyotes and demon kangaroos.
You guys don't believe in screen doors. That's what I've heard down there.
No, the screens for your window.
Monsters.
I understand.
Death
coyotes. I want to have a drop bear.
Yeah, so
I'm playing
Anya, who is a drunken.
We're just so used to everything being prepared to kill us. We don't need protection.
Right, exactly.
Okay, for my 2-3 a.m. itis, I'm playing Bon John, isn't it? Bon John? Is that right, Arv? Bon John?
Bon John.
Bon John. Bard? The Bard who was trying to build a band? No, he's not playing. I'm playing. Don't you remember from the movie campaign?
Come back to us.
This is a long time ago.
Bon John.
Do you remember the little mini session that we did, the one shot?
Oh my God.
Isn't that Hong Kong Booey's sidekick?
Oh no, my God. Yeah, he's talking about good gravy. How do you remember that?
I'm playing.
Oh my God.
John Bon Jovi is the ultimate bard.
Yeah, Saad's right. He did play that, but oh my God, I can't believe you remember that.
That was a random one shot. So I'm playing Dondor Grumblehammer. Is that one? No.
Are you going to take us through every character you've played in the last like 8 years?
You want me to? I can. No.
Laureate from Emberwind.
Yeah, so that's the next one I was actually going to say. But...
Here's a new donation goal. Every time we hit $100 donations, we have to switch our character to another character we've played on this channel.
Like musical chairs. Actually,
that would be interesting.
I have to say, I'll let you continue your introduction in a minute.
The problem is now I would only be Ryuvi Darkcrasher and Mason and possibly Xavier. And
so you'd at least have 3. I want to say, though, I'll let Saad continue his introduction. I just want to say quickly that one of the ideas that came up yesterday was for next year's ArvCon to do an enormous, like, world-crossing free-for-all event and to call it ArvCon 2020 Civil War and just have the whole thing be like Esper Genesis versus Emberwind versus, like, I&B versus D&D with GOG and just, like, connect them all and, like, just battle it out for supremacy. I was like, that's pretty sweet. That's a pretty good idea.
All of a sudden, it's like just becomes Arv Mordhau.
We're like, what does this do to the Arv cinematic universe? What is it? Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, son.
ArvCon chivalry.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'd love to duke it out with like Trendane's character in the Lord of the Rings one, for example, or something random like that. That'd be pretty fun.
He thought about having Weller battle his character in Adventures in Middle Earth, because his character in Middle Earth is a big Bjorning who's a pacifist, and so he would just spend his time Weller being like, "Can I take some of those honey cakes and examine it a little bit?" Like it was pretty funny. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, son.
But yeah, so I'm just to do the referencing stuff. I'm __ on Twitch stream, do D&D here as well as Emberwind, and I also do D&D on another channel as a DM, and I am playing Olok Danak-Kor Gargetza, a half-orc paladin.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
No, it's Grumney Grummelhammer, right?
It not the last time I checked. And we just got a new donation from Turbo Tango in celebration of a great game of Hearts of Woodland last night. Well, thank you, Mike, for being a big part of it.
I hope you enjoyed it.
It was really fun. I will be back in touch with some people about
definitely somehow get
sessions
that
of that
going.
because I think that actually went really well. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate it. Donated 5. Good stuff to everybody. Congratulations. That is my friend Mike Underwood, who you should be following. You will see him at Origins. He is my co-host on Speculate.
Yes.
He's got Born to the Blade and his cereal box work. He's got a ton of other stuff coming out. He has got it all going on. So seriously, thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate it. And you did a great
I'm
job with
looking
it.
forward to seeing you in Columbus next month.
It was great stuff. Yes, in Columbus next month. Yeah, absolutely.
It'll be awesome.
It'll be good times. Okay, so thank you, Saad. Really great pleasure. And just, jokes aside, like I've always said that one of the amazing things about Saad is that he's always willing to sort of jump on board, and I'm very respectful of that. Like, I don't want to be like, hey, can you do this? Can you do this? So I was very much uncertain because he was doing this session, and I'm like, we need another player. Are you okay? And he's like, yep, that's fine. So I was like, are you sure? But I really do appreciate it. So thank you, Saad. It was great. It's going to be awesome times. Gothic horror marathoning. When you put it that way, that's going to be an interesting approach. We will see. But yeah, thanks, Mike, again. I appreciate it. 12:55, folks. Let us keep that going. Moving right along, we have, of course, a gentleman who will also be at Origins and, in fact, was integral, along with a couple of us, in getting the Origins author program put together. He is the mastermind behind the anthology, and he also is the mastermind behind other things, mastermind behind other things that I can't announce yet, but they'll be happening later this year, maybe. But anyway, that is Mr. John Helfers. John, how are you? And how's life and everything with you?
I'm good. I just want to bring up of the 4 of us here, there's only one person who's wearing their Infinity Beyond shirt. Now,
I don't know what
that
Rob
is true.
Gets a pass because
I don't know what that
rats
is.
have taken that with his dollar bills.
That is true.
There's no excuse for Arv, though.
Some
I'm
rat
gonna
is
tell you
like
that right
walking
now.
along the
So,
street,
exactly.
wearing the Infinity Beyond shirt.
But Arv, you have no excuse, sir.
I know. Well, my excuse is that it actually is in my laundry for a change. So yeah.
Anyways, no, it's great to be here, folks. Marathon, Gothic, soul-crushing gaming.
We need some updates. We need like a couple of different versions of that shirt. We need to come up with some new versions.
Well, now that poor
Every year.
Kilobyte is not doing 6 trillion other jobs for me, that's the next thing is for him to be doing merchandise stuff, including that stuff. So yes, that's up next for him. But
Okay.
yeah.
I actually do 2 games on Arv's channel. For those who don't know, I do Emberwind on what is it, 2nd and 4th Thursdays? Is that what we're doing right now? Son?
Yep.
Yeah.
Second and fourth.
And then on alternates, we come back here to have our souls crushed in Ravenloft. So yeah, it's delightful. No, actually looking forward to this. To be a lot of fun. Come on, Trent, wake up, get over here. We need Weller, along with everyone else, because we're already down 20. What?
already down. We never seem to have our healer.
Hey, Alex.
It's all right. I can heal you.
Yes.
I can heal you.
Anyways, I am
heal you
playing
with my fist.
the reanimated Warlock. So as we're trudging forward. So yeah.
Oh God, I wish somebody actually had a spell called Healing Punch.
Healing
I
punch.
technically do.
Like for full health, and just like, oh, that hurt, but felt really refreshing at the same
I
time.
have lay on hands. I guess you could do lay on fists.
Lay on fists.
Slap.
Lay on fists.
Yeah, as DJ said, the healing slap. Yeah. That's exactly what we need. Healing people's elbow. Anyway, it is a great pleasure to have John with us. I am looking forward to seeing him in person next month at Origins, of course. And on we go. So as I said, Cairo is in Egypt. We hope safe travels for him back from there, and we will have him back here next month. And that leads us to a gentleman who should need no introduction and is looking awfully cool. When he first came on today, the light behind him was so blinding that we were just kind of like, he's like, hello, I am from the darkness of your... But that is, of course, Dark Side Rob, who was Light Side Rob, apparently. But it's good to see you, Rob. How you doing, my friend? How's life?
Hello, everyone. It's time to launch your copy of Star Citizen. We're going to go into space now. Woo! We're /Red Layer. Good to see all of you.
Very true.
I'm not going to do the accent because every time I do it, I make him sound like he's a Newfoundlander or something.
Yeah.
It's just like his accent. He has an accent, but it's not that bad. Also, I want to be as cool as Red Layer. That's all. That's all.
Don't we all?
Just a younger, better-looking version of him. No, I'm kidding. Hi everyone. This is.
That was him. He's like, all right, take him out. The time has come. He's gotta be taken out right now.
He's called his subs over. They're coming to get you.
I just want to make it clear. I know that I live in New York City. I know that there are a lot of ambulances and alarms and loud noises that come through, my window, whatever. There was not one fucking truck or ambulance or fire truck that went by my window during everybody else's introduction. And then the minute I decided to open my trap,
He's
Oh,
here.
Oh, is he here? He's arrived.
it's fine. It's okay. Get yourself prepared.
Like you have to see his.
We're vamping for you. It's fine.
Oh my God! You can wait till you
Thanks
see his
for-
face. It's gonna be
Thanks
great.
Thanks for messing up the windows.
Oh, this
Thanks.
is great. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that now.
No,
Rob,
I'm good.
finish your introduction, and we'll head over to our boy Trent.
So Trent, we predicted, we had like a discussion of what you were dreaming about, and we assumed that you were dreaming about actually doing the session in your dream, except none of us were responding. We were just standing there like this, and you were trying to role play off us while we're just doing it. Was
That's
that
what we're
true?
guessing.
Did that happen?
Oh no!
Is that a yes? It's
Jesus
kind
Christ.
of a yes.
He's shaking his head.
No, that's a definite no. Rob, finish your intro. I want to
All right,
show
finish
him. I want to show him and all that stuff.
Because no one can see me anymore. No one knows what I look like.
I'm getting it there. I'm
People,
like,
you know,
I'm gonna
people
do
come here for this face.
They come here. Wow.
They see
really?
the lower jaw.
Chat.
Do
Can
that.
I get a
Wait,
can I get a one in
hey.
chat if you come for Rob's face? If you come here to this
No,
channel for
no,
Rob's
wait.
face.
No, wait, hang on, back up. Let's rephrase that.
I said 4. I didn't say any other. I didn't say any other connecting word. All right. I just said 4.
I wish you had Trent's camera up now. This is even funnier.
Oh
It's gonna
man.
be a hell of a show, folks. Stay tuned. We're
Woo!
just getting started.
Nothing says gothic horror like Sunday After Dark with the
This
I&B crew.
This only started to happen once Trent showed up.
This
he
is
really
true.
does
Trent
the
is the
best
problem.
out of it.
Exactly.
He really does.
Exactly.
Oh god.
Oh my God.
Going to depths we didn't even know we had in us. Anyway, hello again, friends. Now that we got that out of our systems, I think. Dark Side Rob, I cast on Twitch TV. I've been taking sort of a break. I'll be back on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/GC Dark Side Rob in June after I get back from my vacation. Currently, you can find the stuff that I'm doing on YouTube. I don't have a shortened YouTube link yet because I don't have enough fucking subscribers. So help me out with that by going to my Twitch page and clicking on my YouTube link and subscribing. There will be more stuff. If you like the shenanigans that I'm doing on this channel here, then there's lots more where that came from on my YouTube channel. I'll be posting stuff from my upcoming trip to London, stuff that I did from NAB a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of other videos. That's where you can find me most of the time. I also do video editing, music production, videography, photography, and voiceover work of sorts, and music production, if I didn't say that. So yeah, you can find all of the stuff that I do everywhere on the web on Twitter, twitter.com/GCDarksideRob, and also on my Instagram, /DarksideRob. That's where the majority of my photography and videography work is. And as for today, I am here with these lovely chaps doing Infinity and Beyond, playing Mason, Dr. Mason Brockwell III, Dr. Extraordinaire, who also has a dark passenger, a dark traveler with him on his journey, known as Dr. Xavier, who is a human blood hunter, warlock person, split personality
Guy.
batter of do-goodness. So
Creature.
yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Always a pleasure to have Rob with us. As I mentioned at the very end of that, again, Maggie is not with us, but hopefully there's a very small chance you might join us later, but in all likelihood will not be here, as I said, because of Sunday stuff. I knew that well ahead of time, but she'll be back with us, of course, next month. You should follow her on all the things. And last, generally I don't introduce this person last, but it worked out that way. And that, of course, is our good friend, Trendane Sparks. Are you okay, Trend? Is everything okay? Are you all right?
Remember, I know it was a long time ago. Remember yesterday
I do remember it very well.
when we were starting the show yesterday, and I said that
Many moons ago.
yeah, I've slept since then, apparently. I said that I was up about 5:30, and I said I couldn't possibly sleep another 3 hours. I'll just clock out again. Well, apparently I decided to one up myself today because 5:30, I'm like, okay, I need to go and give my oatmeal stir, make sure that it's ready for when I wake up and everything will be fine. I'll just hit the ground running. And okay, it is 5:45 and shit.
We assumed that that's what happened. We were all laughing because it was just like it was like the seat perilous in King Arthur's court. Like no one sits on this seat. I'm like, there's no player not available there. At some point he will arrive. So I was laughing. I assumed it was something like that. I appreciate you getting up earlier than your normal time to be able to be with us after AME yesterday. So I am glad that you are back with us. Who do you play when you are here with us, Trent?
This show?
Yes.
Okay. Just checking.
Yes.
Who do you serve and who do you trust?
I served the no one, Eric. No, that's Willow. Sorry. I play a tiny little gentleman, a tiny little whiny bitchy gentleman who sometimes doesn't know how to shut up.
Sometimes. Sorry.
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes. Named Weller Pale, who has an even tinier little gentleman who doesn't talk that much at all. Can, but doesn't talk as much. Verbally, anyway. Named Weller, who talks very similarly, unless he's speaking in primordial. And then his voice is very different. But anyway, yes, he's a metaphysician who does a lot of psychic stuff.
And
the big Weller, not the little Weller. Little Wellers. Yeah.
And I am looking forward to seeing how that is all going to go. I cannot wait. I do want to mention very quickly, by the way, just because this is I forgot to mention this at the beginning, and I had promised that I would do this. So I got this magazine today, The Big Takeover, and this is a music magazine, which I don't know if Rob or DJ are familiar with this, but this has been going on for a long time out of Brooklyn, many, many years. And they do a lot of independent record releases and reviews. And so this was sent to me because our album got reviewed. The Rhodes 5 years later got reviewed.
Oh, nice.
So I wanted to just very quickly mention, because it's a short review and I was very excited about it because I just got it this yesterday evening. Formed in 2001 by Brandeis University grad students Greg Wilson and Aaron Moulin, this Boston, and they actually had my old band's name, both X3607. Like anyone had ever heard of that band ever. I'm like, yeah, that's the, when we left 3607.
There's going to be some random hipsters.
They're like, I remember.
Yeah. And they'll just say
the 5 people who saw us play in
What
Northampton.
happened to them?
Yeah, exactly, in Northampton. But this Boston outfit released
Oh,
2000.
all the way since whatever.
This Boston outfit released 2006's Drift and 2010's Monomyth with varying lineups before becoming a trio with Michael Bruce in 2013. As DJ says, that's all from our wiki page, basically. Though inspired by and bearing hints of King Crimson, now this is where his review kicks in, early Genesis and Porcupine Tree, their third LP's keyboardless prog has a tougher exterior, at times veering into angular post-math rock, Rage Against the Machine alt metal, which is interesting, and on the trumpet spect by Wilson, lament an end of an era, funk and jazz fusion. Behind the intense yet intricate guitar passages of Moulin and Bruce, forceful rhythms by bassist Wayne Silver and drummer Mike Denton, and Wilson's enveloping emotive vocals. The spiraling cycles, burbling border, shimmering step aided by Kate Berg's angelic backing coos, and ravaging reasons why seamlessly shift between punishing and pretty. That's not bad. That is a solid review. So I want to thank the Big
That's
Takeover.
all I've thought of you, Arv.
Yeah, there you go. See, Mike knows the drill. Greg, emotive vocals, Wilson. I was like, hey, my vocals are emotive and enveloping. So you are enveloped.
People, you're kind of a ravager. So that's
is that what I like the idea that between punishing and pretty, I'm like, but you never know. Am I going to be punishing or am I going to be? But anyway, thank you to the Big Takeover. Thank you for indulging me. I just got this last night, so I was very excited.
That was very cool. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
It was very cool. Cool. So anyway, let's get into it, folks. We have got some D&D to play. So
okay, bye.
The last time, no.
Did you talk about the I presume you've already talked about the. Oh, it's going to be a great day.
Charity?
Thank you.
Yes, I have talked about it
Think of the
many
thing.
times. Yes, indeed.
in case you hadn't, did you talk about my offer?
Oh no, that's right. No, I want you to tell them the offer. I didn't forget about it, but I had wanted you to say it and then I forgot about it. So yes, please tell them the offer. This offer, chat, wait, before you start. Of all of the incentives that we have, this incentive is the most incredible. I give you the incentive from Trending Sparks. Please, sir.
Okay. So right before I went to my incredibly long hibernation, I realized that, maybe I could do something more to inspire people. Here's us giving inspiration to you guys, to do this. So if we reach our goal of $3,500 by the end of this, Rob, help me out. Thank you. I will shave this beard.
I am the Mason I am the Xavier to your Mason.
Don't step on his incentive. Don't step on his incentive.
Okay.
I will shave off my beard if we finish this.
Are you going to do it on stream?
Well, I can't take the camera with me, but that's why I said before the session. Wow. But I will just kind of get up and walk away. And when I come back, I should be as smooth as a baby's behind.
Why is the entire furry community and all of the Bay Area, plus much of the greater West Coast, not immediately running and shoving money into the computer at this point?
The furry community, because they don't want me to shave my beard off.
Yeah, like they ever see your actual face. Help!
All they have to do is look at. Let's go.
Oh, Trendate, I'm so glad you made it.
Anyway, but
no. Tired, folks, because that is a joke he normally would have.
I can't make every single one of you because I cannot do that because my daughter will run away from home. If I shave off my beard, my daughter will not ever forgive me ever. She's made it very clear. She's like, because I joke about it. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I think about actually removing the beard, and she's like, no. She's like, you can't remove my father from me because her whole life I've had a beard, so I can't do that. But for Trend to do this is a big deal. I mean, like. Man, so I expect to see that number like right down there ticking up like the Critical Role. I can't do it. Animated. See? Dragon Spears donated $99. Already it begins. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Dragon Spear. Thank you, Dragon, very, very much. Dang. Thanks, Dragon. I appreciate that, dude. Damn. The $99 hit. I like that you do this so that it's not as easy for me. And this is why he does it. He does it so that it's not as easy for me to calculate. It's $13.54. I calculated it. What do you think about that, Dragon? Thank you so much.
I'm going to one-up this. If we hit our goal during this session, I will leave my beard right where it is. Come on, guys. Donate now. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go. Come on. Let's make this happen.
I've seen John with or without beards. John.
Stream, that's not really special.
Yeah.
John will shave
his head. I was just going to say. Anyway, Trent, that is really awesome. That's really awesome. So first of all, thank you, Dragon Spears, so much for that contribution. I do want to say to the players before we get started that currently the leading group of people that, like the session which has raised the most money so far was Adventures of Middle-earth. So if you want what Rob always refers to as the A-team to, if you want them to over it, then they got to bring the bacon, as they say. They got to bring more home than this.
He means you.
I mean,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose. But anyway, so thank you very much for that, Dragon Spear. Thank you for the incentive, Trend, and it's going to be awesome. So let's do it up.
Bacon to charity. If you want to give someone bacon, give me bacon because I'll eat it. That's the bacon won't do anything. Bacon
would be the key.
It'll work well on the fly.
Yes. All right, let us do this up. So
oh shit, campaign.
Yes, the actual campaign. So we are here in the world of Curse of Strahd, and
I thought we were just
the world of
a version of The View,
and specifically the world of Barovia. We are specifically in the world of Barovia, and this crew has been attempting to A, escape the terrible land of Barovia, and B, put an end to the curse which has been laid upon it by its evil and long-standing leader, Strahd von Zarovich. Strahd, unlike some campaigns where you don't actually know who the big bad person is until far into the campaign and they reveal themselves, Strahd has been happy to reveal himself from the very beginning and sort of explain how he was responsible for everything that was happening. And for various reasons, each of these people, each of these characters, have their own reasons for wanting to get out / remove Strahd as a threat. During the course of the campaign so far, they have had a chance to strike some small blows against him, defeating, for example, a coven of hags at the windmill of Old Bone Grinder, trying to clear up some problems, and boy, were there problems in the city of Valaki, and numerous other cases like that. And yet, despite all of it, Strahd remains elusive, continuing to be a power, it seems, beyond their abilities. But now things may have started to shift and change as they have begun to find perhaps some things that could allow them to directly challenge Strahd. In the last couple of sessions, the party has been dealing with the place Argynvostholt, a place on top of a hill that overlooks much of Barovia, which is the lair, or I should say, lair makes it sound bad, which is the former headquarters, let's put it this way, of the Order of the Silver Dragon, a silver dragon whose job it was when it arrived to try to defeat Strahd, and like many of the others before it, ended up falling before him. The Silver Dragon Order, though, remained, or at least what was left of it ultimately remained. Is that another 99? Are you seriously? Did you just put down another 99? This is because Dragon wants to win that freaking top thing. Is that seriously true? Is that true, Dragon? Really? If that is second, I just want to make sure I'm not missing it. That's the second donation. Aw, thank you, Dragon. That's very kind of you, dude. Thank you. Dragon already put an incredible amount of work into this, by the way. And Dragon automatically is awesome because he and I share a common love of Tolkien, who is the greatest. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, man. Okay, so that would be 1454. So 1453. Lovely. So we're up to 1453. That means that we are only, by the way... Did you do it again?
You said you wanted it ticking up.
I mean, but I...
Dragon.
Wow. Really?
That's too kind.
God damn. He wanted the frame. I know. This is I know. Holy crap. Seriously, dude?
Let's just sit here and not do the campaign. We'll just watch as
the number ticks up, right?
Like, 99 every time.
I like to think every donation is a shot against Strahd. Like Strahd's like, ow, oh, they're fighting cancer. Oh, like I'm assuming. So he's leading at 297. Yep. He's the current leader in the clubhouse. You know why this is, actually? Because Dragon, I bet, is not hoping to win the frame. He wants to win this dragon pen. So he's like, how do I donate enough so I end up being the second most? I bet that's what it is.
And he wants me to shave and send him my whiskers. No, probably not that.
That makes the treble in honor of everyone going through cancer, plus in commemoration of Manchester United treble today. You know what, dude? Good luck to Manchester United. I will happily lend my voice to wishing good luck to them after you donated that amount. That's amazing. Thank you. So we are at 1,552. That also means that we have a giveaway at 1,500 that the mods are now going to handle. That is amazing. Strahd takes 1d4 damage for every $25 donated. That's not bad. I could actually see that. Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much. That's really awesome, Dragon. Seriously, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Dragon in Spirit has always been very, very generous, so thank you, man. Okay, so they are in Argynvostholt, which is the Order of the Silver Dragon, and the Order has remained, although most of them now have, of course, passed away. But their spirits, as Ian McKellen says in the Fellowship of the Ring, has endured. Their spirits have endured, and specifically, the main two spirits that have endured, the most powerful ones, are the ones that, in a way, are sort of the kind of leaders of the entire organization, the leaders of the Order, as I frantically put on my actual reading glasses to this. And there are two people that the party ultimately met that gave them some information that they needed. The first is Vladimir Horngard, who was the leader of the Order of the Silver Dragon, who it's very clear is a broken shell of an undead. He used to be a human being that was honorable and forthright and was considered a great leader. And now the party finds that he has basically become cynical and has only left his desire to wreak vengeance upon Strahd. But he thinks that the best way to wreak vengeance upon Strahd is to let him continue to suffer in his half-life, suffering over a dead country and a group of spiritless people. And so from Vladimir's point of view, he's really sort of forgotten even the reason he's here, other than to just generally hate Strahd but not do anything about it, which the party had some trouble with. Some people in particular were not fans plans of his being more passive. There was another person that they met, however, as well, whose name was Sir Godfrey Gwillem. Godfrey, it turns out, was Vladimir Horngard's lover in life, and still desperately loves and desires him, but cannot be close to him, he feels, because of the nature of what Vladimir has become and who he is. And so when the party met Godfrey, Godfrey made some suggestions to them about exploring other places, gave them some comments about the Amber Temple, and told them that they would need to find other things if they wished to ultimately defeat Strahd, and that they would need to find certain items that would allow them to light a beacon. There is a beacon in this place which, if they are to light it, would allow these poor soul spirits to be at rest, and would strike a powerful symbolic and perhaps psychological blow against Strahd, who feels that this order has long ceased to become a threat to him. And as we closed up our last session, the party had just gotten a large, I believe it was leather-covered, if I'm not mistaken, tome that was this enormous book that they found near the currently unlit top of the tower beacon, and had just found it and were heading back down while Weller stared at the back of this cynical, broken Vladimir Horngard. And it is there where we are going to pick up with the campaign. And so I now hand things back over to them, and I'm going to start actually with Weller before I get back to the people who are bringing the stuff there, because I think Weller had some stuff he wanted to say to Mr. Vladimir. So, sir, the floor is yours.
And of course, since I was late, I can't find the document that I'm looking for.
Do you want me to go to somebody else while you're looking for it?
No. Okay. I'll just skip the really cool thing that I was going to do. So Weller is standing there, and he's kind of at the doorway where he has on him, and while everybody else is wandering off, he starts walking in towards where you just said his name,
Vladimir Horngard.
Yeah, where Vladimir is sitting and having just tightened his grip on his sword, as I recall.
Correct.
And Weller is walking in with his head down, and it is still fairly early morning, if I remember correctly.
That's right. Yeah.
So Weller begins reciting the prayer of the dawn for Lathander, and starts walking, and he's muttering it very quietly, under his breath as he's walking in.
Okay.
And walking up behind the throne.
So as you're doing this and kind of muttering this, he continues to sort of look outwards and seems to pay no attention to you as of yet. Thank you, Mrs. Dunsel, for the donation. That brings us up to 1572. Thank you so much, Mrs. Dunsel. Always appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to see you. And thank you. That's amazing. 1572. Praise her with great praise. Thank you. That's awesome. That looks great. Yep, you did it right. Thank you, Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you so much. Mrs. Dunsel, by the way, sporting the very hip and fashionable blue quill that all the best people are using, unless they use the bronze quill or the white quill or the yellow quill or the red quill. Those are all good too. But thank you so much, Mrs. Dunsel. I appreciate it. Okay, so he does not seem to say anything as you get closer to him, whispering this. Are you saying this loud enough for him to hear it, by the way?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So he may be hearing it or not, but he hasn't given any indication yet.
Okay. Well, as Weller gets within a respectable distance, he.
Do you want to show me that on the map?
I was just switching back over
okay, I was gonna say.
to the thing and moving the homunculus out of the way and trying to find the section of the map that we're in. There it is.
You got it? Okay.
No, I got it.
Okay.
He stops about here.
Okay.
And it's like, may I approach?
And there's a pause, and then you hear, "It makes no difference. If you feel the need to recite that doggerel, you can continue."
And so Weller moves up next to him. And this sucks so much. I don't remember what I wanted to have Weller do.
Are you sure you don't want to try to find out while I go to someone else?
I'm going to have to go back and watch the end of the last episode in order to trigger whatever it was that I was thinking about. So no.
All right, well, you tell me. Okay.
No, this is gonna slow things down way too much.
Okay.
Just forget it. Weller will stay where he was, and skip the whole prayer of the Dawnfather thing.
Oh, I was digging it. Okay, he says no such
I was
thing.
too, but I can't remember what
All
I was
right,
doing.
well, see if you can find it while I deal with other people, and
Okay.
we'll come back to you. So, okay, so then in that case, we're going to cut up to, and I think, Django, were you and Alec the ones who went up to the top, or who was it you and whom?
No, I was
Who
in
went-
the room speaking to the other soldier.
You were speaking to Godfrey, that's right. So it might have been then, was it Zarama and you, Django? Because you were one of the people who got the book. I just don't remember.
It was Rude.
Dragon Spear with
Yeah.
the $3
Rude
donation
and
to bring it up
Mason.
to
Rude and
56.
Mason went up with Django.
Thank you, Dragon.
Because Rude jumped over the gap in the stairs at one point.
That's awesome. Yeah. So okay. So I'm so sorry. I was just adjusting that and I didn't hear that.
Okay,
What
I know
now?
how it is.
Say it again.
I said Rude jumped over the gap in the stairs, so he, Django, and Mason went up.
Okay. Well,
Mason
so Rob,
almost fell.
as they say in British politics, Rob is currently away from his place. So I will ask Django, who got this book, as you're bringing it down. You had just gotten the book, and I'll bring us over to where that was. You had just gotten it. That's Mason, and you were actually up here. There were those ravens, you may remember, on the top. You're muted, John.
Wonder no one can hear me. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Yeah, the Ravens. We had a Valley, and they had a little moment, and it was all good, and blah 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 blah. They're not doing anything, so got the book, and we were about to head down.
Okay.
I believe the stairs are broken on the second level, so we got a couple obstacles here to get.
That is correct. So as you head down to that second level with the ravens sort of watching you as you go, if you were to move your token there, you would find yourself in that spot. So yeah, the thing that you've got right now, and I guess I'll move Rude behind them. So the thing you have right now is you've got this break in the stairs, and then there's another break that you can see over here where the thing had collapsed, basically. So it's up to you as to how you want to make that sort
I'm
of
just gonna
process.
cheat
Also,
again.
there's a door, don't forget here, that led to a staircase. You opened it, but you didn't go in it. So
Yeah. How far, this gap here, the one that the stairway gaps, I still can't do my thingy. I can't mark things. How wide is that?
a square is 10 feet, so I would say that's about 10 feet. Just maybe 8 feet. I would say, yeah, about 8 feet roughly.
There's a stairway here, but that's probably going to lead to. I don't feel like messing with the stairway. I'm just going to Misty step back to where Mason is. Keep it simple.
Okay.
Point. I'm just going to avoid all that crap entirely.
Now, Rude, of course, is not so lucky. I'm going to assume, therefore, that who, by the way, wants to manage. I'm not going to ask everyone to Jaeger everybody. We'll keep most of these folks out of it, but I want to at least get them down off the stairs. So, who wants to Jaeger? Thank you for the follow, by the way, James. So, who wants to Jaeger sort of Rude today? Again, I don't think you'll have to do it too much. Is anyone willing to do that?
I guess I can do it. Sure.
Okay. Do you have control over him?
Yeah, I have not the token, but the character sheet. I do have control.
Okay, I just gave you control over the token also. So I'm going to ask you to make an athletics check to make that jump, if that's what you think he wants to do. I'm guessing that's what he would try to do.
Yeah,
But...
he'll go for the jump.
Okay.
And hopefully not roll a really bad roll like that.
All right, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw on the other end of that, because we're going to see whether he manages to grab on. Again, many thanks.
I'm trying to see if that's a danger sense thing. If he knows he's in trouble, the danger sense triggers. But
I think that's pushing it. I think he already knew that he had to try to make that jump.
12.
Okay,
12.
So he does manage to land on. He just kind of like, it's the, from Fellowship, the film, when Gimli tries to make the jump and doesn't quite get to the other side of the thing, and he like falls back the hole. Not the beard. So basically, Vraxos is like scrabbles on the edge and then holds on to the edge, like just holding on with his fingernails almost. Then I need you to have him make another athletics check to pull himself up onto the stairs.
10.
Barely enough, yeah. He's and he kind of like
feel the stones like fall off.
Yep, exactly. He kind of rolls over, and he's like, should have cleared that more easily, I assume he says. Okay, and then he's got, guess what? Another jump like that to do. This is the same situation as the last time.
I think
Here
just
we
fall
go.
right through. Just head right to the bottom.
Here you go.
I made it.
It's going to be a good roll, guys. Trust me.
Jeez. This
10,
one
it's
is
a little bit higher though.
yeah, it's a little bit higher. I think he will probably just clear that because of but not by a lot. That was pretty close, but he makes it. And then sort of looks at all of you, kind of
This would be perfect time to be playing Emberwind, John.
shrugs.
I know.
You know. Okay, and then you folks are making the rest of your way down. Is that?
Yeah, we're gonna rejoin the group, I think. Well, nah, I'm not gonna step through this door in the hole and all that nonsense. Yeah, we're gonna head back down. That's
Okay.
fine.
All right. So that means you are going to all end up back out here eventually.
Yeah.
Now,
Yep.
I will say that once you, because I was about to say that when you get here, of course, these areas. Sorry, John.
Ah!
Yeah, I know I moved you by accident. No, what the? Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. I love this new keyboard that, once again, Mr. Generous Dragonspear gave me, but there's a row of keys on the left side that are absolutely pointless, and I keep accidentally hitting them, so I accidentally reloaded Roll20.
No. Are they programmable keys? Because you may be able to change them to do nothing.
Yeah, I probably should do that. I just haven't had time. Oh, for the love of God. Hang on a second. It's not Dragonspear's fault for giving me an awesome keyboard. I just need to be better at figuring out how to use it. It's like, it's so sensitive that I have typos a lot more now than I used to, because I just used to be a, more sloppy typist with the other, but it didn't pick it up. So now I'm having to be much more precise with my typing. So
That'll learn you.
although this is actually taking a lot longer than it should be. All right, finally. All right, there we go. So we're back. I apologize unreservedly. Right. So good, lovely. All right. We are all. So you were all now there. Now this area up here, of course, there's a door that was not a door there. There were windows basically leading out there, and then you hadn't done too much exploring of the rest of the roof. You can also feel free to just walk all the way back down again. You hadn't explored this door, for instance. I just wanted to let you know there were other things, if you want to explore them, that you could.
And there's these two other little turrety things at the other side, right?
I'm sorry, say that again. There's what other things?
So these two turrety things.
Correct. On the other side, yes, that's right. Yeah, I already have a Stream Deck, Aerodonel, so that's why that kind of is redundant for me, because I already have a Elgato Stream Deck, which I like a lot.
Mason, do you have any thoughts? We should probably at least finish our sweep of the roof before heading back down.
Maybe you should ask him again. He just put his headphones on.
Hi. Sorry. By the way, everybody, if you're wondering why I'm like getting up and moving, I'm leaving on an airplane to go to another country tomorrow. So I'm like doing 7,000 things at once, but I am here, and I'm sorry that I have to do that, but I will be unfortunately multitasking right now. John, what can I do for you, sir?
Should we clear the rest of the roof?
No. Yes.
Some places?
Maybe. I don't know. What's here?
Go to the door that, well, we're assuming another stairway to the north of us. Is this north? Or is this one of those weird directional
No,
things?
it's north. Yeah, this is north,
All right.
thankfully.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's north.
I know. Oh, there we go. Oh, hey,
It's
no.
magnetic north, John.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rob, they just came. You and Mason and Rude and Django just came down from the roof where you found the, the big tome that the was on the top there. And then
Yes.
So.
Okay. So where are we going?
I thought we'd look at this, at least this stairway over here. Yeah, I'm just gonna move myself because I can't fucking ping anything. I don't know why. It's like one of the updates is that
It's
turned off.
no, just hold left click, John.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't
dude.
work for him
I've
for
done
some
it for
reason.
the past like month and a half. It's like stopped. One of their updates has apparently turned off my ping ability. Yeah, this thing. We're going there.
Okay, so when you open that, you see there is a this is a round-topped wooden door that opens to reveal a spiral staircase with narrow windows set into its walls, and that staircase actually goes up and down. So, yes.
Go up.
Okay.
I'm going up. The rest of you are free to follow me or what.
I will follow along.
Okay.
We'll leave Rude on the roof to, I don't know, poke around the debris or something.
And I'm sorry. I misread that. It just goes down. I'm sorry. The turrets go both directions, but this
I
only
am
goes
still going up.
down. you bang your head into the roof. No, it just goes down.
Perfect.
Break out the window, and by the way, Arv, I need my Raven too. I need Valley. Here.
Oh yes. Where
Blowing
is,
the roof out of some of a bitch.
where
That's
is
right.
your raven?
Thank
That's so Raven.
Did you really just? That's so Raven.
you. You know.
How many times do I get to make a Raven joke?
Yeah, exactly.
How, well, here, I'll give you an answer to that. Quote the Raven, nevermore.
Nevermore. Nice. Outstanding. Where the devil is
man.
your Raven?
Indeed.
I don't know where your Raven is.
Up your nose with a rubber hose, as they say. Sorry,
You'd probably
I'm-
grab him from the other map and copy and paste to you.
I guess so. I just don't know what happened with the.
How do you lose my Raven, Arv? Aren't you godlike, overseer of all
He's
of this
hanging
fight?
out with his
Little-
friends upstairs.
Yeah, he didn't come
Yeah,
downstairs.
he's like, you know what I
You got
say?
it.
Caw. I know what you're saying. Okay, let's see. Now I went over to the other map. I just need to figure out where the heck your Raven is on the other map.
Mr. Arv, godlike powers, can't find my Raven.
I found it. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you named this thing, that'll be easier. Okay, right here.
I thought you saw all knows all. I'm a
Copy.
little disappointed. in
Maybe
this.
maybe if you named him Sparrow, then God's eye would be on it. Like, no.
I see what you did there. Okay, here we go. And Raven. There's your Raven.
There we go. Come here, birdie.
You may need to, let me, yeah, you can control it. You should have control over it.
And if I drag it, I control us both at the same time. It's awesome.
Mhm.
All right, we're gonna head down real quick. I assume this is gonna be pretty quick. So,
Okay.
just where it's gonna end up, and I have a feeling I know where it's gonna end up, but I
I
want
was
to
going
see.
to say, until you get where we already established that those go, then yeah.
And I am so tempted to stay here and just like obliterate those things. But out of respect for our other party member, I will not. Tempting though it is. Sorry, can I say that out loud? Do we head back? We head back down to the balcony, right over the church, the altar, where that place.
yeah, let me, I'm actually.
If that's
trying
where
to-
it goes, you don't need to take us there. I
want
just want
to
to know.
make sure that it's actually leading in that direction.
Oh, okay.
That's where
Fair
it
enough.
goes.
Because the look of it is.
Come on,
a
Mason.
little
We can test out your new
different.
Eldritch Blast abilities. We could just shell them all day long. It'd be great. I'm telling you.
Okay, let's see. All right, that's the. 31. Carry the 5.
If you choose to try to destroy the revenants, flip to page 132.
Okay. So this actually. It's funny. Okay, this
Oh, it wouldn't be
actually does
tried.
not lead
Try-
down as
not be
far
tried
as
at
I
all.
thought. Okay.
Oh.
So this
Really?
actually leads to
Oh, Doom. Oh, sorry.
Blagothkus. Did you know that Blagothkus has become a thing again in my Storm King's Thunder campaign? Literally, there was the son. They found the ghost of the son that Blagothkus killed, and I was
Oh
like,
my- oh my
"Wow!" I'm like, and I just kept thinking of you being like Blagothkus. I'm like, "Here, it's true for a change."
exciting, Arv. It's wonderful.
It's really true. So right there, where I just pinged, is where it leads to.
Oh,
Just
Well,
to the 3rd floor.
that's also rather, and then stops.
Correct. Yeah, just there's a door, but leading outwards.
Okay.
Hey, Shatter Mage.
Hey, Shatter. So I saw the other. Well, then we know where the other two lead to because you can kind of put it together. If you peek out the doorway, like, okay, there's that doorway, stairway, whatever thingy. So that's pretty obvious.
Mhm.
All right. So the roof contains nothing else of interest. Not to me, at least. So therefore, we got the book. We might as well head back and rejoin the group and figure out what the halibut we're doing next. So unless anyone objects, I think we're heading back down to that 3rd floor. So you can probably move us all down there. Is that correct, Rob? You're coming with to the 3rd floor.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so let me move all of you down over here.
I'll say yes to that.
Okay,
I don't know why.
so I moved you all as a group. Then you can sort
There you
of
go.
sort yourselves out separately.
Ah, there's 2 rudes.
Too many roods. All right, one
Hey,
rood is gone. All right, there we go.
Two roods don't make it right. Ah, I'm gonna-
Okay,
Oh, there's a never.
now that we
forever.
get down here, have you had any luck, Weller, in finding? No, you haven't. Okay. So do you not want to do that at all then?
No, just skip it.
Okay, oh, that's too bad.
That would have been really cool, but we'll never know now.
Okay, so I'm going to jump over then to Alec and ask what Alec is doing. I know he's just been standing there hanging out with Godfrey and the rest of them. Are you doing anything else before you get ready to depart?
No, I just basically head out with Zarama and walk past Esmeralda, and I say, "Figured out what's happened here."
And she says, "And what is that?"
As you know, probably guessed as well, Strahd. Vladimir's cursed by Strahd.
And she nodded and she said, "So he must be destroyed?"
Ooh, I second that.
I would prefer it if we could perhaps cleanse them instead. But to do that, we have to find the skull of the dragon.
The skull of the dragon. The silver dragon.
Yes.
And she said, "Do we have any idea where such a thing is?"
Ravenloft.
And she sort of looks at you and has this sort of almost sardonic, wry start of a grin. And then she says, "I did not know you to be someone who liked to tell jokes, Alec."
It's no joke.
And she kind of looks at you incredulous, and then she kind of looks behind at Zarama, who just sort of, nods. And she says, "We are obviously all bound, eventually, for Ravenloft to defeat Strahd, but we are far from ready. If we go now, we will be destroyed. There can be no purpose in this. It's madness."
I'm not proposing we go there now. We have people that we're taking care of right now. They need to get to Kresk.
And she nods and she says, "All right, if one of the many things that we must do is to find this silver dragon skull when we go there, we will. It is said that Ravenloft is so enormous that people can go visit portions of it and leave without Strahd ever knowing. But I have always believed that Strahd knows everything, at least when it comes to his castle. Perhaps he allows people to go and then leave again, for it amuses him. But Strahd controls his land and his home. So whenever you do go there, be aware you are doing so on his terms." Hickerflop.
Yeah, Alec just continues walking off. Didn't really say much else.
Okay. So, Weller, are you then joining the rest of the crew? Okay. So at that point, then the question is, what are you folks going to do? You have to decide where to next.
We're done here. Let's move on. We can't help them right now.
Do you share with us what you found out about the whole thing?
Strahd has cursed Vladimir, cursed him undying. And I even think if we try and defeat him here, he'll just resurrect. I'm not an expert at this, unlike some clerics, so I can't really help with some kind of cleansing ritual. But if we can perhaps find the skull of the silver dragon and return here and light the beacon, could possibly end the curse on this place.
And this skull is rumored to be where?
Castle Ravenloft.
Of course it is. Oh, well, perhaps there'll be some information in here, and he holds up the book that may prove useful. I found it up in the, I can only assume, the beacon tower upstairs. Actually, I flip over the book. Is it legible, or is it in a language I can't read, Arv?
So yeah, well, I just want to make sure. So you want to open it, which is not meant to be ominous. I'm just asking, like, are you sure you want to open it? I didn't mean that.
Was it
There's
locked?
a dragon inside.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Bulgaskis is inside. That's what's inside.
Yes.
Right.
Was it locked at all, or is it just a book? Kind of fastening or
It
strap.
does have steel hinges and fastenings, but it is not locked at the
You
moment.
found
In
a
fact-
13-year-old girl's diary.
And in fact, I actually think I have a picture of it that I can show you if you just give me a second. Yes, I do.
Visual aids.
Got a clasp and a bow, and it says "Stay the fuck out."
Okay, here we go.
My deepest, darkest thoughts by I.
I
Strahd.
give to you the Tome of Strahd.
Ooh. Well, it's a good-looking book. All right. Nice.
So when you
I
flip
think
it
that was
open,
a Dark Souls collector's edition tie-in.
Yeah.
when you flip it open, you can actually see that much of the work, there's sort of a lot of it is stained and kind of aged, and so a lot of it is frankly illegible. Although it looks like it could have been readable if we were talking a couple centuries ago. However, there is one section in the sort of towards the middle of the book, I would say, that is legible, and if you wish to, you can read that if you like. There is a section, probably about a page and a half or so, which is legible.
Well, I wasn't going to do it at the moment. Now is not really the time, I don't think. I'll wait until we're resting or something and peruse it later and see if it's what can be found. So I just want to check it. Like, yeah, it's readable. Thump. And I'll put it in my bag.
Okay.
Put it in my backpack.
Okay.
But otherwise, I think yes. If we're done here, we need to move on. It's we've spent enough time sifting among the bones of dead men. It's time to move on.
Okay. In that event, you can proceed out to the first floor, and let me bring everyone over to that. The ground floor, I should say. And, all right, there we go. If you want to bring yourselves over to the exit, that would be lovely. I think...
We're all up on the first floor. If you scroll up, you'll see.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I was like, where'd you all go? Okay, yeah, there you are. All right, I'll bring...
Come with me, Valley.
Rama,
Ka. There we go.
and I will bring them to...
All right.
Oops, no.
I love how the Raven is larger than Minnie Weller. That's hilarious.
The kind of highlight and then drag and drop is very useful, as opposed to doing it all individually. Okay.
Now, we did not. The places that are still marked in black on the main. Is that the main level? Or that's the main level, right?
That is the main level, and no, you have not explored those.
Is it really worth it? It probably isn't, to be fair.
Up to you.
Yeah, I think we've got what we needed here.
Okay.
All right.
So, as you come down, you can see that Irina turns and is sort of waiting for you. The horse that was, you may remember, Esmeralda had sort of sent away at one point and then came back. The horse is now waiting for her, and she comes up and kind of nuzzles against her hand. And she looks back at all of you and says, "Unfortunately, I cannot have all of you riding on this horse with me, but I will go at a walking pace so that we all may all stay together. But may I ask where your next destination is?"
I think I exchanged a glance with Alec, and I think we're going to Kresk, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. We're heading to Kresk to try and find a location for Irina and these children to stay. And is this meeting with Octavio on the way?
And she says, "Not exactly. It is somewhat further over, although it is not incredibly far, but it is not immediately upon the way, no." I also do want to. I'm sorry, Saad. I also do want to remind everybody that what you had originally thought you were going to was the Wizard of Wines. So it's been a little while, and I wanted to remind people that was what you had thought you were going to see. You can feel free to go wherever you like, but that's what you thought was going to happen when you ended up here. So anyway, on you go. Sorry, Saad.
Well, I guess we can make another detour.
Let's watch one more after all these.
She says it is up
I
to
don't
you.
even really know where we're going anymore. I just keep following you guys because I'm so bloody confused at this point.
She says, "It is up to you. If you think it is important to go to Kresk, I am happy to go there. Rictavio told me only to bring you when you were done with what needed to immediately happen, at which point he wished to speak to you.
Actually, that's when I look at Mason and say, but didn't you have unfinished business with Rictavio?
What was this? What was the? Remind me of when I was going to see Octavio again.
When you wanted to kill him because he didn't.
Yeah.
Well, I know why. I know why I want to see him again. But it was like some stipulation that we needed to finish something before.
Well, it was going to be outside of town, and then he wasn't there, and now
he wasn't there. Yeah, he ran off because he had.
But he left a message for us.
He left a message, and she showed up while you were at Argenvastholt. So.
Right.
He showed up saying, "Hey, Rictavio sent me to bring you guys to him when you have a moment."
Well, are we picking door number 1, number 2, or number 3, Monty?
Pretty much, yeah. Exactly. I mean, Wizard of Wines is still because apparently the town of Valaki needs their booze, which I can understand. Don't get me wrong.
I think we should do Wizard of Wines, Rictavio, then head to Ravenloft.
That works for me.
Okay, let me pop up the map just so we can see where all that is.
Just crossing the country.
I could use some wine. I'll beat their heads and then I'll fucking take their wine and I'll drink it. You know I will. That's what I think. All right, Mason. All right, Xavier. We know how you feel. But I just would like to do a little bit of drinking. That's all right. We haven't done enough with dead bodies, have we?
We're just getting started.
Yeah, we'll never be done with dead bodies. Unfortunately.
Okay. All right, you are now back on the main map. I've actually been really enjoying seeing, just to zoom out for a bit, you can see some of the, I guess I have to do that for chat on the player version. Here we go. So if you kind of look here, this is like, you can see that they've opened up, it seems like they've been playing this for a while, they've opened up all these spots, and yet really, there's so much of Barovia that is still yet to be, examined in greater detail. It's been kind of interesting to see how that all goes. Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Interesting, he says. Okay, yes. So if you were going to go head back down the pass and continue, then the question is, are you going to, because when you took this detour, you were right about here.
Yep.
And so you could continue to head up to the west if you wish, which is the direction you had been going, to find these other things.
That's where we we know we would have the Wizard of Wines is in that direction as well, I believe.
Possibly,
yeah. I had assumed it was this way.
Right, exactly. It just turned out not quite that immediately.
So we'll follow along that path then.
And you come across another windmill. No, I'm kidding.
They would be all over
so much.
Arv, I need Valley again, please, when you have a moment.
Sure, sorry. Let me bring... One sec. Bring that over to... Okay, let's go to Arvcon ground floor.
I think it's the X Order of the Silver Dragon now.
Perhaps it can be again. All right.
Okay, guys, while Arv is doing this, you know what I'm going to say. None of you have decided to part with your money for a good cause in a recent amount of time. I think somebody should fix that. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Are we going to do like NPR things where we
boys and girls
for like 20 minutes at a time and then get back to playing?
And then get that. And only if I get to give out tote bags. I'll be like, this tote bag for $500.
Where's your tote bags, Arv? Where's the Infinity Beyond tote bags, man?
Hey, what's up,
tote bags have kept many a public broadcasting stations afloat for a very long time.
It is very true. And Dragon Spear has donated $7? $7. Really? $7.
Here, you can have this useless bag made for 50 cents for the low price of $49.
Okay.
I appreciate that, Dragon Spear. Yeah, the one thing, yeah, you actually could get a tote bag from the Cafe Price. Sorry, go ahead, Tron.
Well, I was going to say the tote bag. It needs to, like, when you look at it on the broad side, it has like a very goat-like face, and then the horns are actually the handles of the bag, and of course it's Totes My Goats.
Outstanding. Well done. All right, and Shattermage has donated $25 because he's an officer and a gentleman. Thank you, Shattermage.
There you go. That's do like Shatter do.
So that is 1607, I believe, is what we're up to now. Good work, everybody. Good work.
And thank you, Dragon Spear, as well.
Thank you so much to Dragon Spear for that $7 again, and thank you to Shattermage for the 25. Thanks, everybody. 1607. Let's keep it up.
Let the good times roll.
Okay. So we, the folks are heading down here to this area, and I will. Okay. Oh, I was like, I was about to take Mason. I'm like, no, Rob can handle Mason.
I was about to do it too.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, Rob, he can
Rob
move
is here.
himself.
Okay. So as you continue along,
What are you trying to say, everybody?
this path.
Nice.
Okay. You continue along until you get to I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear this, a multiple path option
boy.
that exists. But there's some good news because there's some signage here for you. So one of these branches,
In a language you can't read.
one of the branches heads north and turns quickly into a dirt path. And when you get there, Esmeralda, who I just realized I didn't have on the map yet, so give me just 1 second so I can bring. We do not want to forget Esmeralda. She's kind of, she's with you, and I want to make sure that she doesn't get lost.
She's probably back.
I think we know how
staring.
Trent feels.
She's just back staring at something. Or she could be asleep. We don't know. She looks the same either way.
Exactly. That's what's so creepy. Okay.
I have emotions. I just don't express them.
This is my happy face. So, when you get to this spot, she points to the north, and she says, "I did not realize that you were heading in this direction, but I can tell you that Rictavio's tower is up that way to the north. Again, you may choose to go whichever way you wish, but we're actually closer to him than I had expected we would be." So that's the spot that's going to the north. There is another branch which is heading south down this way. And there is a third branch which heads west. And standing at the intersection right around here. Hold on a second. Let me find it so I can say for sure what it actually is. Let me zoom out so I know what I'm looking at. There we go. So standing at the intersection right here. So you would need to go probably about 20 minutes to the west where you could see this. But I'm just putting it all for sake of efficiency in the same general thing. But there is a signpost here next to this bridge. And the weather-worn signpost has 3 arms of the sign which point along the 3 branches of the road. The arm parting to the north says Kresk. And through the woods, you can see an arching stone bridge which is spanning a river. The arm pointing east reads Valaki, and the road slopes up gradually in that direction. The arm pointing southeast, going down this way, reads the Wizard of Wines, and the road slopes gently downward in that direction. So you have, remember, you were up on that hill, that mountain really. You've been traveling down the mountain, and so there is this dirt path up to the north where Esmeralda says Rictavio's Tower is. Kresk, which is with a K, Sod, is the bridge over to the northwest. And then Wizard of Wines is to the southwest. Now, directly to the south, you don't know. The signpost is farther west than that. So that thing to the south, you don't know what that is. But it does seem to be leading back up again into, up through the mountains.
Rictavio can wait for all I care. Let's go deal with the wine place.
So the one to the south that has no markings.
Correct.
Okay. And I'll just point down there and ask Esmeralda and Zarama, do you know what's that way?
And Zarama sort of peers down in that direction and says, I think there are more mountains in that direction. And if I am not mistaken, and she kind of pauses as if trying to think about exactly where it is. It is said that there are some other rather old, ancient, and dangerous places there. Most of the Vistani have not spent any time there, but we have heard rumors of it. And Esmeralda, who's sort of staring, I was just thinking about what you said, staring down the passage, down the pathway, says, I know what that place is. I have never been there myself, but I have stood at the foot and looked up at it. Down there is the Amber Temple.
That's the temple that we were going to meet.
What's his name? The old,
Casimir.
the old elf. Yeah, Casimir.
Correct.
Right.
And when she says down there, I mean, it means down the path, but then since it begins to slope upwards, you're actually talking about up there, yeah.
Yeah. So we see like the huge mountain range. So this whole south side from like where the Order of the Silver Dragon is to the west is just all mountain range.
All mountains, yep. Yeah,
Damn.
all you need to do is just cut over the mountains directly, and it would have been fine. just go straight. And so you got a lot of options. But if you're going to do what you said you were going to do, then you know where that is.
Let us Wizard of the Wines, I think, is first. It should be.
As much as I want to deal with Rictavio, I'm going to make him wait like he's made me wait, bastard.
There you go.
And Esmeralda nods and says, "Very well. Then we know our course."
In fact, I think it should be Wizard of Wines Kresk to drop off, and I say this without Irina and the children knowing, to drop off them and investigate what is happening there, and only then the Amber Temple. Strahd and his ilk and everything else have waited this long, a few more days. Should certainly not impede anything else.
Rictavio's tower, is it pretty safe there, would you say?
And Esmeralda says, "If you are not one of the undead, I would say so." And she sort of
Well, then
smiles
while you're dropping off kids and the lady folk, I can go up to Rictavio's tower and deal with that one.
Maybe it might be better to head to Rictavio's first, just to at least find a safe spot for Irina and the children, because I don't want to take them to the Wizard of Wines in case there's any hostile creatures there.
So we're just gonna dump them in another place then.
Only temporary. We'll come back and bring them maybe, and then head to Kresk with them.
Well, I don't expect you to make me to be the one to be delivering the bed sentence.
Isn't it?
I don't. I hope you don't expect me to be the one to give him the bad news, mate.
Walk over to Irina and Irina, what do you think? Do you want to head to Kresk now, or are you willing to stay with the group?
She puts her hands on the shoulders of the children and she says, "I think anywhere we go there will be danger. But I would prefer we were with people that we know would try to keep us safe until we find a fully safe place that, in all of your opinions, is okay for us. Until then, anywhere we go could be dangerous. The only thing we ask at the moment is not to be left alone."
Xavier sort of cricks his neck, and you can hear it crack. And as he does that, he sort of shakes it and looks back at everyone and goes, "Look, we all know all the places here that we're going to. We know the options. None of them are very good. I would like to deal with Rictavio, but I don't have the patience currently, and I'd much rather deal with one of these other situations that's been hanging over our head for days now. I am all prepared to go deal with the wine currently. And then when we decide to go to Kresk, I will deal with Rictavio as is necessary. I would just like us to make a decision, quite frankly. I'm tired of standing here."
Guess it's the Wizards of Wines.
Okay. So Esmeralda
Agreed.
nods and gestures as if to continue. And so you begin to make your way down this way. Now, as you begin to make your way down in this direction, I should say that this spot that you were heading down is sort of gradually becoming more and more sort of rough, and eventually just becomes essentially a dirt path, basically. So I'm going to bring...
Any recent foot traffic, by any chance?
Do an investigation check for me, please.
9.
It's hard to tell because as you get further along, the track becomes muddier, and so it's hard to see. Like, it looks like there is what looks like there's been disruption here with like hoof prints and footprints and everything, but it's all confused and going in all directions. So it's hard to say if it's recent or if it's just. It looks like there used to be a lot of traffic. You know, it looks like along this path going to and from.
It's just that all that we know is that something's happened and everything stopped moving in and out of Wizard of Wines.
That's it.
It seems perhaps it's something recent that may have happened.
That's right.
All right.
So
very cautiously.
I was going to say, yeah. All right. As you continue, after a half mile, the road becomes a fully muddy trail that meanders through the woods, descending gradually until the trees part, revealing a mist-shrouded meadow. I'm going to show you more of this mist-shrouded meadow. The trail splits. One branch heads west into the valley, and that's the path that will be leading over this direction. And the other leads south into dark woods, going down this way. There's a wooden signpost at the intersection which points west and reads Vineyard. So this way is apparently is the vineyard, and then it doesn't say anything about what is down here to the south. And let me bring chat over there. Sorry, everybody. There we go.
So it's quite an open area. You don't see any creatures or anything in the distance, do we?
Not so far. You do see over there that this is obviously a big clearing, and you can see what looks like rows and rows of sort of organized rows of something you can't quite see from this distance, but it looks like, you know, dirt and plants, as you might expect from a vineyard. Definitely tilled and managed land down here.
How do the crops look? Sorry.
Too far away. You'd have to get closer to see.
Okay.
Quick housekeeping thing, Arv. Can
Sure.
we give a quick recap to the audience members, and by audience members I mean me, as to what the problem is with the Wicked Wizard of Wine?
You were told by the Mardikovs back in Valaki that the Wizard of Wines had basically dried up. And actually, I think you also heard this from the Vistanis, the Vistani camp. I think Weller had heard that from. That basically the vineyard, which produced most of the wine for much of Barovia, has gone silent, and there have been no deliveries coming out of it for a while now, which means that everyone's stocks of alcohol are running low. And although in real life I would be somewhat uncomfortable with the idea that this is the reality, in the world of Barovia, the reality is that alcohol sometimes is one of the few things that gets people through the cold nights, and the fact that they live with Strahd van Zarovich as their lord. So there's a real morale issue sort of associated with this, and the Mardikovs in particular seemed concerned about why this would have just come to a stop suddenly.
And I think you said the Mardikovs were related to...
Correct. They're related to the people who run this vineyard, yeah.
So it's a family thing, too. Yep.
The vineyard, it's the building there itself. Does it look like it's active? Is there smoke coming from each?
Does not seem to be any smoke, but right now, as I mentioned, now we're talking about probably early afternoon by the time you get there. And so you can see that but there's still kind of this mist descending over it, so it's not easy to see it very clearly. Again, you'd need to get closer, head along the path if you wanted to get closer to it.
Thank you for that recap, Arv, by the way.
Sure, no problem. Does that help? Does that explain?
Yep, that's exactly, yeah, because it has been a while since we've
thought about it. No, I know. All of a sudden you took a side trip to the Silver Dragon people.
Wait, they're going to see a vineyard? This doesn't sound very Barovian. What's happening here?
Arv, I need Valley yet again. For some reason,
I brought him over. I have him
see
over there somewhere.
Well,
he's there.
Can't see.
There he is.
There he is.
Below Esmeralda.
Yes, there we go.
He does exist. They do exist.
I was going to say, I know I have it here.
Arv, I'm going to send him over toward the vineyard.
Okay.
So actually, I'm going to... There we go.
Okay. So he sails over and kind of, heads over the top of the place, and you can only see. You can't necessarily smell
Correct.
or hear, correct? So you can just see the sort of area below him as he circles. It does not seem like there's any smoke or anything coming out of that building. He does note that there's a well, there's an outhouse, there's a stable that's attached to it, and so forth. But it does look like a lot of the vines in the vineyard are dead, or at least not in great condition. You can see a lot of brown and kind of withered vines in the vineyard, although again, he's up pretty high, so swooping over it, would be another thing, I suppose. But definitely looks like it's not necessarily in great shape. And that's pretty much all he sees as he's looking.
It looks like I have sight and hearing, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't really hear anything.
But it sounds like it's dead quiet. So
yep, that's right. Yeah.
Is it a combination well and outhouse?
Yeah, two separate things.
Good.
Two separate things. Yes.
Then that is not part of the problem. Okay.
Crumbling well in a wooden outhouse. Yeah, they've confused them. They're like, we just keep going. This place. Suddenly, we're all getting poisoned. We've been going to
the greatest practical joke. Switch the sides.
Oh
my
my.
goodness.
Okay.
I'll bring him back and then say that there does not seem to be any signs of life. But since we're here, we might as well investigate.
Let's go.
But I have, yes.
And of course, Xavier just sort of takes full control. He says, "Point me towards the wine, son."
A light drizzle begins to fall. Unpainted fences blindly follow the trail, which skirts north of a sprawling vineyard before bending south toward a stately building. The fog takes on ghostly forms as it swirls between the neatly tended rows of grapevines. Here and there, you see rope-handled half-barrels using for hauling grapes. North of the trail is a large stand of trees you can actually see right here. A man wearing a dark cloak and cowl stands at the edge of the trees, beckoning you. Now, Valley did not see that person when they came by that way.
Mm-hmm. Not entirely surprised.
Shatter in the voice of the seagulls. Wine, 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 wine. That's good stuff. That's awesome.
Perfect.
Well, it's 6 against 1, so I think we could probably take him. So
Was he there a moment ago?
Valley did not see anything. Does not mean he may not have been there.
Just saw him. He just appeared there. I didn't think he came through the forest or anything like that.
I'm sure that's
Perhaps he is the wizard.
Yeah, it's possible.
the wonderful wizard of wine.
Maybe it's an actual wizard who does the wine.
I don't know about wonderful, but and Weller is
Because.
sampling grapes, like picking one or two off and handing them to little Weller,
Okay.
who is looking at them and eating them.
Gotcha.
Oh, I thought I was going to make a still. I was going to actually start, making some.
He's,
You do know those grapes are another person's property, right?
you think they'd begrudge him 1 or 3?
I see 5 now you've taken.
I had not taken them. Weller took them, but he's doing some experiment. We're trying to figure out what is stopping
There's
him.
now 7 taken, so...
That sounds like a guilty verdict if ever I've heard one.
He's hungry.
Well, you could have had some of the rations that I've got. I've got extra just in
Those
case.
are disgusting. They taste
Look,
like whatever cardboard is supposed to be.
Look, lambus bread. And what else have we got? More lambus bread.
Meanwhile, at the edge of the grove.
Guy's arms is getting tired. He's like,
If there, I just quick note. I remember going to a college basketball game. I think it was last year, and it was featuring the St. Joseph's, and I believe it's the Red Hawks. And so they have this mascot who's wearing the the Red Hawk costume. But his thing was he's flapping his wings, and you're like, okay, he flapped his wings the entire game. And when I say the entire game, I mean that he flapped it all of the first half, went into the locker room at halftime flapping his wings, came out still flapping his wings, and never stopped. I was like, this guy must have arms the size of, he never stopped. So we were joking about, my daughter and I, for some reason, little Arv
Never
found this
missed
really...
arm day.
Yeah, little Arv and I just found this really funny, and she's just like, Daddy, he's at dinner, like flapping his wings. He just never stopped. My God. Anyway. So, sorry. It just reminded me.
Are we approaching this gentleman?
mm-hmm.
Sure, Weller will.
Yeah.
Okay. So you head toward exactly. So no, he's actually quite silent. You head towards the cloaked figure, and when you arrive closer to them, you can see that he has dark hair. You don't recognize him. Dark, longish hair, probably just to about his shoulders. He has a beard, just sort of the stubble of a beard, really. Looks to be maybe in his 40s, late 30s, early 40s, something like that. Is standing there, kind of waiting for you, silently. And as you all arrive at the trees, 8 other cloaked figures all silently emerge. And basically come out and stand behind him. And they are all sort of look similar. They're wearing these dark leather rain cloaks and cowls. And one of them is an older... Let me actually see if I have a picture for him. I might. One of them is an older gentleman.
The wine druids.
I do. Here we go. Let's see. Do I have... Yes, perfect. I give to you...
The god of hellfire!
Blogodocus, I give to you this guy, who is... I'm only giving you the name because he's about to explain it himself. He stands out from behind the others and walks towards you. You can see that he has this sort of almost runic covered or something, very detailed staff that he leans on. And he's got one eye sort of more open than the other. It looks very old. And he has these sort of gleaming sort of teapot, it seems like, at his belt. And sort of steps forward a little bit and he says, So, if you've come for the vineyard, there's nothing here, I'm afraid. We're closed at present, although it is not our will that we be closed.
I tried to hide everyone here till we became closer. You were 1, and then now you're 9.
That is because we live in suspicious and dangerous times, I'm afraid. This has been a difficult moment for us. We have been driven from this place and have stayed as close as we dared to avoid capture or death.
Driven by what?
And he kind of looks at you, and he has this odd experience there. Esmeralda, of course, does the typical stare, but every so often he kind of peers more than stares, maybe. So he, kind of looks up at you, and he says...
Oh yeah, stare away, buddy. Bring it.
He kind of peers up at you, and he says, "Ah, yes, we were driven away by evil druids. They must have been, for they brought with them creatures from the woods. Terrible creatures, filled with branches and needles. They shot them at us, and many of us were injured.
Yes.
Even one of us was killed.
Yes.
Do you know of these things?" He says, looking at you.
Sadly, yes, we encountered them.
Well, then that means they have spread. That is not good at all. But we must tend to our own borders first. That house, and he points with his staff with a trembling hand down to where the building is. That is the building where we were when they came and drove us forth. Since then they have departed, yet we have been loath to approach, for these creatures are numerous and dangerous.
Yes. Question.
Yes.
Well, for all of your trepidation about strangers and odd goings-on, the first group of people that shows up, you immediately beckon them to you? This makes no sense.
He says...
And then leave.
He says...
Perhaps we should tell them who we are, Weller.
Perhaps they should start.
Agreed.
And he nods and he says, "It is a just suspicion. I am myself suspicious of all, and would be suspicious of you, were it not for the fact that we have seen you approach, and have received word that there was a group in the land who wished to challenge Strahd. I have word from my family in Valaki that there were some who had come to their place and had done some good there. I am Davian Martikov, and for decades I have run this vineyard. I thought that I would grow old and die here at its head. Did not
Patience.
expect to be
But until
driven
you grow
to its
old and
place
live.
separately from this, and to be here in a stand of trees. But yes, I know who you are, for I was told of your arrival.
So, you are kin to Luvash and Arigol, yes?
And as he quickly looks, because he's getting something other in his mind that may be confusing him about who each one of them is. Maybe. Hold on one moment. I'm just accessing.
I am very
Danica and Erwin Mardikoff are the inn owners.
That's what I thought, yeah. Because
And
Arago with the Vistani. That's why I wanted to
Yeah.
make sure. Okay, yes. So he says, what? No, I think one of those are those, well, and because he caught sight of not just Esmeralda, but also caught sight of Zarama, and he says, I was about to say the damned Vistani, for too many of them have spent their time in allegiance to Strahd himself. But I have been told by some of my younger relatives that I am too quick to paint with a broad brush. Perhaps it is so. I will say merely that they, I think, mean no good to the city of Valaki, at least according to my relatives there. No, I am related to those that own the inn in that town, and it was they who sent me the ravens to warn me of your arrival.
I see. So, I believe they also were the ones who told us, well, requested that we come out here and find out what is going on. But if they have ready communication lanes with you, why don't they know?
And he says, because every 5 ravens that are sent, 4 of them are killed at least by Strahd's spies. We only have so many of these, and even in the most difficult circumstances, we need our lines of communication to be open as much as possible. We had thought to go ourselves back to the town of Valaki, but our worry was that we could not abandon this building entirely. There could be those who would place other traps and dangerous ambushes. At least here we can keep an eye on things such as it is.
What would you need in order to get this place running again?
If you could clear out that building from the deadly creatures that have no doubt taken up occupation within it, that would be a beginning. There are others, I think, who have said that there may be some elsewhere where the attacks came from, but we cannot consider that until we remove the invaders within our own walls.
And would any of your fellow groundspeople here, your kin, or whomever they are, be willing to assist us in that endeavor, or are we supposed to just do it alone?
They will not be doing it alone, for certain. There will be others who would come, at least to be able to spy out your road. These are members of my family. Adrian is my eldest son, and Adrian is actually the dude that you saw originally beckoning you, who sort of looks at you and he kind of inclines his head. And Elvir, my youngest. And Elvir literally looks like you took a copy of Adrian, but just reduced him in age by about 10 years. He looks very, very much like the same, just a copy of him. He does not exactly smile. None of these people smile, but he kind of nods more quickly, and you notice that he seems a little more restless, kind of like eager to go and do whatever is needed. He says, Stefania, my daughter. And Stefania, who looks like a woman also of about 40 perhaps, stands forward and, again, dark hair, dark eyes, long hair as well, kind of, again, inclines her head towards you. And Dag Tomescu, Stefania's husband. And he also has the same cloak and everything else, but he has much shorter hair, kind of cropped close, and these eyes that are sort of very quick. He almost looks like he's always like scanning, the area, so to speak, and he kind of, nods his head quickly to all of you. And the rest are those who are members of us, Stefania and Dag's 4 children. And he sort of points, and you see a couple of actually young two what looks like young boys almost in cloaks, and then one who looks maybe in his teenage years. And he introduces these as Claudiu, who is the teenage son, and then boys named Martin and Vigo, who also starred in Lord of the Rings. No, a different kind of Vigo. And then the last one, you notice that the son Claudiu is actually holding a little baby, who of course is not cloaked, but also has, even though she is a baby, sort of dark hair and dark eyes, sort of unusual for that age, and is very quiet. And Davian says, "That is the youngest of us, Yolanda, being held by her older brother, Claudiu. Now you know all of who we are, and this is all that are left. Some of us, of course, cannot fight, as you can see," and he kind of inclines his head to the boys and to the baby girl. He says, "The rest of us perhaps would be willing to do what we can, although my years of fighting are, I am afraid, many decades hence." And he kind of bows, kind of almost like bowing under his age. He says, "But Elvir and Adrian and Dag perhaps could be of assistance to you, as could Stefania. I don't know what their fighting spirit would be, and probably Stefania and Dag would not wish both of them to go. There are the children to consider, but they could at least scout the way and give you any information that they possess."
Xavier, thinking about this and the old man saying that he's past his best years, sort of talks inside of Mason's head and just goes,
"Would make for a proper distraction if we just threw him towards the enemy."
"Not now, Xavier, not now." And after he sort of, visibly shows that he's, having this moment with his inner voice, he says, "Naturally, we don't want to have more death as a result of this event go on, or anyone to lose more family members than they already have. However, any help would be much appreciated." And as I say that, I'll do introductions. So just it's
Okay.
fair. Do that on the other side. Perhaps you can show us someplace where we might be able to. We are standing out here in the middle of it's vineyard here. Perhaps we could find some place to set up a base where we can strike out from, and
And he
set up
nods.
what we're about to do, and also you can let us know any other information that you believe is pertinent.
And he gestures behind him and he says, "The trees await us, such as they are. I must ask that you all move as quietly as you can. Even in the talking to you, there is some danger. But we suspected you would not wish to come with us into the trees before we had had a chance to discuss things. We can seem to some to be rather disturbing." And he kind of looks at the others, and they kind of all sort of silently observe you. Now, you've been in a land for these past however many months that definitely put the under in Undertaker. These people are very, very not happy most of the time, with very few exceptions. And yet, even in that group, this group seems particularly dour. But they do not seem, and I want to make this specific. In fact, let me see. You know what? I'm going to have Django make this roll. Django, I want you to make an insight roll for me, please.
I would be happy to, sir.
Can I also join in that role since I've been talking to them directly?
I'm going to say no, because the reason that he can is because of his he came from this land, so that's why
local.
he's getting it.
And that's 27.
27.
Yeah.
As you know,
Ba-bam.
Django, there are many people in Barovia that are perhaps literally soulless. They are born without souls, and they are particularly flat of affect and kind of no joy, and they just they're almost like human beings going through the motions. These are not that. You would almost put money on the idea that these are not soulless creatures. And yet, despite that, there is a sort of deep I don't want to say a word that makes it sound like they're under control. It feels like repression, but they're not repressed. It's just that they have deep control of something that they want to sort of keep to themselves. They seem very reserved, but not soulless.
Okay.
I was gonna. No, go ahead.
Stoic is the word that kind of comes to mind, but if there's something deeper there, but I'll not.
Stoic
press.
would be part of it. They're all redheads. Wow, Shatter. Well, you know.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Okay. Well, since I can't be involved in that, what I was going to ask before you made him do that roll is not exactly does it seem like they are hiding anything, or are they being, noticeably like
there's no strange deformities or any kind of thing like that.
Well, that was what I was gonna get to. Like, I'm not talking about personality. I'm talking about, like, do they seem human on some level? Like, do they?
Yes, they seem human. Although the physical deformity thing is a little different. I mean, because they don't look physically deformed, except for this guy who just looks like stooped with age. But as far as the other thing, I will allow you, Mason, to make a insight check for this. It'll be a different, but you're getting different information than Django would be, because Django,
I imagine,
yeah, right,
that makes sense.
You're like, I think that maybe they don't have souls, and like Django's like, no, I've learned that. That's where you're wrong.
That's
If you had to guess, Mason, you would guess that there is stuff that they are keeping to themselves, but it's absolutely impossible to tell the nature of it. Frankly, you have run into many people in your long career, and certainly within this land, that keep things to themselves that are not even vaguely dangerous to anybody else. They're just things they don't want to talk about. So you're pretty positive that they're not telling you everything, but that doesn't mean like, haha, there's an ambush. Like they're just not telling you something about themselves probably, but they haven't. What that is unclear to you, and it doesn't just necessarily feel like it does feel as if they're being clear about the fact they were driven from that building and that they have been in the trees here, and it seems like all that seems all on the up and up to you. But there may be things that they're not giving you all of the whole story, possibly.
Davian, how long have you been dealing with this situation?
And Davian says, it was probably several weeks ago. They drove in upon us. At first, we heard it only with the cry of one of our workers out in the fields. When we looked out, we saw he had fallen, pierced by these needles, and it seemed as if the vines themselves had come to life. It was only when we looked closer that we saw that they were separate things, strange wooden beasts with needles and branches which they threw at the workers. Fortunately, all the rest of them managed to make it back to the house. We came forth and tried to fight, but we were useless against their power. And there were several cloaked figures behind them that were controlling them, it seemed, and that is why I say they were evil druids. What else could have that kind of power? Finally, we made our escape into the fog, and they did not pursue us after we got past a certain point. Perhaps all they wished was for the vineyard to be theirs and to stop producing the wine that gives some joy to the sad people of Barovia. In that they have been found to be correct.
First rule of bringing your enemy to heel. Well, maybe perhaps not the first rule, but one of many, is crush their morale. This would be one way to do it. Did it seem to you like they were interested in destroying the vineyard or just preventing you from doing what you do here?
He says, I cannot say. They said nothing. They simply drove in upon us, and when they allowed us to leave, it seemed as if that was all they wished, for they could no doubt have pursued us further. Some of us, the young especially, would not have been able to run much further. It seemed as if their job was simply to control this place, but not destroy us. They made no demands and spoke nothing to us, simply attacked in silence.
And there was no warning of this at all? No event that happened?
No, certainly not. There have been those who have come to us before and demanded wine be delivered at a faster rate, especially certain Vistani. He kind of glances over towards Zarama and Esmeralda, and towards you, Django, as well. And then kind of looks back and says, but that has always been simply several individual drunkards wishing to be sotted that much faster. But no, we have not faced threats, and we have our own methods of protection, one might say. But they were useless here. The cry of the worker was the only warning that we had, and they were upon us.
So nothing interesting, no strange things happened before?
This whole land is strange, sir, but nothing stranger than normal, no.
Has anyone else tried to take care of these creatures?
No, there have been several that have come here looking for their wines, and they have gotten not within thousands of feet of their place before they saw these creatures moving about and turned and fled. And most of them we allowed to go, for we did not wish to risk anyone else. We only ask you because of what we have heard from my relatives in Valaki, and we think that adventurers may have a better chance than the poor civilians and peasants who wish to get something to make their nights slightly warmer.
I'll look towards the other family members and just kind of like call out to them and say, so nothing happened, none of you saw anything strange before this happened?
And the youngest son, Elvir, the one who was kind of the copy, the youngest one, steps forward and says, I saw something, sir. It was to the south, it was. There were creatures, sounds, and rustlings coming from the wood path. Up that way is Yester Hill, sir. It's a place that we sometimes used to go. And he kind of glances, and you can see that Stefania and Dag are kind of looking at him as if he's like revealing something, like as if he's saying something he's not supposed to be saying, like, and then he kind of swallows and says, some of my friends and I, sir, once in a while went there at night. And he kind of, his eyes flicker up to his parents, and you can see his parents are not pleased. Like, you don't need an insight check to see that they're not happy about hearing this. Mm-hmm. But he says, but there was nothing ever there, sir. And then, well, I started to hear more noise and rustling, and I came back, and I did tell my parents. And he looks up at his parents like, I did. The parents sort of shake their head and say, actually, no, I'm sorry, I'm confusing them. Those are his brother and sister. I beg your pardon. This is not Elvir saying this. This is Claudio. I'm sorry. I was like, why am I? It doesn't make sense. Claudio, the teenager. I'm sorry. So Claudio is the one saying this, and still holding his baby sister. And Claudio says, but I never heard anything else, sir. I told my parents about it, and they said it was probably just my imagination. And he kind of looks up at Dag and Stefania, and Stefania nods and says, it is true, he told us, although he did not tell us where he was first. And he kind of doesn't look at them. And she says, but we assumed it was nothing. It was part of the usual movements of the forest around here. Strahd is ever present, we say.
How many of these druids are there, do you say?
And Davian says, I counted 3 such figures. I cannot say if there are more, but there were at least 3 such creatures standing silently behind these beastly wood things.
Have they retreated deep into the insides of the vineyard?
I have not seen any of them, except, as I say, when something approaches the house. Then others come forth, but I have not seen others around in the vineyard or elsewhere. It is as if they are waiting for something.
But I don't understand. What is actually attacking? Is it the druids, or are they using the vines to defend themselves and keep at a distance?
No, the druids control these strange wood-like creatures. They threw wood-like needles. Your friend there, and he kind of points at Alec, said that he knew of these things. They are odd, but they are not vines. They look like, well, moving trees, or perhaps small bushes that are still living and throw parts of themselves. Very dangerous, it seems. But
Forgive me, perhaps I am not being clear. What I am trying to ascertain is which head must we cut off so that instead of just fighting an endless foe, we actually destroy the beast that is at the heart of all of this mayhem?
That I cannot say. I would say that the druids are most certainly the ones controlling these creatures, or so it seemed. If you were to challenge them and attack those druids, you might do some good. But again, very little can be done here in our stand of trees. At least if we had control of the building again, we could establish this, you called it a base, I think, and that might allow us to push further south. Perhaps the boy speaks truth about Yester Hill, but to go to Yester Hill before we have cleansed ourselves of this evil from this vineyard building, that seems as if we might be doing danger to ourselves. We would push forward to the building first, and then on to Yester, I would think.
Which building is he talking about?
So he's talking about the main building, which is down here.
yeah.
Not the So
Yeah, he
there are
does
two
mean this. Nope, just one building. That's the building they're talking about.
And is
There's
he
no
saying,
other-
is he saying that the druids are in the building or outside of it?
That he doesn't know. He hasn't seen the druids since. He just knows that they were driven from the building.
I wasn't really getting what he was saying.
Yeah.
No,
Druids had the tree creatures to drive them off, and then kind of disappeared.
Correct. And it's not clear if there are tree creatures inside. When there have been a couple people who've come close to the house, the tree creatures have appeared, but it's not clear if they're coming from in the house or from elsewhere.
I suppose my only other question is, do the druids themselves attack, or do they allow all of their attacks to occur through their vine creatures?
I saw no actions by the cloaked figures, simply standing watching silently as their wood creatures did the fighting for them.
We encountered these guys before, or versions of this, or just Alec?
No, we did.
No, we all did.
I don't think you were in that
You
session.
may not have been there for that
Probably
session.
not.
Yeah.
When was that?
We were leaving this town. It was like the first encounter we had out in
Yeah,
the woods.
outside of
before-
outside of
Outside of
Barovia. Sorry, Valaki.
Outside of Valaki.
Right.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm good.
So I'll just say, out at Yester Hill, is there any landmarks, any caves, or any structures out there of note?
And he thinks for a minute, and then he says, well, if I were to consider it, I would say there are. This place, Yester Hill, was at one time considered to be a holy place. There were those, even before the arrival of Strahd, who would use that to worship to their gods. Now, though, it is a dark place of ritual. It is quite possible that that place, filled with dark energy as it seems it is, could be a place where druids, evil ones, might congregate. There is one hill which stands alone, and as you come to the top of it, you would see a wide ring of black boulders and smaller rocks that create this circle, if you will, enclosing a field of dead grass. The rest of it, though, I cannot say, for I have not been there in some time. It is separate from the rest of the forest around it, and it is a most dangerous place, it is said. That the boy would go there on his own is troubling. He kind of looks back at the kid.
I just look at Claudio and just say, so you didn't? There was no strange things happening up in that area.
Well, no, sir. There's usually, well, he's right. There's, of course, a circle of stones, and that usually is where we spend time, just playing games, you might say, sir. And then past that, there's a whole, a grove of trees. They're mostly dead trees, but there's one big, strange one, sir, that is in the middle of it. It's weird, and we didn't like to spend much time near it. We usually just stayed in that circle of stones. You can see everything from up there, even part of the vineyard from the hill, sir.
All right. There may not have been any strange events or anything, but was there any possible, maybe, over time, maybe a loss of creatures, some game that hunt for food, anything like that out of the ordinary? Or was it?
Are you asking Claudio or are you asking Davian? Okay. Davian says,
any change to the wildlife?
Yes. There have been far fewer creatures of late around here of normal quality. There are, of course, ravens, and there are, in some cases, a fox, or perhaps a squirrel, but far fewer of those. Almost no birds besides the ravens roam the skies now, and there is little movement from rabbit or from other woodland creatures. Since we have been driven from the vineyard, this place seems silent, except for the rustling of these dead wooden things.
All right, let's figure out a plan.
The simplest thing to do would be to investigate the main building to ensure there are no creatures there. If they are, eliminate them. So when we go up the hill, they will not be able to call in the reinforcements if we do in fact face these dark druids or whatever they seem to be.
Sounds good enough to me.
I'm fine with this.
Very well. Then let us be about it. The sooner we get this started, the sooner the wine can start flowing again. By your leave, Master Matakov.
And he nods and he says,
By your leave, Executor.
Well, that's the first time Django has spoken in the entire conversation. So,
I noticed
and again, it's in his mind, so he may be a little startled by hearing that. So,
he doesn't seem as startled, perhaps, as you might expect. He simply nods and says, very well. Thank you for your assistance, and we will do what we can, if we can, to help. But please take care. This is a dangerous situation, you can understand.
every day in Barovia is a dangerous situation. But we appreciate your words of wisdom, and we'll heed them as we go.
So he
I look around at
nods.
everyone, especially we got Esmeralda. I broadcast to all my party members. I do not think we need to involve the Matakov family in any of this. We should be enough to handle whatever we may find at the main building. Correct?
Well, I won't reject any help from them if they want to join us. I'm not saying that we should be putting.
I think maybe.
I don't think we should put them in on the front lines necessarily, but I won't turn away any help if they want to give us a hand.
Maybe just leave Rude and Zarama out just to keep an eye on them in case any more creatures come from the forest while we're dealing with this.
And Rude sort of nods his head silently.
And Arena can stay with them as well, and the kids.
Right.
So Arena and Yishwan, the kids sort of come along as well.
I think we'll keep Zarama with us, though.
I think that's probably a good idea.
I'll Jaeger her, since I've done it before. Yep.
Esmeralda sort of nods and she says, as you begin to sort of step away, she says, if it is true that these are the same as the creatures that we fought, then we must be ready for the possibility that many of them will attack at once. We must have our wits about us.
All right, so when we fought them last time, when they were near death, they would explode, and shards of thorns would go around in a fair distance away from them. So stay a good 20, 30 feet away from them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like looking at my weaponry, and I'm like,
Yeah, that makes two of us. And what do you plan to do, Oleg? Last time, it did not go well for you.
how about I distract them as best I can? Maybe push them away from party members. I don't really know how else I can really do, but I can at least shield some of you.
The thought had crossed my mind that we may be best served by that aspect of your demeanor as well, shall we say. Above all, I think you should keep an eye, no offense, but to protect Sarama, to make sure she does not fall under their onslaught. That would be most unfortuitous of us, for us. If
If we're dealing with druids, that could be a problem as well. They're very cunning. They have a lot of abilities.
You have faced druids before?
Oh, I mean, like I've met a few very, let's just say, very neutral in their stances. And I mean, like one of them turned to a bear. That was crazy. Like a huge bear.
Huh. Well, the druids of Barovia have a very different outlook, much like most other people here. It may not be what you were expecting, so be careful. In the meantime, I think we should begin this as soon as we can.
Okay.
Present.
So,
All right.
I'm
Yeah,
going
Arv,
to.
real quick, did you just see the message that I put in Zoom?
I did. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. Just want to make sure.
Okay, so I'm going to bring you all to. I'm sure you'll be excited. A new map. Da, 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 da. Okay.
I have been waiting for this for so long.
All my life I've been. Okay, give me just a second.
That last map was giving me serious agita, so I'm very happy we're on a new map.
I've been waiting for a map like this.
To come into my wow.
Exactly.
Oh man, good
And
stuff.
so, is it a one-level map?
dating ourselves, by
Just
the
for
way.
you?
It's all on one page, but it is not
Oh yes,
necessarily
it's a
one,
multi-page.
but it's not a one map. It's not a one level place, but it's
One
a,
day I'll have an easy map.
exactly.
North up.
North is up. Yes,
Good.
I actually
That's
looked
all
down
I
at it
can-
a second. I'm like, wait, is it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay. So let me reveal what I have. Just make sure that that's set. Okay, give me just a second. And this is a good moment while I'm doing this to remind everybody that you are all here. And it's good to see everybody. You are all here watching day 3 of ArvCon 2019, D&D with Infinity Beyond Curse of Strahd. And I just realized that I didn't put the title up, so let me just do that quickly, because the title, of course, is Revenants and Revelations. So
You have all been brought here to part ways with your money and donate it to a campaign for a very good cause. So do that now while we are paused here.
that is precisely the case. Exclamation
But then
point,
again, we will
donate.
not continue.
Should it be
until-
Revenants and Revelation and Demon Rignon?
Revenants
Like,
and
just
wine.
make him part of it.
Okay, Revenants, Revelations.
That's the druid's name.
Classic Horror, is there a workaround for... yeah, and that's what it will look like when you do the donated thing. Yes, exactly what Shadow Mage just said. If you contact a moderator, we can figure out how to do it, and it's good to see Classic Horror, and that would be much appreciated if you're able to do that. I know that it's donating. Sometimes they're like, it seems difficult sometimes to donate to them, which is on certain occasions if you don't have a card or whatever else. But if you could contact the mods, that would be much appreciated. As I fix this title. Good, lovely. We're up to 1607. So I do want to remind everybody that we have another giveaway coming up at 1750. And we have already heard today that if we hit our goal overall, which was 3,500, which is a big goal, if we hit 3,500, Mr. Trendane Sparks will no longer be a furry. No, I just made that up. Mr. Trendane Sparks will shave his beard. He's like, what?
As furry.
No, he won't be as. That's true. He won't be as furry. That's what I meant to say. Because he will shave his beard. That's right. He will shave his beard. This is a stunning new moment. So yes, you can finally tell Trendane from Marvin. Right. What?
He will eat his map of the Sword Coast that is behind him.
Wow, that would take a while.
Not only that, this is vinyl. It would be very bad for me.
Actually,
As if a paper map would be fine. Like that's like everything
Yeah,
else would be okay.
it would at least be digestible.
I guess that's true. Yeah, that's probably fair.
No, taste is lack, but yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
Just-
vinyl
And
be bad.
it's easy to tell Arv and me apart. He can sing, so
Oh. It's easy to
And
tell
I'm
me
older
apart
than
because he can do what do you want, and I can do a deep voice, and Trent's like, no, this is how you do a deep voice. You look like shit.
Yes.
You know, like,
He can sing. You don't want to, and that is the only difference between the two. Otherwise, you are exact copies of each other.
yes, exactly.
like brothers.
Also, I do wear glasses, and Trent does not, so there's
yet,
also that.
yet my left eye is starting to go.
Oh, okay. Well, here's my sympathy for you.
But then you get to
Had
wear a
my
monocle.
glasses since I was 5. Don't want to hear it. Just like
You know, my housemate does wear a monocle when he reads.
that's pretty sweet. Okay, that's pretty awesome.
So
good
does
to
the
know.
sand and the glow. It's fuck. Never mind.
Another way to tell Arv and me apart. He likes women. I mean, I like women, but you know,
Not
never
in that way.
let's move on.
I mean, I was just like, yeah, something bad is going to happen in this conversation, and it's not going to be good, and I don't know.
That's why it would be something bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Just eat my oatmeal. Let's continue. Shall we?
Let me bring you folks over then to.
Crap.
I will bring you folks over to this map here. Wait for it. I gotta drag the flag over. Okay, can I get to it? Yes, I can. Nope.
Yeah, I wish that page thing was smaller, or you could like. The other thing you could probably move the map across and then move the.
Yeah,
server.
I know. I've done that before. It's just I don't like getting it out of order because it makes sense as to. Oh,
Okay.
really? You're gonna make me do that? All right, fine.
We can move us to a blank one if it's
Nah,
got
it's okay.
shadows
It's
and
okay.
stuff. on
It's okay. It's not a big deal. Here we go.
it. The map. Yes.
The map.
Dun,
go.
dun, dun.
There we are.
Okay. First thing I do, I'm going to put north up, drawn in MS Paint style.
Yes,
'cause
that would be
very important.
that would be lovely. Okay, so
Unless
welcome
Trending
chat
is-
to a new map. Welcome to a new map. So, situated in the midst of the vineyard, the winery is an old 2-story stone building with multiple entrances. There is thick ivy that covers every wall and iron fencing along its roofline. The trail ends at an open loading dock on the ground floor. A wooden stable of more recent construction is attached to the east side of the winery, and that is over here, it looks like, is this stable that I previously mentioned. And that is next to the loading dock. So basically over here, I'll show you, is where the loading dock is. West of the winery is a crumbling well and a wooden outhouse, which, for the record, is again different. Those are different things from each other. So I'm going to put more of, reveal more of the outside of this building because there's multiple ways that you could theoretically approach it.
We are very big.
Huge.
Huge.
Just confirm these squares are 10 feet or 5 feet.
These squares are 5 feet.
Okay.
Okay, just give me a second here. I literally have to like cover the inside of the well, so I'm like, I'll just reveal everything. Oh, except for the well. Well, and there's the well. Everything else though. Okay. So you can see the outside of it. As it does look like an older building, although not nearly as old as Argenvust where you just were. Okay, almost. Bear with me a little longer. Just a little bit longer. Okay. And I think that should be just about it. Lovely. Okay. So, yeah, let me zoom out a little bit, the player map, so the chat can see this as well. So you've got a whole, basically a few areas that you could join, and it depends on where you want to put yourselves in terms of where you want to approach this area.
I assume we're at the north. I mean, like it's safe to approach from the north.
Yeah, so that is up to you where you want to approach from. If you want to do the north, that's fine, but then just everyone place yourselves, please, where you want to be, and I will resize. I shall resize Weller downwards.
So I assume past
Weller
this
downwards.
square line here is something else map related, yeah. So it's, like this is the edge of the.
Yeah. That leads to other things.
How dare
Alright.
you?
Got it.
That's
Actually,
basically the
a
upper
little bit-
floor up there.
I would need to be a little bit smaller, I think.
So it's definitely a multi-level structure.
There you go.
See,
Just joking. Not that small, all right?
I'm Mini Django.
don't forget the Raven.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, don't forget Valley. Very important.
Well, I also have to bring in Esmeralda.
Everyone
we got
else,
those
yes.
3. There is Mason.
Oh, I can bring in
Stop
Geronimo.
moving me.
I didn't move it. That wasn't me.
Move more.
That was Sod. Blame Sod.
It wasn't me. I
Hashtag
didn't
blame.
do it.
Blame whoever that was. That wasn't
I just
me.
got rid of the hit points because for some reason it's got 12 or 24 and won't
Let me
change.
just pull.
Oh, I hate that it strikes them all. It's very annoying.
Esmeralda.
Go. That was my armor class, like 14, I think.
Okay.
I seem to see my character sheet. How odd. All right, let's.
Okay, here we go. Wizard of Lines. All right. All right. Whoops. Sorry. You're already over there. There's Valley, and there is Esmeralda, and let me just reduce Little Wella. There we go. Okay. I think we're all set. Oh, wait. Sorry, we got something. $20. Yay from Classicor. Thank you, Classicor. Woo! Thank you. Thank you, Classicor. I see it. Thank you very much, Classicor. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Good to see Classicor, former Arvanaut Idol winner. 1627 that brings us up to. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Classicor. Thanks, dude. And thank you, mods, for handling the alternate method. So we are up to 1627 now. We are only $123 away from the 1750 giveaway, and then of course we'll be that much closer to 2000. So we are making serious progress right here. And right now the party is still trailing Adventures of Middle-earth for the most money raised for a particular session. So that is, I understand that's
So
really the
let's
most.
fix that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the most important thing for anybody. So, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Classicor. No, it's true. You weren't. That's true. You will always be once an Arvidal winner, always an Arvidal winner. That is true. Okay, so you folks, thank you again, Classicor. So you're all standing outside here. But did you want to make him go? You wanted Little Weller to vanish?
No,
Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't
I was
moving
just
him.
hiding him because he's in his bottle.
I gotcha. Okay,
Stop moving him.
okay, there we go. How about now? Just kidding. Okay. So, all right. So, what do you folks? Where do you want? How do you folks want to approach? And I'm going to assume that you're making a decision from a little bit of a distance. So, whenever you finally say, "Okay, this is where we're going to approach," you're not actually 10 feet away from it yet. This is just you assuming where you're going to go.
So you said the double doors on that were technically staying in front of that. You said a loading dock. Is that correct?
This area right here appears to be a loading dock, and this right here looks to be a stable. If you had to guess.
Okay, and then the steps to some sort of entryway to our right.
What's up, Caradwin? I like the giveaway
Caradwin?
code word of strange tree. I think that's pretty.
Oh, it is Caradwin.
What's up, Caradwin? Good to see you.
He used to be my DM.
Oh, is this the guy that you were kind enough to say 2 favorite DMs of the world?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, well, very nice
I used
to meet you.
live with him, and he was my dungeon master, and we've been friends for probably longer than some of our people in the chat have been alive. So, yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. Welcome, Caradwin. Thank you for helping DM him and making him such a good player. Made it a lot easier for me. Okay, so yeah, welcome in. So here we go. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. All
right. I'm thinking we just check out over here. Just check these structures out.
And on the west side, of course, is this, the well and these things. Yeah.
This room, whatever this is. So I'm thinking we just go down here
It's the
first.
well.
Just have a look. You never know. The well could be contaminated. Just, so I'm thinking I'll head this way towards the well and
Probably stay together. So yes, let's.
I was just about to ask. Okay, so you're all going to do that?
Yeah, and Drama will follow me.
Okay.
Oops,
So
I
this
said-
is there is a ring of tight-fitting moss-covered stones which enclose this well. It is kind of crumbling from the outside. You can see it's kind of you can just start seeing it kind of break down a little bit. And so that's funny, Kieran. But there is water inside it at the moment. So it's an active well of some kind.
Does it look like fresh water? Has it been contaminated?
Well, it certainly does not look black and murky, but it's impossible to tell if it's completely been contaminated or not unless you were to actually drink from it or cast something. I don't know.
I'll give it a little
have
drink.
Little Weller rappel down into it or something like that. I don't know.
I'll grab some and have a little sip, see if there's a...
Okay. It tastes like normal water, perhaps a little brackish, but not bad for you.
Seems fine.
At this image, he turns. Seems fine. He just like falls over my face.
Yeah. Take 2 steps and then...
I'm fine, Death. No, it seems fine.
Mason, are you joining us, or are you still standing at the corner?
Sure.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Well,
So,
I'll let him go. I'll let go into what is obviously the outhouse.
Yeah, just checking. You know.
I mean, I may be reanimated, but I still have a sense of smell.
The classic. Put your ear to it just to see if you hear anything.
Go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
Occupied.
Yeah. Oh, that's persuade. Oh, that was persuasion.
You persuading the outhouse. Would you please explain? Don't give me any of your crap, outhouse.
See,
Okay.
My rolls today.
Yeah, you sort of listen and you hear a heart beating. You're like, whoa.
Sod, isn't this
Whoa,
the
and
case?
then you realize it's your own heart that's beating.
Stop,
Who does number 2 work for? Exactly, DJ.
Stop it, please.
Listen here, you shitty house. Yeah, the jokes write
I would
themselves.
be a god at Everwind if we pretended that this was Everwind.
Oh man,
Hey,
you do not hear anything inside.
And
Must
vice
we-
versa.
Think up your game systems. Your game
Okay. All
Must
right,
we continue to
so-
take the piss out of Sod?
Nice.
Yes,
Well done. Well
yes.
done.
That's the whole point.
Here you are working
you're
and
doing it already.
toileting outside, and this.
Okay, I'm going to open the door.
Okay.
This can only end well.
What a shitty thing to do.
There are there are sweet-smelling herbs which hang from. You're in real trouble now. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh!
There, sweet-smelling herbs hang from the eaves of this ramshackle wooden outhouse, which has a small crescent moon that's carved into its door.
Can we just let this pass, please?
Just a quick
Just wipe
peek
this from your memory. Why don't you?
quick peek in, see if there's any objects of interest. Is there anything there?
It seems
That
like
looks-
a pretty. I mean, I'll zoom in.
Not too far, please.
I'm just gonna zoom. I don't think we're quite. Let me just.
And now it's poo!
Yeah, let me just make sure that we zoom in for chat.
Yeah, like a
so that they
scene
can
from
all
Meet the
see.
Feebles. It's no.
Ugh.
Too close.
All right, there we
You
go.
have to
Just
go
make sure
there.
we're all zoomed in, like real.
The very title of that song is
Clear.
terrible.
It's
Absolutely
awesome.
terrible.
It is an awesome film from Peter Jackson. If you have not watched it, you must. Arv, do not watch that with your kids.
No, okay.
Yeah, no.
I love that movie, Trent. Ardenell says. While Trent eats oatmeal, I bet that's appetizing.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I was going to grab just like a huge heaping spoon of oatmeal, like,
It's not one of yours, is it?
Oh
and
my
then-
God.
but the oatmeal's still too hot, and I would scald myself.
Oh, it was worth it for the joke. Oh.
No, not really.
Oh, my mouth is on fire.
Okay. So anyway, that there does not seem to be anything unusual. I mean, there is, of course, there's an area on the bench which has a cover on it, and you could, if you wanted to investigate,
Could do things if you want to.
you could always.
Well, I guess I'll just go and have a little peek down. Sure, let's do it.
So-
let's go.
Oh, please let there be a
Would you like to roll more dice?
So when
I
you
just w-
when you open it, I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Oh, okay.
We warned you.
And then the
Hey!
You're like, oh, it smells. It's clearly been used as an outhouse. It has the foul funk of 1,000 years.
Oh, he
to
opened
quote a
the
song.
outhouse. I was like, wait a minute.
And,
He opened the main door.
yeah, it smells like roses. No, it's like the famous "it smells in there," but we're gonna spray some Lysol disinfectant and think that does the job. Like it's fine now. It
Right.
smells like vanilla crap. Like thanks.
Clearly, they
everybody.
haven't been putting the wood
Um,
chips down after every use as they've been supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it smells a little not so good. But it seems normal though.
The nightshade spray. Yes, that should do the job.
All right, so I'll just back up and go.
Ew, what crawled in here and died?
Hey, if you want to go, you can go now. Now's a chance.
No, I wasn't.
Esmeralda, you turn around and you see Esmeralda just sort of staring at you as
Like
you
double
with
over
her
some
arms folded.
vomits.
No, not you. You can't go in there.
And she kind of
Wait.
tilts her head.
And he points at Zaramba,
And not you either.
And she also looks at you like quizzically.
and he points at the symbol on the door. He said,
Do you know what this means? Men's room. You cannot, if it was a ladies' room, it would have a star on the door. You cannot, this is the men's room.
They both kind of stare at you, and then Esmeralda
That's actually true.
turns around and stiffly moves away.
How you tell the outhouses apart. The ladies' room has a star on the door. And the men's
Does
room
not
has
seem
a-
to be a separate ladies' room, no.
While he's instructing him in the finer points of bathroom genderism, I'm going to investigate the front door.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow, this episode is going places. Anyway.
This is so this is okay. As you get to the front door, it's actually not the. It's really kind of a side
I was gonna
door.
say, why is the outhouse right in front of the
Yeah,
front
it's really
Yeah.
a side. It's really a side. It's really a side door, but the door is
next
open.
to it, yeah.
As
Trend.
you are getting up to
The
the
other
door,
door is
though,
the entrance to the ladies' room. That's obviously what it is. The rest of this is they have the waiting room,
There you
Yeah.
go.
the room, the tertiary
Inside.
room. The...
Yeah.
As
living
you are
room.
going to the getting up to the door, you
My God, it's
hear
bigger on the inside.
suddenly the rustle of dead vines all around you. And as you look around, you can see from the vineyard inhuman shapes emerge, their
here they go.
limbs cracking as they trudge forth through the mist and the rain.
Ah, rock and roll.
And they are walking towards you. And let me just make sure I have the numbers right. 1, 2, 3.
80 of them.
Okay, let's just select all of these.
Every other square on the house is covered with one of them. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to do this one. And all of that.
On hearing this,
And-
Weller turns from the outhouse, sees all this, and goes, "Shit!"
Yep.
Runs into the outhouse.
See,
So 30 of these, at least, this is the only amount that I can show you, emerge from the surrounding vineyard and make their way towards you. They
And they're led
are,
by W7.
yeah, they are right now. Oh, yeah. How did that get there? All right, let me take care of that. Let me take care of
I
that.
had to bring that up. Like, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
WC, I'll fix it.
Let's reduce that back to the.
Ow.
Oh, okay, wait. So,
Top of the morning, W.
never mind
How
that.
are you?
Everybody else is there, though. So they are, and they're about, now when you first see them, again, I couldn't show you on this map, but they are about 120 feet away, and they are
good.
trudging towards you from the vineyard. So you have a chance to act, but they are clearly coming towards you, and there are at least 30.
Well, it looks like it's Attack on Precinct 13, the Vineyard Edition, all over again.
I guess we get
I
ready.
would suggest we get inside and let them come in at the choke point, other than
I do
taking them
believe-
all on at once.
I do
So
believe
I'm-
that. Is a good
That
plan.
won't work very well when they explode inside. You do know that.
You hold them at the door, Alec.
They're
Even
very
if they're
slow
locked.
moving. We can outrun them.
To where?
They're not that
Well,
slow
just-
moving. They're moving at about 30 feet around.
Mm. Where do you wish to go to run
Oh,
from them?
get inside the bloody house.
Exactly. And I'm heading in.
Aridinel's like, why don't you go inside the outhouse? It's a choke point. All of you inside the outhouse.
Well, it's a natural choke point. He's absolutely right.
It's certainly something.
You'll
Um,
rapidly run out of breathable air.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
And
I'm going
don't
to
light a
describe this
match.
in a minute. I'm just going to have you get inside here first. Okay, so if you folks are coming in, are you all heading inside? Is that right? I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Ron and I are.
Okay, is everybody else?
Ooh,
yeah.
why?
I'll go in last and just shut the door on them.
Weller, same. Okay.
how long is Alec going to wait before he shuts the door?
I wait as long as you need me, because I'll be the last one.
Just let them
If you want to take a shot at them, or...
Well, I can set one of them on fire.
yeah, go ahead. I guess if you think you can get them from this far, go ahead.
I mean,
No, that-
actually,
They have to get a little bit closer.
Okay.
Wait, Arv, hold on. How far away are they exactly right now?
Now 90 feet.
Perfect. So I can fire. My range is 120 feet for Eldritch Blast.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I have no compunction about using it. So, yeah. Let me just double check. Yep, 120 feet. So, yep. And I will take the opportunity to do so.
Okay. Weller, are you inside first? I just want to make sure I know who's out doing what yet.
I'm going to be kind of in the door, and then I get turned to Alec.
Actually, how far can you throw something?
Depends on how big and heavy it is.
It's about this big.
And he pulls up a small vial of some thick, sort of gelatinous orange kind of liquid.
That could probably be about 30 feet, 40 feet.
30 feet.
I mean, like, look at my arm. I mean, I could throw that. Throw a hand axe 20 feet, and that's pretty heavy.
Now they're about 60 feet. Trudge.
Rolled a 12. I'm not sure it's going to do it.
Okay.
Look, you want me to throw it or not?
Yes, right in the center of them, please.
Let me see. Okay, before anyone starts throwing anything towards anybody, I need to describe the room that you're in, because you may want to rethink once you hear all the things.
Oh, all
around.
right, fine, go ahead.
So give me just 1 second whilst I separate this out.
Well, if you insist.
Well, maybe. Okay. So
The room is filled with 890 of these things.
700 Blagothkuses. Okay.
Gothkai.
All made hip.
Blagothkai.
Okay. So, and I just want to be clear that I'm going to have Valley over here by you, because Esmeralda, I'm going to assume, is sort of along with you, Mason, just through the door. So all of you were able to see the following. And I'm describing this, and then, as I say, after this, we will roll initiative and figure out where everybody's going. But the rich smell of fermenting wine fills this large 2-story chamber, which is dominated by 4 enormous wooden casks, each one 8 feet wide and 12 feet tall, and you can see those over here. And most of them have wine in them, but perhaps not all, as I will explain in just a moment. So a wooden staircase in the center of the room, right here, climbs another 5 feet as it continues along. A wooden staircase climbs to a 10-foot-high wooden balcony that clings to the south wall, which has 4 windows set into it at balcony level. Stacked against the wall underneath the balcony are old empty barrels, and you can see even from here that it says the Wizard of Wines burned into their sides, like, branded. The balcony climbs another 5 feet as it continues along the west and east walls, ending at doors which presumably lead to the winery's upper level. Underneath these side balconies are several doors, some of which hang open, and you can see one of them there, and you can see another set of 2 doors over there. Beneath the sloping roof stretch thick rafters, upon which scores of ravens have quietly gathered. They watch you with great interest. And as you're sort of looking at all this, the balcony creaks. So I just want to be clear that you folks right now, Esmeralda and Mason, you're underneath this balcony. So like this, the dotted line represents the spot that's elevated. Okay, so you're underneath that. This spot where you are right now, do you see that, Rob? So you're okay.
That was where when I went.
Okay. The balcony creaks, drawing your eye to a wild-looking figure hunched over the westernmost cask, pouring a flask of thick syrup into it. She wears a gown made of animal skins and a headdress with goat horns, and her hair is long and unkempt. Suddenly, you see something skittering across the floor. It looks like a tiny creature made of twigs. It moves from its hiding place under the stairs and disappears beneath the easternmost cask.
Well, that didn't look quite right at all, now did it?
I don't know what to do with that information, so I'm just going to let it get back to Arv.
So now that you've had a chance to see that, we're going to place... Whoop, come on now.
So it just skittered away? It didn't come towards us? It went in someplace to hide?
Yeah. It seems like it may not have noticed you yet. There we go.
So the person making the wine is still there, just a little creature that was on her.
Correct. And there's sort of, her back is turned to you. So at the moment, it doesn't look like anything has noticed you, but at least one little wooden thing, again,
So
about little Weller's height, Just
There is a person here making wine. Does she
well,
seem
you
like
don't know
a
what she's
threat?
making, but she's over that cask.
Does she seem like a threatening individual or just someone?
Well, I mean, you know, animal skins, headdress with goat horns, and her hair is long and unkempt. I don't know. She might be perfectly friendly. But we will find out about all that after you gentlemen roll initiative. Give me 1 second here while I bring up the turn tracker.
Don't forget to touch yourself.
It has been brought up. Okay.
Always do. Wait a minute. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, 16.
All right, let's get some combat music up here. Roll.
Hello. I guess I'm going first.
You know what? I need.
Oh, actually, I'm not going to use Dark Continent. I'm going to use another one because I just found it yesterday and it's great.
John, could you please change your damn dye to a color we can see?
Nope.
God
He
damn.
likes his dice. It's cheating dice. I'm telling you.
Wait.
The number is still the same. It's not like I can change the number that
But
appears.
no one can see it in the damn channel.
Then does it really make a sound?
They can see
Exactly.
it.
Yes, they.
They can see it, but they don't know what number comes up.
They can see the roll in the
No.
chat.
Oh, I guess it
Yeah,
does.
for
come up there.
Exactly. And these dice have proven very,
But
very,
we-
very, very, very fortuitous for me.
That is presuming that is the number that they rolled.
Why wouldn't it be?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Because you're a sneaky son of a gun.
I think that's the one.
Yeah, I had that much programming to modify it so I can bring it up to whatever I want.
He admitted it. He admitted it.
There we go.
Not even close. Anyone who knows me knows I have no programming ability whatsoever.
Mhm.
That's what someone with programming skills would say.
There we go.
Next thing you'll tell me is you never were at the grassy knoll, were you?
What grassy knoll?
Okay, I'm gonna set
I
this
know
up.
not of what you speak.
In that bar where all the hyenas hang out.
That's right.
No, no, no.
The
Sorry, folks. I'm just.
Wait, how are you spelling Knoll?
Okay.
Why would they be? Why would they be grassy in particular?
They do lawn care during the day.
There we go. Let's get that
Righty.
up there. Get that up there. And okay, and that should be no, that one.
So for those of you who have forgotten, if we hit our goal of $3,500 towards Damon Runyon Cancer Research, I will shave all of this off. I'm touching my beard so that no one confuses it for the rest of my body. I ain't doing that. Well, I would, but that's a much higher dollar value.
Yeah.
and we've only got 9 hours. so-
Right, and it would take that long.
Okay. Let's see. So we have got okay. So I'm looking at a bunch of numbers. Okay, so Django's have you rolled initiative, Django? Oh, you did. You have a 6?
Yeah, that's no. Valley has a 6. I have a 13.
Oh.
Although I think it might go on my initiative. I can't remember. Where the hell did I put Sarama? She disappeared. For
Uh-oh.
some reason.
In the cask.
Okay, so you have a 13. You had a 16, Alec, is that right?
Correct.
Weller,
yeah.
you had a 6. But Little Weller had a 16.
Again,
Okay,
that's
and-
Valley. Is that 6?
And Valley had a 6.
Yeah.
And Root is not there.
Oh,
so
it rolls
never
its own
mind about
initiative.
that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Okay, and you have Zarama there, right? So
Well, I'm trying to find her right now, and I don't see her token anywhere, which
There.
is a little. There she is. Okay,
found her.
let me roll for her real quick.
hey, what's up, Gluttonous Geek?
What is it? A D8 million, I think, or something.
Yes, that's clearly a D8 million.
You can do that.
Did you see this?
It's pretty goddamn close, to be quite honest. Okay, but
I don't know if any of you saw this. There was a post that I saw on Twitter the other day where someone made, and it was very brilliant how they did this. Somebody made a one-sided die.
Really?
What?
And
She's
what
going
they
on,
did,
she's going on 7.
On
real
7,
quick.
okay.
Yeah, that was
what they did was they made like a ring where the outside of it curves so that it's vertical.
So it's a Mobius die, basically.
It's basically, yeah, and it's vertical at one point and horizontal at another, and where it's parallel to the ground, it has a 1 on both sides of it, so it can flip like a coin, so it can at least land. It has like, I guess technically it's cheating because it's really a coin that just has the same thing printed on both sides of it, but it was very smart the way they did it. It can't land on anything but 1.
Dragosphere's like, isn't that a piece of paper? What's up, Jails?
Paper has 2 sides.
Ah, true. It'd have to be a Mobius strip.
Yes.
Because a Mobius strip, technically, there's actually an interesting science fiction story written about where they were designing they designed a subway track, but it was accidentally designed because of the nature of how it was made into a Mobius strip, so the train disappeared when you went on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting. All right, and let's get that person.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, and that's 4. Okay. So, lovely. All right. Means you got an 18, all right. Okay. So, let's see. Weller, what is Little Weller's dexterity, please?
Little Weller's dexterity is 13, so he's at a +1.
Okay, Alec, what's yours?
Mine is a 12.
Okay. So he then shall go first. Little Weller will before you.
Wait, I have a 21, Arv.
I already got you, dude.
First
I'm working down the list.
Oh, sorry.
Ties.
I was reading up on
More
what the
people
fuck
than you
Mobius-
in this fight. No, that's fine.
I was reading about what the fuck a Mobius strip is. I was like, yeah, it's that thing. Wait, I've never heard of that before.
Oh yeah, Mobius strips are interesting.
Fucking cool.
Yeah.
They did a great Futurama in later, the Mobius strip.
Oh, did they?
It was awesome. It was really cool. Yeah.
And Mr. Ward mentioned one too. There is the theory of the Mobius.
That's cool. Okay, so you have a 13, Django, you said, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I rolled 13, which is reasonable. I'm still going 4th. Like, holy crap.
Okay, and did someone roll for, what did Zarama get? You said a 7?
7.
Okay.
Actually, an 8. I'm sorry. She has an initiative bonus of 6.
She got an 8.
But I rolled a 2. So, Ceylon.
And then, let's see. I didn't bring Yishwan on.
Oh, don't bother.
Nobody likes
Yeah.
that.
Nobody likes that guy.
Well, plus
okay.
I'm really worried that the dog might get killed, and I don't want to say, yeah, by the way, your dog's dead.
Also, your dog's dead. What? Okay.
Well, much like yesterday, if you'd have been here.
Yeah, this would have been, yeah. Hey, also, Weller, your dexterity, please.
0. I mean, 11.
What? Literally incapable of movement. Just like. What is Valley's dexterity, John?
What the hell is a Raven's dexterity? I don't even know. Let me find out. Hold on. I have actually. Let's see. Raven. Let's see if I can statistics. Oops, spelled that wrong. Rave. I don't know what the hell that is in Dragon in Barovia. Probably nothing. Let's see here. Raven. 14.
Okay, so they will go before Weller. All right, and
Perception +3. Ah, okay.
normally I like to put the monsters on here, and I put the hit point totals and then the number of creatures that there are. I put in parentheses. Guess who's not going to put 30 different hit point totals of all these things? And then I'm like, yeah,
all of us.
How about I
Whiner,
not do that?
whine.
Use the good old swarm mechanics.
Exactly.
This is where audience participation comes into effect.
Here we go. Let's do it.
Everybody
all right.
remember a number.
Exactly. Okay. Let's have okay, Mesa, you were up first. You see again. Now, I do want to point out that at the moment, the creatures on the far side of the room have not seen you. You don't think, but these creatures from the outside have very much seen you and are headed towards you.
Yeah, I'm gonna step back towards where Xavier is and kind of. He's done his Eldritch Blast. Now I'm gonna do mine. So I'm gonna shove him out of the way a little
Towards
bit.
where Django is, you mean?
Thank you.
What
Why don't
did
I-
I say?
You said towards
You said
Xavier. I'm like,
Xavier.
wait.
Oh, yeah.
Now
Well,
Mason's gotten
hey.
so separate. He's like,
He's gonna fold into himself.
Yeah, actually, now I can see a projection of myself standing outside myself.
okay, so you step back towards that, right?
Step back towards. I almost said Xavier again. Django, and then I'm gonna do an Eldritch Blast. Now, is this actually where they're positioned? Are they like in this?
No, I because there's no real good way to do it. They are actually they're basically in groups of 5. So there
Okay.
are groups of 5 that are coming towards you, and yeah, I can't specify separately. There's just not enough room.
No, that's fine. So I'm gonna just like try to do a line across the center of the pack of them and try to hit as many as I can.
Okay.
So probably like just through the.
There we go. Okay, and they are at this point, as you do this, about 80 feet away, roughly. Is that?
As I can hit it with it's 120 feet
Okay.
range.
And then when we get to your Eldritch Blast, we will have the Eldritch Blast. You'll be able to take your turn, Django. Like the Eldritch Blast went off technically before initiative began, so you'll be able to do your Eldritch Blast, and then your turn will continue at that point.
Okay.
Once we get there.
Like that's
All right.
that's clearly not right, but.
Eldritch Blast only hits one target, so it's not like you're getting an area of effect.
Right.
2 at 5th level, you get 2 beams, so you can
Right,
fire.
but they
it.
only hit one target. I mean,
Each beam hits one target.
Right.
It's not a burst.
Pew,
thing.
pew. Yeah.
All right, then I'll hit the one that's nearest to me, or the nearest 2 to me.
Okay.
That's fine also.
Alrighty.
Where the hell is it? There it is.
Okay.
I think that'll hit.
Absolutely.
Okay. So do I have to roll it once for each?
For each
Yes.
beam,
La-
I would believe so. Yeah.
Yes, you do.
That's 7, and I gotta do it. Can I just... All right, so 1 gets hit for 7, 1 gets hit for 2.
No, you have to roll an attack roll for each beam.
Oh, it's an attack roll for each
Yeah.
beam. Okay, did not know that. All right.
You can hold on to that 7 for the first one though, if you like.
Who's mucking around with my sheet?
Sorry, I thought I was looking at runes for a second, and apparently I was looking at yours.
Assad, I know your power is great, but stop it.
He's like
I
drawing a
apologize.
crayon a mustache on his like, stop it.
That's not gonna do it. 15.
15. Yeah, 15 will hit actually.
Fucking hell, yeah. All right, nice.
And that was the problem I had with that Shadow. Is I had a couple
And it's
people who
still
just don't
two.
have VR stuff. That's the problem.
It's still 2 anyway.
It's
I
2
love when
anyway.
that shit happens.
Okay. So one of them, this one we'll say, is destroyed as your blast hits. It just blows up. The second one has like bits sort of taken off of it, but does not. That's all. These are not large things, by the way. The creatures that you fought in the forest were bigger than this. These almost look like smaller versions of those, although there are many more of these than there
Like
were
they're
of
not
those.
fully grown.
Right.
All right, and I move back to my starting position, and that's my turn. Thank you.
Okay. That is going to lead us to Esmeralda, who...
Wait, actually, I want to use my bonus action. Sorry.
It's okay.
I want to take my crossbow. I have it already, and infuse it with right of the arm. So that it is. I have my health is now 52. No. 51, I think is what it is now. 51, and my crossbow is now infused.
Okay, so you are at 51 out of 53, right?
51,
Because of the
51 out of 3, correct.
lovely. Okay. So Esmeralda steps forward and kind of looks behind you and says, "The ones outside are one problem. but another one is what is in here. And she says, I would get inside and close that door. There's too many of them out there. And then she carefully makes her way down here and just zips inside. And then you can see she kind of peeks out in this direction as if looking at the creatures down this way. And that leads us to Little Weller.
So Little Weller pops out of his bottle and hands Alec a vial of this very viscous, gooey orange liquid, and then turns invisible.
Okay. All right. And where did he go? Literally.
He's invisible.
I know that. Is he up on the other side of the...
He's in the shadow in the opposite corner.
All right, I'm going to put him over here just because he may be invisible, but I'd like to actually know where he is. He's invisible. Are you sending him anywhere?
Not just yet. He's kind of inching along this. Whoops, sorry. He's kind of inching along the wall towards this this way.
Okay. That is going to lead us to Alec is up next.
All right, I'll give it a throw. And I'll just use my hand axe to roll and tell me what it does.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. 11.
And this is the vial that he gave you?
Yep.
Okay. So this thing, so that's going to miss. The question is, let's see. It's going to miss, so that means I need to see if blah, 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 blah. Yeah, because you make a ranged attack, treating it as an improvised weapon, hidden and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So what happens is it shatters in the middle of these creatures. And what happens is you see this sort of flame shoot up. The problem, though, is that it is not like a fireball, right? It's a fluid which sort of, when exposed to air, ignites. And so these creatures do not march through it. In fact, they kind of avoid it. If you were to hit something and it was then shattered on it and sort of set it fire, that could actually do some serious good by setting other things around it on fire. But on the ground as it is, it does not set them on fire at the moment.
Well, sorry, tried. Just start heading inside then. I'll sit in this other spot next to the door and just get ready to shut it as soon as everyone's in.
Okay. That is going to lead us to Django.
I need to make a quick adjustment. It's actually, I think if I read this correct, it's 5 points per right now because I'm level 5, because it's a Crimson Right is 1 point per level up to your current character level. So it's not 2, it's 5. So I'm actually down to 48.
48. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, so yes, Jenko.
So you said my first pre-initiative blast would go off.
Right. Let's do that first.
Yeah, the first roll on that was a 12, which I'm not sure it's going to hit.
It's not.
Okay, well, the second one on that one, let's try again there. Right here we go.
Surprisingly, when confronted by the Children of the Corn, the party does not.
17.
Okay, that will hit.
Okay, and 8 points of force damage. I don't have the hex going there. That doesn't really work. So.
You blow it up.
All right, so another one gone. Okay, now I will continue to fire on my initiative turn. We'll do another one, if you don't mind.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
That will...
13 and a 24.
Both of those will hit.
Okay. Wow. Neat. And then damage. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? That point, that's... All right. Oh, wait. Is it adding it in? Saad, is that force damage adding in my agonizing blast damage of +5?
Yep. You rolled a 3 plus 5.
Yeah, no, just checking. It didn't. Yeah, I rolled this differently. So 8 and 7. I guess on one target till it blows up, pretty much. So
yeah. Okay. So 8, 7 on one target. Kablam.
Yep. There we go. Okay. So
All right.
they're going to get here pretty quickly. So I'll have Zarama get inside, and then I'm going to move. Yeah, going to move into the end.
Okay, so they all move inside. Now they go. So now they actually get to the point where you actually can.
I just want to jump in real quick because I just need to clarify one thing before all that stuff with the thing, because I just read it again.
What's that?
When it says reduces your maximum hit points, is that like if I were at 30 hit points out of 53, it would reduce from my hit point pool?
Not if your current pool is lower than your max.
Right, so that would just be my maximum hit points. I wouldn't actually lose a further 5 hit points.
Right, so your maximum right now is 48 out of 48 until you reinfuse yourself.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure because that's only that number is only going to go up as we gain levels.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
So they go. So they basically get here.
Hang on.
Yes.
Well, no, actually, go ahead. I'll save this till later.
Thank you. They get here. So they are now probably within about 30 feet of the house, and they're maybe 20 feet within Weller's sort of sight, moving very quickly. The other thing, this wild, looking creature down here has continuing to just kind of like attend to the vats and doesn't seem to have noticed anything yet. But I mean, these things aren't silent. I mean, they're not yelling, but you can hear like, right, sort of rustling coming towards you. As I just realized I didn't play the combat music yet. Play the damn music, please. So there we go. Now we got it. So they are coming towards you very quickly. These ones, as I said, this one is not, this wild one is not moving yet, but they will be there. Next turn, they'll be upon you. Now Valley gets to go. And finally, Weller bringing up the very rear.
Valley's going to flap down here. And, like, is there interesting. Is there a railing? There's a railing on this landing, or is it just bare?
It is bare. Mm-hmm.
Well,
be aware, by the way, that if you do that, now there are ravens up here in the sort of the eaves, so be aware if you sort of come down off of that, this creature's going to notice you. You know that, right?
She's busy pouring syrup, I thought.
She is, but that doesn't mean she can't see you when you come within her sight. I mean, she has ears.
I'll park right. It's a raven, dude, and just one of 8 million ravens here. I'm going to park right here.
Yeah, but they are not moving. That's fine.
Camouflage.
Okay,
yeah,
so that's fine.
He will stay there, and he is going to watch her.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. That's about going to sit there for now.
Okay. Is he watching her for anything in particular?
He's just I don't have the sight up. I can telepathically communicate with Valley, but he's just watching her for and see if she notices us coming in, Valley will let me know.
Okay.
That is what's happening.
Okay, gotcha. All right, that leads us to Weller. Weller, you finally get to go. You're like, wait, go.
Outhouse. Go for the outhouse. Oh, sorry.
There's plenty of room for me in there.
No, Weller moves to the door and looks back towards the thing, which should now be within the 30-foot range or so. At least one of them.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
should be. And he's going to sacred flame one of them and then duck inside and close it.
Make it happen.
Okay, I'll try. DC 14.
All right. Let's see how this thing goes.
Dexterity.
It does not make it.
So it takes 4 points of radiant damage.
It blows up. These are not big things. Okay. So the good news is you killed a number of them. The bad news is that there are still 26 of them still left to go. So
Weller moves inside and closes the door.
19. And actually, now that I have some cleared out of the way, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Lovely. All right. I'll be happy to know they're all there.
27, 28,
Okay.
29.
And he closes the door. Okay. So closes the door. That brings us up to the top of the round, and it is
Is there a way to like bar it?
It does not look like it. There is a lock on this side, but it looks like it's key operated on both sides, and the key's not there. But yeah, so it does not look like there's a wooden bar or anything over the inside of it. This definitely does not look like a place that was intended to withstand sieges on the regular. So,
They are one of the most popular sources of everything that everybody in this place seems to want.
I know, it's amazing. You'd think that it'd be a fortress, but no. Okay, Mason is up. Esmeralda will be on deck after that. Mason,
Vineyard and keep designed for battle. Protect the wine at all costs. What about the women and children? Scrum, get the wine out.
You can grieve for them using alcohol later.
They will stomp those grapes until their dying day, which will be today if you don't get to the battlements.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna follow suit here and just sort of move around this way and slide in this room and have my crossbow at the ready, and that's my move.
Okay, that is going to lead us to Esmeralda. Esmeralda.
Can I see what's in there?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I didn't
my
reveal
token?
that. I didn't reveal it because she was there and you didn't know, but you were not her. Yes, I can. So let me show you a little bit of that. You'll be happy to know that there are stairs here and towers. I know it's.
So she's gonna be on one side of the door, and I'll be on the other side of the door, so I can keep an eye out.
One day off.
So
you'll
this
do a
is
one-level town.
I know it, right? This turret contains a stone spiral staircase, and there are windows in the outer wall which are allowing light to enter. And I do want to mention that this one, as opposed to what I said before, this does go down and up. So there is definitely something going down to what looks like a basement, and then obviously up to the second floor.
Question. Because I only did a move, I don't necessarily want to attack her if she proves to not be threatening, but can I hold an attack until she makes a clear attack on us?
Only to the end of the round.
Oh, only to the end of the round. Okay, well then that's still fine. But yeah, if I'll keep doing that until
So in other words, if she turns, it looks like she's going to be
first.
Right. But if she turns and looks like she's threatening you or being hostile, then at that point you're going to bring down the noise. Is that the idea?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Now that's not going to change my position in the turn order, is it?
No, because you're holding an action.
Right.
If you wanted to change initiative order, which you could do, then you would literally just say, "I'm going to go now after, Olive or something," and then it
I'm
would.
going to hold my turn at that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. All right.
Got it.
It's going to lead us to Esmeralda. Esmeralda sort of looks over at you and she says, "Well," sort of quietly. "Well, do we challenge this one now while she's not looking, or do we go up and down stairs and try to avoid it?"
I don't get a chance to answer, do I?
Sure you do. Yeah.
Oh, I can. All right.
You just can't
Not
go
a
into a big
soliloquy,
yeah,
you know.
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
This reminds me of when I was a child, and I.
Let me tell you a story. I'm very fun at campfires, you might have noticed. Begins with no. I'm not sure, actually. But I don't think that we should start something while there's still so many enemies outside, as I'm getting a call from Lithuania because my phone just gets spam messages. Come on, Congress, do something about that.
Mm-hmm.
Do something.
I forgot to mention that all those creatures outside are from Lithuania, so they're just like,
Yes.
ring, ring, could you please let us in?
And we just lost all of our Lithuanian viewers. Thanks, Arv. Good job. Very nice.
Notices 0 change in viewer number.
We're not calling creatures of the forest. We just don't know why you keep calling. Anyway, yeah, I think we're best to leave well enough alone until we know more about what we're dealing with. And that's all I say.
Okay. And she nods, and she says, "Then perhaps I should head upstairs or downstairs to investigate." And you can respond to that, and then we'll have to go on to the next person if you want.
We could flip a coin. That's just how I ended. I don't actually have a good answer to which.
Okay, that's fine. So she sort of shrugs and then kind of still waits as if she's still thinking herself about what she wants to do. Caradwin, in answer to that question, if you just do, if you go over there, you can then, in the sort of URL, there's an other place where you can actually enter the URL for this channel. There's a thing that says basically, where did you hear of us? How did you hear about us or whatever? So you could actually put it there, and that would be helpful.
I made a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
If that makes sense, Caradwin. And thank you for considering donating. That's appreciated. Okay, so that is going to bring us to Little Weller, and Alec will be on deck. What is Little Weller going to do? I like the little ninja symbol to indicate invisibility, by the way.
Yeah. Little Weller's going to move over here and look into the other his face over there.
Into this one?
No. The space
That north
of-
pathway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I was like, because he can't see that; it's too tall. Yes. This is actually a set of doors that are set back a little bit from the rest of it, and they are closed at the moment. But those lead to what seems like another room.
Okay. He's going to. He can only move 20 feet, so he's about at the limit of his thing. So he's gonna, noting that, he's gonna continue watching Mr. Crazy Hair up there.
Okay. That is going to lead us to Alec, and Django will be on deck. Alec, you may proceed.
All right, so I'm like, well, hold the door. I'm just gonna get something to barricade it with, and I head out and try and pick up one of these barrels, and see if anyone's like filled with wine, so it's really heavy, and kind of roll it towards the door and use as a barricade. That's my whole turn.
Okay. So you're going to bring now. So just to be clear, though, so these things that are inside, those barrels, those are stacked underneath. Those are old, empty barrels. They are not full. You can actually see that most of them have their lids off and whatever. So if you want to bring them over, you can do that. But
Lost the lids.
there's two things I wanted to note about it. The good news is that means that you can pick them up without dragging them, which means you're not likely to attract attention from the people over here. The bad news is they're not going to help that much. There are barrels that might be elsewhere, which might have actual wine in them. Maybe on this side.
Yeah, I'm just gonna continue down and try and find one that has.
Okay. As you get closer, be aware that as you get closer, you run the risk of notifying them. So when you get pretty much to the stairs, I'm going to ask you to do a stealth check. Okay.
This is going to end well. I can tell. This is going to end really well.
They look around. He's like, "Hi, I'm
more focused on barricading this door.
I'm the barrel holder." Yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm the wine inspector.
She's gonna find out we're here sooner or later. It doesn't really.
Yeah. Okay. Django's
Here
up.
from
And
the
Zarama's on
department.
deck.
Make sure your wine is
15, 20,
Exactly.
25, 30.
up to.
So how far can I go?
enough.
60 feet, and these are 5 squares, so I could go all the way, check every barrel.
You could.
So I get to about there, I guess, and check all those barrels and find nothing. I assume they're all empty.
Yes. All of those barrels appear to be empty. Again, all of them have on the side these. Ooh, $100 donation from Caredwin. Yay! Thank you, Caredwin. Thank you so much. Yay! That is awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Thank you. And Damon
At
Runyon,
this rate,
thanks you.
that beard will come off in no time.
As well. It's true. So we are at 1727. Thank you so much, Caredwin. I
Nice.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We are at 1727. That means, thanks to that generosity and the generosity of Dragonspear and so many others before this, we are now only $23 away from 1750 and our next donation tier. So if you want to see even more donations, and if you want to get us that much closer to this gentleman no longer having a beard, ever in the history of not having a beard for the moment, then you
Trend's
just need to
been
keep
growing that beard for 20 years.
Exactly.
So
This beard that it's like Samson. He loses his voice. He's just like, I can't believe I did this. Sorry. Like everything is.
Go right back to my Texas roots if I lose this beard.
It's a natural filter.
Exactly. This is where I get all of the base comes from here.
The people don't understand. This is what I.
oh shit, he broke.
Oh,
That was perfect.
Wow.
he froze right at the right moment. Oh, that was perfect.
I went back to my net.
That was great. Oh man, awesome.
I look like my dad right there.
You remember Trenchcoat Trend when he was all baby faced? I've actually seen a picture from that time. I have seen a picture, so the internet couldn't handle that much Texas. That's true. Thank you again so much, Kevin. That's great. We're only $23 away from 1750. Awesome.
Only
Let's keep
the
it up.
internet.
All right, let's do it up. So, Alec, yeah, it is all, as I said, there's just the sort of markings on the side, and it's empty inside. Also, you can see that these look to have been empty for a while. So they look as if that these are, the wine would be sort of filling up these barrels normally, but they have not been moved or used for wine collection for some time, if you had to guess.
These are probably 50-gallon barrels, right?
It doesn't say, but I would say probably would be a reasonable estimate. Yeah, it doesn't say how big the barrels are, but I'd say that's a good guess. Okay, that is going to lead us to Mr. Django Lucky.
If I bump into Welder, sorry. I am trying to move quietly, Arv, because I do have a plan in mind
Okay.
here.
So far, you don't need to. When you get to the staircase is where I'll ask for stealth.
Oh, well, let's see. These are 10-foot squares, right?
They are. I think I said 5 foot, didn't I?
Yeah.
5. Oh,
5 foot
well,
squares. Yeah.
You can go the whole length if you want.
I just need to be this close. You said goat horns, animal skins, and they're coming this way. I'm kind of under the impression she is not a good person.
Her hair is long and unkempt.
Yeah, that's the dead giveaway right there. I mean, holy crap.
The back of her
Everyone
shirt
in
says, "My
frickin'
dad went to
Barovia
hell," and
has
all
a
I got was
cone,
this lousy
For
T-shirt.
God's sake.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna cast Psychic Shock on her.
Okay.
And,
Whoa.
Cast at what level? It's a cantrip, dude.
I'm just saying, you're already attacking. That's all. I'm just amazed. He just went straight in. I love it.
Well, she's casting some sort of like thick liquid into the wine. It's obviously screwing over the wine, but I'm a little confused to why this is saying. Why I need to. Well, I guess it's just a DM roll. Cast at what's first level? It's a cantrip, folks. What? Hang on, I gotta look this up real quick.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm delaying the game, but just a second.
She probably has to make some kind of a saving throw, in which case there was a difficulty check against it, which is why the.
Well,
Who
it's
knows?
different levels is a little weird. That's why I'm confused.
Oh.
Hang on. Here we go. Spells. Psychic. Shock. Just 1 second.
Blood
While you're doing
wine.
that,
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe blood wine.
it should also be noted that, and Weller probably sends this to Alec, psychically saying,
You do realize that even empty, those barrels weigh twice as much as I do.
Oh, cool. Okay. You invade. It does require an intelligence saving throw. Yes. Huh. If it failed, cantrip. If it fails, I guess if it succeeds, then nothing happens to it. All right. So, interesting. I still don't know why it's saying I have to make some sort of. I must have entered it wrong. That's what the problem is. Okay.
Okay.
Anyways,
so,
intelligence saving throw, Arv, if you don't mind.
alrighty.
versus
A
60.
very strong miss.
By 5 or more?
Yeah, a critical miss. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so first of all, she's going to take 2d6 damage, not 1d6, which is awesome.
2d6. Okay.
As soon as I frickin' get rid of the stupid. There we go. All right. So first of all, and here's the funny part. So a couple things. Take 8 points of damage. She has disadvantage on her next attack roll, and she does not realize that an outside effect has caused this flash of emotional pain. Instead, it's come from her. Like, I don't know if you want to do a crisis of conscience or whatever, but she has no idea what happened. Just suddenly she is racked with emotional doubt and guilt over what she's doing.
I've done
That's
that.
how it works.
Ooh,
That's
neat.
really cool.
Yeah.
I've been pouring a glass of wine and then suddenly.
Why? Okay.
Mhm.
So she kind of. So you see her as she's kind of like, oh, I was
Yeah.
just doing this for all the orphans at the. No, I'm just kidding. She doesn't do that. I'm just joking. So
I
she.
want to make a Cabo Merlot capsule, but no, it's all wrong.
I thought if I saved all of the puppies. No, she doesn't do
This was
that.
for the Cancer Research Foundation. Oh no!
Barovia.
This would have been the end of all. Oh no, she doesn't do that. She instead she kind of puts a hand and she and she kind of steadies herself on the edge of the vat. And as she does that, a couple of other little creatures kind of scurry out and look around. And now you see
So there's a couple of these little weasels.
more than a couple.
Okay.
95 of them.
7,000. Okay. All right. So.
Is she bathing her children? Is that what's going on?
God.
See,
No,
I'm
but you
drunk.
see a few of these starting to come out from me, almost as if in response to her. You see 4 of them here. That's all you
But
see.
they're-
Now again,
but
these
they're
are
small.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I was gonna say they're tiny,
Alright.
and they're just the same size the outside. So if you look at it and go, but wait, they're not that. They're all the same size. And they sort of scurry out like little rats.
Well, that's
or
by the way,
cockroaches.
Alec, that is the other proof we need that they're evil. So it's time for me to open up with a bigger can of whoop ass.
All of them are carrying a little dog treat for the puppies. No, they're not. That's not the case. So they all scurry out. She looks hurt, but she is now sort of aware, and she kind of not aware that anything hurt her, but she kind of sort of looks around, just kind of like type of thing.
Odd dagger into my mind. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay, and now, actually, are you doing anything else, Django? Guys, you just came there and did that, right? That was all?
Yeah, I moved and a cantrip. That's pretty much all I can do.
That's what I thought. So she sort of steps back, and then she's going to look around. Now, this is not because she thinks she got hit. She's just literally just like, whew, like kind of getting, grip for herself.
Right.
So she's going to look, and I'm going to have her make a perception check here. Which she is not going to make miraculously. She looks over sort of in this direction, towards you, I mean, and Django, and she kind of looks in that direction, but she's kind of like half, like her hand is over her eyes. She doesn't really pay that much attention. She does notice Valley just sort of perched on the railing, but she kind of sees it and kind of shakes her head and kind of turns around as if she's going to maybe go back towards the vat again. And that's going to lead us to Zarama.
Yes, Zarama will step inside. These are 5-foot squares again, right? Just to make sure. I want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Look like it.
Yeah.
5 foot. Yep.
And then so she can move. She can move behind the vat underneath here. Yeah. Right.
Underneath the balcony. Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's gonna. Oh wait, actually, she's still got cover. 7. Gonna hang like right here if she can position herself there. Does that work?
Yes. Once she gets there, I'm gonna need you have you make a stealth check. Once she gets past the staircase.
That's fine.
Oh, and actually, you know what? Let me think. Yeah. Because she can go underneath the stairs. Yeah, that's fine. But she will still need to make a stealth check if she's gonna get to that spot.
Yeah. 14.
All right. She does not seem to have been noticed.
Just gonna kind of hang there and just see what develops, basically. So.
Okay. All right. Now the bad guys go. Weller, you feel this enormous wham as something slams against the door. Now it doesn't knock it open yet, but you can sort of feel the door straining, and you hear this sort of rustling outside, as if some things are trying to bash their way in. The slam is coming from down below near your feet. Like you can feel that's where the force came from. And so it must obviously be that they're trying to get in from the inside. You held it so far, but you don't know how much longer because they're all like, it was a pretty big slam the first time. Meanwhile, these creatures all sort of scuttle back underneath this vat. And that is going to be the end for them. That's going to lead us to Valley. And then Weller will be on deck.
Valley's just going to kind of sit there for now. He does not wish to move at this point.
Oh, I thought you were RPing him. Caw!
Well, I was.
Okay. Okay, so he's just going to sit right there.
Just trying to blend it with the ones in the rafters. Just like,
Okay. And that's going to lead us to Weller with Mason on deck. Weller, what do you want to do?
Little Weller.
Nope, this is Big Weller. Because Little Weller was after Esmeralda.
Oh,
You checked the door, remember? And it
Yep,
was closed.
check the door.
okay. So yes, slightly larger Weller is starting to get a little bit worried that Alec is not yet back with a very large, very full cask of wine that weighs much more than he does. And he's kind of looking around, and I didn't realize this was like a mud room. Because we had everybody kind of crammed in here, so I couldn't quite see it. So is there anything that it looks like he can like spike the door with?
In this spot right here, there are a couple of what look like pieces of wood that sort of like have fallen from the shelves. You don't really know how to wedge it though, because there's nothing to like. I mean, you could put it underneath the door. You know, the door is not totally flush with the with the floor beneath it. So you could try to stick the wood in there, but it's not. There's nothing to hold it in place on the other side. There's nothing to kind of wedge it against.
Well, there's the other wall, right?
Yeah, but it's not long enough for that. It's
which.
That's what I mean.
Which was my first question.
Yeah, not long enough.
Is it a 5 foot long piece of thing? So in that case, how long is a quarterstaff?
Is a bucket or quarterstaff? It's a good question. I don't know. I will look.
Typically about 5 feet long.
Yeah,
I think they're like 5 or 6.
The average
yeah,
one. Yeah.
5 to 6 feet easily.
You can do that if you're going to close the door behind you, but you'd have to close the other door and then wedge them against each other. Because look at where it is. Because it's exactly 5 feet, and this is exactly 5 feet. So if you try to go from one diagonal corner to the other, you're not really going to. It's not going to be quite long enough.
No,
So unless you're doing something else that I'm not realizing.
well, sort of. Where's my drawing thing? Okay, draw polygonal line. I want to draw, like, since this door is closed, and of course it's not. It's great. Yeah, that's really clear. Yeah, he's basically going to pin it against the door and then against the corner of the wall where the other door would close. So he's not going door to door. He's going from the door to the door frame on the opposite side.
Okay. Because it's not straight, it's going to be not as strong as if it were straight across.
Well, oops, sorry. So since Weller doesn't really have have a quarter staff. Anyway, wait. He does, but he doesn't. So basically, he's looking around and he's trying to figure out what to do, and he just goes, and a quarterstaff made of his psychic energy bridges the gap and is holding the two doors, and he's got it like down by his side, so it's closer to the bottom of the door where the impacts are coming from.
Okay.
Now, if he lets go of that staff, it dissipates. So this is just to help him keep the door shut.
Okay.
But now it uses his psychic ability instead of his strength, is what I'm going.
Which would be more, to be.
Since he's at a -2 for his strength, that would be
considerably better. Logical. Okay. Logical. Okay, that sounds like a good thing. Obviously, you're not going to move for reasons we've already described. So actually, do me a favor and just put him back next to the staff so I don't forget. And that's going to lead us to Mason with Esmeralda on deck. Okay, Mason. So you saw a little bit of that. You saw that Alec is still looking, obviously, for a barrel. You saw Zarama kind of carefully, stealthily make her way over, and you saw these sort of little scurrying things as Django. Well, you didn't know that Django did this, but you heard the druid react and kind of gasp, and then sort of fall back a couple of steps, but then kind of look back towards the vat, and there was some skittering going on over near this vat.
Interesting. So there's a balcony above us?
Yes, correct. 10 feet above. And it's delimited by that, dotted line that you see out here.
All right, I'm going to head up the stairs.
Okay. Up the spiral stairs, you mean?
Right
okay.
there.
Now, be aware, just so you know, when you move up the spiral stairs, well, actually, I take that back. You might be able, you'll see when you get up there. So if you go up there, I'm going to move you over to...
Oh my god, Mason's vanished.
Oh no, multi-level Arv, not again.
I know, man. I should have known when I had you guys when you fought in a telescope room that this was going to be that kind of group. Okay. So I'm going to have you move over to here. Can you move your token there, Mason, for me, please?
Yep.
Okay. So this turret contains a stone spiral staircase, and it ends at this floor. And there are windows in the windows. There's windows in the outer wall.
There be windows
Windows in the outer wall, which allow light to enter. And looking down here, you can see that there is a hallway, a wooden hallway, and there's a door in the eastern side. Now, judging from where you just were, you think, maybe, although you don't know, that the eastern door here might open up again into the room where you just were, except on the balcony. So
that's what I'm going to head to.
Okay.
And I'm going to open that door.
Cool.
Okay. So let's see. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. I think you'll be able to do that, and you won't be able to go any further, but you will be able to open that. And it will reveal... it will reveal the following. So as you had suspected, there's a lot of stuff up here. And specifically, there's the druid that I couldn't find before. Thanks for letting me know.
I'm not going through. I just want to open that door and be like sort of outside on one side of the door or the other. I don't want to go through the door.
Right. You're just opening it. So what you see are these swarms of ravens, and you can see them like here and here, that are all perched on the rafters and looking down below. And down here is, these are the vats that you can kind of see down below on the ground.
Can I see her from here? The one that,
yes, I would say so, sure. She's down right about here.
Okay, cool.
And also you can see Django over there. And so, yeah, you can see a bunch of that. And there's a door all the way to the east over here that you can see. And the rest of it is actually, all these are windows to the south and the southern wall. So basically it looks like the only thing that's not visible or that you don't know about is the beyond what that eastern door shows. But otherwise everything else is just the balcony on top of that room.
Right. Okay, cool. So with that move, I don't have an attack, right?
Nope. Yeah, not once you get over do that.
All right, then that's my turn.
Okay. That's going to bring us down to Esmeralda. Esmeralda is going to follow suit, actually. She is going to go up there as well. And she's going to look down this passageway and then into that other room to her north. Let's see. And she says, she looks and then draws back and whispers to you, Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Mason, there's 3 creatures in there. One of the things, a cloaked figure, maybe the druid, and the other thing, 2 large versions of what we're fighting down there. They look like huge wooden creatures like the ones we see. So the way she describes it, it looks like it's even bigger than the ones you fought in the forest.
So what do we do?
She said, either you and I take care of these, or we make very sure we do not wake them up. I mean, notify them that we're here. Because the door is slightly open, so she just peeked around the edge and could see that.
I don't think we should take them alone, but should it come to it, I will stand by.
And she nods. And waits to decide what to do as we drop down to Weller's homunculus, Little Weller. Meanwhile, back on the first floor. So, what is Little Weller going to do?
Little Weller's going to move his 20 feet this direction and see if he can see anything else.
So when he gets there, from his vantage point, he can actually see that there are, those 3 or 4. There's actually only one of the little, whatever these are, wooden twig things underneath the vat. Now, you know for a fact that there were more than that skittered underneath the vat, but you only see one on the floor. And as you look, you can see what looks like a hatch that is open down below, and it's like halfway open. So it looks like basically creatures could skitter up and down it, meaning that if you had to guess, they are all inside the vat. How many of them are inside the vat, you don't know.
And he relays all of this back to Weller. But he doesn't have much more to do right now.
Okay. Let's see. That is going to bring us to Alec and Django on deck. Alec, what do you want to do?
All right, this is going to make some noise. I'm actually going to I'm able to pick up 2 of them, like one on each shoulder of these empty barrels. Are they that big?
They're pretty big. It's not so much the weight, which I think with your strength you could handle. It's more the sort of bulkiness. Because they're curved, remember? So you're like, I don't know how big your arms are, but but you can try to do it. It will be very awkward. And I'm telling you right now, you will not be moving stealthily with these.
Yeah, that's intentionally the point. I just want to basically pick up 2 of them and bring them over to the door here, the secondary door that's here.
Okay.
And put them down.
Are you trying to be quiet when you do that?
No, I can't be while I'm doing that.
That's fine. So she is going to turn around as you hear this, and Mason upstairs, you hear some crashing of wood bumping into things down below. And Esmeralda is like, so much for the stealthy entrance. And over there. And this one looks over at you wild-eyed. Who are you? She says, sort of looking in your direction.
Huh? Who are you?
What? I asked you!
I asked you first.
Attack him! And she says, and swarming out of the vats are over 20 of these wooden things pulling themselves like cockroaches emerging from, I'm actually going to now disgust everyone for a minute. I remember walking down somewhere in Lower Manhattan, and there was not a Taco Bell, there's some like fast food restaurant though on the corner. And next to the corner was a lamppost. And the lamppost, the bottom of it was rusted away. And as I walked past it, I sort of caught a glimpse and I had to look down. And there were a whole mass of rats like swarming inside the lamppost. It was really freaky. So I just want to point out that it's just like these wooden creatures pouring over the outside of these things. I'm going to let you finish your turn, Sod, but first I'm just going to place 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, nope, 14, 15, 16. I like how the party is silent while I'm doing this. 17.
Because
18,
I keep thinking, quick, one for you, one for me.
19,
2 for you.
20.
1, 2, 3. I
1,
didn't want to make you lose count.
22. You only say that, Classic Core, because you play Vermintide. So automatically you like the rats. Okay. There are 24 of these things eventually that end up pouring over the side and out. And we will see what happens here. You got them outside, you got them inside. Yeah.
Now,
and
the ones inside are the same size
Same
as
size.
the ones outside.
Yep. Same size.
Okay.
I know they don't look the same size, but
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Damn.
And I do have a Skaven miniatures army. See, I told you. Okay, that's what I was saying. All right, now you can finish your turn, Alex. So
I put the barrels down. I'm like, well, if I break this wine casket open, can you move the liquid into it to these barrels and we can barricade this door?
What?
I've seen you move water. Can you move wine?
there's actually a tap as well on each of these vats.
Come on, Jesus.
Yes?
All right. And so I put them down. I basically like break the tops of the barrels and I just get my hand axe and just break a huge hole in this wine casket.
Okay. So when you chop the side of it, this stuff comes pouring out. Now, I want to be clear. This is a big vat. So when the wine comes out, a lot of it comes out. Like, these are what? This is 5 to 15, 24. These
So the
are,
stopper wasn't good enough for you, huh?
these are things, right. So they're each 8 feet and 12 feet tall. So we're talking 96 cubic feet. So 90, roughly, it's not quite full. So let's say 70 cubic feet of wine comes pouring out. As it does so, and it sort of sweeps over you and kind of covers over the floor, Alec, I'm going to need you to make for me a saving throw that I'll tell you about in just a minute.
Oh, it's interesting. I wonder if they're like corrupted or something.
Yeah, there is a bad smell coming from these. These do not look like normal wine.
Okay. All right.
That's a problem.
That liquid stuff she's putting in there.
Well, this idea has just gone down the drain.
Delightful.
Well, the good thing is I'm pretty high, so it's not like right at the bottom of the...
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Okay.
You think you're high now?
Hey, 16.
Okay, so fortunately, even though this comes over you, you don't actually drink the stuff, but the fumes are pretty powerful, and they are definitely foul, and you can almost feel like you kind of retch a little bit, and like, oh, as this passes. There's something wrong with this wine. Even fermentation vats, fermenting stuff doesn't always smell great anyway, but this definitely is not normal. But in any case, that's now all over the floor. And Mason, you also, and Esmeralda on the second floor, get this like sort of weird, not very pleasant scent from down below. You're kind of like, whoa. It's not nearly as bad as what he had to deal with. It doesn't require a saving throw, but it definitely doesn't smell great. You had a bottle of that wine once, yeah. It's like red, white, and blue, where you could get a case for $5. A case, literally a case. You get a case of red, white, and blue for $5. This is an example of what happens when people drink alcohol, not for the taste, but drink it to get drunk. Because that's apparently I don't drink, but according to my friends, that's what you did with red, white, and blue.
Apparently, you don't drink.
No, I don't drink. But
Okay.
apparently, I said apparently. Pause. I don't drink, bud.
Very much like PBR, very much like those, Schlitz.
There
all
you
that.
go.
Oh,
There you go.
you watch your tongue, mister.
So you head
no.
over. You head over
Flats.
to this. So now that this is the case, you're gonna try to pick it up and like move the.
Well, I've got two small barrels, or two of these smaller barrels with me. I just breaking them open, so Weller can use his abilities to somehow move the liquid into it.
Okay. While you were doing that, I'm gonna jump over to Django. Django, what would you like to do? The jig is up. The druid and company
Yeah.
is now fully aware.
This is not going well, because I don't know what's on the second floor. I'm gonna go halfway up the stairs. Right there.
Okay.
And then, well, since the jig is up, it's I believe it's Eldritch Blast time for her.
Okay.
So, what's gonna happen here? Yep. So, blam. Do.
Okay.
And 12 and 20.
The 12 will not hit. The 20 will.
All right. And I can't cast Hex, unfortunately, but she'll take a good smackety-doo. We'll take the first die
I
roll,
take
which
that
is
back. The 12 does hit. I'm sorry. She's
fantastic.
not a
Well,
twig
then she-
blight. I take that back.
awesome. Then she's
No,
taking
it's-
23 points.
Okay, well, with the 23 points, you blow her the hell up. So you sort of, because she already took the damage before from the psychic, so she goes
Right.
slamming against the back wall and then slumps down. Unfortunately, that does not mean that all of these creatures disappear.
Damn it!
Wow.
They are not. They are not summoned by her.
Yeah, no, I did not think. I thought she did more hit points than that. That's pretty impressive. That's all right. I've got something for them too, so it's not a problem.
Okay.
Not this turn, but I have something that should even the odds quite a bit.
All right.
Amazingly. So that's pretty much my turn. I think
That's going to lead us to Zarama then.
Yep. Zarama, also seeing what the frick's going on, she's going to join me on the stairs because screw that. Like, yeah, I'm out. And she's
Okay.
going to see. Now, what is she? She's going to go to the top behind me, and she sees, what was it, the 4 things up here? Oh, crap.
Flocks of ravens.
Swarms
Well,
of ravens.
actually, it's the 4 things on the, this is on the balcony, right?
Yeah, that's right. This thing over here is the second floor.
Yeah, and she's like right here, and it's like, as a matter of fact, I could put her right
And
there.
You can put
those
her
are
there.
flocks of ravens. Those aren't like.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're not
oh,
single. They're stacks of them.
The big things are over somewhere else. Okay. Ravens aren't that big of a deal. Actually, she'll go up to the top, so she'll be up here where she has a good vantage point, and she will like keep an eye on those things. I'm gonna hold the stairs against these guys because this will be fun.
Okay.
All right.
And also she sees on the other end, like just sort of looking, peering through the door, is Mason.
And then at that point, I think she's gonna cast invisibility on herself.
Okay.
Boop. Actually, she can get both of us. She's gonna cast it on her and myself because she can.
Before she leaves, then, so she's gonna do it down there.
Well, she's gonna stay here. Yeah, like going by me, she's gonna cast invisibility on both of us. So now she's invisible and up here.
I once walked past a hollow lamppost is full of a mass of ravens. Nope, sadly, just the rats. Okay,
That
now
would have been cool. There. Boop, there we go.
those creatures are about to go, but before they do so, each of these swarms lets out a great cry and descends upon, and they swoops down, and for a minute you're sort of worried, Django. They swoop past you and attack the wood things. And each one of them go down with a cry and
The
attack.
ravens are. Oh, yay.
Sweet.
Awesome.
And they swoop down with a great caw, the sort of, and then of course it's just chaos. I mean, we're in the middle of this wine
This
room
is
with
great.
poison
This is
everywhere.
awesome.
Swoop, like, these kind of caw as they go down. All right, let's see. So,
Can
Oh, cool.
Can either Django or Zarama say "Crabine from Dunland" and then
hide.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's from Fellowship.
Took me
Fellowship of the
several
Ring.
viewings to realize what the hell they actually said during that scene.
Oh man, it was the best.
Crabline from London.
that's why we have
Oh, the
some.
ravens are coming.
Yes.
Mr. Frodo, the ravens are coming. Yes.
Cool.
Okay,
Cool.
so they're going to attack. Let's see how they do. All right. No one can ever say I don't get into variety of combats with this group.
No, not at all.
All right,
Indeed.
let's see.
This is certainly unique. It's
Very interesting.
Bird versus twig evil things combat.
Go.
Thingy.
Okay.
Doohickeys.
This is
Yeah.
weird druid people versus.
Yeah.
Druids are so stupid.
I know, right?
Actually, I want to play a druid at some point. Circle of the Spirits druid from the Barovian. I think that looks pretty damn cool.
I want
Okay.
to
let's
try
see.
the
So that-
hunting domain cleric. It sounds interesting.
That looks interesting too. Yeah. It's
Okay.
really, they have some really good tweaks in that book. It's
So,
really-
when they swoop down, each one of them takes one of these. Death,
Okay.
death, death, death. It occurs to you. Yeah, it occurs again.
You say it in Sylvan, don't
It
you?
occurs to you. It occurs to you that actually the removal of the druid, which could have been more of a problem. Let me move chat down there. That could have been more of a problem were it not for the fact that the druid here is already dead, because the blights do not have much hope against the swarms long term. Like they're gonna throw themselves at them. There's not a lot that they can do, but there's just so many of them that could be a concern for the people still on the ground.
Normally, they can overwhelm one of us. Is the difference? Yeah, exactly.
That is right.
Yeah.
That said, so they do that. The rest of these, though, are going to try to move in this way. Find a and
They
are going to-
definitely these little things definitely explode in showers of spikes. Do
No.
they?
They
Oh,
don't.
they don't.
These are smaller
Oh,
than the
no.
ones that you fought, but they
Okay.
look like versions of them, just smaller. Almost like, I hate to say little baby versions, but that's kind of
it
like what they look
so
like.
it doesn't look like they have that ability. Well, that makes things a little bit easier.
These can't do that because they're wee.
Because they're wee things. Okay.
They're really tiny.
Alrighty. These ones sweep up towards. Let's see whether they have the ability to see. God, stop doing that stupid thing.
Okay.
At that. It rolls initiative. That's not initiative. I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. So it doesn't have that. Yes. Yes.
Come in.
Hello?
Oh,
Is it-
Hello.
it's my son. That's why I was like, why is no one answering? I'm like, because my less than 3-year-old is there. Hold on.
For God's sake, Montresor, open the door. Don't wall me in here with this cask of Amontillado. Because we're in there with wine. Oh.
Ba-dum-bum.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice pants, Arv.
Oh, I didn't see the pants. Hold on. What's going on? Oh,
And hi to the people.
the hell? What's?
Hello.
Okay.
No. I
So-
don't want to leave.
Tell that creature to stop growing so fast.
Oh my
Yes.
god, I know, right?
It's really crazy. Look at this kid.
I'm like, wait a minute, that's your what?
It's
Growing
like
like a weed.
Centivine. It's like Centivine 2 weeks ago. What the hell is
I
happening?
know. I'm gonna drop
How
it
many
down.
years of my life have I wasted on this game?
So,
None.
Exactly.
so what do you think, my boy? Do you want to say hello?
Hello.
Hello.
He's a natural.
Do you
Put
do you
the headset on so you can hear us.
So do you see that? Can you say hi, Trendane? And you can say hi, Sod. And hi, John. And hi, Rob. And then you can say hi, chat. Oh,
If you don't
man.
donate for that, guys,
Yeah,
come
you got, I
on.
was gonna say you're gonna
You want
donate.
to
for this.
donate? It's just an Arvel for.
Have a heart,
Hi.
people. God, von Zarovich.
You're heartless.
Can you
Oh,
say hi,
wow.
Strahd von Zarovich? Can you say Strahd von Zarovich? He's like, that's bitch. That's not too bad, actually.
He knows the power of that name.
He's like,
Good enough.
blah, 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 Strahd.
Good enough.
So, yeah, so this is my son, Mini Arf, who's going to be... Hi. He just keeps saying, he's like, hi again. He's going to be 3 on June 6th.
Holy
So-
Good Lord.
Ouch.
He's going to be 3 years old. And look, my daughter is almost done with 5th grade. I mean, that's pretty
Oh
crazy.
my
so.
God. Crazy.
I need some whiskey.
That doesn't mean anything. I was like 14 when I was in 5th grade. I was terrible. at school.
So I'm sorry, we'll get back to the game in just a minute. This is a good chance, though, to say that we are supporting the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation so that little children like this who, and many of them do have childhood cancers, can survive to be amazing, wonderful children, and the parents and the people around them that love them. Oh my God, you want to leave, don't you? Okay, hold on.
Bye.
So, I'll be right
That's
back.
pretty much how it works. They'll
You
come
got
for
your 30 seconds. I'm
Yeah.
out.
Now, everybody, review your lessons from today. 1 was high, 2 was by. There will be a quiz tomorrow.
And
You'll probably go and do some Lego now because that's how it works.
and Broad's itch. For,
Yeah.
Stars are
Yes. Donate to rename him.
right.
Brazzaville.
Strahd Blaskovich.
Okay, sorry. I figured people wouldn't mind having a little bit of a
There we go.
temporary moment. Yeah, what's up?
I know this. I had a feeling this was probably going to happen, but I do need to step away at some point because
Do
otherwise.
the shipping thing? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So that's fine. Can you specify what you want? Like, just tell me that. Well, I want to not die. Just in general, like, do you want to be dealing with outer ones, inner ones? Like, just tell me your overall plan when you're up there.
I mean, what I will probably do is I'll probably attack something on my next turn and then get the F out of the way so that like I'm not in a place where I'm going to be in deep
okay,
trouble.
so attack and then get out.
Yeah, and like, I'll probably well, actually, that's going to change because the thing that I was going to attack is now dead, so I don't know what the hell I'm going to attack next. But I will
There's
try
a swarm of it going up the stairs right now. You could probably take shots at that.
I could probably do that. Actually, when is it my turn? Because I'll take my next turn and then I'll go.
All right, your turn.
I'll take care of you until you get back.
Thank you, sir.
Your turn. Let's see. There's how many of these? Yes, very good. Okay. Your turn will be coming up, I think, fairly soon. These creatures have to get their attacks in, which they're going to do right now. So, what I was looking for was these creatures, as they are coming towards you, Django, they are going to actually attack, not because they can see you, but because they seem to, in fact, oddly, they seem to have not, they're just sort of, they don't, I mean, they guess they have eyes, but they're not really sort of looking as such. It's almost like they're just kind of swarming as one kind of
it's kind of anything in their way is what it sounds
exactly. So it's almost more like that. You're not non-corporeal, unfortunately. So,
yeah, no, I understand. That's
so so they will be doing this, although the attacks will be kind of not as effective because of this. So.
Since I'm this close, these are creatures. They're not like, right?
Yes.
I mean,
and in fact, I'll even show you a picture of them.
Good, okay.
Because
So
now that you're
they're
that
not,
close,
I
you
want
can
to
see.
make sure they're not constructs. That's the important
No,
thing.
definitely not constructs.
Awesome. And actually, they're playing right into my traps. This is perfect.
This is part of my plan.
Well, yes.
Right into my trap card.
My cunning plan.
I wish that they would actually give the handout without the names of them on there, but it's okay.
It's all right.
This is what you see.
After the combat. Ooh.
And it's written right there in the initiative thing anyway.
It's great art, by the way.
Oh yeah, dude, that's fantastic. I mean, not coming at right at. Not half of
I mean,
come
it's
right
not
at
fantastic that I have to face it in this game, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
So.
but I've got something. Do they take? No, I gotta figure out. Good. Okay. No, that's fine. Let's do it to it.
Okay. So let me just move that out of the way so chat doesn't have to see it, other than just sort of general. So now chat can see. I'm sure you all would love to encounter this on a winter's evening. That would be great, right? Let me move that up there. Let me move this down there. This up there.
I assume it's not a half damage thing. I should look that up. I'm pretty sure I took it right from there.
Okay. We are Groot. Yes, exactly. They all say we are Groot as they attack.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, Groot.
No, we are Groot. Oh, we are Groot. Okay. All right. So we have got now I have to actually find where I just put the handout. How does anyone do this without multiple monitors? Like I'm close as it is, and yet somehow.
I'm about to get my second one, and I
This
can't
makes
wait.
such a
man.
difference, my God. You'll never go back though. Whenever you come back, you're like, oh, all right.
Not
I know.
willingly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, when
all
I
right.
upgrade, I'll just slave both these. I'll have 3 monitors. So there you go.
Mhm. Okay, this one is, so you're going to get a, let's see, there is a 22 and a 19 on you from the two
Those
that,
will both hit.
Okay.
Yes.
that is going to do 5 and 3, so 8 points of piercing damage.
Like little claws.
Yes. And it feels like little twigs, like if you've ever done this walking along in the forest and like a twig has poked you, imagine that, but imagine it pokes into your skin.
Yeah, but this is piercing, not slashing.
Piercing.
Okay, want to make sure. Yep. Okay, one of the few points of damage I don't have either resistance or vulnerable to, which is kind of funny.
You're just flat.
Yeah.
It makes a difference, JLC. It really does.
Oh, wait.
You have resistance to twig damage?
Well, no, hang on. I gotta check something out. They're not undead. They're not undead, are they?
No.
No. And these are not lycanthropes. Okay, never mind.
Nope.
All right, that's fine. That's fine.
You have
No, this
resistance
all
to
goes off as
small
planned,
plants.
I think he's
Because
is it the smell ability, that stench thing? I think
No, undead or lycanthropes have to make a charisma check to even attack me because they recognize me as one of their own. But
you're a New England guy
amazingly-
too, Aradnell. I felt it myself when I used to walk in the wilds of Connecticut, let me tell you. Okay, Zarama is up next, and then the Raven Swarms, and then these things. I'm sorry. No, I take that back. I forget. I take that back. I'm sorry. I misread that. They were all swarming. So Weller, on your side, these slamming is happening. You are holding it, but it's probably next turn you're going to have to start doing checks because there are multiple. They're just like, just slam all at the bottom. There must be God knows how many out there now. Only Strahd knows. Okay, now Valley gets to go and then Weller. Sorry, Valley is up.
Ha! No, Valley's not going to do it. This looks bad.
Valley takes off and never returns.
Well, you got to take it with the rafters, baby.
Join your brethren, Valley, in the epic battle.
Exactly. I will challenge with the Ravens.
Strength. Advantage. No.
Are you with your brethren?
Okay.
And pretty much classic or.
Yeah, he's just gonna hop like higher up on the balcony, like fuck this.
Okay.
Stupid. Screw that. You're on your own, pal. Good luck.
Float in the air.
Okay. That is going to lead us to Weller, and Mason is going to be on deck.
Whoa! It's Rama?
No. Zarama, Zarama already went. This was
She didn't
Django
do
went.
anything.
Well, I went. Yeah, they did.
Oh, the bad guy. No, you're right. Yep. Sorry. My bad.
So go ahead, Blair.
Yep.
So fortunately, Shape Water is not a concentration spell because that would get really bad if that were the case. So still holding his thing, he just looks down at the wine and pulls it up into the barrels.
And any liquid, yes, even if it's like Shape Water can also affect wine. I'm just curious.
That was part of my concern, and I'm not certain.
Because I don't know either.
Well, I will read the doohickey right now.
Wine is mostly water.
You choose an area of water that you can see within range that fits within a 5-foot cube. You manipulate it in one of the following ways. Blah blah blah. So your call. If the amount of water in wine is, or the amount of impurities within wine makes it not water.
No, it says only water. In fact, somebody was asking if Shape Water could be used to manipulate blood. And the answer was they specifically said that it would have said shape liquid otherwise. So even things that contain water are not the same thing. This is just about shaping water.
Okay.
So I'm going to say no on that.
So he would know that that's not going to work.
Right, sure. Mm-hmm.
And
he tries and is like, crap, and I lost a turn.
Well, no, he would know that
wasn't
going to work. So he would have told Alec not to pour wine all over the floor because it wouldn't work. He never would have told I couldn't.
Well, too late. Already done.
Yeah, much like yesterday, we're not going to retcon it to that
all
degree.
the way, but yeah, you can still take a separate turn.
Well, yeah, because so Weller was basically focusing on keeping his thing, and when Alec asked him, "You can do this," like, yes, and he wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah,
to
he's
what
like, wait, not that stuff.
No, not that.
H2 only, exactly.
Can you make water?
Nice.
Something.
H2 only. I like
that. Also, and by the way, I'm sorry, just you're about to answer this because this is important for both you and Alec. I want to point out that this wine is more viscous also than wine would normally be, which sort of also lends credence to the idea that something's been done to it. It doesn't flow. It's not like treacle or like molasses. It's not that viscous, but it's definitely not.
Wine.
Right, exactly. It's definitely thicker than you would have expected.
Wine.
It's a thick wine, yeah. Okay.
Double
Anyway.
C. Is that how that was spelled?
Okay.
Yes. Double
So
C
sorry.
thick.
Go ahead, one. Yes.
Yeah. So at that point, he's like, no, not that, no, God. And he's, I can't do anything. No. And he's kind of frantically looking around for anything else that he can.
Can we fill them up? So
I
made
can't
like a
move it. I can't move it. It's not even
Yup.
wine. It's something.
I could just hold it at the hole and fill them up. How's that?
That doesn't involve me.
Can you hold the door while I do it?
I am holding the door.
Slam, slam,
Okay.
slam. Knock, knock. It's like,
What do you think I'm doing already?
And in Sylvan, he cries out,
We came at the office. Go away.
it's a great sight gag. What do you think I'm doing? Slash, 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 slash. That's great. Okay. So that's going to lead us. You're still holding the door for reasons we already discussed. That is going to lead us to Mason. Mason, your turn. You were up on the second floor, of course.
I sure is.
What's it going to be?
So he does cast Mage Hand and uses the Mage Hand to also push on the door to give him an extra 10 pounds of oomph.
He's like, slam, 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 slam. Yeah. It sounds good. Mason
So
had
I'm
this image of you nuking it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. He's
I'm
like,
gonna move into the balcony.
whole hallway.
And so how many are on the stairs right now?
Right now, there are about 4 to 5 that are swarming up with maybe more on the way. There were 2 that stopped and seemed to be like swinging and clawing at something that you can't see. But yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try to hit the 2 that are closest to Django.
Okay. All right. You can do that.
I'm gonna use Eldritch Blast.
Okay. So, Eldritch Blast is... Oops. Sorry. Eldritch Blast is fired.
There's no way to roll it multiple times. I guess I just roll it once and then I'll roll it again. First one's a 16.
Hit.
7.
You blow it the hell up.
Oh, whoops! I didn't.
I was gonna say.
Never mind. Well, let's see how it does.
See if it actually does hit. Also a hit.
Yes.
So you just repeat twice. Okay. Blam blam. Django, you see like blast coming from up top, and these twigs blast into bits around you.
And I'm going to move back around this corner next to Esmeralda or whatever her name is.
Okay.
What is Elvira? What is her?
Her name is Esmeralda. She clicks you. How can you forget my name already?
It's easy. Watch.
Because I don't care.
You'll remember my name soon. All right.
And so I'll move around that corner. And now what's down that hallway? Can I see
all right.
that now?
Yes, you can. So when you move down there, you see the following. There are 3 doors to the north. I'm going to bring chat over so you can see. There are 3 doors to the north here. And on the very edge, there is what looks like a spiral staircase, which is leading...
What is it with the bloody spiral staircases everywhere?
They do love them. It's awesome. A spiral staircase, which looks like it might lead downward, not downwards, which looks like it might lead upwards. Actually, let me double check
Okay.
that.
It looks like
No,
an
second floor. No, I'm sorry. Take that back. It leads downwards. Yeah. Leads
All
down.
right. And with that, I need to run, but I will be
Okay.
back.
I'll see you back in a little while. Can you leave your window up though? Can you leave your window up though? Don't close your window. Don't close your window. Okay, good. All right. That's going to bring us to, let's see, Esmeralda's there, blah, 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 blah. Okay, Esmeralda is going to stop in here, and then is going to look down at I think it's fair to say, carnage that is currently in the midst of dealing with stuff. Looks down. And...
Carnage implies meat.
Well...
Carnage.
There's a druid down there.
So it's a... You don't think vegans can create carnage? Because...
No.
I feel like, well...
There's meat involved.
You've never seen a salad taken out by a vegan, let me tell you.
Yes, I have. I love salad, and I have...
You have
assaulted
created carnage.
many-
You never hear the broccoli scream. That does not mean that...
There's still no carnage. By its very name. This is like people who say that
You're right.
decimate completely, utterly destroys it. No, it doesn't. It's
she
decimation.
sees-
1/10.
She sees omnivig.
There. That.
Everything dies. Okay, so she let's see, Zarama would see this. She reaches out and 3 silvery bolts streak from her hand. Not from a crossbow, for her hand. They look very much like magic missiles, which she has seen others use before. and she has them on these 3 targets. Okay, so this one is destroyed. This one is destroyed. This one is hit but not destroyed. And then she sort of kind of moves farther into there and sort of stops at the top of those stairs. Yeah, Omnivage is equality. There you go. And that's going to lead us down to Little Weller, and then Alec will be on deck. What does Little Weller want to do?
Little Weller is he hasn't had time to do anything with those. So the one that the one that just got hit but not killed.
The one that that's right. There's one that got hit but not killed. Yes.
He's going to chuck an acid vial at it.
Okay. I think you can do that from your position. Yeah. Actually, where did? Oh, you went over there. Good. Okay. Yeah, I think you can do that. So improvise weapon. So make a ranged attack from me, please.
16.
Yeah, that'll hit. Smashes on the thing and shatters. How much?
2 points of acid.
That's all it needed, believe it or not. He's like, finally, my first kill. Exactly.
As it hits it, the little thing's like,
oh god, it's like
That's
exactly.
just enough to level up as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man.
"Love me, man."
Oh god, that's the worst. All right. So that is destroyed. And
That is Arb's favorite scene from that movie, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to lead us to Alec, and then Django's on deck. Alec, what do you want to do?
Basically, I just put the barrels to the hole I made and fill them up.
Okay.
And
So you have to do that
and-
over here because this other one is smashed. Remember, there's no wine left.
well, I smashed a hole in it. I assume it wouldn't drain out instantly, would
You
it?
would be
It
incorrect,
take a
sir.
while.
By the time you
Okay.
get the stuff over there, remember also that the tap is a little higher than the bottom level of the vat. So
Are those quite big taps? Like they'd fill up quite quickly, or are they?
I wouldn't say quite quickly, but I would
Okay.
say reasonably quickly. You could probably fill a barrel in about 2 turns. Let me think about that. I think actually 3 turns, because that means 18 seconds. That's pretty quick. So you're talking about, 3 rounds, you could basically fill up a barrel fully. If you wanted to fill it up half, I will let you fudge it and say that it takes a turn to fill it up halfway if you want to do that. If you fill it up full way, it's actually going to be hard to carry.
That's 600 pounds.
Yeah.
This is awkward.
What's up, Landis?
I keep holding on, Weller, and I'll go over here.
What else am I going to do?
Slam, 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 slam.
Keep holding on.
I said, what else am I going? Never mind.
Also, don't die.
So I'll put the 2 barrels at the bottom and just like smack a hole in, and so it starts filling these 2.
Okay, be clear though. If you hit a hole in this, it's going to reduce the speed with which it goes through the tap. Remember, the tap works by pressure.
Yeah, I assume
So-
making a hole would be a lot quicker than using the tap, or I could use.
No, I
both,
don't think
like,
so. The tap, remember, is designed to focus the liquid and actually would make it so that the pressure all goes into one place. So you're probably not going to make it any faster unless you stove a whole side like you did for the first one, in which case, yeah, it'll all pour out really fast out of that side, but it's not as easy to get the barrels in it either.
I'll
Also,
do the
there's
tap.
the fumes problem. Okay.
Yes, I'll do the tap.
Okay. So it'll take you a turn to get it half full.
Yeah.
All right, so you are going to put the barrel, or around, I should say, to get it half full. So you put it under there, tap, fumes come up. Okay, and that's going to lead us. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'll head back to the door where Weller is, and I'll help brace it with whatever I can. So I'll like go here and just use whatever strength I've got.
All right, you can do that.
And I'll be like, hey, Weller, you're going to have to bring the barrels over. Just roll them.
Oh,
Oh, God.
With this,
I love Alec.
hilarious.
That's
with this,
exactly what it is.
this twig of an arm.
It's like-
I'm sure he could do something. He'll figure out something.
Oh, I could, but the barrel won't survive the trip.
Oh man, I love the little buddy comedy going on just by the
Right.
northwestern side of the room.
So you want
Everyone
me to
else
go
is
back
doing
there and do the barrels and you hold?
I thought that's what you were doing to me.
Okay, I'll go back there.
That's gonna lead us to Django. Oh man, Django is up, and then Zaram will be on deck.
Well, I mean, although I appreciate everyone clearing the path for me, I had things well under control, but whatever. Step forward to the last two and cast Thought Blast at them.
Thought Blast. Tell us what
yeah.
Thought Blast does.
You unleash the psychic power of your mind in a wave that shocks nearby creatures' minds. Each living creature, not a construct or undead, other than you, within 5 feet of you, must make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, now this is this level, a creature takes 2d6 psychic damage, has disadvantage on the next intelligence or charisma check it makes before the end of its next turn. It doesn't say, but I assume if it makes it save, it takes no damage.
Okay, how many of these creatures?
Well, there's only 2 of them in the way.
No, but I'm saying, like, how much does it affect? I didn't hear that.
Anything within 5 feet of me.
Oh, okay.
I was going to do all, like, 8 of them here, but everyone killed them beforehand, so now it's just the 2 that are near me.
Okay.
Yep. So, intelligence saving throw for both of them. Their target is a 16.
Okay, and no, he did not say butt blast, Classicor. I'm not even sure.
Well, there's 2 of them, so they both have to make the save, you realize.
Thought
Yes,
blast.
I do. Believe it or not, I'm even going to tell you what I rolled. There is what did you say the DC was what?
16.
Okay, one of them missed. The other one critically succeeded. They're like, no!
I mean, it happens. Yeah, exactly. So the one that missed takes 6 points of damage.
Blam. It's just psychic.
Yeah, pretty much.
Explodes.
Head explodes.
Little scanners.
Yep.
All
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Okay.
So there was 1 left. That's the problem. It makes the
Or
save.
invaders from Mars.
Yeah, oh, and I'm now visible, of course, since I did a
Yes.
offensive attack. So there we go. Boop.
Okay.
There we go. Oh well, there'll be more next round. It's fine.
All right. That is going to lead us to Zarama.
Yeah, and Zarama's actually going to drop her invisibility that she was concentrating and cast heroism on me.
Ah.
But she's going to do, let's see, heroism. Let's do the, there we go, tough guy. There we go. Yep, and that gives me like 10 extra hit points. So now I have, let's see, I have 53 actual hit points.
I had you at 42 out of 50.
I thought I only took 7 last time. Was it 8?
Nope,
Okay.
it was 8.
Well, now I'm up
So,
to 50.
52?
I'm up to 52. 10 are temporary, but they get renewed every round.
They could,
As long as she's
for how
concentrating
long?
for up to an hour, I believe, for heroism.
Okay.
Or is it 10 minutes? Hang on, let me look it up. Heroism is
10 minutes would also be, I mean, that's a long
that'd be a
time.
long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. H. Hold on. I'm pretty sure. It's
I'll tell you what, if we get to the end of this session and we're still fighting this fight, then we'll talk about the
1 minute. But
Okay.
that's still 10 rounds, and I'll take it.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much. So yeah,
Okay.
so that's
Is
what's
it
happening there.
concentration?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So she's no longer invisible either. She's going to concentrate on giving me HP. There we go.
Okay, how close does she need to be to you for that, by the way? Just double checking.
Oh, touch, but she can come back down easily and you know.
That's fine,
She
but then
come
make sure
down.
that
Yeah.
touch and then come back up.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right,
Sure.
so she does that. Then
Yeah.
the Raven swarms are going to go. And again, they for them. And then after that, the bad guys go. So these swarm forward.
I'm not
this
going
one's
to say
taking
you're a
there.
liar, Arv, but I see railings on this top level, so... you
Where?
know.
Where do you see
Up
railings?
top, the little railings there. Can't you see them? Those little dots and lines.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're quite right. You know why I
Yeah.
got confused is because over the vats, there's basically a little ledge, and I didn't see that.
exactly.
So yeah, there's small railings. I take that.
So
back.
Vali's
So-
perched up there, looking over everything.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, I didn't
There
see
we
that because of the little ledges. You're right.
Exactly.
Okay, here. Now,
come get
so there's a bunch heading towards those. 5, 10, 20. There are also some that are now swarming this way. And you can see that they're kind of heading in Alec's direction. Okay. I like the image of Little Weller as they're like as they're going past. Okay.
So they're going that way. No one's there. I'm a little.
Well,
confused.
he is visible since he threw that acid vial. He is
Oh, geez, they're coming after him. Ooh, well, I hope you're okay. Run, Little Weller, run!
Well, and there's also Alec here, don't forget, too.
Yeah, he can take it.
Let's
Little
see.
Weller, however.
And that's a whole other matter. Okay. Now, there are more slams against the door, and here you're going to need to make a couple of checks, Weller. So, I'm going to have you make an intelligence check, I think, as we said.
Saving throw.
Sorry?
If you want to check, I can.
No,
do
I
that.
want to check, not a saving throw.
Thank you.
This is not being done to you directly. This is seeing if you can hold out against the thing.
Do you want Arcana or just the intelligence check? There is a significant
psychic, isn't
difference
it?
between the two.
Because it's psychic, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll say Arcana.
Okay. The reason I ask is because my intelligence modifier is +3. My Arcana modifier is +9.
Yeah. No, I'll say them. I'll say that. Eventually, they're going to break through regardless. You can. But this is a matter. It's going to get worse every round. So yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and try. Yeah, go ahead and try.
Watch a natural 1.
Oh my God! Wow. Yep. So you're like, they're like, if there's a moment where there's just the silence, and they're like, and then, poof, and the door just blows backwards, and you actually, Weller, I do need you to make a dexterity saving throw to keep from falling, like, literally back on your ass. You're just kind of like staggering back. So.
Good thing you have a backup door.
One. Natural 20.
So you like Cirque du Soleil, Stella. You're like you land there. But now these things are blowing through, and a couple of them are going to attack you. Although fortunately you're not prone. You are going to take attacks from 2, and let's just all move all of these up there, shall we? There we go. Let's make sure we got these. Yep. Fun times. Okay. Hold on one second.
I'm trying to figure out if he, when the door, because I don't even know if you guys can hear me now, because it says your internet connection is unstable.
I hear.
Yep,
Okay,
you're good.
I'm trying to figure out if he got. No, I would say with the natural 20, he managed to keep his grip on his thing.
Yep.
Because if they had knocked him away from it, he would have.
No, he still has it. But does that mean, do you stand up and Bruce Lee what, like starts spinning it around like wildly, and, you know?
Because it doesn't actually exist. So it's just a coalescence of his psychic energy. He can't do that.
Yes. Okay. Right. All right. Let's see what you're gonna do. They are going to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
Australia has light. Okay, Australia has light. That's good to know. Okay. Australia is still safe. Okay, that's 14 from the first one, and then a 5 for the second one.
Hit.
No. Okay, and then these ones are here. So next turn, because again these things are smaller than they appear. Mm-hmm. So next turn they're going to be able to get more in here to attack you, but it's just the 2 because the other ones were bashing it open. Okay, good, lovely. All right, excellent, and we're gonna have that. So they are there like that. Now Valley gets to go. So Valley may now proceed.
He's comfortable right where
he's like, I like this perch. This
Boss,
is a good
you're
perch.
on your own. I'll watch the girl here. It's all good. Good luck.
All right,
dude.
That leads us to Weller then. Big Weller, who has just had the door blow open. Oh, and he's not here. Well, this is a good chance for us.
Do you want to say he just holds the other doors? It's the second door there.
Well, he's going to have to, but they're already through it. He'd have to actually sort of close it. I mean, they're on top of him. Not literally on top of him, but like right next to him. But this gives us a good chance while we are waiting for him to come back to remind everybody that this is the ArvCon 2019 Day 3 to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. If you are new to this stream and you are enjoying what you're seeing from an amazing role-playing group that is a lot of fun and an amazing adventure, then remember that we play this twice a month, and I play a number of other campaigns on this channel as well. Also remember that we are trying to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation today. So as DJ was nice enough to do just now, donating to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation can be done through that link. The key thing as you're doing this is we're trying to raise money to support young researchers in this effort. We are up to $1,727. Our next giveaway is going to be at $1,750, so we are only $23 away from that next giveaway. And obviously we're only $250 away from $2,000, which would be a pretty big moment there as well. Also, I want to point out that Trend Mundane is on record as saying that he will shave his beard if we hit our $3,500 goal. So, you know, this is, if you want to see that happen, and who doesn't, then you need to make sure that you contribute to it. The top donator to this will be getting a amazing prize created by Drew Zion, also known as Rock God, who is a professional photographer, a starry sky above a stony beach. And that's going to be that's really amazing, and it's literally, you can just hang it from right there. And then the second top donator is going to win this this custom pen, which was made for us by Kerflop, this dragon pen, which is super awesome. That is going to go to the second top donator, and so we're talking about it literally now. It's good timing, Rock God. So, yes, so we are on the way. 1727, we're continuing to move forward, and we're going to be with you here for another 4 hours and 9 minutes, roughly speaking. So, please make sure to, if you haven't done so already, do the donation, and let's see if we can push for it, folks. Let's see if we can do it. We've had a big day so far, but there's a lot more to go, and if you want this to be if you want this session to be infinite and beyond, bringing home the anchoring the event, then you got to make sure that you keep doing it. And all of that allowed us to extend time because it's now Large Weller's turn. So you're up.
I was refilling my water. I beg your pardon.
Yes.
But I refilled it from the outhouse. Does that count?
No, it doesn't.
I just took some wine next to me. Like
A little Weller might try some in a bit. We'll see.
So you've got a bunch of these things in front of you, and they're pouring through the door.
Okay, so one of them, he's probably the closest one, because that would be the easiest one to do that with. He's just going to Sacred Flame it.
Okay.
Which would be this. So he's got a DC 14.
I believe that is correct, Shadowed. Yep. DC 14.
Dexterity.
Wow. Critically succeeds. Parkours over it.
Then it takes nothing. And instead, he will smack it.
Okay.
With his
He looks at it and says, I'm branching out. Wait, can you do Sacred Flame and
It's
something
bonus
else? Oh, it's bonus action. Got it. Dig it.
12.
Oh, man. Unfortunately, that is not quite... Thank you for minimizing when I didn't want you to.
No problem.
Is not quite enough. You just miss. Kind of ducks out of the way.
And so when the Eldritch Blast, or not the Eldritch Blast, no, when the Sacred Flame, so Eldritch Blast is said with the German accent, Sacred Flame.
Oh, Sacred Flame.
So, mailed. And so he, when he misses with the staff, he's like, Oleg!
Help, Oleg! Landis with a $10 donation. Thank you, Landis the Thief. Thank you very much, sir. That brings us to 1737. We are only $13 away from 1750. Let's keep it up. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Landis. Thank you. Okay, sorry. On we go, Weller.
It's okay. And he's backpedaling towards Oleg, which I believe means that he is trying to walk backwards through a pool of slimy liquid.
Yes. Do-do-do-do-do-do. So you get it all over your clothes, and it's great.
Well, I mean, is it slippery?
It's actually not as slippery as you might have expected.
Okay.
And maybe that's because of the viscosity of it. Every time I think of viscosity, I think of this oil commercial where this guy used to be like, viscosity and thermal breakdown. I don't know why that stayed with me. It's an odd thing to keep in my brain, but anyway. It's my brain, but someone's got to have it. All right. So, yeah, Quaker State. Yes. How did you know that, DJ? Oh, my God, dude.
Because it was a great ad campaign and it stuck with you.
Oh, my
It
God.
proves they knew what they were doing.
You're right. Except I don't go ask for Quaker State now, so I don't know.
You don't have to. You just have to be aware of
Just have to be aware that it exists. All right. Yeah, Quaker State. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, that's so funny. Right, that was Weller, and that's back up to the top to Mason. So I believe Mason said he was just going to fire away, right?
Do they get an attack of opportunity on me when I back away?
No, because you're just disengaging, right? Are you back?
I did an action. I didn't.
Oh, you're literally back. Then they do get an attack. Yeah, I thought you were just disengaging. That is correct. Thank you for the honesty.
Now you die.
I was gonna say, you can appreciate your honesty in death. No, that's, the honesty is always a good thing. In the end, that will end up working in his favor. Okay, that is going to be a 14.
Miss.
And a 13.
Miss.
Okay, so as you stumble away. All right. That now leads us back up to Mason and then Esmeralda. So I think if you're Jaegering Mason, he's going to fire away, right? I think you said.
Yes.
So you having him now, just because you can see where he is. Let me bring chat back up to there, right up here. So are you, Esmeralda? Would be happy to like step down 5 if you need her to. So you could be, like at the top ledge,
have
or
a clear shot.
Right, or you could go past her and go down to this stair. I mean, like you just can't like be from behind her and try to shoot.
Now you can just kind of, excuse me, madam, and he'll just kind of just nudge her slightly out of the way and fire.
Okay. All right.
Just testing gravity, darling. Get in that fight, you bum.
She lands in the vat, and thus the Joker was born. Okay. So you're gonna go right here.
2 Eldritch Blast.
Sorry, I accidentally stopped you for no reason. I was like, what just happened? Okay. There you go. Sorry about that. There you go.
Okay.
Lovely. Fire. Eldritch Blast, good. Which one are you targeting?
I don't care.
Just any of them? It is a target-rich environment.
Yes. And I've got so many character sheets open now I can't see the map anymore.
Welcome to my world.
You got 2 monitors, Arv. It's terrific.
3.
Can he get a shot towards the one on the far side of Little Weller?
One on the far side of Little Weller. No. Let me think. No, because of the ravens. The swarms are too much for them to be able to see. Otherwise, maybe, but
Then he'll be firing into the cluster in front of.
Okay. It's basically like you're firing into a group of bats versus rats. Like if you want, like just like what is that? It's just a lot of movement. So, yeah.
So Eldritch Blast number 1, normal roll for 15.
Hit.
That will do 9 force damage.
One is like off its shoulder, like bouncing.
Eldritch Blast 13.
Okay, that was on another one because.
Yes.
All right, that hits.
And that one will do 7 force damage.
That blows the hell up. Okay. All right.
And
So one has 1 point of damage. All right, and that was Mason. He is going to, I assume, stay where he is.
For now, yes.
Okay. That is going to lead us to Esmeralda, who is going to, I think.
Let me double check something. Because with Crossbow Expert, he gets to fire a crossbow as a bonus action, right?
Yes, if he takes the attack action. I don't know if it counts for spells. I guess it might. Since those are cantrip, maybe.
Your call.
Yeah, because he's not moving. So, I guess he did move into. Yeah, that's all right.
Well, no. It says when you use the attack action and attack with a one-handed weapon. But
No. Then no. The spell is definitely not that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Please continue.
Okay. She is going to fire off more magic missiles again because that seems like she's not all that big on the ranged stuff except for spells. So.
She was present when she was shooting her bow at all the spiders, wasn't she?
These are true facts. Okay, so the one that you previously hit is now destroyed, and then she injures 2 others somehow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes rabbit. He's choked. He's so mad, but he won't give up that easy. No, it's great. I'm sorry. It's good stuff. You better lose yourself in the music. Right,
it is a really good song.
Yeah.
Hey.
Listen, 8 Mile and an 8 Mile is a good film, but as someone pointed out, that's what happens when you play your own life. So that was his own life. He's like, I will play myself living in my own life. So Esmeralda does that. Then she's going to stay exactly where she is, firing from up top. This is really reminding me of The Rock. Like, don't get into a battle with someone in an elevated position, where they're just firing down on the guys. Anyone who's seen that movie? And that is going to lead us to that's going to lead us to Little Weller, and then Alec is on deck.
Little Weller has no problem seeing the one that's right next to him, and he is going to acid vial that one.
Okay. How many of these acid vials does he have, by the way?
It doesn't specify. The homunculi can just.
Oh, they just acid vial. Okay.
He has three attacks that he can do anytime he wants. It's
Okay.
syringe, acid vial, and vicious mockery.
It's like It's like Plague Knight from Shovel Knight, where it's just like, dude, push him. Okay, I dig it. Acid vial, let's make it happen.
Acid vial. 5.
Not so much. Smash. Acid spitters on the floor.
Does it negate the wine?
No, because the
no
wine's not
wine
over
over
this
there.
far. There's a lot of wine, but not that far over.
Yeah, we're just turning this place into well, you guys just must have burn it down now.
We're turning the winery into a mud pit. Okay. All right, he's going to stay where he is.
Yeah.
It's like wings and everything just like flying over him. All right, Alec is up. Django's on deck. Alec, what would you like to do?
All right, so I'm gonna move to this door. Try and slam it shut while stabbing at the creatures trying to get through it at the same time.
Okay. If you're going to do that, then I'm going to say you can get an attack off, but it's going to be at a -3.
Yep, that's fine.
So go ahead and do that.
Do my 2 attacks.
See you in a little bit, Shadowed.
So attack 1. 11.
Will hit. Wait a second. No, will not hit. Sorry, I forgot about the -3. Oh wait,
That's
actually,
Attack 2
nope,
is a 10.
It misses. Both of those miss. So you're kind of like, and it's like.
So I'm just gonna be in a tug of war with these while getting hit and stabbing away at them.
Okay. All right. Also, just a quick note that Bigger Weller, you hear the sound of some burbling liquid from behind you. You can't react to that yet, but I'm just letting you know. Okay, that is going to bring us to Django with Zarama on deck. Django, what would you like to do? Still a very target-rich environment.
Yep, exactly. And I'm gonna shove into these guys and do the same thing again. So it is initiative saving throws all around. Target of 16 for these. I think it's the 4. The 5th one I don't think this one I don't think I can get over there, but the 4 right there I should be able to tackle. So.
I also should note at this point that we also, of course, are still doing the audio podcast, and I haven't been talking about it at all because I've been too busy thinking about ArvCon and these other things. So I'm sorry for those folks who may have been wondering. I mean, I think we expressed enough about the way things look, but we'll try to remember to make the die to speak the die rolls, the dice rolls, as well as just actually do them.
That's why I did with the natural 1 and natural 20.
Natural 1, natural 20, yes. But thank you all audio folks who are listening to us. Probably in the year 2023 because it takes a while for all the audio because there's more than the video. All right, so they're going for a DC what?
16. 1-6.
Miss. And this is wisdom. What kind?
Saving throw. Intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving throw. Okay, all 3 miss.
All 3 miss. They all take 7 points of damage.
Then all of them blow up.
Yep.
Blam, blam. So there's 1 left over here.
Let's explode these things all around. Yep.
Okay.
Were there 4 of them or 3 of them?
There were 4 of them, and now there's 1.
So 1 made a saving throw.
No. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot.
It doesn't stop. If
Nope,
I've got
that all
20
blows
around,
up.
There you go. They all have to. Yeah. Each one has to be. Doesn't matter if it's 1, 10. Doesn't matter.
They all blow up.
Yeah. Clearing the hall. Exactly.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Good.
You're staying where you are, Django?
Yes. I think the Ravens are probably gonna take those last 2, but I know there's a cluster underneath the stairs I might have to go out and clear out.
Zarama.
Hey, what's this wine all over the floor? My
is
God.
up next. Yes, exactly. Zarama, what is Zarama going to do?
I think. Why is there blackness? Why is there a swath of blackness on the?
Could be one of your
level?
die.
Oh, it is.
What is this swath? Oh. Finally, I am brought low by my own dice. Isn't that what always happens to the warlock?
My
too?
own
It's always like,
hubris.
exactly. Obey my commands. No, don't attack me.
Yeah. I never thought they'd eat my face at the woman who wore from Leopard's Party anyways, but she's gonna actually move over to these guys and kind of hang with them.
It's like classic World of Warcraft when the warlocks would summon an infernal and then they would lose control of it and it would come after them, and it's just like
Well, it's pretty much like the same thing with the movies, right? Like you make a deadly AI, and then like the big robot's like death, like you get no, don't kill me.
don't compare me to Stark. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Happens in RoboCop, doesn't it? Also happen in RoboCop too, where the RoboCop as well, where the dude like gets picked up and murdered by his own robot.
Well, the clever thing was he had to be fired first, so he wouldn't be an employee of the company.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
But that was a nice little loophole they played. Yeah, it's hilarious. Anyways, that's my turn. I'm set here. I'm gonna hold the stairs basically until the birds take out those guys and.
Okay. Zarama as well.
I'm sorry. Where's Little Weller?
he's in there with the swarm of ravens.
Oh. Okay. So
He's somewhere down there.
Is he in trouble or is he doing okay?
Who knows?
Okay.
Unclear.
Fair. Actually, you know what? Since that was only a 5-foot movement. I can actually come here and look around and see what the hell's going on. Like squish. Ew, yuck. Viscous wine all over the floor. Disgusting. I'm gonna come down there. As I said, I moved Zarama over to the other two, so they're kind of together now. So that should be in good place,
Okay.
good shape. But that's both our turns. She doesn't have anything else to do. She's concentrating on keeping my spell up. We're all good.
Okay. So, as you pointed out, blam for the one raven, blam for the other raven. The other two swarms are looking because it's all kind of happening simultaneous. A couple of them fly over here because they see them below the balcony, so they take those out. And then they sort of start flying over in this direction.
They're going to head over there. So, and I assume it's kind of hard to miss the commotion with Alec and the beasties over at the door. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would think so. Especially since
yeah.
Weller is yelling at the Alec. I would guess.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Now these guys are going to move in. They cut through the vats here. Exactly 5, 10, 15.
If they weren't so disgusting, they'd almost be cute.
Okay. And these ones all cluster around Weller just because he happens to be there.
And since they're flanking him, they have advantage on their attacks.
Mm-hmm. It is true. You speak truth. Okay, so that is going to be a 18 for attack number 1.
Oh shit, that's the one problem.
18 for attack number 2.
Hit.
15 for attack 3.
Hit.
And critical hit on the last one. So 3 hits and a critical. So let's see how that all goes down.
Wow.
3 hits and a butte.
Guess I better move
Also, I'm sorry, the wine that we're standing, is the fume still an issue?
No, it's pretty much dissipating now.
Okay.
It was mostly just the intensity of it. Usually it's only drinking that affects you, but in this particular case, because he was like right there and there was so much of it. So Weller is going to take 18 points of damage there.
Okay.
Weller's still up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just checking.
And just like, Pierce.
He has health now. He can survive some hits.
I mean, he's only got 8 out of 26, so
Nice health.
It's not feeling great, is what I'm hearing.
No.
At least it's
I would
something.
say that's fair.
Well, that's true.
Okay, and then these 4 swarm over Alec, and 4 of them are going to get attacks on you. Pretty much. Okay, so we have got a 10,
Nope.
a 6,
Nope.
7,
Nope.
13.
No.
Wow.
Yay for armor. Yay.
Yep. Well, also they rolled like garbage, but
I'm about to say, wait for garbage rolls.
yeah, garbage rolls too, but that didn't help. And you're like, yay, and then your face falls as you see more swarming into
More of
the
them. Yeah.
coming into the outside. Keep on rolling, keep on rolling. Okay. Right.
Shoot.
Good.
Okay, you're gonna have to rest next time before we do this.
All right. That is going to lead us to Val. So there's swarms with the lights on. That's going to lead us to Valley, and then Weller.
Nope. Valley's not doing squat ski.
Okay.
So
That leads us to Weller with Mason on deck. All right, Weller.
Fourth verse, same as the third, second, and first. Is going to be Sacred Flame and Quarterstaff. So DC 14 on one of the guys in front of him. Probably
Does
this
not
guy
make it. Definitely does not
there.
make it.
So 6 points of damage.
He blows up.
Okay. And so Weller will spin and the Quarterstaff against this
Okay.
dude here by the doors.
Smoothly. Thanks for the raid, Dan Van Dam. Welcome in. Welcome, raiders from Dan Van Dam. I don't know
12.
why the raid command is not up. It should be.
So we can do a cantrip and an attack if we have something within range.
If it's a bonus action.
Yeah, this is his happens to be a bonus action.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so let's see. So that's 12. You
12
said
to hit.
it's not going to hit, just misses. Just like as your staff like swings over the top of it. Yeah, I appreciate it, Dan Van Dam. Welcome also to the ArvCon Day 3, everybody. We are currently trying to raise money for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We are up to 1737. We are on our way. We're making our way downtown, moving fast, says Vanessa Carlton. 1737, we are only $23 away from another giveaway. I take that back. $13 away from another giveaway, which would be $17.50, and then we are only $260 some odd dollars from the $2,000 mark, which would be amazing. And of course, if we get to 3,500, which is our goal, then Tren is going to shave off his beard live on the roof of his house. I'm just kidding. But everything else is true. So, but that is going to happen. So you should continue to push this. Thank you so much. This is a major event for us. So thank you for continuing to support it. And that is going to lead us. That was Weller. So that's, and you're staying where you are, Weller. The three are kind of like they're behind you now.
Well, he turned to attack one of the ones behind him, so they're not behind him anymore.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So you're kind of like.
But I'm glad he didn't roll the natural one, because then he would have bang hit the doors.
Or maybe
right there, and probably alerted whatever's in there. Hey,
open it up. Well, who's up there? Okay. All right. That is going to lead us then up to what's up, Kerflop? We are up to 1737. We are making progress. Sir. Mason is up next, and then Esmeralda. What is Mason going to do?
He's standing on the stairs, so he can see down to where Weller is, right?
He is standing on the stairs and can see yes, to where Weller is. Yes. For sure.
Okay, so he's going.
He can't see where Alec is, but
no, but he's focusing on the ones that are on Weller. He's going to Eldritch Blast the two of them. Hopefully, the two of them.
Pew 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 pew.
We'll see. Eldritch Blast. For a 23.
I feel like that Eldritch Blast is very effective, no matter who uses it.
It's the strongest cantrip.
Yeah, it really is pretty good. That blows up.
And
oh no, that's right, because Witch Bolt's a first level spell. Yeah.
19 for the other.
Okay.
4.
8. Those damage rolls are nice too. Well, bam. Okay. So blows up. All right. Of course, this blast goes right over Weller's shoulder, like it's like, and just smash. It is a good thing that these things do not have the blow up and cause damage ability, Sod, like you were saying, like the other ones.
Patience.
That would be bad.
It would be very.
These ones
don't. Those are coming.
Yeah. Alrighty. So that is Mason. Then he's going to, I assume, stay where he is. Esmeralda at this point sees. Let's see. Sees the one. So.
Jet Li or
what is she going to do?
Or Neo?
Or Keanu Reeves, yeah.
Yeah, that's just, you are the one. She sees just a bunch of ones and zeros.
Always look at it encoded.
Okay, let's see. Okay. She points her hand down again, and this time a bolt of fire erupts from her finger towards the remaining one that is on Weller.
Fire woman. Anyways,
I don't think that's going to. No, it's going to miss though. So, fortunately, it hits Weller right in the face. That's great.
Excellent.
Just joking. Okay, and she sort of swears quietly, and that's going to lead us to Little Weller and then Alec. Little Weller, what do you want to do?
Little Weller is going to use his 20 feet of movement, 5, 10, 15, 20, come right over here, and he is going to Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
The one that's on his boss.
You stop it. Okay, and I think that's a wisdom.
DC 12 wisdom save, yes.
It is actually going to make that. So it sort of
takes nothing.
Looks around and it's just like, I am branching out. It doesn't do that. Okay, and that's going to bring us to Alec, and then Django will be on deck. Alec, you got a bunch of
I'm still going to try and slam the door shut, just poking at the ones that are trying to get through.
Okay. So are you so there's
Danke, am I dead?
There's basically no, you are not. You are not dead yet. There are 3 of them right around you right now, Alec, and that are like literally in the same space as you, and then the other ones are like swarming. So if you're going to try to poke at the ones coming through, you can do that, but like, do you want to poke at the ones that are right next to you, or do you?
Yeah, I want to force the door shut. That's basically my goal right now.
All right.
Even if I take damage, like I will do it.
Okay. So make a strength check, please, for me. You can do athletics if you want.
Yes, I would. 23.
Okay. With the 23, you slam the door, and there is this sort of sound of as things like sort of smash against it. You are going to be leaving yourself vulnerable, as you said, to attack. So when they attack, they will get a bonus against you, the ones that are
That's
still in
fine.
the room. You're not going to be able to hold it closed, though, and defend yourself. So,
I'm not going to defend myself. I'm just going to keep it
all
shut.
right. Okay. Let's see. That is going to be you, and that's going to lead us to Django then, and Zarama's on deck.
So he's got how many? Alec, how many do you have on you right now?
Only 3.
But you're holding the door shut, right?
Yes.
Well, then I apologize for this in advance. I stride right past Weller because he's got 1. I'm sure he can handle it by themselves. And then, yeah, you heard in mind. I apologize for this, good sir. And I need you, as well as them, to make an intelligence saving throw, please. Because this spell does not discriminate.
Is
So
Weller
our-
within that range?
Yeah, actually, you kind of are too.
I fail.
Sorry.
Welp.
Yeah, Weller kind of has to as well, come to think of it. 'Cause actually, I can move.
If you
You know
move
what?
down to the
Yeah,
bottom,
yeah, no, I'll, because you just took hit, I'll move down there. So you're out of range.
I don't think Little Weller is in the range. I think it's
No,
Big
he's
Weller.
way aside. We were talking about
Right.
Big Weller. I was going to do it right here, where everyone in 5 feet, Weller would have been within that range.
Oh, so big. Okay, so
I
Big
moved down
Weller
here.
is. You moved down here, so
Big
it's fine.
Weller's not.
Got it,
I moved
okay.
down here.
Got it,
to-
got it,
yeah.
got it.
Okay.
Okay, so just Alec and all
And,
those guys.
well, the 3 things.
Well,
on
yeah, I
him,
know,
ideally, yeah.
all those guys.
Alec unfortunately failed to save, so he's taking along with them. A lousy 3 points.
3 points of damage. Okay, so he's down to 42 to 45.
That sucked.
All right. These things.
Terrible roll.
All right. Let's see. And it's DC what? I'm sorry, John.
16.
Okay. All of them miss. So
Well,
that
3
means
points of
blow up.
damage. We'll just take it.
Surprisingly, not very intelligent, these creatures.
Yes,
blow
there
up,
you
blow
go.
up, blow up. Okay.
And you took a sting as you took a shot of
Mm.
flicking damage. But you're clear now, so there you go.
Yep. The door is currently closed. That's going to lead us to Zarama.
And oh, you know what? Can she see the one that's still on Big Weller from her vantage point? I think so.
Probably.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
yes, you can.
Frickin', she'll do vicious mockery. She's got it.
Okay.
You have to make a what is it? It's a frickin' 18 save. Wisdom saving throw. Yeah, wisdom saving throw against a DC of 18.
Miss.
1d. I gotta roll 1d4 damage. She takes 1d4 damage. Boop. Come on, baby. And it takes 3 points.
Okay. It is hurt but not dead.
Okay. Soften it up for you.
Sort of. Yep. Just like branches gonna fly off. All right. Okay. Now these guys.
should be.
Your
it should be
mother
2D
was a hamster, and your
It should
father
be
smells like
2d4
elderberries.
because you're level 5, aren't we?
Does vicious mockery go up at 5th level?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll do another one. Actually, thank you, Sod. I don't do this very often. That actually would take 6 points total.
Okay. Then it is dead. So the
There
raven's
we
like,
go.
oh, it's dead. Okay. Now the ravens swarm around, sort of fly around the room since there's nothing immediately visible for them to attack. And that leads us to them. Again, Alec, as I described with Weller, now slams are starting to happen against the door. So you are going to need to make
Yeah.
a
Well, that's
strength.
terrible.
You're going to need to make a strength saving throw. Let the door be closed. Slam.
Let the twigs be twigs.
13.
Okay, 13 will hold for the moment, but you know it's not going to hold. No, check, not save. I'm sorry. I asked you for a saving. It's a check.
Check, Alec, check, Alec,
12.
check.
Barely holds. This thing, the door is straining against with all of these things trying to come in.
It's not a
So I'm just
touch.
like, you two get that barrel over here.
Okay,
And pointing
and
towards the barrel that's right there. It's filling. It's probably overflowing a little bit now.
I was just going to ask that question. Remember I mentioned the burbling liquid? So it is now flowing over. And Little Weller is kind of like backing up as the wine is flowing towards him. Wow, that is an amazing emote. Holy crap, second OVS. You literally have a dude with a barrel emote?
Oh,
Wow, that is awesome. Okay. So it is flowing towards Little Weller, and it is definitely overflowing at this point. And that's going to lead us to Valley, and then Big Weller will be up next.
Valley's holding his action where he is. I'm trying to think of something, but I don't think I can cast that spell through him, unfortunately.
Yeah, that emote lifts. Yes, it does.
This turn he's staying right where he is for now. So.
Okay, that means Big Weller and Mason will be on deck. All right, Big Weller.
The barrel is in front of the second.
The second one, correct.
Second cask.
Yes.
Okay. Then Weller moves over there and since he still has his mage hand up, he just closes the spigot as he's walking over there.
Okay.
And now he's looking at this 600-pound barrel, trying to figure out how he's going to get it over there. And
I like the idea of you, because you can see him looking down at Little Weller and him looking up at you and just shrugging like,
got me.
Look, I could push this part of the way, but it's not going to be stable.
just figure out something.
Slam, so slam, so slam.
And so Weller steps around to the other side of the thing with pretty close to the last of his movement, and with no other course of action in mind, telekinetic slam.
Okay.
Oh no!
It's the only thing he can do.
No, I love it. I love it. I'm just like, this
All
is
right.
great.
No one makes me go for my book to look at things more than Trent on a
Oh
regular basis.
no!
Telekinetic slam.
Yes, you surprise an enemy with an unstoppable telekinetic impact. Choose one creature within range, or in this case, a barrel. It takes psychic damage equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Big deal. It's a barrel of whatever it is. Tainted wine. And it is moved 10 feet in a direction you choose, including up in the air, which may cause fall damage. You can only move it in a straight line through space unimpeded by creatures, objects, or obstacles.
Okay.
So he can move it 10 feet towards Oleg.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage.
It's 1d4 psychic.
Yes.
It's not a living creature.
Oh, psychic. Oh, that's interesting. But it still moves?
Yeah. Now, if I push it
you'd
up,
think it would be
take
force
damage when
right?
it fell, but
Yeah, it's just weird to me that it wouldn't be, for...
Force damage or something.
I agree. I believe it should be force damage, but that's what it says in the spell description.
All right. I provide to you a barrel. And so 10 feet, so about
10
here.
feet towards Oleg, yeah.
Okay. Now, let's see. Now I have to think about, how do I...
I would do a chance die or something.
Yeah,
see
exactly.
if
That's what I'm going to do. Roll a 20-sided die for me. On a 10, it tips. On 1 to 10, it tips. 1 to 9, it tips. On a 10 to 20, it doesn't. For me, please, Trent. Does not. So,
17 for those of you listening at home.
17. Thank you. Yeah. So it still is standing. I'm still standing. What I like is the idea that Alec is, of course, facing in Django. So you just hear this, like this wham, and you're like, oh! Like you look around, and this barrel is like 10 feet in front of you with a very
be like a swoosh as well because it's got the viscous on the floor below.
Yeah, well, there's more wine that spills out of it, and there's kind of a bemused-looking Weller behind it, sort of like, Okay, that's going to bring us up to Mason, and then Esmeralda will be on deck. Mason, since you are back with us,
Hi.
Hi. So the current tactical situation is that the twig blights have been destroyed, but there's still a ton of them that are like inside the little mud room, the airlock, and they're trying to slam to get inside this room now as well. And there are at least still 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 23 of them out there.
Well, I have just the solution for this. Hide.
Well, you're upstairs. You can't see them anyway.
Yeah, I know, and I can't do shit anyway.
If any of you play StarCraft and wonder what it would be like facing the Zerg in a tabletop game, this is it.
Yeah, you're watching Weller move this barrel filled with liquid over in that direction. And you just hear something about bringing it over from Oleg, really loud.
I'm just gonna move here in preparation of stuff coming through that door, so then I can shoot it.
Okay.
That's my only option right now. That's my turn. So happy to be back.
Okay. All right. So you were up there now, waiting, positioned. You
Yes.
did some work though while you were up there with some Eldritch Blast.
right.
Esmeralda is
Glad to be of use.
up next. And Esmeralda says, "What is going on down there?" Kind of calls down to her.
Can you help move a really heavy barrel?
And she sort of looks for a minute at Zarama and then looks at you, Mason, and she grabs the railing with one arm and vaults it, and just like lands straight on the bottom with her. And you notice that it's actually her wooden or prosthetic leg that lands first. There's this big fuck, like Avengers style, land on the ground type of deal. And then she pivots around. Let me bring her down to where you can actually.
While that happens, I just look over at Zarama and I say, I could have done that. I just decided not to.
And she, so she sees this and she sees the barrel, and then she comes around to the other side of it, and let's see if she has anything that she can do to make this happen. She's not that strong. She says, I am not capable of moving this either. If you are, however, if there were several of us, we could roll it, perhaps. But moving it is going to be difficult.
Figure it out.
And she looks back at you, Weller, for a minute.
Demanding, isn't he?
I would note that it doesn't have a lid, so if we try to roll it, it pours everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
She sort of, she shrugs, and then she moves over, basically up here. And she does the classic beginning of Star Wars, drops to one knee, and
In
just
the
sort
line.
of, like sort of is waiting in the hallway, for them to break through. Okay. Yeah, that's true, actually, in the wine. Yeah, she does, actually, yeah. She does drop right in the wine. Doesn't even care. It is now dissipated enough that it doesn't seem to be dangerous unless you were actually drinking from it. Okay, and let's see. That's going to lead us to Little Weller, who is up to, I would say, his ankles anyway in this wine. And then after that, we're going to have Alec on deck. What do you want to do, Little Weller?
Well, he's probably going to start moving over to the other side of Esmeralda.
Okay.
As he does so, he's going to kind of sweep one finger down through the wine and be like, and taste
Definitely poisoned.
Interesting.
And so he starts taking samples.
Fascinating.
He's immune to poison.
No, I know.
So
I know. Okay, so
What is you poisonous bouquet?
it's really got some legs, this thing.
I don't.
Are you legless?
Not like drunk. I mean dead.
Okay. Let's see. So let's go on to Alec, and Django's on deck. Alec, what do you want to do? You were holding this thing. You don't know how much longer you're going to hold it.
Holding it with a strength roll of
Can I talk to Alec
9.
while I'm
Right.
right there? Oh, good.
So the door,
Too late.
blam! The
Perfect.
door
No, that's what
opens.
I wanted you to fail.
You stagger back a few steps. Now, unlike Weller, where you were like, he failed enough that he was like literally blown backwards. It's not quite that much, but these creatures open, and on their turn they will be flying through. They're already partway through, at least this much. Alec, you can still move even though you had that action right then.
Yeah. So I think I know what he's planning. So I'm just gonna step back to like here, just in front, and just stay out of the
Hana would
ring.
say, "Get behind me! Get behind me!" Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay. That's going to lead us to Django, who I think is going to... By the way, is this a cantrip that you're using, or what is this?
Yes, it's a cantrip.
It's a cantrip?
It's
Wow.
a cantrip.
I guess very effective against very low hit point creatures.
Well, yeah, rats, these things. Yes, that's the first time I've had a chance to use it, man. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it does help that it does the 2d6 because I'm 5th level. Normally, it's 1d6 damage.
Mhm.
And yeah, I step into the doorway, and exactly. It is a grunt clearer, absolutely. So I'm literally blocking the door. So they're gonna come at me, but hey, come get some. So it's an intelligence saving throw by anything within 5 feet range.
So
Okay.
everything in that room.
Succeeds.
Pretty much.
Succeeds. Miss.
Bastards.
Succeeds. Wow.
Mm.
Miss. And then the rest of them. So.
6
How much
points to
damage?
anyone that missed.
Okay, so that guy's dead. And that guy's dead. And this one was not quite there. So. Oh, wait, let me roll one more. There was one more than I thought. Okay, that one misses. So.
Yay.
There you go. 2 of them made it, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Damn. Okay.
All right.
And that is going to lead us. Thank you, Erdenel. That is going to lead us to.
Now, I have a question.
Okay.
Can I shift to, like, defensive, whatever that defensive posture is? I just took one step over, cast a cantrip. Can I move into defensive action, or does that take up my entire round of movement?
That would take your round.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just wondering. That's fine. I'll
Also,
take
does Zarama require line of sight on you?
it doesn't save, just as concentration.
Okay.
But she's going to start coming down now since you saw where I went. and
Right.
what's happening
But
down
I was just wondering because you're not visible to her.
It does
at the
not
moment.
say. But so
Okay.
I'm just she's concentrating. It's going to be up, but she's going to start moving back.
All right. Let us bring that up to. So the Ravens swoop in.
Exactly. That's
There was a point where Weller was going to be like,
Wham.
a little help to the Ravens
Mhm.
in Sylvan.
And that was my secondary. Is the backup? Yes. Get in here, guys. Let's go
Okay,
kick some
and then
ass.
these ones can't sort of flutter around the
Hey,
outside
hey,
here.
it's like that, one at a time. It's all good. No problem.
All right.
Mhm.
And then the bad guys go. So 1,
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if anyone, for people at home listening, so they are swarming into this very small area, which is very stupid tactically. It is fortunate that the one who could have commanded them is already dead, and they are not very bright because they are a bundle of twigs. So they are not very smart. However, there are many of them, and 5 of them are going to get attacks on Django.
Yep.
And because they can all fit in a small space. So, itsy bitsy little space.
What I'd
little
like
space.
is some of those rolls that they had against Alec last time would be good. Be a good thing.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, we started out strong. 9,
Miss.
6,
Miss.
6,
Miss.
15,
That's a hit.
18.
2 hits.
Okay.
Okay.
2 hits,
Alright.
3 misses.
Yep.
So they are going to do.
184 points of damage.
Yeah, exactly. 7 points of damage, but that's all coming from your temp.
Comes off
right?
my temp. Yep,
Yeah,
exactly.
That heroism
Yeah.
is really helping. These are
Oh, it's-
5-foot
yeah.
spaces, Shadowner. 5 foot. There's a 5-foot map, which is which is a lot easier actually. If it was 10 feet,
It's
they'd be
making
having
a
a harder time.
huge difference
Yeah.
on things. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's 5 feet.
Okay.
Okay, that is them. That is going to lead us to Valley the Raven, who I'm going to guess is just going to stay in his perch, unless I'm mistaken.
And to the damn, I'm glad I'm not down there. Woo!
All right, Weller is up next, and then Mason. So Big Weller, this is just a mess. There's a lot. There's just a mess of things.
Oh, Zarama's going to move down to the main floor, by the way. We didn't give her an action. She did not move, so.
Oh, yeah, because you said you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So you're just moving her down to the floor.
Actually,
Okay.
I'll just, yeah.
Lovely.
'cause In case I
She
do
can
need
heal
healing,
well.
it'll be a good thing to
Well.
have.
Well, it needs healing.
Oh, yeah,
Got it.
true. Okay.
Yep. No, it's true, Shadowner. Some of them are 10 feet. Some of them are 5 feet. So they always change. Yep.
Give you a healing spell, cure light wounds. What does this do? It's been so long. Second level or higher, 1d8. Yeah, we're gonna bump that up a bit and give you 2d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Son of a diddly. Okay, maybe one will be enough actually. Yeah. So
Butt loving.
Weller, take. Hang on. 14 points of healing back.
Of damage. I was gonna say like. Okay.
Nah, but that's a
14
strike.
points
Sorry.
of healing.
Yep.
So that puts him up to 22.
Yeah, you're fine. He's fine. It's fine.
Hale and Hardy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quite hale and hearty, but only 4 points down now.
There you go. See? Good thing I didn't burn the other level.
Hardy, not Hale, maybe. Okay.
Hail-ish.
So that is the healing that was done by Zarama, and
Yep,
then
and
we
that's
had,
your turn.
we had
Yeah.
the Ravens go, we had the twig creatures go, we had Valley go, Weller.
So Weller steps up to the barrel and looks at Alec. Do you still want it over there?
Too late now. A little bit slow, but
And
maybe next time.
Wow.
Weller's look just becomes kind of a don't push it. You know, kind of, or I will. You know, kind
No,
of
you didn't push it. That's the problem.
This very, very just sharp glare from Weller of just.
Watch it. Oh, so good.
I
So
can
good.
push you too, you know.
Slide.
Let me
Just
help
gotta
you back
scare
there.
them all.
And so he turns and looks over his shoulder at Zoram. He's like, "Thank you so much." And
She nods, of course.
he's going to move over to this doorway over here. If he can kind of squeeze in between them and sort of put his ear to the door and listen to see if he can get an idea of what's going on the other side.
Make a perception check for me, please.
Perception. 10.
Which, with a +8,
Wow.
I rolled a 2, so it's a 10 overall.
Yeah, the you do not hear anything inside. Also, there's a lot of commotion.
I was
out
gonna
here
say,
that
there's a
makes
lot
it
of
harder
noise.
also, yeah, but you don't hear anything else.
Little
Yep.
twig heads exploding and everything. It's terrible.
Yep. So, assuming that's it for you, Weller, then we will move on to Mason with Esmeralda on deck. Mason, you're up. There's still, a bunch of things being fought. There's a bunch of these creatures. Now, so Django is kind of standing there, sort of
Yes, he is.
blocking your sight while he does his little,
Yeah, I noticed.
kaboom, kaboom thing. So you
Thanks,
really can't
Django.
get a shot without potentially hitting Django.
He'll live. Hold the door.
Hit him with a lightning bolt. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
He's fine. It's fine.
If only I had one to.
to throw.
No.
Oh, you're at the stairs. I see. Okay, yeah. Well, sorry, dude. I mean, I'm trying to wrap this up. So, wasn't there a window in the stairway?
A window in the stairway.
There was a window
Yeah.
with glass in it, though. You don't know if it's openable or not.
Who
I mean,
does
you can maybe
that?
smash
Yeah,
it.
they can fix that later. Details. I mean, look, we've destroyed one of their casks. That's ruined.
Mm-hmm.
Flooded the floor. The wine vats I think are all screwed. They're poisoned. So that's probably terrible.
I can't make it to the window in time. I don't think.
To be going up this. Oh, I see. Oh no, I see. It's a. Ha 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 ha. I see. No, I guess not. All right.
5,
Well.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, I could only make it to about here.
Well, I'm gonna start clearing the doorway and moving out anyway, so it's not gonna
Yeah,
be
I'm gonna, you know what? I'll wait until there's something to shoot at. I'll have my crossbow at the ready, and I'm just gonna shoot. I'm gonna just shout down at Django. You're doing a glorious job, Django. Keep it up. I just sort of continue to, ready. I've got my crossbow at the ready. Whatever really comes through there, because I can't fire shit because you're in my way. Thank you.
It's like Leslie Nielsen constantly leaning into the cockpit. We're all counting on you.
Just wanted to say good luck. We're all counting on you. All right, Esmeralda.
And don't call me Shirley.
Don't call me Shirley. Okay, so Esmeralda steps forward a bit and says, "Do you think you have this handled then, Django?"
He nods.
And she sort of steps back and says, "In that case, perhaps we should be looking for other things." And she kind of goes this way. 'Cause she's like, because she can't get to anything with Django there. So, so that leads to Little Weller.
Yeah, Little Weller's still collecting samples.
Okay.
Samples of the wine, samples of the twigs from the things that have blown up.
Twig golem juice. Well, that too, yes. Okay, so he's doing that. Alec is up, then Django's on deck.
Golem squeezings.
God.
What did I just say?
Wow.
Hey, keep in mind, these were creatures. They were not golems. They were not created. They were not summoned.
I'm not the one who said they were golems first. Talk to him.
And we're not the ones who said golem squeezings.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
What we didn't say.
Should say,
I'm not arguing that I said it. I'm saying he's the one who said they were
should
golems
say
first.
twig golem juice. Yeah, she was brewing them in a pot. Okay.
All right,
So, Alec, you were up and then Django. Alec, what do you want to do?
Yeah, so I'm going to go next to Django, and
Mr.
Django.
Bojangles.
Bojang, yes.
Already in action to attack any of them that come past if he backs up.
Okay.
There you go. That's smart.
That will lead us to Django.
Yes, indeed. Round 2.
Okay.
So good. Once again, everything within 5 feet is a. Oh wait, that would include you, Alec.
That's fine.
Okay. Intelligence saving throw.
Up to you.
Target of 16. No, I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it regardless. But target of 16.
And one of the Raven clusters.
Unfortunately, it's gonna nail them too. If they're within range, it's alright. It does not discriminate. So yeah.
Nope.
I would say actually it's not going to be in range because they're flying up above too. So I think
Okay.
since it's only 5 feet, that
There
makes
is
it
a
assistant enough.
C-axis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, your call. No.
Okay.
Anything that
Makes some tree
fails
golems.
takes.
It's not a bad guess, Aaron. No, it's not a bad guess.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna.
So
I'm gonna clear
basically,
this room.
all of them but one missed. So dead,
Sorry. This is,
dead. Very effective. This is very, very effective.
And actually, I will push into to give us some basic. So there's 2 left. You said all but 1.
There. Oh yeah, because there were 2. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me roll for that one. I didn't see that. There's just too many of them. Yeah, that didn't make it either.
Good.
Let me not delete you.
The hell did you use on him?
He
It's
has
called-
this thing. Yeah, go ahead.
It's called. I forgot what it's called.
Thought Blast.
Thought blast. 2d6.
Ooh.
5-foot radius. They make a save, or else they take damage.
The thing about it is
TNT.
that it doesn't do a lot of damage, and so it doesn't make a lot of sense usually for Django to go running up in the middle of a fight and do it. But when you're dealing with small things that don't have a lot of hit points and they're just swarming them, it's like
perfect.
death. You know.
And I will
so-
actually push into to the other door. And if you want to take care of this one behind me, go ahead.
Okay.
I will now be blocking the entrance as they come swarm me. Like, yeah, bring it on.
Okay. Zarama is up next.
Zarama will step forward and psychic mockery the one that I left behind.
Okay.
And that's a wisdom saving throw, DC of 18.
Fail.
And
Oh wait,
it takes
DC 18.
18.
Yeah, fail.
All right, it takes 4 points.
Boom.
Yep,
Blows
there we
up.
go. Sweep and clear. Sweep and
4
clear.
points,
It's all
okay.
good.
That is Thought Blast. THOT for that harm over there.
Thought blast. Thought. Okay.
Actually, just making him apparently. No.
Okay, let's see.
You could argue it all.
Yeah,
you
no,
want.
it's not. It's you know. Okay, so.
But if they were golems, that'd be a construct, and this wouldn't even work. So thankfully, they're not. That's
Okay,
my
so
point.
the Raven swarms fly up again. They're not going to go into that area again. So they're going to. Sorry, Alec. Let's move you. There you go. They're going to fly back up.
Yeah, this is a very fairly unique situation this is working for, but I couldn't be happier.
Yeah,
It's just-
this is a very specific situation that is unlikely to be repeated. Okay, and they fly over that way.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, and that's going to be now the bad guys. So they go flying up to you this time, and we will
I just
get
like
1,
literally come get
2,
some.
3. I think 4 of them will be able to get in there at once. Like literally, they've had to kill. There's like 50 of these. The total, like of the ones that they've been. So, okay. Let's see. Roll. All right, we have got a 19, Django.
Yes.
An 11,
No.
21,
Yes.
19.
Yes.
Okay. So
Django the tank, let's go, buddy.
Pretty
I think
much.
3 hits and 1 miss, I believe.
Yep.
All right.
This is a new round, right?
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
those 10 points reset. So
Right, I know.
And a,
Yep.
good thing, and a good thing they do too. Yeah, this heroism thing is pretty kick-ass.
Okay, 14 points of damage.
All right,
Which
so
means-
I take a total of 4.
Correct.
So I'm at 38. If my math is correct.
Yeah,
time
basically
we-
by
yeah.
creating that buff, he's basically tanked the whole thing, which is,
Yep.
smart. This is, by the way, precisely if there was a Baldur's Gate fight like this, is exactly what I would do. Like, I would just send him down there, like, up his armor to some ungodly amount or 10 hit points,
You
whatever.
would just
and
have someone fire.
blam, blam, blam.
Well, yeah, it'd be fireball.
You were there when I did the awesome thing in the chessboard. Do you remember where I did the whole cloud kill plus entangle on the one end of the chessboard
Yeah,
and
yeah,
just
I
waited
remember
for the
that.
screaming to stop? So, okay. That was done right then. Those are those. Okay, that leads us to Valley, the Raven, who I assume is going to stay where he is.
Hell yeah.
And that leads us to Weller, and then Mason is on deck. Weller, what do you want to do? He's pushed forward now. And so.
So Weller's just basically taking the bottle over to Little Weller and putting it down so that he can start moving the samples he's taking in and out of the. He can because he can't do it. No, actually, he can enter and exit the bottle 120 feet from wherever. So he doesn't have to. Never mind. So yeah, Little Weller just he gathers up a bunch of stuff and then disappears and reappears. And he's just doing his work as he's going through. Weller, however, is he is going to move over to this door.
Okay.
And he's going to kind of look around, see what everybody else is doing, and he's going to very quietly open the door and peek in.
He is not able to do that because it appears to be locked or barred.
This door locked and that one was open. I don't.
This one was not open.
Which one did you click?
The double door?
No. The one we came in.
Oh, yeah. No, that was open, all right. Yeah, no. If only, yeah, no.
Could have been locked, but no. Could have been a bolt. We could put it in. No.
Yep.
Exactly.
Oh.
So do you want to try to, like, break through it or just...
No.
Oh, man. Exactly, or no, exactly. All right, Mason is up and Esmeralda's on deck. Mason, what do you want to do?
All right.
I'm gonna continue to wave at Django and go, "You're doing an excellent job."
Keep it
I
up.
think, I'm rooting for Team Django over here. No, there's got to be something better I can do. Although I'm not entirely convinced.
Yeah, I mean, you could... I don't
Stand there
know.
and have a
Don't tell me how to play the game, Arv. That's my job.
What I meant to say was, what I was going to
Doing
say
your
was
dungeon mastering.
no, I know that. What I was going to say was exploring is always continuing to be an option. Like, so in other words, you don't have to beyond that. So.
I would like to shoot something, but I can't. I don't need that.
There's many things down there you could shoot. There's ravens, there's Zurama, there's Weller. I mean, there's
He's
lots.
making plenty of tinder with no help from us, so it's
Valley
great.
is right next to you. You could shoot him.
Hey now.
I could just shoot Django. I mean, that's an option too.
You'd have to shoot through the doorway. And he's probably got about half cover from your position.
It starts becoming like a Larry Bird.
Shitdowner just shoot the lock. Yeah, fortunately the lock is not on this side, Shitdowner.
The door through the window, nothing but net.
The door is locked from the other side, unfortunately. Otherwise, that'd be a good idea.
The door is coming from inside the house. I'm just gonna go see what, Big Weller, as he likes to be called, Big Weller, and Esmeralda are doing, and that's my turn. I can't do shit. They're just holding the door. I'm just gonna stand here looking pretty.
Okay. That's gonna bring us down
and
to
again, I will hold my shot until if something comes through the door, I will shoot it. If I have.
Well, Weller's not holding the door. He's trying to open the door, but it's locked.
So no, I'm just closer to you guys now. I'm just saying that I'm standing enough on the staircase that I can still get a shot off if for some reason they run through Django. I should still be if I'm on the stair, the lower level of the stairs, I still should be able to shoot over Zarama, right?
Yes, I would think so. You got enough room that you could probably, but not, you wouldn't be able to thread the needle if they come
through the second door.
Right,
yeah,
right.
I get
Maybe True Weller is more apt. The True Weller. All right. Esmeralda's up, and then Weller's. So, Esmeralda sees that you're trying to open it, Weller, and she says, "Should we try to break through it then?"
Do you know what's on the other side?
She says, "Either more of these things, or nothing. Either way, we have to deal with it, right?"
So no.
And she sort of shrugs and says, "Very well." And she goes over here, and then she puts her ear to the door over here and listens. Okay, and she says, "I don't hear anything here either." And kind of looks up at you.
I didn't
An
hear
unspoken question in her face. What's that?
I said I didn't hear anything at that one either. Didn't listen at this one.
Okay. So she nods and she carefully opens the door and then gasps. And then we go to the... No, I'm just kidding. She doesn't do that. She just opens the door.
She opens the door.
Exactly. No! Okay, Little Weller is up next, and then Alec.
Little Willer's probably pretty close to finished, gathering what few samples that he can between wine and twigs.
Name my cover band.
That would be a pretty cool. But covers of what?
I haven't decided yet.
Jethro Tull. It's all Jethro.
That could work.
Yeah,
work.
Good.
Buying poisoned wine with bad intent.
Exactly.
It's a mixture of Jethro Tull and Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
There you go, baby. A little bit of yes in there, like 10% yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
This wine is thick as a brick, and
Ooh.
thank you. I'll be here all week.
So with that, Weller ceases to exist.
Take 7 million pun damage. Oh,
No, he's
God.
at this point he just kind of disappears into the bottle.
Okay. All right. That leads us to Alec.
I
and
don't
then
mean he's
Janko's on
getting
deck.
drunk. I mean that he's
Yes,
literally-
no, I get it. He's not soused.
I was going to say that's a pretty
It's a whole
dangerous
different-
decision there.
Yeah,
It's, you know,
absolutely. I don't want you to see
Well,
you
he's
go down that
immune to
path.
poisoning, so he can drink as much as he wants.
Alec, you're up.
a different kind of poison, my friend.
Can't really get past Django, so I'm just gonna sit here in a ready, hold my action to attack anything that comes to
Okay.
through the door. I
Everyone's in the
will,
same
however,
between.
with my bonus action, I will cast Shield of Faith on Django, so he gets an extra 2 AC.
Okay.
Aw, thank you.
There you go.
60 feet. All right. Lovely. Concentration up to 10 minutes. Good stuff. That will lead us to Django.
Up again. Let's clear the next wave, shall we? Yes. what do we got here? Oh, yeah.
12th verse, same as the verse. All right.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Actually, having a lot of fun doing this.
Save. Miss. Okay. So, 2 saves, 2 misses, assuming there's only 4 of them there. Yes. 2
Looks
saves,
like it,
2
yeah.
misses.
All right. Well, the missed ones take
7.
7
So
points.
kaboom and kaboom, both of those 2 die. There's 2 here that are left. And you can see outside, finally, that there's only maybe another 7 of those so outside, plus the
Good.
2 that are in here.
Okay. All right. A couple more rounds, folks. Gotta clear it up. But yeah, now my armor class is 16. Woohoo.
Okay.
While you have that that effect on you, you might put another little icon on you. There's one that's a rook, almost all the way down at the bottom. It's like a big tower. That could be cool.
Nice.
Oh,
Very
awesome. Love it. Yeah. There we go.
Zarama
Ah,
is up after you. What is Zarama going to do?
Actually, she could blow a point to heal me back up to full because she's got healing and I could use some. So that's what she's gonna do. And with that sick bonus, she just has to roll like 50% chance. 15. I'm back up to full hit points.
All right.
Whoop.
All right.
Yeah,
That leads us to, and she's going to stand where she is, right?
No, she's gonna move back.
Okay. She's going to like lean forward into the line of fire. Or just want. Okay. Okay. The ravens are not going. The ravens are going to fly back up now and perch back up in the rafters. Here.
Having a
and
conversation with
here.
Valley, going, so what's with these people? Why aren't you down there helping them? Because I'm not an idiot.
You know, you're supposed to swarm down there when there's okay.
Yeah, you're swarm. I'm one. Come on. Besides, my boss got it taken care of. It's all good.
Weller is up, and then Mason will be on deck. Weller.
So since Weller didn't listen at this door before, he's going to listen and see how locked it sounds.
Okay.
That sounds really
It is
locked.
so
I don't know.
locked. Oh my god.
Oh, locked.
Super locked.
Unbelievably.
It's locked.
Natural 20.
Wow.
And
So you
wait a
hear
minute, that
you
was
hear
interesting.
you hear the beating of Mason's heart. You hear the thing, several things like wow.
Okay, wait.
The burbling of wine.
Wait a minute.
It beats one.
No, it
beat
did
per
roll
hour.
investigation, not perception.
Oh yeah, you need perception.
Okay, I was looking. I was like, that's not right. What?
Yeah, it's impressive.
21.
21. Yeah, you do not.
Non-natural 21. That
You
doesn't
do
make
not
sense.
hear anything inside there.
Okay.
Are you moving anywhere? Or are you going to stay where you are?
He's going to head up the stairs.
Okay. You hear the sound of silence. Exactly, Shannon. Okay. You're going to head up the stairs. So,
5, 10, 15, 20.
which means, the line must be drawn here.
20, stop that. 20, 25, 30. 20 here.
Sorry.
No.
Yes.
Sorry. He's going this way.
Oh.
So that's 30 feet. As he's passing Valley, he just kind of lightly pets him or tries to.
Oh, he'll let him.
Cool.
He likes Weller.
Okay. Lovely. That leads us to Mason and then Esmeralda. All right, Mason. It seems like it's closing in on all but the shouting down here, but there are still a few creatures outside that Django is currently blocking the door against. Do you have any buffs you want to throw at him? Like maybe give him a couple of like a bouquet and maybe a hat? Do you want any other things you want to put to Django?
Fire around him.
Django tanky. Do you want to do anything else for Django here?
At this point, I'm really just like, I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast Django, just because he's showing off at this point. You know, you got to bring him back down a peg because it's too much.
It's true. What's up, Echo?
How do you think he does? I don't know what makes him so good. Showing off. That's what it is.
Warlock has got it. All right.
I love it.
Okay.
Why have we done the D&D musical? What the hell, guys?
I know that needs to happen.
Everything else has been, for God's sake. And Mike Tyson had a one-man show.
Because we
on
blow the
Broadway.
budget, John.
Okay, that's perfectly fair. You're
Yeah, we can't
absolutely
do that.
right. Yeah.
Do you know what a good
Here's where the real dragon comes in.
You still got the critical hit theme song.
Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Yeah, we could just that's true. Okay, so you were are you actually going to Eldritch Blast him, or are you just going to wait?
I'm just gonna wait. I can't do anything. Like
Well, thank
I
you
don't.
for not actually
unless-
following through on that. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, you're already taking enough. You know, I will never let you down though for taking damage from twigs. Though that's gonna be forever, my friend. It's just like,
Dude, it's been a
oh
long
no,
since
fire next to this. Don't let the tinder hurt you. I'm so tired.
it's been a long time since taken damage from anything. Like,
Oh, you could
not
trip
the
over that.
vampires,
Take, like
not
4
these
extra
first
points
things.
of damage just into tripping. So
all right, smartass.
trippingly over the twigs he went. Yeah, I'm not doing shit. I'm gonna hold my action again.
Okay, that's Esmeralda's turn up next. Then Esmeralda's going
This
to.
is the most. This is the most invigorating, refreshing fight I've ever been a part of. Here, Jack, have at it, old boy. Enjoy.
So she.
After you.
So Esmeralda sneaks in to this room, looks in, and then comes back out and says, "There's a staircase leading to the second floor, and not much else." And just sort of says that in general. And then Little Weller is not there because he's in the bottle, I assume.
Right.
And that means Django is up, and then Zarama will be after that. So Django is up first. All right, Django.
Indeed.
Also, these
We
ones
have
moved
2
up.
and they haven't gotten there, or they're coming.
Yeah, they moved. They already moved up. I had that last
There
time.
we go. All right, same. You know the drill.
Okay.
Don't even bother resizing them. Just roll.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Ah.
Miss. Make. Wow. Okay, well that's good because only 2 of them missed this time.
Well, it only took 3 points, unfortunately.
None of them are dead.
That sucks.
So
Now you can resize them.
all of it. Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm not concentrating. These little pricks are terrible.
Literally.
Yeah, just the thorns.
That's
Yes.
exactly right. Okay, so 3 points.
Good
of
thing I
damage
had
is
her
not
heal
gonna
me
be
this
enough.
round. Just in case.
Okay, that is going to lead us to Zarama is up next, and then.
Well, she'll she's got the range of verbal mockery, so she'll do that, and it's for wisdom saving throw, target of 18.
That's how many? Like anyone in how many?
Well, the one there's like this one right here, right?
That, it fails.
Okay, it's probably gonna die. So I'll take at least 1 off him, and that takes
4.
4 points.
Boom, dead.
Okay, there we go. 1 less for me to have to worry about.
All right.
Okay. Yep, so
Okay,
blink, blink,
now
blink,
the
blink.
ravens stay where they are. Now
Don't
these
you have
ones
Sacred
go.
Flame? Alec, I thought you had Sacred Flame.
I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you're kind of blocking the doorway.
Well, Garrett, still, yeah, okay, I see your point.
Blow. Okay, so 4 of them are going to attack you, Django.
I still have armor class 16.
Critical miss, and then 14,
Miss.
19,
Would have been a hit. That's a hit.
22.
That's a hit. So 2 hits instead of 3. Love it.
That is going
Love
to
it.
be, and loving it, 7 points of damage, which means you still got
Smacked it
3
through the
attack
temp.
left.
Yeah, so I got 3 left.
Okay, right. That is going to lead us to Valley and then Weller.
Gah!
Okay.
Preen, preen.
Okay.
Clean my clean feathers.
Preen,
The
preen.
map.
So
It's
he,
all good.
so he preens like +2d6 preening.
You can see he pulls out a feather, it kind of like vanishes because it's just a summon.
Damn it. Okay, Weller and then Mason.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to this door and listen up. Make a perception check this time instead of an investigation. 11.
11. Okay. So, let's see. You hear what sounds like something sort of moving around inside, but it's hard to know what. It's kind of indistinct, but it basically sounds like steps on the floor, as if something is heavy enough to be making sound on the floor as it moves around it. But nothing else more distinct than that. Just kind of
Does it sound-
light creaking of the floor.
Like they're coming towards this door?
No,
or
it
just-
seems no, not necessarily. It just seems like they're walking around inside.
Okay. Are the hinges on this side of the door or the other side?
The
Which way?
hinges, I believe, open inward like the other door. Let me confirm that. Hold on.
Holding.
No, these doors go outward. I'm just looking at some of the rest of the map.
Okay.
So away from you.
Okay.
Okay, and that's going to lead us to Mason, and then Esmeralda's on deck.
Hi.
Hello. So you're down there. Esmeralda's looking at some doors. Weller is looking at some doors. Django is still blowing up twig creatures on one side. Alec is waiting. Zarama's waiting. What are you doing?
I'm Showroom. No, sorry. I don't know what to do. I'm not designed for this.
I'm not made for this.
5, 10, 15, 20, 30. If I make it up to here, can I shoot something?
Up to where? Oh,
To
In front of Volok.
to the inner
yes,
door.
I would say so.
Eldritch Blast. 2 of them.
Okay, so
I'll do the ones just because it's fair to the positioning. I'll do the ones on the outside of him because I can't hit the one that's directly behind Django. There's one to the top and there's one to the bottom. This one and actually, that was pretty good.
okay. Oh, 1 second. Thank you, Stauner. There we go. All right. Okay, so you may proceed to fire away. Fire away.
I don't want to make a box. Stop it. Okay, so this guy. No, that's not the right one.
I think Arv understands that you're talking.
I'm doing it for the viewers. And
Doing it for the fans.
People at home on the podcast. Important that they see.
artwork.
so those 2 silly jerks.
Got it. Okay, so you're going to fire on either side. Let's do it.
That's correct.
It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. I have the same ground in this case.
I have the left ground.
Okay, the first one hits.
That's a hit, yep.
Second roll.
Wow.
Yeah, that one's definitely.
Okay.
A 17 and a natural
17
20.
and a natural 20. All right. So the one is max damage and the other one?
Takes 4.
Okay, so kablam, kablam.
Max damage would be 10,
20.
plus.
Both they and their next of twig kin are destroyed.
Oh, right. All right.
All right.
The twig children. Won't someone think of the twig children?
Exactly. Ding. All right. That is
Yay,
going
I
to take
did
care of that.
something.
Yay,
Yay.
success. Okay. Esmeralda proceeds to this door and then listens herself. And not anything I can hear through here. All right. And it hit so hard it went down through their bloodline and eliminated them. Like, previous people were like, I think I'd have some. Just like hit fine. Okay, that is going to lead us to Little Weller, who's still in the bottle, I assume, and that means Alec and then Django. All right, Alec.
I'm doing the same. I'm just gonna wait. It's nothing I can really
Still
do.
waiting.
I can do a hilarious action, but I won't do it because
You can do a hilarious action?
Django might not like it, so
Okay.
I'm gonna just leave it there. I'm just gonna. I'll just wait.
Okay, Django, I assume you're doing the same thing.
It's like 8th verse, same as the last one. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, miss,
I should
Make
do some rolling damage.
miss,
Damage.
miss. Okay.
Boom. Ba-bam.
All right,
Come on.
dead,
5
dead,
points.
dead, dead. One of them made it, so there's two left.
All right.
There
Well,
are two
not long
that
for this
remain.
world. I do. Should I give someone else a chance? Would you like to jump in here, people?
No, you're
I
doing
can-
fine.
I can take a breather. I can take a breather. I can just,
You started this. Now you end it.
All right. I will.
You bring this to its inevitable conclusion.
God
You're the
damn.
one that opened the door and brought them here, so you got to finish it.
Lord knows we blame you for most things anyway. So
I believe we all walked into the. I don't think we opened. Did we open the
You
door? Maybe we did.
opened the door. That
Yeah,
was
well.
you.
I can only show you the door.
That's
Now
what I
you
was
must
waiting
blow it away.
That means that it's because you're staying where you are, so that's Sarama is up next.
Yeah. Since I haven't really been touched all that, she's fine. It's all good. Yep.
Okay. I don't think Ravens. How many rounds has that been? So it's still not to the point because it's a minute. So there's
We're at,
still
like,
another
5,
3 rounds are left. No,
At
more than that.
least. Yeah.
But there's still like 3 rounds left over. So yeah, that heroism on top of everything else was pretty useful. Yep. It's been a lot of rounds, but they've been going quickly because
It's a
most things just
powerful
everyone
little
wait and then
spell.
yeah, they literally have killed off 50 creatures so far because of the number of these things. Okay, that's going to lead us.
And immune to being frightened, by the way, immune to fear with heroism, so it's got a secondary.
Right.
Goddamn sweet.
That's going to lead us to the. Let's see. So that was Django, Zarama. Okay, they go. So they come. They come running in, and it doesn't help that they're
Yawn.
really
Let's
dumb.
wrap this up.
So, okay, a 10 and a 13.
Miss.
Okay. The Valley doesn't move, I assume. That leads to Weller, and then Mason's on deck. All right.
No,
Weller.
Valley swoops in. No. It's not.
Valley loses his mind and plunges directly into the wine of Poison Vat wine. Okay, that's going to lead us to Weller.
who is like, and backs away from the door. And
Okay.
so returns back to here and pets Valley some more.
Go.
He sort of thinks down to Esmeralda.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He mind speaks to her, saying that there's something moving behind this door up here.
Okay, so she sort of looks around and then she's not able to mind speak back to you in that scenario, is she?
She can reply. I
Oh, okay,
believe.
she says.
Let me double check.
Yes.
Where'd it go? Yes, they can send a message back.
Okay, she says, very well. And we'll see what she actually does about that in just a minute. That brings us back up to Mason and then Esmeralda. There's 2 of these things left, Mason, that you can see that Django's got. Otherwise, this seems pretty open.
Can I hit those 2? From where I'm at?
If you push past him, you can. Listen, I've got to do this. You could be in danger here.
Yeah, let me
He's
take
in
this.
trouble.
Just sort of.
Look, I've dealt with these creatures before. They just show this like
I don't know if you
pile
know
of
this,
twigs around Django.
but I'm an expert. So there we go. So I can't hit either of them from where I'm
Call me
where
a
I'm at.
branch hunter. No, not from where you are.
Branch hunter.
Can I move left or right? Do I have to move forward?
You
Is
would
it-
have to move forward, yeah. An expert at kindling.
If I moved here, could I hit?
No, because the wall.
Well,
Like,
I can see-
Django is standing in the wall. Or standing in the door, rather. So that's the problem. You could, like, try to drop to the ground and fire through the legs of Django, maybe, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Just for excitement level.
That's fun.
All right.
I like this idea.
All right. So you drop to the ground.
Hey, Django, open your legs, my friend, my brother. I don't know why I said it like that. Because I'm tired of fighting these twigs. Let's end this already.
You give me a round. It's always gonna be done, for God's sake. But fine, I'll lift the leg
right.
up. There, 3-second rule. Jeez.
So he lifts the leg up. Okay.
Okay. So I'll fire. I can only hit one of them, right? I can't fire. I
Right.
can't hit both through his legs. He's not like.
Need to buy him a drink first. Yeah. Well.
Django, go spread eagle. Yeah. All right. So I'll go for the one that's like straight in the door.
Okay.
And I guess I'm gonna fire both because I probably can kill him with one, but I might as well fire two and make sure that he dies. Ow! Sorry, my jaw just cracked for no.
Oh, I was
Oh,
like, what the hell? It's like,
Oh, did that get picked up on the microphone?
no, but
Oh, just your reaction.
I know the pain.
It certainly reverberated like all the way around my skull. That was fun. All right.
Favorite is when you just wake up and you just yawn and you just feel
ow,
that.
yeah.
God, yeah. I don't get that often, but it okay. So
22 is definitely a hit.
That's probably gonna kill him. No, it's not. All right, one more.
3 force damage, not enough to kill him. 16 will hit,
6.
and 6 force damage blows him up. All right.
Hold on.
So there's one as this Eldritch Blast
I'm
streaks.
gonna go
Like,
all right, you got this last one. Peace. Glad I could help. And go this way.
okay. So that was Mason. That leads to Esmeralda, who makes her way up this way, and I think is actually going to probably go all the way up here. And then she says, the one over there, and points to the door behind you, Weller.
Yes, that one over there.
And she nods and then passes by you and heads this direction. Okay. Little Weller is up, I guess, still in the bottle, and that's Alec, and then Django.
I may as well just hold here, let Django finish it off.
Okay. Django, you were up.
We'll do Eldritch Blast on this one just to make sure he's dead. Now watch, I miss both shots.
Miss.
That'd be hilarious. Highly unlikely, though. Yeah,
Okay.
24 ought to do
24
it.
will
Yeah,
hit at Aiden.
blast him into 13 points damage. Blast him into. pretty
All
much-
right, he is blown into bits, and as you look around, you are horrified to see 700 more. No, I'm just kidding.
Bring
the
it on,
Trig Lights.
GM. Bring it on.
It's like in the Disney hero. This is like an army of
Yeah, exactly.
row the columns of.
But no, silence reigns as you look around, and there are just shattered twigs, branches, and every other kind of destroyed wood product that you would expect to see on the bottom of this floor. And I think that is a good spot for us to rest for a bit, take a break, because we have been going for a while. So I'm going to give the folks a chance to take a break here for about, let's say, 7-8 minutes here. While these, let's say 10 minutes, because that'll give me a chance to talk about the charity. And then when we come back from that, we will do the second half. We will be with you folks until 9 p.m. So we will be with another 2 hours and half or so, 2.5 hours. Hello, Paxi. And while these gentlemen are heading off on their break, that gives me an opportunity to say to all of you that you are here with the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation charity ArvCon Day 3, 2019. We have got only, folks, 2 hours and 45 minutes left, roughly speaking, in this, and we are up to 1,737. So let me remind everybody that not only are we close to another giveaway at 1,750, and obviously 2,000 would be a big deal as well. Remember that if we get to our goal of 3,500, Tren will shave his beard, which would be pretty amazing. And you should, if you want to see him clean shaven, then you want to make sure that you do this right now. Exclamation point donate would do that. So please consider supporting the charity. Please jump on board and support this. Remember right now also, you only have 2 hours and 45 minutes to get in on that awesome picture by Rock God, also known as Drew Zion. And also, of course, Kerflop, who made this amazing custom pen that is going to the second top donator to this. So please get in on this if you can.
And if
As
you
for
can't,
us, and if they can't, then spread the
go
word.
get friends and bring them.
Exactly. If you can't do it, then spread the word and let other people know about this, because that would be much appreciated. Otherwise, we're going to take a little break. We'll be back to you folks in just about 10 minutes. So hang tight. We will be right back.
Relax.
So we are back. Welcome everybody. Welcome back. It is day 3 of ArvCon, and we are in the home stretch here as we close out our charity event to support the Damon Running Cancer Research Foundation. So that number you can see to that way, to the right of my picture as you look at it on screen, is the amount we have raised so far, $1737. We really want to try to make a major push here in this last couple of hours because we really want to see how high up that we can get, and past 2,000 and hopefully beyond that. So if you have not already done so, please consider jumping on board and supporting us with !donate. We are going to be continuing to play for you for the next few hours, but please jump on board because again, many things await you, including not only giveaways and other things, but also the chance to see Trendane with his beard shaved and all that other kind of good stuff. So you should definitely check that out and support us if you can, as I head back over to the list where we are all there. And it looks like everyone's in the right spot, if I'm not mistaken. So I think we should be good as far as that's concerned. Yep, nope, looks like we're all good. So welcome back, gentlemen. All right, so, and just, let's see, exclamation point. There we go. So make sure that you are checking that out. Please support us if you can. And again, please spread the word. We are in the final 2 hours. And in fact, it just struck me I should retweet that also. Let me do that right now. Okay. We are home stretch. Only... Damon Runyon. Lovely. There we go. Okay. So we are now tweeted up and going. And all right. So let us get back into it. So, gentlemen, we are here in the Wizard of Wines, having just gone through apparently an army's worth of these twig blight things. But now you've actually had a chance to, sort of calm down about it, let us say, and things are now quiet as an eerie silence settles on the room. What do you folks want to do?
Broken only by that weird discordant piano music. Oh, sorry.
That is correct.
We did some pruning, let's put it that way.
Is that all of them?
I don't see any more. I believe we have at least stopped the first wave. It does not mean there are not more around, but this wave at least has been terminated.
And Esmeralda leans over the balcony up here, and says, well, it says that there is something moving up here beyond this door. Yeah, she calls down away from it, but...
All right.
She yells into the door, something's here!
Hello? Well, it says there's something in there.
There may be something here, yeah.
Are you in there? Well, it says they're in there. Can you please confirm? Yes, exactly.
Head up.
Okay. So whoever is going to make their way up can do so. Or can do whatever else they're doing that they're letting me know, but...
Weller's going to the opposite side, because the guys already came in through that door.
Which door? What do you mean?
The one that Weller is over by now.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's correct.
So he's heading... He presumes that things are safe out there, so he's going out that door to, do some more investigation.
Mm-hmm. He will, but Esmeralda will mention, though, and I actually would have mentioned this as she went past you, that there were things up to the northwest over here. So you may know that this up to here is safe, but beyond that, you don't know what other stuff is up in that other area.
And that's what he's going to take a look at.
Okay, gotcha. All right, let's start with Alec. Alec, what are you doing on that door to the east?
All right, so I'll motion to Esmeralda. I'm going to open it.
Esmeralda nods and draws her sword and waits.
All right, and opens very slowly.
Okay. As you open the area, you see this. And I'll show you down there as well. This room has a wooden floor with a 10-foot square hole that is cut into the middle of it. Looming over the hole is a wooden winch, and perched atop it, the
Is
wooden
a
winch, is a wench. No, is a man with wild hair, rotted teeth, and skin painted red with blood. He waves a gnarled staff made from a black branch and babbles at you. No, I need to ask what languages people know.
Languages. I'm pretty easy. Common and Orcish.
It is neither of those. Wooden wench. No, not a wooden wench.
The winch. Draconic, Paterno, which is Vistani, and Infernal.
No.
Common, Elvish, and Drow.
Okay.
Actually, I should get. She might actually be handy.
And I think that's all the
where
win.
did she go? Ah!
Well, now you've done it.
Hang on,
There you go.
hang on. I know. Wait, stop it. Hang on. What? Let me check what Zarama knows, because I think she knows a bunch of them. Plus, she has a spell that will help her talk to more if she can't know it. So let's see. Drumhorn. No, that's not it. Good God. Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, Orc, and Paterna. Oh.
Okay.
Weird.
So.
No, I think none of those.
Ooh. Or Eridanel with a $20 donation. Oh, thank you, Eridanel. Got around to loan you $50, man. Thank you, man. That's Eridanel has been very, very generous as well. So, thanks so much, Eridanel. I appreciate that, man. 1757. So we have a new giveaway. So we got a new giveaway tier, and we are now only less than $250 away from that $2,000 mark, and we are less than calculate $1,800. Carry the one. $1,800 from Trent shaving his beard. So that is what we're looking at. So let's jump on board and do this while we can. Please let everybody know. You just called her up and nagged her. Oh, well, that's cool. Well, thanks, Eridanel. I appreciate. Thank you to Eridanel's mom.
And Weller, even though he's probably too far away to hear whatever the guy is saying, he speaks Common, Goblin, and Sylvan, and Undercommon.
Okay, yeah, too far away, but also none of those. So is just sort of waving like at you.
And there's Little Weller, who also knows Primordial, but again, too far away.
Right. So babble, babble, babble.
Okay, frickin' Drama's gonna cast comprehend languages.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, comprehend
lovely
languages.
film down here. Oh, sorry.
Oh, how do you do? No, okay.
Yeah, so she's
So,
casting comprehend.
and it's Zarama who's doing that, or?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
she is, yes. And we'll ask, who are you and what are you doing here?
And doesn't seem, as I just realized I should check out, okay, good. Doesn't seem to know what you're talking about, but you do understand that what is being said is actually being said in Druidic, which is a kind of language that just
I didn't
has
know
some
she was
basic
Druidic.
words. Druidic.
Doesn't look Jewish.
And jeez, Druidic words, and she says, and he says, "Nature bows." This is again, imagine in Babel. "Nature bows to my every whim, for I have the vampire's staff," and holds up. This,
that's just adorable.
This staff made from a black branch.
Well, Arv, if you're not going to go full bore on this, I can't get into it. I'm sorry, dude.
I said that I have everything. You will pay for your lack of vision. He doesn't say any of that. He just says, "I have the vampire's staff." Ooh. Look at my fancy pen, John Elvis. Look.
Much better, much better. All right, now I'm in. Okay, it's all good. Well done, sir. On that note, where's is Weller still all the way over on the other side?
Mm-hmm.
Where he went.
Did he actually leave the floor, or is he still at the
No,
top?
he's on the upper level at the other door.
All right, I contact him and say we need mind speak him and say we need Little Weller over here to see if this staff is indeed magical.
Oh.
I'm gonna pop my head down the hole here and see if there's any other of those little twig creatures or anything like that.
You know what? I'm gonna send Valley into the room to see if that bothers him at all.
Okay.
Flap right over here.
It depends a little bit on when this guy or me. I do have one. I already have a merchandise. Okay, let's see. So you're talking about looking down this hallway. Yes, Alec, that hallway?
Down the hole. I assume this is
Oh, down the
with
hole.
pulley and all that?
What you see down the hole, actually, I can show you now, is you can see
There's
this.
a bunch of horses.
You can see this, and I will sort of bring chat over to it. You can see the first floor, and looking down below at that, you can see that there is a wagon with 3 barrels that are set in braces on the bed. And there look to be, you can't really see more than this, but there looks to be like a walkway around the outside of it. This looks like it might be the actual loading dock that you saw outside, where barrels would come in and out as wine was being delivered to various places. So that's what you see. And he gets kind of agitated, actually, when you get closer. And, oh, there's a blah, 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 blah. And, you know, again, Django is kind of like, oh, the vampire staff is here for you, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna step in then too, past Esmeralda, and you said covered in blood.
His skin painted red with blood, yes.
Not red with paint or berries, but we
Blood!
pretty sure like. All right, jeez.
I think he said blood.
Yeah, I think so. Zarama says, "What do you intend to do with that?"
What are you gonna do?
Yes, well, it doesn't seem to be like really understanding what she's saying.
I think I'm gonna tase this mother. So if he were to fall, he would fall onto the wagon below. Is that correct?
Correct.
And let's see, if someone were with long arms could reach out possibly to grab him as he fell, they could like pull him off theoretically, maybe.
That would be a pretty good act of strength, though, because it's a normal, you know, human body, albeit a little emaciated. And you're talking about reaching out at least 5 feet or more into space, into the space that's there.
Oh, I guess no, that is about. Yeah, you're right.
You're like, you know, if you can imagine.
Yeah, the winch cannot be swiveled over. It only goes up and down. That's.
It looks like the winch could be swiveled a little bit, yes, but you'd have to actually, yeah. It looks like the winch could be swiveled a bit. It looks like not very far though. Like it's got a very limited, you know, turning radius.
20 degrees, maybe.
Right. Yeah.
I tell Zarama to keep him talking. Go to examine the winch further.
Oh, that's funny, second OBS. Yeah, I had a good time with that.
All right.
He gets very agitated as you get close. The staff, the van staff here, vampire staff. The staff is mine.
She's actually talking to him in Druidic anyway, so he'll be able to understand her because it goes back and forth.
She used comprehend languages.
Yeah, that allows her to communicate. I thought she could communicate with it too. Am I wrong?
It allows you to understand. I don't think it says anything about you being able to communicate.
Touching the surface doesn't decode. You understand the literal meaning of any spoken language you hear. Oh, tongues is the other one, I think, right? That's the one that allows you to...
Also, you're not 100% sure that this guy is sane enough to understand, even if he understood the language. I mean,
that's fair. That's fair. How tightly is he holding that staff, that stick of his?
Pretty tightly. I mean, it doesn't look like, but he's just sort of, he's kind of like waving it back and forth. So
he's not attacking or anything like that. He's just rambling and
he's rambling, babbling, and seems agitated when you get closer to him.
All right. Well, as I back away, does he and try to have Zarama keep his focus on her? Does she like draw him back to her? Basically,
sort of. He's not really focusing well on any of you. I mean, he does see you, but he's kind of like, vampire staff.
Kind of shade into the background.
Nah, you deal with this. And I'm just going to walk down here and just gonna check around the corner there.
Okay.
The Weller is there. Little Weller will pop out on his shoulder and cast Detect Magic and look at the staff.
Okay. I will talk about that in just a second. I will say, Alec, that this turret here that you're at has a sloping wooden floor that spirals from this level down to the cellar, and there's scratch marks on it, which suggest that barrels are rolled up and down the ramp on a routine basis. So if you had to guess, like they roll the barrels over and then just, you know, like roll them down here or roll them back up using this ramp. If you had to guess.
Why would they do that?
Down the barrel.
Okay.
Why would they do that?
So that is the roller thing, the ramp for that. Okay. And then
I'll just head down while you're having the discussion. Like, I'll just
okay.
sit down below.
All right, and let's see now. As far as Little Weller determining if just whether it's magical or not.
Yeah. And which school, if it is magical.
It is indeed magical, and I will let you know about what school it is in just a moment.
Why would they be rolling barrels up and down the thing?
Don't know.
There's no reason to bring the barrels up here.
That's what I was wondering. Why is this whole thing?
Well, if they're stacking large amounts of them, I guess
True.
it's easy.
That
But
could be part
you
of
have
it.
to
Why
take
would
it
they
down
bring them
fill.
up here?
Right. It doesn't make any sense
You don't fill them from up here. That's what the spigots on the first floor are from.
unless you're storing. But this room is entirely empty. There's not even any barrels stored here.
Case of blood, maybe something like that. Okay, so yeah, this thing, which by the way looks, you can sort of see that. Did you say Valley is in there with you, Django?
Yes.
Valley is very, very uncomfortable around this thing. In fact, you can see that he keeps like flitting around some distance from the staff that the guy's holding.
Okay.
And this thing is, let's see. It doesn't say what the school is, so I'm just kind of trying to figure out what it would be.
It's a vampire stuff. I'd assume necromantic, but you know.
Yeah, it's a
Assuming
little odd.
if
but
it has any spells,
let's say
on it-
more of that. Let's say more of that than anything else. Yeah, necromantic.
And I contact Sarama and tell her to say that she's come to join him, to join his circle. Is that what they? And he Django's asking because he doesn't know much about druids. The impression that she would for some reason. She just kind of nods, and except you're right, she can't speak it. She don't understand what he's saying. That's not going to help.
Oh, don't try to fool me by joining my circle. I'm just kidding. He doesn't say it.
It's mine, you're killing.
Staff. This staff is mine. It is
yeah,
all
you know.
mine.
I'll bring Vali over to my shoulder, so it'll be a little more comfortable.
Okay. He settles down a bit, but he still seems uneasy.
Yep, easy. All right, I'm gonna sneak over here. I want to try to be completely out of his line of sight, and try to keep, like, you after you go to the front here.
It's a little
try to-
hard because he keeps flipping, like, kind of like, you know, he kind
All,
of
like, rocking around and
yeah,
stuff?
Yeah. He's not staying in one place.
Well, that's fine too.
No, he kind of waves his staff at you.
See, when that time is right, when I judge the time is right, I want to try to use Mage Hand to grab the staff from him if I can.
The reason I find that funny is that Weller was going to do pretty much this. He was going to have the hand
Grab
work,
at the same time.
Double team. It's a double team.
Same team.
Well, you know,
But-
theoretically-
I mean, because he's already cast it. He has it with him. His mage hand
Uh-huh.
has been with him all this whole time.
Indeed.
right.
You could mage hand push him so he falls off.
Oh, I was gonna have
okay?
I was gonna have Valley deliver a shocking grasp, fly overhead to knock him off. Like, kind of. That's why I said I'm gonna taser him, literally,
Nature bows to my whim.
and have Valley deliver a touch spell to him and try to see if we could, like, stun him enough to.
And then he, without warning, jumps.
Since
Whoa.
He just
Okay.
leaps.
that's where the mage hand is going.
Yeah. So he leaps and lands. Now, of course, it's not like he plummets 400 feet.
How
and
low?
lands in the barrels with a. You hear this sort of thud and a crunch, and then you hear from down below.
How? What's the falling? What's to get down?
This probably is, I would say, about, let's see, 10 feet. This is maybe 15 feet. And the barrels were up above anyway, so probably 8 to 10 feet.
Oh, fuck it. I'm jumping after him. I'm not going to let him get away.
Okay.
Did either of us get a chance to grab with the
Yeah,
mage
I
hand as
did.
he started falling?
His even with the mage hand being able to, and also how fast can you move it? How far can you move it?
30 feet and around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't, because it's not designed for, the mage hand can do a lot of amazing things, but it's not like quick, like it's not quick grab. It can do it.
Yeah, it's not
it can
a
move at
whip,
a reasonable
that's
speed.
true.
It's, it's not reflex based necessarily.
No, but I mean, he
Um,
was waiting to do that, so he was He'd have had it nearby, and as soon as
I'm
he
not
saw
going to
him
allow that. He's
Okay.
the way that the way that he jumps and sort of lands is not going to. I'm not going to allow that.
Cool. All right,
So
no
he
problem.
lands on the barrels. And if you want to jump after him, you certainly can, Django.
Yeah, I'm doing it. And
okay.
sending Valley after him too.
Okay. So I'll need you to make a dexterity check for me. Acrobatics would be fine if you have it. As you
I
leap.
do not. So it's all the same anyways. Doesn't really matter. All right. And then he breaks his ankle.
Okay.
A non-natural 20.
I'm actually asking for a check, not a save.
Oh. Dexterity. I do.
You did
Oh,
a save.
sorry. All right. Well, it'd be the same roll. It's a 2 either way. Doesn't really matter. But whatever. If you want me to re-roll it, that's fine. What am I? Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it really wouldn't make that much of a difference, to be quite honest. That's an 8.
Okay, well, fortunately, even though I do want that and not the save, but it's okay because regardless, you sort of land half on him. So
Even better.
You kind of like, and you don't know what you cracked, but something cracked, and you can hear this something kind of underneath you, and there is this feeling of like something is rumbling underneath you as you land. Go ahead and move yourself down to that spot, by the way, please, for me.
Okay. There we go. Yep. There's Valley. He's coming after me.
Okay.
There's no horses here, right?
Not here.
Plop.
Not in this room. So you land right on top of him. Something gets cracked, and there's this, and then this, and I'm not going to do it. This horrific, inhuman scream that just like shrieks.
Didn't you just do it?
Sorry? No, trust me. I don't think you'd want me to do it as long or as whatever as it goes.
Much worse.
And you hear from elsewhere, pretty much everywhere in the winery, you hear the sounds of cracking and sort of this as if something is being smashed or cracked as this thing is sort of making a scream. And you realize, Django, that the scream is coming from the staff itself, which you have broken in your fall on top of it.
Crap.
And so it is just
rolling off him, because that usually has bad effects. So I'm getting off this thing right now. That's not what I had in mind.
I also need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Ooh, that's all right. Saving throw. All right. Luckily, usually, let's see if I can do that. 11.
So, well, I knew I was going to have to get another book. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
D&D reading required.
A bit, yes.
Yes.
Unless we start making Dungeons and Dragons audiobooks.
It's always been when I was getting
pictograms.
into this stuff. It was always the price of it that was the most.
Oh
the
yeah,
highest
man.
barrier to entry.
Mhm.
Well, that's why they've got the nice the open license now, which helps a lot with it.
Yeah, but like a player's handbook audiobook would just be weird.
Yeah, that would be very strange.
How the hell would you flip to anything?
Yeah.
You need it to be like an app where you could flip the stuff. Otherwise, it's just like. It's like
That's what D&D Beyond is.
Yes.
Basically.
Okay.
What?
I need you to roll for me. John, I need you to roll for me, please. Django needs to roll a D100, which you can do on roll 20, please.
Uh-oh.
Is this, by the way, is this anything about charm or fear?
Neither.
Okay, just wondering. D100, eh?
What's up, Takanja?
So that'll be interesting, and not in a good way. Is this a vampiric wand of wonder? All right. So let's see. We're just gonna do 2d10, right? That should work.
Mm-hmm.
And away we go.
No, a
Okay.
D100, not 2D10.
Right.
87. That'd
Yeah,
be
it's
87.
87.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I shouldn't have added together, but that'd be 87.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Give me just 1 second.
Wait, what?
Okay. Good.
Percentile.
It's percentile.
Percentile.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
Don't add
Um,
it together. Just take the two numbers
so-
separately. tens and ones.
You are, let's see. So as you sort of hear this scream, this is like every superhero origin story ever, by the way. Suddenly you become, no, that doesn't happen. But you are sort of like, this hits you and you just go into shock, Django. So you're just kind of sort of staring upwards as on top of the wagon here, as this guy furiously squirms beneath you to try to get free.
Oh, so I couldn't move. I gotcha. Okay.
One is the tens digit and one's the ones digit, Rob. So
Oh, got it.
yeah. Okay, so there we go. So yeah, so he is lying. He's trying to scramble, kind of get out from underneath you. And that's all you know at the moment because you are currently stunned, sir. Okay. What are the rest of you? Weller, I guess Zarama. Esmeralda kind of comes through, looks over, and she, runs back, basically running down like she's going to go the other way. And what about the rest of you? All of you would have heard that shriek. I mean,
yeah.
But
Where the hell is everybody?
But not had to make the save.
No, just him.
So since the mage hand didn't get to lunge for the thing, Little Weller is now standing in the mage hand. He turns invisible, and the mage hand lowers him down.
Okay.
To the next level.
Okay.
So Little Weller is down here and invisible.
Yep. Okay.
What happened to the runner? Where did
the runner?
Oh, the guy who's trying to run away. He's currently underneath Django, trying to get free. He's trying to get free.
I could see him. Yay!
And he seems very like okay. So Little Weller's down there. Zarama, Mason, what are you doing? Alec, you're just walking down that ramp, right?
I was walking down there before it happened, so I would probably be at the bottom and hear this slamming, screaming noise.
So let me have you.
So I'd be down here somewhere.
Yeah. So what you can see here is that there is this sloping wooden floor that spirals from the cellar to the upper level. So you can actually see both up here, and you can see Esmeralda just having emerged. And that's where the scream came from, was somewhere over in that to the north as well.
So
the ramp continues to go down to the cellar, but you could get off on this floor if you want.
So it keeps going down. So there's a level
going down.
below. Okay.
Seems to be a basement or cellar.
All right, so I'll dart past her and just come out to here and probably see Django on top of his person. I'll try and I guess I could try and like grapple this guy.
At the moment, you notice that Django, he's trying to get out from underneath Django, but at the moment you notice that Django is just kind of staring upwards. He doesn't look dead or unconscious. He just looks like he's in shock or stunned or something like that.
Not moving. Right.
Can I instead then try and knock this guy out with like a punch to his face? Just
sure.
See if I can get...
Sure, you can try doing that.
Just do a fist attack, which will just be D20 plus 5, so plus 7 actually. 26 to hit.
Punch. It's like smack. All right, let's see how much damage you do, non-lethal, as it may be.
D4.
Yes.
Plus strength. 5.
Okay. So he kind of, fortunately, he's not in very great shape. So he comes out of that, and he's like, "Mah!" And then like, "Oh!" And he sort of falls back over on the stunned Django.
So he's out?
He is currently out.
All right, so while that's happening, I'll just try and pull Django off him. Pull Django off him. Yeah.
He's actually lying back on Django now. Because he
Just
fell
grab them
backwards
both.
on top of him.
Yeah, I'll just grab them both and kind of like pull them off.
Okay, you do so. And you see below, beneath him, is actually the staff he was holding is cracked in half.
That's a problem. I'll just try and wake up Django, see if he'll snap out of it.
So he does not respond at first. But as time passes, depending on how long you take, he starts to kind of stir a bit. And after probably, I would say a good 3-4 minutes or so, he kind of is woozy, and you got a hell of a headache, Django. But otherwise, you are sort of back to your normal self. And you remembered only hearing the crack and that scream, and then just wah.
That was it.
Yeah.
Hey, you there? Oh, he's up. Hey, can you see me? Is everything all right in there?
Kind of, maybe. Does the mind speak out like, yes, it was not pleasant.
What happened? Just had the scream.
Look around. I'm on the floor now. Is that where you put me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right next to this thing.
Oh,
and by the
there
way,
we
let me
I'll
describe
pull
that
you
very
up.
quickly.
I'll pull you up.
Just quickly,
Yeah.
so you know, so there is this wagon, as I said, 3 barrels, but there's a raised wooden walkway that you were on, which runs along the west, south, and east walls, and so there's like an area where you could roll the barrels onto it, and there are actually 3. There's some barrels in the wagon right now that are closed, and it looks like they are marked with something, although you can't really see what. And the door through which you went, Alec, I should mention, was hanging ajar. It looks like it's been forced open. So it's not, it was not something has broken through it before you did.
You're right. You can stand.
I assume I can, Arv.
Yes, you can stand. Yeah, you have this bad headache, but you can stand.
Yeah.
Django unstunned. Nice. That's awesome.
It looks around as if he's looking for something. It's like the staff. What is it? The staff, the black staff. Where did it go?
I mean, probably in there, and I just point to the wagon.
And you see the broken staff.
Goes into the back and. Well, nothing can be done about it now. All right.
Hey, you got any rope?
I'm sure there is some in here or the next room. There's the stables, perhaps. There could probably. From there, I do. Well, actually, I do have some, and I'll give some to you because I actually do carry it with me. Let's.
So I'll just tie this guy up.
Okay. Yeah, he's still he's starting to move a little bit. But and I'm actually I think I have a picture of this, but I don't want to.
Don't have to show us the picture.
All right.
It's all right.
Old Crazy Druid.
If
There we go.
it's like a full screen version of this, you could probably preview the token.
No, not of him. No, of the staff.
Oh.
Of the staff.
Oh.
So no,
Yeah,
I don't care about
probably
that.
hold up on that.
I don't care about that guy.
Until
but-
at least until an identifier is done.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Although actually, what I might do. Nah. Yeah, I gotta wait. So stupid. Hey, why would you show the name? Anyway.
Little Weller uninvises. And
Okay.
since Detect Magic is still going on, he looks at the staff again.
So the staff is a spongy black, now 2 lengths of wood as opposed to 1 length. It is so completely black, and you can see that there is sort of these little branches that are off the bottom of it. But basically, it's a staff until it gets to the top, where there are these branches that sort of lead off the top of it. But there is also the faintest kind of swirling darkness around the top of it, like a fog or a mist. But it looks like it's dissipating even as you look at that. It probably was producing this when it was not broken.
Mhm.
And it has been snapped in half, as I mentioned. It is unquestionably magical, and if you had to guess, probably evil too. But it's also currently not functional.
Little Weller's like,
That's unfortunate.
Indeed.
and
Well,
the
I
mage
wonder.
hand picks up the 2 pieces and holds them aloft.
Do you wish that for research?
And Little Weller looks up at us like,
Well, yes, actually.
I mean, we might as well. I wonder if the druid his demeanor will be any different once that is gone now.
You want to wake him up?
Not yet. Let him rest. It kind of Django rubs his head a little bit, like he's still got lingering headache. Let us go look around the rest of this place.
So that was a basement. You could access it from down there, but there probably could be another way in.
Weller has now made it downstairs and is like,
Did anyone else hear everything?
Yeah, what was that?
Let's figure that out first before we go wandering out.
Well, I don't hear any more of those little twig things.
Django shrugs. He says he didn't hear anything beyond the scream, and then he must have blacked out for a minute.
Well, Weller will, with Mindspeak, basically send him the sound that followed the scream.
It's piercing and loud, and doesn't make you feel good with your headache.
No, the wood crackling is interesting too.
Yes, the wood cracklings.
Yep, definite.
Mm-hmm.
How? And he turns to Esmeralda.
You said that there were big thing in there. That sound have been those coming this way.
It is possible. You mean on the second floor?
Yes.
And
I thought what they
that's all you get.
Because I thought when they before they came through into the balcony above the big barrels, that they had looked through into that other blank empty space, and that's where they saw the big.
She saw them and related to me, but they
Right.
didn't leave the room.
Right. So that's what Weller is asking.
Theoretically, they should still be up there because they haven't left that room that we know of.
Well, I'll put this person over my shoulder and we'll head up. At least.
Gag him.
Good idea. You use more of the rope just to gag.
Okay. So you gag this guy.
Since we're down here, did we not have to have a quick look in the stables?
I guess it couldn't hurt.
Because there is a window right there by Valley, right?
Looking out by here? That looks
Right
there
next
is.
to Valley. It looked like there's a window.
That window just reveals what looks like the back of the stable.
No, where Valley was there,
There's an orange line that looks like something is in here.
and it's right above the orange line.
That is not a window.
Okay.
I'm not sure where you're getting a window out of that, bud.
It's a tiny white line right above the orange line.
How's that? Is that better?
Just stay with this guy. I'll go look.
I will come with you.
It's one of the stones. It's just in
Yeah.
I'll head out here. Just quick look around. There's nothing changed, at least on this side.
It does not seem to be at the moment.
All right. Open the stable.
Now's when you discover they've been giving the wine to the horses.
Inside here, you actually see there are stables and there are two horses here that look. They're just sort of like looking over and, but they look a little. I'm not going to say they're not skeletal. They're not skeletal, but they definitely look as if they kind of whinny
frail.
a bit. Yeah, a little bit more frail. No, yeah, they look as if they haven't been fed for a little while.
Exactly. Is there feed here?
There is on the outside of the doors, and it seems like some of the feed is rotting and others is not. It looks like there was some brought in there, and then they were just never brought into the actual stables.
We'll take some of the good stuff and feed both the horses. That's just not right.
They fall to with a will.
Okay. Make sure they have plenty for a while. I mean, eventually, we're assuming we're turning this over, they'll be fine, but let's feed them now so they don't get crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll feed the taker busy, but they look fine. They're not like wine crazy.
Correct. No, they don't seem wine crazy.
No injuries, obviously.
No, does not look like it. No, they just look hungry.
All right. Take care of that. Get them fed. They'll be able to enjoy that. There. Okay.
And I'll head back and
close the doors again. Leave them to their meal and
Well, right before the doors close, little Weller goes in and Sylvan says, "Don't worry, we'll take care of you, or we'll see that you're taken care of."
And they're like, it seems
they
either are saying yes or they're saying, "Boy, I'm glad we have food." They seem very occupied with the food.
Well, the horses are fine. You said there were people upstairs. We should probably go check that out.
Now, just for my own clarification, you said that when they were standing up here, up over there,
Yes.
opposite the winch, that they looked down into.
They looked into. Well, so you're not quite that far.
Right,
like
but
that.
they.
Yeah,
I mean,
inside this is where. Yeah, that's correct. Inside that area, but it was not. The reason I don't have it revealed is because it wasn't Mason. It was Esmeralda who looked, and
Right.
she said that there were 3 creatures in there, and 2 of them were the, seemed to be large versions of these things that you'd been fighting.
Right. I mean, I may have been half zonked when the description came out for her when she was relating it, but my brain thought that you open up the door and there is a lower level, like
No,
much like
no,
the
same
room.
level. No, same level.
Okay, all right,
Same
thank you.
level.
That was where I was.
Yep, same
Right,
level.
gotcha. Okay.
All right, what are you gonna do?
I think I'm going to carry this weird person up over my shoulder, and we'll just head upstairs.
Okay, so you're gonna go up the ramp. Go back up the
Yep,
other way. Okay.
it's probably going to be easier than going upstairs.
All right, so let's have
Depends
everybody.
on your dexterity, doesn't it?
I'm gonna bring the druid up with you. Okay.
All right, let's keep going.
Weller's going this way. He's like,
Esmeralda, do you want to lead us?
And Esmeralda nods and says, "I am happy to do so, but which way?"
Where you saw those creatures?
In that case, we would go through here, and then she kind of goes over this way because she goes back through the, back to the
way
balcony,
Weller went.
passing the swarms of ravens, and then
By the way, the main room doesn't look like wood is shattered or anything. It looks everything.
correct. The wood on everything in the wood looks fine. Yep.
Weird. Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Duncan.
Yeah, we'll follow her to. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so she sort of puts a finger to her lips and walks up close, and then just kind of again looks, and then her eyes widen slightly, and she goes back, and seeing you, Weller, in front of her, she says, "There are 2 of those big things in there before. Now there is simply a pile of wood and twigs on the ground, but the one that is left, the cloaked figure, is there. He's back against the wall, looking around."
And little Weller disappears and walks through the door.
Okay. What you see is indeed 2 piles of shattered wood, is what it looks like. And then a figure which looks not unlike actually the one that you saw down below. It's appears human, but is so caked with dirt and mud that it's kind of hard to know for sure. Her hair is full of twigs, and her face is hidden behind a veil of moss. And she has a bunch of things sort of at her feet. It looks like she was maybe rifling through the cabinets and so forth, and now is stopped and is kind of staring around wildly. And as I say, there are these pile of twigs and also vines that are just on the ground, on the floor, in 2 distinct piles in front of her.
And Weller will. Can he see Mason? Not quite. Okay, but he can sort of see Alec. So he'll look towards Alec and mind speak and send him basically what little Weller is seeing. And
Well, I moved, so
no, he's down.
I'll respond. I'll send Django in Esmeralda. So it's one of these weirdos in there. Let's just go in. Doesn't look threatening. I think you can just punch it out if it tries anything.
Leave the one out here since he's not going anywhere anyways.
I'll keep an eye on him.
So I'll step inside and so 2 piles of wood and a woman.
Yep. So you just step in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The minute you step in, she looks at you and she leaps forward to attack. Roll initiative, please.
Oh wow. All right. Yeah,
not
sure.
way
It's all
around.
fine. Sure. Yeah, it's no problem.
Upon hearing this is Weller says out loud, "This is why I was trying to tell you to just go in there and cover her mouth, grab her and cover her mouth, but no."
That wasn't enough for you, was it? Okay.
Lousy 7.
All right, there we go.
Damn, I get a natural 20 on initiative when I'm like guarding this person.
Nailed it, Alec.
Yep.
Yeah, allow me to.
It's all single-digit rolls from here on out.
Oh, it's great.
Moment to touch myself. A natural one.
Wow. Nice.
I looked right over Seku.
Wow.
And for Little Weller.
The natural 1 for.
A 0, which you can't even roll.
Oh, it'd be great. No, he got a 5, which is with his +1 to initiative, which is more than Weller has. He gets a 6.
Is it really?
Yeah. Weller's initiative is 0.
Crazy Druid. Oh, that's the the enter code for this giveaway is Crazy Druid right now. It's pretty funny. I dig it. Okay.
And
I'm gonna turn
whoever
that
is
up a little
Jaegering
bit.
Sarama.
Oh yeah, it's Rama. Exactly. Where the hell is she?
Over by the
Well, actually, she would have followed too. Dooba-dooba-doo. There we go. And let's.
Okay.
Hers would be 8 plus 5 is 12.
Okay. So Alec with that 21. And then we've got Mason with the 18.
Jawohl.
And then we've got all right. Okay. Oh, there we go. I was like, I'm just going to add a new Esmeralda. Then I saw that I had an Esmeralda, and I.
Hey, Arv, just a heads up. I'm probably going to have to bail after this fight.
Okay. So we're gonna go up there. Okay. Let's see. 18. Okay. Is that exactly what Little Weller had? Oh, we only got a 6 this time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So, Zarama with the... Did we roll for Zarama?
12.
That was a
12
12?
is what you
Okay.
got,
All right. I want to make sure.
Uh-huh.
Okay. 12. Okay, Django with a 7. What did Valley get?
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about Valley. Poor Valley. I remember where the hell where'd she go? Oh, hey, it's like, hey. I mean, really. There we go. Okay, 20.
Yay! Congratulations, Miss Stutzel.
Let's see. 18. Super fast.
All right.
Go.
And Weller with the 1.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Mason, what's your dexterity? Just the raw score.
Mason.
Sorry.
What's the dexterity? What's your raw score dexterity? Not the bonus, just the number.
17.
Okay, and what's the Valley?
I think it was 14.
Yeah, 14.
Okay, cool. All right, first to act is Esmeralda. And so she steps forward and says, don't be a fool, you cannot win. And looks at him and is going to... yeah. So is going to draw her rapier, and with that and her hand axe is going to dual wield the both of them. So she's going to make
It's an interesting combo.
25 and 9. Okay, hits with the rapier twice, but not with the other one. 7 and 9. Okay, really tears into the druid, which kind of just, you know, again, lightning quick, and kind of, he kind of stumbles. She stumbles back against the wall, blood coming from everywhere. And that is then Alec is up next.
I'm just going to keep holding onto this very crowded corridor. So I'm just going to hold on to this person I've got tied up. Keep an eye on them.
Okay. All right, then let's see. This one is. Okay, so since Esmeralda is right up close. Okay. So she pushes her hands out, and this rumble goes along the ground as this wave of thunderous force sweeps out. I need, I guess, Little Weller, technically, and I need Django. And Esmeralda's not on top of her. Esmeralda's going to have to do this too. And actually, I would say Big Weller also. We'll all need to make Constitution saving throws for me, please.
So it hits him through the wall as well?
Yep.
Constitution saving throw, you say?
Yes.
Well, mine be an 18.
Okay.
Natural 1 for Weller.
Well, okay. So
And 18 for Little Weller.
Esmeralda gets blown off her feet and basically backwards and lands on the outside, sort of prone on her back, not happily about it. Weller, you're going to take 10 points of damage. And you are also pushed straight into the wall on the other side. But it's not going to do any more damage to you, just that you're going to sort of bang into it, like, and there's this thunderous boom that emanates as this goes off. Django, you do not get pushed, but you are going to take 5 points of damage, which, since this is now, you no longer have the heroism on you, so now you're just taking.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So 45.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, and Little Weller also is going to take damage. But is not going to be pushed. So 5 damage is going to drop him to 4, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That is their turn, and then this one is going to back up, basically jump on this little bed that's in there, and wait. And that is going to lead us to Mason.
We'll move up inside of the door. Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Eldritch Blast.
I think you misnamed this session today. I think it should have been named the Chronicles of the Eldritch Blast.
I know the Eldritch Blast has been doing serious work.
It's carrying a lot of weight on its back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when in doubt, Eldritch Blast. Exactly, Prince Justin. Exactly. When you need something fast, Eldritch Blast. All right.
That's not
that is going to hit actually.
An
Holy
11.
shit.
Yep. And that will certainly hit too.
What is she wearing?
Not a whole lot.
I'm going to say she can't be wearing
Basically
high
like
armor.
cloth
It
and
wouldn't
stuff
be
like that.
clean.
No.
Well, it may not have
And
a
if she
dex
had other time, she might have tried to do other kind of defensive spells, but didn't get it. Oh wow!
Double one
Wow!
damage.
Double ones for those at home.
That's amazing.
The cover of a Devo song, exactly. Oh, thank you for the raid, Lady Low Kitty. What is up, Lady Low Kitty? Welcome, welcome. Welcome, everybody. You are watching day 3 of ArvCon. We are in the home stretch. We have about an hour and a half left of this amazing marathon session of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, the Curse of Strahd we are playing right now. We are up to 1757, and we are trying to get up the rest of the way. Welcome in, everybody. We're trying to go the rest of the way to our goal, so that Tren can shave his beard, and so that the rest of us can see some amazing work done, hopefully for cancer research. We also have a giveaway that we're just finishing up now, but we have another one at 2,000. So please, please, please support if you can with exclamation point point donate. That would make a big difference if you're able to do that. And thank you. As I say, we have about an hour and a half left, so welcome in and enjoy the role play, and please donate if you can. And if not, if you can't, please tell your friends so they can come in instead
Quickly.
as well. I mean, not that you have to leave and bring them back. I'm just saying,
Right.
include them.
I'm gonna hex her ass.
Okay. Oh, one of your viewers told me about the stream. Oh, well, thank you to the viewer that did that. And thank you for being here, Lady
4
Loki.
hex damage, and she has to disadvantage on one chosen ability. Can use bonus move to right. Okay, so which ability?
You can choose one.
Yeah, I don't know which one I should pick.
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay, then it'll be on wisdom.
Oh, head off your own D&D game? Oh, nice. Well, have a good game, Lady Low Kitty, and welcome to those of you who came in to watch. Okay, so
back.
4 damage, you said? I'm sorry.
Oh no, wait, that was my bonus action, so I can't move. So I'm stuck there. So it was four necrotic and disadvantage on wisdom.
This is not the same thing as the Hex spell, then? Because the Hex spell that I'm looking at is you deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage when you hit it with an attack.
Oh, I read it wrong. Okay.
That's why you lead with Hex.
Right, yeah. Okay. She takes no extra damage, but I'll hit her, but she'll definitely take more damage next time.
Okay, well, that's what I was just curious. I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
I thought I was going to get more damage out of that. I read that wrong. She doesn't take any more damage, but she does have disadvantage on all wisdom checks now.
Yeah, and also is going to be taking more damage going forward, so that's, not like it's not doing anything. Okay, so that
hopefully she lasts a really long time. I don't think she will.
Here comes the Raven's turn. Valley, what does Valley want to do? And then Little Weller will be up.
This chick is still up. Well, Valley's gonna hold his action because he's waiting for Django to actually do something. So, and of course she's so fast, it doesn't really help anything. She's gonna come into the room and go over here to this desk. Is that what that is? I think it's a desk.
Yes.
And he'll kind of sit there and wait, basically.
And just like look balefully at her. Okay.
Yeah, really like.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much it.
All right. That's going to lead us to Little Weller, and Zarama is on deck. What does Little Weller want to do?
Little Weller's going to move over here since he is invisible.
Invisible.
For not being able to be seen. And he is going to syringe attack.
Okay.
Which means she has a DC 13 Constitution check. It's a 15 attack, so yes.
She will make that.
She will make that, so that means that okay, so nothing happens. She doesn't get poisoned.
Does she get damage at all or no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Saving throw or be poisoned until the end of its next turn. So
okay.
No, she made it, so she didn't.
All right, lovely. That is going to take care of
now,
that.
No longer.
Right, that's going to bring us to Zarama is up next, and Django is on deck. What would Zarama like to do?
Drama is going to, let's see, what is she going to do? That's a good question. Come up here. It's really odd that we're having so much trouble. It's between one freaking person. She does not have that. Nope. She will hang back. She's just going to wait.
I think another one of those is coming up, Mrs. Dunsel, at the $2,000 level, I believe. So once we get to $243 more, then I think there will be another one of those HBS games given away, I believe. Okay, so she's going to go up there, and she's going to stop. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, then Django is up, and Weller is on deck. Django, what would you like to do?
How badly injured does this woman look now?
Pretty badly injured. Not right on the edge of death, but like definitely got beat up quite a bit that last turn.
All right. I'm going to cast Shocking Grasp and have Valley deliver it, so that's how that's going to work.
Okay.
So touch spell, he just goes and I use my attack roll, so which is what Shocking Grasp still requires.
Okay.
We'll do that, and I get my bonus. Shocking Grasp, zap. Hopefully. Okay.
Yeah.
23.
Definitely a hit.
Don't have the necrotic. I didn't want that, so it's just a. Is that 3 points? Is that it? Really? I only get a bonus with that? I thought I got a bonus or something. It looks like just 3 points, unfortunately. So.
Can't take reactions. Although it says the spell's damage actually increases by 1d8 when you reach 5th level.
Oh, well, then in case I'll roll another d8 for that. Perfect. I'm actually trying to knock her out. I don't want to kill her if I can avoid it. So that's 3 plus 7, 10. There we go. How's that
Okay,
working?
so this like goes up as Valley lands there. She's not dead. She looks very hurt.
Okay, now I'm good. Hopefully we can subdue her.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and then I actually tell like Mason, who's behind me, like I'd like to take her alive.
Weller, it's your turn.
That's not what I'm hired to do, chap.
Automaton. I'm sure you can think for yourself. So.
Weller was going to try to do much the same thing, but he doesn't have any touch spells. He can deliver touch spells through Little Weller, but he doesn't have any touch spells. So it's like otherwise it would be like, so.
Have you tried talking to her?
I guess I'll viciously mock him instead.
Yeah, Weller can't do that. So yeah, in Sylvan, he's going to call out around the corner. Basically,
If you will surrender, we will stop harming you.
Okay.
And he repeats that again in common so that everybody knows what he just said to her.
Okay.
So that if she does surrender, people will stop attacking her.
Okay. So Esmeralda hears this. It's the top of the round. Esmeralda carefully moves past and sort of has her, again, stands up, first of all, and then moves back into the room with her second move. She's not going to attack yet, but she's going to sort of stare at the creature, at the woman on the bed, and says, you heard what he said. You know what you must do, or I will kill you myself. Okay, Alec, you're up.
Continue holding this person.
Okay. I was waiting for you to just throw the other one down the stairs.
Turns to check if anybody's coming and smack the dude's head against the door frame.
Sorry. Okay, that's going to lead us to them. This one is not going to do that because I didn't do that. So thanks anyway.
Didn't do what?
We didn't see anything.
That's good.
Rolled some magical
I'm
dice.
glad. All right, let's see.
Some other druid.
Those are some lovely dice you have there. Shame if something happened to them.
Let's see. Okay. And again, goes vroom, and this 15-foot cube of force goes out. And so I will need Little Weller, and I will need Django, and I will need Mason. This time, not Weller, but I will need everyone else. Actually, wait a minute. I take that back. Yes, also Weller. We'll all need to make those Constitution saving throws that I mentioned before.
It's getting annoying.
Weller makes a 13. Weller's homunculus makes a 9 on their save.
Mason makes 18.
Django makes an 8.
Okay.
Oh, I suppose Valley should make one too. That's what Valley does. He might not like this very much. It does a 14. We have. I don't think we have a con bonus. Minus 113. Yeah, no. I mean, that's what he got. He still beat me, so not too bad.
Okay. All right. So we got the 9. All right. So. All right. So whoever made the save of that group is, which I think is Weller, Mason, Esmeralda, and I think that's it. Those are going to take just 4 points of damage.
Mason is down to 45.
I had you at 48 maximum, so 44 now because you had infused, unless you moved back 1.
No, I was at. Oh, did you say 4 points of damage?
4 points. Yeah.
Why
4.
did I think 3? Yeah, then 44.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. And then Django, you saved, right? So we're gonna say, oh no, you did not.
I failed mine.
So you're gonna take 8,
Ow.
which means you're down to 37, and you get pushed past Mason, basically out the door.
Okay.
and almost into Zarama.
Just like
Ah!
over the door and like.
Oh, yeah. Mason is not pushed, but gets, you know, so you like
I watched you go
yeah,
by
so you
over
like
my head.
duck as he goes flying over you, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thunderclap.
And then Little Weller, unfortunately, is going to take that and is going to take 8 points of damage, which I think is going to eliminate him.
-4.
Okay.
Vali's also gone. Yeah, just.
Yep. Wait a minute. Let me think about that, because this is basically a thunder wave spell. So I need to think about whether or not it's going to affect people that are on the ground.
Are on the ground or not on the ground?
That are not on the, I beg your pardon, not on the ground.
Well.
No, I take it. No, it does, because it's a 15-foot cube, so it's not just the ground. So,
Oh, yeah.
so it's going to be affected. Okay. So yes. So sorry, Valley is blown up.
Yeah. Well, I'll bring him back when I cast the spell again. But
No big deal. I go
cast
through
the
this all the
spell again.
time. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What
You only
makes it
knew
damage?
how many fucking times this happens.
I'm surprised it lasted this long. But I brought the damn spell takes an hour to cast. That's the sucky part.
Okay. And then Weller, you are going to take just the 4 points of damage. So
Yeah,
you're.
I already did.
Oh, you did. Okay. So you're at 8 now.
8 of 26.
Okay.
All right, I may have changed my mind about taking this person alive.
Okay. Well, they seem not intention. They do not seem likely to want to.
Yeah, we've given the opportunity and new. So yep.
Okay, Mason, you're up.
So he sort of brushes that attack off and goes, "Enough of this, a bitch dies here," and sort of steps up and does another round of Eldritch blasts. Cause why the f not?
And
Okay.
this time that she's going to take extra
And this time-
hex damage.
That's yes,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
See, she made it all the way through.
It all works out in the end. Let's see what I roll. Crap.
A 9, unfortunately, is not enough.
Try again.
I'm sorry to say. Also, a 10 is not enough. I'm sorry to say.
Wow.
Ouch.
I mean, you just got, you're just kind of like brushing off the thing, like, oh man, like just got hit by force. Things happen, you know.
I'm gonna use my extra attack
Okay.
and do the same fucking thing.
This time I said. Okay. Congratulations, nonstop. And 10. Jesus. Zap, zap, zap. Left. Missed 3 times, unfortunately.
There we
Yeah, there
go.
it was on the 4th attack.
Oh, you need to work on your aim there, buddy.
Now you
Are
know
you
how I
volunteering
feel.
for the next target?
Wow.
Oh, I hate you
Yeah.
so much.
Okay.
Hilarious.
No, so you took, no, wait a minute, nice. You took 1, oh, I see. You took 1 attack, which had the two parts to it. Oh, there's the usual disconnect once a time on
Arv?
yes.
Yeah, but you didn't do the attack damage yet.
Hold on a second.
Oh, that's right. Well, that's okay. So
Oh, I freaking hate it when it does that.
Fuck this entire turn directly in the ear.
all right, 7 damage at the end of the day. The long fucking way around.
All right, hang on. We're going to reconnect here.
Very long.
Oh, he lost the stream. Oh no.
Oh,
was
yeah.
it
Happens once a
the
day.
midnight? Was it the
No,
midnight?
no, it just happens once a day completely randomly for no
Okay.
reason at all. It happens once a day. Absolutely no reason. It's
That
ridiculous.
was going to be the,
They
the
seem
rat-
like in your ISP can't fix it. They don't know what the hell causes it.
I don't know. You know, I have to call my ISP now because it went away for like a week and then it came back again. I don't know. It's really
It's some
frustrating.
kind of trigger. They have to really fix that.
And there it's back, and it'll stay back for the next 7 weeks until it's just ridiculous.
Hi, everybody.
Hi everyone.
Hey, did you miss us?
Hey, we're back.
Wasn't intentional.
Speaking of missing, Rob, your attacks, please.
Oh wow!
Oh,
Wow!
that's a good one, Ed.
Ow! I felt
Oh,
that all the way
sucks.
over
Rob has to
here.
go after this, so he has to
Wow.
leave with that sick bird.
What is up, Wenchkin? Oh my god. Okay, so you did 1 point of damage.
No, I did 7 points of
You
damage.
did 7 points of damage. You'll be happy to know that with your 7 points of damage, she was already so hurt that the blast hits her, and she's like, "Oh, and then back against the wall, and then slides down the wall.
Even with stormtrooper aim, I kicked your ass.
And she's like, "Lucky shot." And expires. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. Refresh, please.
Stormtrooper fashion. He turns around, walks out, hits his head on the doorframe.
He's like, "I got this." All right, and now that she's gone, you can see that what you thought was a bed is not in fact a bed. She was standing on top of a strange contraption which took up most of the northern end of the room. And there are a bunch of things on the ground, but there is a sort of, as I say, a weird looking contraption that has a crank on the side of it. And there seems to be a couple of what look like sheets of paper right next to this crank, sort of circular, basically a column, essentially. And you're able to like turn the crank if you wish to move the column, and there's paper on the left side of it.
Basically a printing press.
It's what it looks like, yeah.
That's what I was curious about.
Rob, do you want an inspiration?
Yes. Is that inspiration's name Scotch whiskey?
So
they only have Valachian whiskey here.
So that's what you see. Besides, again, these vines and like wood on the ground.
Yeah. What's does the paper have any writing on it? Are they printing anything in particular right now?
It does. It looks like there is. There's nothing. It doesn't look like anything's being printed, but on the little sort of stand right here, you can see that there are little bits of what looks like paper, and jars of glue. And what looks like bottles of ink, although they look sort of weird. They don't look like normal ink to you, but the labels and what looks like these sort of small pieces of paper that look like maybe labels and bottles of glue are standing right next to them.
Arv, on that note, I am going to have to take off, my friend.
Okay, good. Thank you, Rob. Always a pleasure. Good, safe travels to London. We will see you next month back here for this.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm so glad that I was able to be here and be a part of this again. I've done this a couple of years in a row now, and I was very unfortunate. Like, thankfully, I figured my whole schedule out, but there was a moment where I was like, wait, I'm going to be on a plane during ArvCon? No! But yeah, it all worked out. So please keep donating all the way up until the end, even though I have to take off, because you definitely want Trendane to take off his beard. So that's the only way that's going to happen. Is it, the face-off will not occur unless we reach the goal. So spend your money, spend it wisely, and spend it on a good cause. And root these guys on all the way to the end. And I will see you guys when I get back from my trip. Love you all, and love this group. Love having the opportunity to do this. And I will see y'all later. Do you want me to leave the window up?
If you can, that'd be great. Thanks, boss.
Sure, will do.
We'll try to get killed. Bye.
Thank you. All right. So, all right, that is that. I'm actually going to take off the combat music now that you've successfully ended that issue of combat. Okay, yeah.
So, I'm sorry, did I not find any writing? There was something written on the table? Something on the table?
You didn't find any writing. You found these labels, glue, and these bottles of ink.
Oh, they're labeling their casks? Bottles? Okay.
That could be it.
Yeah, maybe. Anything in the dresser, the drawer over here, whatever the hell this thing is?
It looks like this person was actually going through them. And as you sort of look down below, you can see that there are actually bottles in the cabinet of sort of tall, unmarked bottles that seem to have the same ink, basically, that is on the little jars that are on that little stand next to the printing press.
Stop dying, John.
Yeah, I drank some water and it got worse. Okay, anyways. Yeah, I'm pretty much done here. All right. I don't see anything of interest in the room, so I'm gonna head out.
Oh, the ink looked weird.
Have at it.
And so Weller looks down at Little Weller and is like,
Are you sleeping on the job?
and Little Weller just stands up.
Okay.
And over the next minute or so, looks Weller and Weller. And Weller.
More and more Weller. Looking Weller all the time. Okay.
Eventually, he's back at full health.
Okay. No, I'm sleeping on the chair. Cute.
Because he regains 1 hit point every round as long as Weller is alive. So.
Does he have to deal with death saves or anything like that under normal circumstances?
Because every round he gains a hit point.
Okay, but there is cases where he could just be destroyed, right? Like if he was at
Yeah,
negative.
if he goes negative his max, then he'd probably get destroyed.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because if he had gotten 1 more point of damage, remember it's negative half maximum is technically dead for normal creatures. So, right. So instead, so it'd be -5 instead of -9.
You mentioned that yesterday, and that just doesn't sound right.
Oh, I'll check.
Anyway, yeah, you're checking. I don't check. So yeah, Little Weller is going to gather up some of the glue and the ink and everything, and take the samples in and start the process of examining those and analyzing them, figuring out why the ink looks red.
How long would it, under normal circumstances, take him to determine things?
To what?
To take. Oh, hit point maximum, not half maximum. Sorry, yeah.
It was half during the beta test.
They changed it. That's right, they changed it. So sorry, so full maximum. So he'd have to be at negative. So if he got to -9,
then he would be obliterated.
So yeah.
And you were asking how long it would take.
Yeah, on a single attack, but I actually house rule that shit downer. If someone else continues to try to crush and beat someone down and they take more damage than that, then the way I do it is once you get to that mount, although I mistakenly in my head was thinking it was half max, at the maximum level, then they die. So that's what I do. So how long would it take for him to be able to assess a particular substance, I guess is the question.
I think the way that we have it working is that he can make the diluted healing potions in a day. Since he's not trying to make something new, I would say probably 3 or 4 hours.
Okay, so I'm going to make it even faster than that, because the first thing I assume he would do, because he did it before the other stuff, is sort of take a quick little taste. And so what he tells you is that this is wine, or at least it seems like it. It tastes like wine. But as you may know, wine stains. So it may be that they're using this as a kind of ink.
Inky wine.
Yes.
Well, he relays that. Not relates that. Well, he kind of relates it, but anyway.
I relate to it. Yeah. It's organic, but...
It's a bit tannic.
Yes. So that's what you find out. Okay. Where next?
Let's keep going.
I'm checking out this. What is this? The stairway over here?
Yes. That is a staircase, which you can see, and that actually leads downwards to a room, and you don't hear anything coming from it, but that's where it is.
I'm in a decidedly annoyed mood after being knocked out of the room.
Quick question. Does it taste like wine or like the stuff we spilled on the floor downstairs?
No, it does not taste like that. It tastes like wine.
Okay, good. Thank you.
His message for you, sir. Yeah.
Check these doors up here first.
Yeah, good point. All right. I just kind of drove right by him, so
I've still got this. This guy's still knocked out, I assume. This druid.
Cut the corner a little too close. Boom.
Yeah.
Still knocked out. Still knocked out. All right, so you guys are checking this one?
Gonna pop this door where I am standing.
All right. When you open it, you see that there are 2 pairs of bunk beds occupying this room, and against the west wall are 4 identical foot lockers.
Foot lockers? Are they locked?
If you go over and look, you can see that they are not locked, and they seem to have mostly clothing and personal belongings, like from what you can tell, like a couple of little trinkets and stuff like that. But they all seem, worthless, like just kind of sentimental
Looks like
value.
It's family stuff.
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
Yeah, all right. Not gonna bother. Okay, next room. Doink. Yep.
All right. This looks exactly like the other room with one exception, and that is that there are some toys that are scattered about. One of the toys seems to resemble a child's wooden rocking horse, except the horse is black with wild eyes and has painted orange flames where its mane, tail, and hooves ought to be. And carved into the wooden horse is the name Bucephalus, and in smaller lettering a slogan underneath it, "Is no fun, is no Blinsky."
I'm sorry. Say that again?
So it's a regular child's rocking horse, except that it's
Yeah.
painted black, has wild eyes, painted orange flames instead of a mane, tail, and hooves. And on the
Right.
side of it, it says Bucephalus, as if that's its name. And then there's a thing underneath it, like a slogan that says, "Is no
we get a
fun."
spelling for that, please?
Actually, Shadow got it almost right. It's Beuce and then Phalus.
But is no fun is no Blinsky?
Blinsky, Blinsky.
And this is a horse that a child could ride upon.
I guess so.
Well,
Yes,
I mean,
no,
it's
yeah, it
not
does
a
look like
hand
it. Yes,
toy, it's- yeah.
yes.
Is no fun is Blinsky?
Is no Blinsky.
No Blinsky.
no
Apparently, that must have
Is
been
no
another-
fun. Is no Blinsky.
if
That is what I
didn't-
said.
Could we not have a horse with phallus in his name?
Bucephalus. No.
I mean, if I didn't know any better, I'd think they were making a really snide allusion to the rocking horse winner, but I don't think that's the case. So,
It's gonna
okay.
be some kind of weird reference.
Which
it's
means
a family.
Blinsky is the good version.
The real horse, the fun horse. Yeah, apparently, exactly. Right. That's the only thing I think of. All right, next room.
All right.
See that point of yeah.
The next room looks to be some kind of a dining room or kitchen, because it contains a rectangular table that is surrounded by 8 chairs, and there's an L-shaped cupboard and a floor-to-ceiling closet pantry. And next to the pantry is a small iron stove. There's also doors you can see east and south.
And,
Oh, yeah.
Little Weller's going to detect magic and look around the kid's room, especially at that horse.
The horse does not appear to be magical.
Okay. Anything else in the room?
No, not that's magical, no.
The Footlocker. I contact everyone and say we've got a kitchen and room, a kitchen/dining room and rooms off of it. So if I want to join us down here, or not.
No, he will. It's just as long as he's got detect
Oh,
magic.
this broadcasts everybody. Yeah, exactly. No, I agree.
He's
Totally.
going to check the other 2 rooms as well. So.
Arv, check the room, check the door behind the stairwell, like the one that's.
Uh-huh.
out, yeah.
That one just looks like a hallway that extends out to that.
Huh.
And there's a
But
door
no
there.
door, but no door back into this room.
Correct. That's right.
Weird. Okay, then we're gonna go through here first. So this room.
Okay. And through there, this room contains a 4-poster bed. Its
Off the bed.
headboard carved in the likeness of a giant raven. A soft black rug covers the floor between the bed and the door. In the corners of the south wall stand 2 slender wardrobes with a tapestry of a church hanging on the wall between them. Beneath the tapestry sits a handsomely carved rocking cradle. To the north, under a window, is a plain desk and chair, and other furnishings include a wooden chest and a freestanding mirror in a wooden frame.
The Vintering must pay pretty well. All right. I've seen it all I need to see. So.
Yeah, that's cool, Shadow. I thought I recognized that name too, actually.
And then, yep. And then this room leads back out to the upper, the
Yes.
winch and the hole and all that
That's
stuff.
right. Mm-hmm.
Enough. All right. I've seen everything you need to see here except for the going down the stairs. So.
No clues or anything, any reason why these people came, these druids?
I'm not going to go poking around the Markovish, whatever their name is, the family's bedroom. And besides, these don't even seem to look like they've been inhabited by these
just
other
a
people.
hunch.
Yeah, but they don't even seem to look like they've been inhabited by the druids. It's like the 2 that were here. And I'm not sure why that one was in that room. So,
Hey, you never know. They could be hiding something.
If you want to poke around, go ahead. I'm
I'm carrying this thing. This guy.
Yeah, well, you could ask him then. Heading downstairs through the spiral.
Okay. All right. So when you go downstairs, you find yourself in here. Let me bring you over to that.
Wait. No. Ah!
That brings you down here. And this room has these rows of new barrels in them, in it, which fills the room. And there's this narrow stone staircase spiraling upward in the southwest corner. So there's just a bunch of barrels there. There are doors to the south, and then there are doors to the east. The doors to the south are, there are doors to the south closed, and doors to the east are closed.
East.
You want to go east?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you look east, there are strips of iron and wood which lie in neat piles on the floor of this workshop, and the walls of them are lined with tools. 2 work tables stand against the east wall.
Mm-hmm. All
and
right.
there's a door
the
out to the
making.
north.
They make their own barrels. How delightful. And then, of course, we head down back into the vat room.
Okay.
Yep, right. So there we go. And so there's this door here. Is this a door, right, that leads out to the wagon, the loading dock?
Which door? I'm
The
sorry.
one with the black line through it, or is that something
One
else?
to the east, and yes, that is.
That's
wait,
like a
that's the
barricade.
upper. Wait, that's the upper door. No. Yes.
No.
That's ground floor.
That's ground floor.
Yeah.
That's where we came back in and went up the center staircase to go to the main room.
So this is a door. There's 2 doors here. These doors, the double doors here, and the single doors here. Okay.
That's right.
Weird. Not sure why.
There's a single door here. There's double doors here. There's a door down here we haven't gone, and then there's the down ramp here to some
Right.
base.
That's right. I'm going
we
to
haven't
jump
gone
back
to
up
the
to
base-
Weller in just a second, but tell me what else you've got as well.
Well, once I'll finish off this floor, then we'll go to the basement. So this room.
Oh, well, it hasn't gone down yet.
Okay,
No.
so
Hold
that
the
door you cannot actually get into, Django and Zarama, because it is currently seems to be barred or locked or something from the inside.
Geronimo cast knock.
So you would need to break through it.
Or cast knock.
Yeah, just everyone within 300 feet will hear it. But yes.
Like we haven't made enough noise fighting these things. Are you kidding me? Whatevs. We're far from stealthy here, so I'm not too worried about it.
Okay.
And breaking the door down will be just as loud.
So when you do the knock, you hear this tuk, tuk, tuk on the other side of the door.
Okay. Open it.
Okay. Inside here, you see the following. I shall bring chat over so they can see. In here, you actually see that resting on a flagstone veranda are 3 5-foot diameter wooden tubs. They're inside stained with what looks like grape juice. Each tub has a short ladder bolted to its side and a catch basin tucked underneath. At the back of the veranda is a large set of sliding wooden doors, as well as a normal-sized wooden door. That's the one that you just came through. Stone pillars and arches support the upper floor above.
And were the sliding doors locked too?
Yeah. And actually, now you look, you can see that these things were locked from the inside. Chained shut, actually, from the inside.
So the stomping room is like the most valuable room in the place? I don't get it. Climb the ladder and look inside the stomping bin, and it's all stained with grape leavings and
Oh,
room's empty.
unless I want to throw in another 5 years later. I was just talking about that Schlitz because they just got a review for that album that came in that was pretty good. I am actually I will throw that in actually to the winner of the raffle if we hit the $2,000 level. I'll throw in another 5 years later if it isn't all there already.
You said this is a veranda, right?
That's what it says. Yeah.
So it's completely open on the other side.
That
all
is
these posts are open.
So the posts on the inside though look like it's called a veranda, but these things on the outside are sort of up. The way they describe it, it's sort of it was confusing to me, frankly. But the way they describe it around the outside is that there are, well, I guess it's got to be open. It's weird. The way they describe it is that you can't, because they say like you can't see from the outside of it. So I don't understand.
It could be like really high walls, but they
maybe
don't
it's
go
just
like
high walls.
top.
Yeah, they don't describe it very well. But I'm
And
assuming
so
that it's high
it lets
walls.
light and air come in. So I don't know.
I guess that must be what it is. Yeah.
Maybe.
So yes, you
don't
must be
smell
able to see from the outside. So
Okay. Whatever. Okay.
Well, if
the
it's
only
open to
real
the
difference is you would have seen it then from the outside when you
yeah.
went around. That's all. So
Well, yeah. So it's very odd.
yeah. So
And
well,
the
I
fact
mean,
that
that may have been
she-
my fault. I may have misunderstood it. They just described
Well,
it
the fact that
confusingly.
it's chained from the inside means you can't get. You could get out by going around. It must be open. Otherwise, why would you chain it on this side and trap yourself inside?
Yeah, it's got to be.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Yeah.
We're here. It's fine.
All right, nothing here. No magic. They don't magically crush grapes themselves. It's all right. Moving down to the door here.
Okay.
Bam.
And that one, so reveals this.
Oh, it's Rama.
Reveals
What?
a dirty window in the south wall allows dim light to enter this room. Wine bottles are manufactured here, as evidenced by the tools lying about, the wooden rack full of freshly blown glass bottles along the south wall, the hearth built into the southwest corner, and the barrel of sand standing next to it. A staircase descends underground, and between it and the rack of bottles stands a barred door.
Barred from the inside, though. Okay.
Right, exactly. So you could open it from the
Here
outside.
and walk
Mhm.
out. Yeah. Okay. All right. The hell's everyone else?
I'm waiting for Weller to head downstairs. I'm just holding the rear with this
All right,
carrying
well,
this druid.
The only reason Weller isn't there is because little Weller cast detect magic and is going to check each of these rooms.
Right, and that's
All
so
right.
that gives me a chance to actually jump back up to Weller just to do that
Yep.
quickly.
Yep.
You do not detect magic in these rooms, and as you're going through, yeah, you do not detect magic up here.
Okay.
There's no magic from what you can find.
Okay. Then he will have headed back down with everybody else.
Okay, so I'll bring you folks over to. Oops. Yeah.
And upon entering this room, Weller loses his shit.
Because bottles?
Oh no.
He just runs over to the furnace and he's just
Oh,
looking at
The
everything.
most wonderful time of the
More samples. Sample glasses for
year. He's
storage.
got samples for storing and
Yeah, I mean, he's a glass master. He knows how to make
bottles for
bottles.
pouring.
So he's just like,
Be of good cheer.
I can just see like you hold the bottle open and there's like a little Weller hand coming out. You just keep passing.
yeah, exactly. Yep.
he's
That's funny.
examining the quality of the sand. And he's looking at everything, all the jacks and just everything.
The giveaway one for this is bottle fever. Very appropriate. Very
He's
appropriate. I
got
love it.
glass fever.
Very appropriate. And by the way, folks, I'm going to tweet this out too, but we have entered the final hour. It's the final hour. So if you want to be able to see Trent shave that beard and get to our goal, and I really want us to at least get past 2,000 if we can. So let's try to push to get that over the last hour. That would be lovely. I'm going to tweet out right now. The fact that
Somebody
we're
go
good to
tweet that right now.
Okay, so
While you're doing that, I'm going to go to the restroom.
okay. Okay. Okay, hang on 1 second while I do that. Okay. And okay. All right. Here we go. All right. So meanwhile, okay. So the stairs are leading downwards, and Weller is very excitedly looking through the bottles. What are the rest of you going to do?
I wish to go downstairs. So, Alec, are you joining us?
Well, I'm currently holding this person. I can't really help. I'll just watch the rear. So you may want to go down.
Like you tie his legs and hands and feet and just leave him somewhere. Set him down.
But I know they can change. I just figured, just if you go into a bear, I mean, like the thing's just gonna break out of the binds. Just want to keep an eye on him.
We'll take a quick look and we'll give a holler if anything untoward happens.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on Weller.
Yeah. We may lose him for the next week. Heading downstairs are Zarama and I are.
And also Mason and Esmeralda. So you got
Sounds good.
4.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Thank you so much for the resub, Lone Wolf. For some reason I did, or the sub, I should say. No, the resub. For some reason my thing didn't, my sound didn't go off. But thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lone Wolf. I also appreciate the message. What 2 months? Rubbish and trickery. Love the streams, nostalgia, the laughs, and the feels. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Lone Wolf. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And I think that actually brings us back over 50. We're up to 51 subs again. So that's great. Thank you. Okay. So you folks are headed down below, as they say. All right. So I shall reveal to you this. Let me bring you over here. By the way, Weller, are you looking for anything in particular as you're going through? Just like awesome. None of my sounds plays off. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. It may be that when I disconnected and reconnected, it did something echo, but it doesn't make sense to like restart all of OBS and everything for the last 50 minutes. So, but yeah, I at least I'm seeing it in chat. So, okay. So the stairs lead downwards. There is this thick moss which is covering the walls of this underground staircase, and at the foot of the steps is a landing with an arched wooden door set into the north wall.
You and your moss, I swear to God.
It's all about that moss. It's all about that moss. About that moss.
All right.
No grass.
Okay. And we got Esmeralda here too. It was coming.
Yes, Esmeralda is.
All right.
Yeah.
Door open.
Oh, there it is. It worked. It worked. Thank you, Shadow. That worked. I don't know why the other one didn't. There we go. Thank you, Shadow. Okay. So you are at the door. So are you opening this? Did you say?
Well, I'm gonna try it. Is it open?
It is in fact open.
Sure.
And
as we find the Vintner's dark secret.
He's actually been making Pinot Grigio this entire time.
We actually make wine coolers. Oh God.
That would be my yes.
Wooden pillars and beams support this 10-foot high ceiling of this ice-cold cellar, which is split in two by a 5-foot thick brick wall. A thin mist covers the floor. Each half of the cellar features an 8-foot tall wooden partition that doubles as a wine rack. The western rack stands empty, but the eastern one is half filled with wine bottles. You again see a bunch of just sort of needles and pieces of wood on the ground, and you see something moving behind the eastern wine rack. You can see something moving around, and a gravelly voice mutters the words of a spell. And I would like us all to roll initiative, please.
Woo! I mean, crap.
The dark secret is the fact that they weren't just making wine coolers. Down here, there are monstrous casks of Zima.
Zima, that's impossible.
Wow, natural one. It's a 2.
I was thinking Zima. I was just thinking that's hilarious.
I just didn't want the taste of Zima in my mouth. By
I'm
even
cursed is all
saying
it
the
is.
name.
I appreciate it just as much though, Lone Wolf. Thank you. Alrighty. So
for Weller's homunculus.
Of course she gets that. Why am I not surprised? Okay.
And for Weller, even though he's way upstairs.
Let's see. What the hell can she do with a 26?
Do you want me to roll for Mason?
sure. Yeah.
Bam, 22.
Well, still behind Zarama, who got a 26.
Okay.
Yeah, Well, water elementals could probably be any liquid. So an alcohol elemental.
Alcohol elemental. Wow.
Would it be really weak to fire?
No. No, if you're not going to allow me to shake water with wine, you can't make a fucking elemental out of it either.
Right, that's true.
Well, then would it be a ooze then? Alcohol ooze? Oh, alcoholic gelatinous cube. Ooh.
I'm just going back to college.
That'd be hilarious. It sucks you in, right? You get captured by the ooze and you just get drunk.
Yep, exactly.
You become poisoned and drunk.
So let's see. So we've got all right, so we got Zarama, then we've got Mason, then we've got Weller, then we've got Django, then we've got Little Weller, and we have Alec. Although Alec looks like he is. Oh, that was you did get it too. Okay, and Alec.
I got it too.
I was too busy thinking about.
Because I'm carrying this person.
That's the reason. I mean, that's.
And he's staying back with Weller, so he's way up at the top of the
whole new gelatinous cube. Yeah, strong against dwarves and humans. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So let's start from the top with Zarama.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the hell she's gonna do. Because she's not really, she's not per se an offensive powerhouse. Although she could. It's still 5 foot squares, right?
Yes, 5 foot squares down here.
That's a freaking druid. What the hell? 1, 2, 3, 4. As she goes, she pulls out her rapier and she's actually gonna make an attack at him.
Okay.
See if she can disrupt the spell, because why not?
Okay.
All right, so rapier. She got a +8 for God's sake, so wah! And she rolls a 12.
That is going to hit, actually.
Ha!
Not a lot of armor.
We're going to have to tell Zarama this.
Yeah, okay, and then...
Maggie week for these.
Proudest moment.
All right, so D8 +5. How can I... Wait a minute, I can't do the damage on here. What's the matter? Yes, no, not working? Okay, anyways, D8 +5. 8. So... 6 points.
Okay. So that he still continues to mutter, although he has definitely been, hurt by that attack. Okay, that is going to lead us to Mason.
Mason's gonna 1, 2, 3, just walk down past Esmeralda. 1, 2, 3, that's 5, 10, 15, 20. Can he attack through this, or do you have to go around it?
He'd have to go around it, but I mean, he could. You should be able to get there though.
I think just a couple of Eldritch Blasts will do it.
But you're not Eldritch Blasting through the rack, are you?
Oh, I can go diagonally. So
I was gonna say you could just go here, right?
That,
if that was what you were doing.
Yep.
Can I make one suggestion, and I'm only going to make it once?
Mm-hmm.
Hex first.
I think he's out. He's out.
He's out. Yeah.
Never mind then. I retract my suggestion so that I can make
just double blast. Oh wait, it's the wrong button.
I'm very aware of what it does at this point.
Pew 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 pew. 25 and 21.
Oh, it was
Neither
2
hits.
All right. 5 and 3.
Okay. All right. Good strikes, like sort of stumbles forward, and then backs up one step, and then this cube of force, and everywhere wine bottles shatter. The whole rack of shatters, and let's see. I need everyone in which direction? This direction. So actually, well, yeah. Yeah. So Zarama will not have to make this check, but Mason and Django will both have to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Mason gets 12. What's Mason's max HP again? Sorry.
Right now he's at 48 because he infused his maximum is at 48. He's at 44 overall.
11.
11. Okay. So Mason's actually going to make the save. Django is not. So, which I'm sure Django's really happy about.
Thrilled.
That's going to be so that's going to be 5 points of damage to Mason. He does not get pushed, but Django does, slammed backwards against the wall.
Oh,
and
same
is going
damn
to take
thing.
8 points of damage.
Ow.
Oh,
pal, you're going to regret that.
Okay. And then already moved back 5 feet behind the pillar, and that's going to be it for them. That is going to lead us to Weller.
Is there a thing? Is there a time limit on the Rite of the Storm?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I guess until he takes a rest, probably refreshes.
So Weller is just giddy, blithering. He has no idea that. Well, he would have heard the thunder wave.
Yes, he would have actually.
So he's in the midst of, and these are the jacks which he wants to use to squeeze down. Oh goodness! And he turns it and heads down the stairs. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So he can basically get to the doorway.
Okay, and looking out, you see that there's a bunch of shattered bottles. Like, what is such a tragic loss of glass on the floor.
Glass shall be reforged.
Yeah, and all that. And other than that, you just see that there's someone back against the wall as your party members move in upon them. Okay, that is going to lead us to...
Can I get a clear enough shot at, or a line of sight on her to cast at her? Or, I mean, again, that's casting through the...
Right.
The one...
Well, actually, because the rack is mostly knocked over, yeah, now that they've done that, you do pretty much get a line of sight. But I thought that if you ran from the top, 5, 10, 15, 20... So you got there in one turn? You got to the door?
That would be 30 feet, wouldn't it?
10, 15, 20,
25,
25,
30.
30. That's exactly 30.
Exactly 30.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Then you can get a shot off because the rack is knocked over at this point. So, yes.
So he is going to look at this lady and be like, and invasive id.
Ooh, what is invasive id? I don't even know.
It's
Finally,
a thing he does.
You
Id
ability.
invades.
Woo!
And it's not, oh, 19.
Dang.
There you go.
Wow. Okay, each chosen creature, then a 30-foot cone. Just make an intelligence saving throw. Creature takes 48 psychic damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful
Dude, are you catching drama in that blast?
No, chosen
creature.
Oh, chosen. Oh, nice. Okay.
I choose Django.
Nice.
No,
Actually, I'm out. I'm right back here. I'm out of the way.
DC 14.
Okay.
Intelligence save.
Actually does make the save, so we will see what the
So she takes...
Only half damage.
Half damage. Yeah. Still not bad. 18.
Wow.
Ooh.
So half of 27.
Wow.
Yeah. Half of 27, so she's like, and slumps to the ground dead.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That was quick. Right.
And that's what you get for abusing glass.
You pay for your lack of respect. Okay.
Okay, hang on. I need a little bit of healing. Let's see. 4. Good. 14 points back to me. 29, 39, 43. That's enough for now.
Okay.
And little Weller will sample the wine that is poured on the floor to see if it's proper wine or
It's yes, it does seem to be proper wine. I should mention that while Zarama was over towards the northern side of that area, that there was markedly colder the closer you got to the north wall. So Mason can even feel that it's a little bit colder where he is.
Rent that to Django, which is interesting. And he'll step over and take a look. As well. You can definitely feel the difference over here.
Yes. Much colder over there. And also colder the closer you get to those barrels.
Are these barrels like frozen?
Yes, they are actually.
Wait, they
there
are?
are 3 frosty barrels. And on the side is a label that says Purple Grape Mash number 3.
Huh. Is the air here cold enough to freeze something? Or are the barrels themselves what's
The
causing
barrels themselves seem to be what is creating this cold. Although, it does feel like it's cold overall also. So
Yeah, well, right.
cold overall and this as well.
All right, well, I think we're going to head over here.
Okay.
Oops.
All right, and down here, what you see is the other side of the ramp, or the other end of the ramp that led
Of course. Okay.
Okay.
Still not sure about the whole casting barrels down here.
up. And what are you doing, Alec? Are you coming down with your guy?
I'm just coming down with him. It's like, everything's all right. What was that? A big
Yeah.
crash.
Oh, actually, before something we haven't done yet, except for the one he's got. Search the body of the druid. Is anything on? Was it a woman again or a man?
That one was actually it was a man, so I think I may have called it a woman. That one was a man. The one upstairs in the printing press, I think, was a woman.
Was a woman.
Right.
So,
Right.
Yep.
And the one over on the
winch
was
was
a
a
man.
man. Yeah.
So does she have anything on him of interest? Sorry, him.
Does not. Just seems to have kind of the same. All of them look very kind of wild and unkempt and all very similar in that way.
But
so
these others don't. They're not painted with blood like the.
No, not like the Nutso guy.
Well, they're all kind of nuts, it seems. So
Yeah.
All right, going the other stuff over here. Going the other way. This way.
Okay. So in here,
Cautiously.
what you can see in here is there is a single bottle which is smashed open now. This thing is kind of moved slightly over.
Don't
It's
look,
not
Willard,
fallen
don't
over, but
look.
it's moved slightly over. And there is again what you see as this purple substance that is freezing on the floor as you're looking at it. And again, on the label, you can see that the label is kind of smashed with it, but it says purple grape mash as well. Oh, and we got $23 from Schlitch to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. There you go. That is awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Schlitch. So we are at 1780. 1780. Thank you.
So the purple stuff's coming out of the bottle.
Correct. That's right.
Because you did say that in present tense, freezing.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I might.
It is.
touching.
It is freezing on the floor. So like it's. In
Yeah.
other words, it's not just frozen. It seems to be.
I contact Weller and say, I think we need to get a sample of this in here. This is something truly interesting.
And Weller will move in.
Yeah, and point to the freezing stuff, and it's like there are 3 barrels of it over there, but it's stuff that remains cold. It's seemingly without losing its temperature.
Oh, it's in honor of your neighbor diagnosed with colon cancer this past week. I'm sorry to hear that, Schlitch, but that's exactly why we're doing this. So, the hope is that they'll be able to beat it, and this kind of research is having a direct effect on things like that. So, I hope the best for your neighbor.
So Weller's going to kind of poke at the shattered bottle to see if it's not just freezing on the floor, but it is freezing within the bottle. His suspicion now is that this was recently dropped and shattered, and that's why it's spreading out and freezing.
You think that's probably the case. Also, the fact that there was a huge smashing of a bunch of bottles that happened about 30 seconds, a minute ago.
Yeah, but that wasn't aimed this direction.
Yeah, but this thing ran everywhere. Remember this, the sort of waves, and the question is whether or not this had something to do with the scream that you heard that may have had an effect on it or something. But the point is, this is recently smashed. You don't know why, but it is recently smashed.
Right. Well, Weller's suspicion is that someone dropped it.
I see. Yeah. Could
So he's basically like looking up at Django and then sends,
This could have been dropped by someone moments ago. Keep your guard up.
It's a fair cop. Yeah. Take a look. Is this barrier? This is the same thing. A wall that's full, or is there empty?
It's pretty cold down here.
it is a rack, which is currently empty. There were many bottles on the eastern side over here, but they are no longer. They have ceased to be.
Taking a quick look, there's no one hiding. There's no one.
Does not look like it.
The room, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
All right, it looks to be clear. The person who we took out in the other rooms is the only one down here. By the way, you might want to check out those 3 barrels in the north corner. They are also containing the same kind of substance.
Where does that go?
pointing at the staircase in the corner of the room.
Back up to the main level, I trust.
So whoever could have potentially dropped this could have run up those stairs.
I didn't see anyone.
No. look over here. There's another the spiral staircase in the corner, and I'll go. Zarama with me. We'll go take a run upstairs real quick just to see. Although it might have been on the top of this, just falling over. And we'll head back up to what is it, the main level, which is this corner area.
Yeah, it actually
right?
brings you right up to here, which is there.
Right. Any sign of anyone around?
You can investigate if you like. At the moment, though, the door is open, but it was already open. You would
We'll come
there, so.
out here and see if there's anything, and I don't think we're gonna find anything.
Again, does not look like anything at the moment, but again, you haven't investigated closely, but not from what you can see.
We're looking for any obvious movement, footsteps. You know, someone casting a spell at us, whatever, that kind of deal.
Yep, you do not see any of those.
I think it fell off the top of the rack. That's all, or out of the rack even. All right. Go back. Well, we'll stay here and say that there was no one here.
Okay.
Zarama will call back down that the main floor appears to be empty.
Okay. Thank you for the follow, the Grouch Couch. Welcome to the Arvanauts.
Nice. That's funny.
Okay.
And then we'll wait for them to finish, but we might as well wait up here because there's no point in. Yeah.
So Little Weller will detect magic at the barrels and the room in general.
Okay. There is some kind of. It's sort of hard to get a sense though what is actually radiating it. It seems like there might be some faint magic coming from the barrels, though whether it's the wine or whether it's the barrels is a little bit unclear. It's a kind of alteration magic, you think, Little Weller, but you don't. Again, you're not 100% sure. It's faint, and what it's coming from. Definitely not strong magic.
Well,
and Esmeralda comes out and says, "It seems that we have done what they asked us to do. We've cleaned out this place, I think, of any evil at the moment."
Very well. I should ask and see if I can use that glass furnace.
And she sort of like gives you a look and then kind of shrugs and departs up the stairs. And joins up with Django and Zarama up here.
all right. Well, task done. Let's head back.
Well, we are forgetting there's this hillside thing that may need to be investigated before. I mean, this building, yes, I think it would appear it's clear. And we should go tell them so they can reclaim it as their own. But that hillside probably needs some investigation still before we call this area truly cleaned. But for now, I think this is enough.
Okay. So once you get back up to the ground floor and then out, if you are going to head to the back to where you saw them, assuming you are, then I'm going to bring you back over to our map of Barovia.
Whoa! All right, we're keeping the prisoner, the druid guy, with us right now, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Unless you do something, but
No. Actually, I want him to wake up and see if I'm wondering if the. It's interesting that it was a rod or a wand. It was a rod.
Staff.
Staff.
The staff. Yeah.
It
Now
seemed to
it's
have some
2 rods.
ability- Right. Yeah. Exactly. I'm interested to see if it had some sort of effect on him and whether he will come out of it differently now that it's broken.
Oh, Weller still has it.
Hold
Yeah.
on a second, stupid macro thing. I gotta disconnect this. Like, who wants these?
Macaroni and cheese.
Second time I've done that. Hold on a second. It's like right next to the shift key.
Control.
Come on. All right, hang on a second, everybody. I know that it's dark and you can't see anything.
For those of you who might happen to work at Twitter, please understand that when I click a little button that says "see less of this," and you put out a little pop-up saying, "Thanks, we'll use this to improve your experience. Could you please do me a favor and do that? Use that information to improve my experience by doing what I said and show me less of shit I didn't ask to see. Thanks very much." If you don't work at Twitter, never mind.
Okay, there we are. So let me sort of zoom in as you bring them over. Okay. So when you come back over, as you sort of head over, you can see there's a set of ravens, perhaps one of the swarms from the place where you fought before, that flies overhead and down. And as you come over to it, you can see Davian sort of walking with some, speed or excitement, perhaps, maybe a good way to put it, and sort of walks out to talk to you and says, I think I've heard word that at least our home is free. Is that true? Have you freed us, my friends?
Yes, your home is clear.
I am most grateful to you. I did not know whether or not we would be able to enter safely again. This is wonderful news, wonderful. We still, of course, do not know where the attacks came from, but I am very pleased that at least that is open. Who is this? And he points at the guy.
This is one of those cloak figures that you said you saw.
Yes, so it is. And he comes over and he starts poking at him with his staff. You,
hey,
wake up,
don't.
you. Poke,
No,
poke,
let's not
poke,
do
poke,
it now.
poke. And the guy's kind of like, and he's sort of like, wake up, you. And finally pokes him, and it kind of sort of comes up, and then, and he like looks around frantically as if looking for a staff that he doesn't have, and then just kind of, be silent, be silent. There's a guy's not silent. Be silent, I said. And then he like raps him with his staff, and the guy gets knocked out again. He's like, dratted thing. He's lost his mind, I see.
Are you sure?
He says, well, I'm not positive, maybe. But it seems like he was babbling. And he sort of looks back at his family, and his family sort of regards him with a sort of nod, kind of like one of them raised eyebrow, and he says, yes, well, perhaps I acted slightly hastily. But this is the one who removed my family from their homes, and I will not sit idly by, as you have not, for which I am grateful.
Yes, but we did not attack him while he was unconscious.
And he says, nor did I, my friend. I simply waited until he was woken up, and then I attacked him. Besides, I was only responding to his nonsensical babbling.
Are you sure it was nonsensical?
And he says, it didn't. And he sort of looks at you and then looks back at his family, and he says, yes, perhaps a different language, I suppose. That is possible. Still, it seemed like he was babbling in any language. And he looks back at his family, is still regarding him with that same look. He says, oh, very well, I'll wait till he wakes up normally the next time. In any case, besides him, what else did you find there?
You want to do the honors?
Who are you talking to?
Yeah.
You. Well, do you want to explain?
We found a few more of those.
Pointing at the crazy druid.
Mm-hmm.
They are dispatched. There's a great deal of rather disgusting, tainted wine, shall we say. Not a good vintage at all. A lot of it is on the floor of the back room, so be very careful as you're walking through there. There's probably some broken glass as well. Oh, and I saw your furnace where I need to borrow that, please, if at all possible. I have a great many things that I need to make, and I was very much impressed by your...
and he just realizes that everybody's like,
And he says, so Davian waits, and then he says, are you asking to use our glass-making facilities?
Yes.
And he sort of...
he
comes up
opens
to
his
you,
robes, and there's just glass-making tools strung all over the inside
and he
of
sort of comes up to you and kind of peers you with one eye, says, that is extraordinary. I'm glad that someone understands finally what good glass is made. Do you know how difficult it is to convince my family of what it is powerful to look at them right now? They say to
I saw the
themselves.
quality of the sand that
Oh,
was...
yes, and that
I
kind of sand is found a certain particular kind of desert. It's very difficult to find. I don't know if you
Perhaps we should
perhaps
take
on your
this
travels. I think if we could do something. I don't, so they're like, you know, they're off to the races. He apparently is very excited this. Eventually he calms himself down and he says, "Anyway, yes, I will be happy to allow someone with such obvious taste," and he kind of looks back at everyone else, access to my glass-making facilities, but I'm afraid we do have one other concern. And he sort of takes you, puts his arm around your shoulder so you hear all like the clinking of glasses, Weller. And he sort of brings you away, and the rest of you, he sort of invites the rest of you to follow as well. And he lowers his voice and he says, "The truth is, my friends, that things are more problematic here than simply what happened to us. What you did was an important first step and was extremely important to what we are to ask next. But this is not for general knowledge, for if it were to get out more generally, there would be widespread panic, I think, in Barovia. A long time ago, when the Martikovs took over the Wizard of Wines, we were given access to 3 what we call seeds. They're actually magical gems, gems that give our wine their particular potency and their resilience against the long travel that is sometimes required to take them from place to place. One of those gems disappeared some time ago, months and months, and we have not been able to track it down, though I have my suspicions. But the other 2 gems we have found were taken just within the last 2 weeks, ever since the attack by these creatures. Whoever came to take over the Wizard of Wines came with the purpose of taking those gems as well. And without those gems, our vineyard can no more produce reasonable wine than, well, they can understand a good bottle." And he sort of points back at the others and he says, "So I would appeal to you. You have already done us great service, and the Mardikovs will not forget it. But if you wish to help us even more and ensure that the flow of wine can continue, then we must ask that you go to see where the attacks happen and retrieve our gems. And we suspect that those gems will be found down where the original attack happened. I would say that since the boy Claudio told you about Yester Hill, that might be a good place to check. It has always been a place of darkness and danger, though for a while it was simply a place of ill omen that we avoided. But now there is more to it than that. These gems are bright green glowing. They are the size and shape of pine cones. For the good of all Barovia, I ask that you travel to these places to retrieve them." And he sort of looks up with expectancy.
Weller pulls out from within the folds of his robe somewhere, and he's got insane numbers of pockets that are constantly filled with all sorts of stuff, and he pulls out the 2 halves of the stave that got broken and looks at the top end of it at the headpiece to see if it's one of these gems in question.
Okay. And he looks at it and he says, "Oh, fascinating, but no, I think not. It is possible that those other things, well," and he sort of lowers his voice even further. "If I tell you this other bit of information, you must promise you keep it quietly to yourself, for there are ears everywhere, even beyond what we and the other Martikovs can hear." And he sort of
What is it?
waits to see.
Nod.
It is said that there are 2 women who gave life to Strahd van Zarovich. One was Strahd's biological mother, Queen Ravenovia von Reunen. But the second was the Queen's midwife, a devout follower of Mother Night, named Baba Lysaga. Long has she sought out all sources of light within this world and sought to quench them. I have a suspicion that Baba Lysaga would have taken one of these, for she came once to our vineyard and asked, directly, if you can believe it, for us to give her the gems. We sent her off, and there were enough of us then that we could make the threat credible. But now it has disappeared, and as I say, long before this later attack. If I had to guess, 2 of those gems were taken in the attack and brought to wherever the druids are, maybe Yester Hill. But Baba Lysaga has lived for countless years in a place called Berez. It is not a happy place. It is said to be haunted, abandoned, ruined. There Baba Lysaga and her minions wait, and perhaps with one of our gems with them. You may choose to do as you like, but I would ask that you at least retrieve the 2 that can be found down where the druids are, Yester Hill perhaps, and bring them here. And if you have the chance, you may retrieve the other from Baba Lysaga. It would be a grievous blow to Strahd if the person who gave him counsel and birthed his accursed form would have her will thwarted in this, and if light were to return to the world.
You know, this whole gem thing, you could have told us at the start. At least we'd have a better idea.
And he nods. He says, yes, I could have. And you could have been disguised servants of Strahd. Your going to destroy those creatures proved to me that you had some wisdom and strength. Strahd would not waste his time. He would wish more creatures to invade our vineyard and to cause us more problems, for he bears us little love. I had to be sure that you were trustworthy before I could give you this trust.
Are you now?
And he looks at you and he says, with his one good eye sort of open, and says, yes, I am telling you all of the truth that we know, my friend.
Then, just to make certain, before we go to Yester Hill and tend to that and come back, I don't want us to return and find that there is yet another piece of the puzzle. Can you please make sure that you've told us everything we're going to have to do?
And he kind of stops and looks around, and he kind of lowers his voice and he says, well, there is one thing.
Yes, the outhouse is still as it was.
No, not that. No, when I was younger, I once used to bottle wine a wood cask. It was a terrible, terrible error. I did not use glass. And I've never really told anyone that. It's a very deep secret. I hope you will understand why I could not tell you before that I used wood bottle. It's terrible, So he kind of, weeps a little bit, and then he's like, that is...
Miller just kind of pushes his arm off of his shoulder, like,
how dare you?
Sir.
I said good day, sir.
I shall smack your other eye straight.
I can see. He opens both eyes.
No, that was an accident.
You slap him and 3 flasks shatter, and you're like, oh, damn it. But yes.
Well, let's just move you all back into the vineyard. We'll help you carry some stuff there. I'm sure you've got lots of stuff here.
Go and check the horses. They may be finished eating by now, maybe.
They may not have eaten for some time.
They've eaten now.
Yeah, we gave them a bit of feed when we had a look at them.
I am most grateful to you. That is wonderful. Our horses are important to us.
All right, let's go and start carrying anything we can. So I'm carrying this guy still, so...
So you head back to the winery. I'm not going to move maps because I don't think I need to do that unless there's other stuff there. But when you get back there, they sort of look with delight, through the various places, and they kind of, when he sees sort of the smashed bottles in the cellar, he's just sort of, he just shakes his head. Such terrible, terrible waste and loss.
I know.
Terrible.
How do you keep it so cold down here?
Ah, a special magic of our own creation that allows us to have what we call ever-cold barrels. It gives our wine its ability to maintain its flavor.
So that's where the wizard comes from in the Wizard of Wines.
Indeed, it is that magic that gives people a sense of comfort. Ironic, is it not, that one gets the warmth of alcohol from the coldness of these barrels? How many cold nights have been warmed by our cold-filtered magic?
I don't know.
Many!
Did you do it yourself, or did someone else infuse the barrels?
The gems assisted us in that.
Ah.
It was their magic that made it possible.
Well, that answers that well.
Sort of. If the gems are not here, how long will that enchantment remain?
This enchantment was very strong and would probably last for, and he thinks, perhaps a month or so before it started to fade, I would say.
Interesting.
And he says, soon, though, this grape mash number 3 will be as warm beer.
If we were near the gems, would that effect happen around them? Like, would the area be cold?
No, the gems themselves are not cold, only the spells we cast with them when necessary. But the gems do many things. There are many effects that they can possess, all positive and beneficial. And
Are you sure?
Well, as much as we've been able to determine to this point, yes.
I suspect that Orlok and I have a similar worry. If someone else is taking control of these gems and starts using their magical essences or whatever against us, this is more of that, could you please tell us everything?
No, there is nothing else to tell you. The rest I have would be only speculation. It is possible that they are trying to determine how to destroy these gems. As I told you, these seeds made the vines you see out there in the vineyard, the ones that are starting to wither, made them grow strong, kept them from succumbing to this cursed darkness. I suspect it is possible they would try to destroy these gems and thus remove their beneficial effect. But to turn those gems entirely against their users seems unlikely to me. Could it happen? Perhaps. But it would be beyond my skill or reckoning to know if that were so. I would think it not likely, though.
Do you have any type of object or something that can detect these gems when they're nearby, by any chance?
I am afraid I do not. I wish that I did. But unless they are deeply concealed, well, I suppose they could be hidden from view behind or buried below the earth. But if you bury them, you see, they would immediately have a beneficent effect on the soil, and I don't think those druids would want to have beneficial effects to the creatures they create. And so I would think they would have to conceal them elsewhere, perhaps in blankets or cloaks, or something similar. Burying them would be too dangerous. If you were to reveal them, their light is bright, and nothing else looks like one of these glowing green gems.
Where did you get these gems from?
They were here long before we arrived. They were provided to us, or at least it is said they were provided by some wizard, one who perhaps his name is buried in the annals of this history. But he planted, they said, these 3 gems in this rich valley soil. The actual vineyard went originally from Strahd. But there was a marriage, an arranged marriage, ancient history between the Kreskovs and the Martikovs, and the land was taken over by a Martikov descendant. That, of course, was before Strahd had even been cursed in the way he is now, and now he would do everything he could to destroy this vineyard and what it represents.
Huh.
Well, we're gonna have to try and interrogate this guy. See if we can get some information. What time is it about now? If we're helping them, carry stuff back and forth.
I would say at this point, because it was early afternoon, it's probably heading on towards early evening at this point, I would say. So, yeah, I would say it's probably heading on towards early evening.
So stay the night here and head out in the morning.
You are welcome to do so. I would say that I would not tarry long before challenging Yester Hill, or wherever the druids may be found. Once they learn that their creatures have been driven from this place, they may be back, and in greater numbers. Sorry,
Just couldn't help it, could you?
I just, it was right there, and I was just kind of like, they're easily frightened, but...
No single file to hide the numbers. Yes, but we need rest. Clearing out your home was not... It took a toll. So
Of course, I understand. I would be happy for you to stay with us. We don't have lots of extra room, but we will do what we can for you. Perhaps cots in the, and he sort of looks around and sees like the smashed kind of vats, and he's like, yes, it seems there was some destruction here. Cursed, they've done some absolute cursed vandalism, I say, to my poor vat. If only you had been here to stop this, my friend. And he points at the broken down vat that you stove in. And...
This is where we warn him about, again, the tainted wine. The vats will have to be somehow cleaned.
Poisoned.
Yes.
Despicable. Well, we will do what we can to cleanse them. We have powerful magic. Oh, the gems! And he's like, they would be the ones that would allow us to cleanse these.
Well, think of it this way. Until we bring the gems back, whichever of you is the Cooper will have plenty of work to do.
And he nods. He says, that is true. Quite true. Well, let me get you as set up as I can for the night. And so he begins to sort of, create, bark out orders and things like that. And there are sleeping quarters. Now, the kids usually sleep in one of the places. One of the toys is where the kids sleep, as you might have suspected, and so forth. But he offers to put you in sort of different places. He also offers you to be in the veranda if you wish. It is chill outside, but it's not that much warmer inside in some ways. So you could do that if you want. So he, offers to put you wherever it is that you'd like to be.
Yeah, that works, I guess.
I was going to say, actually, we should stay indoors in case the druids are about this evening, so we're not caught unawares.
Okay.
At least that's my suggestion. Others can do what they wish, but I don't think it's a good idea for us to sleep anywhere with access to the outside.
That seems logical.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you position yourselves all inside in various places, and is anyone going to be taking watch at different times? Like the Martikovs say that they are going to keep watch separately because they've got like some, and you notice that as the Martikovs come in, by the way, you notice that I forgot to mention that the ravens kind of swoop down and perch on their shoulder and kind of flit nearby, and they talk. The Martikovs talk to them all pleasantly, kind of whisper to them, and so.
Well, we need to interrogate this druid here. Do you guys want to help? Wella? Django?
Mm-hmm.
I could do that.
Although I've
got a possible idea of how to communicate, if you want to give it a shot.
What are you thinking?
We need to go outside to do it.
You can't tell me in here?
Oh, just got to... if they don't know our language, perhaps we could do some kind of visual communication.
If they actually are druids, they will speak Sylvan, which I do.
Exactly.
Well, we can give that a shot first.
This is my suggestion. That we try that at least first to see if we can have some sort of breakthrough.
Okay.
Well, we're taking a rest, so you don't have to really queue. If you know.
That's true. I want to make sure I'm up just in case. There we go. Yep, I'm that way.
Fair enough.
Anywho.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, as you folks are taking this long rest, except for, are you waiting? So, are you waiting until the evening, until the morning to interrogate him? Or are you doing it now?
We're doing it now.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to think
we got the well.
now.
We can splash water on his face. The old cold wake up.
And he's like, blah, 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 and he starts like babbling again.
And Weller just kind of, if there's a way for Weller to kind of psychically just smack him and just say, be quiet in Sylvan.
Sylvan, please.
Do you know any common?
He seems completely disconnected. Like there's, he's just kind of babbling wildly in apparently the same language he was before. You don't have any like comprehend languages up at the moment, but he's babbling in what sounds very similar to what that was.
I can cast it as a ritual.
Okay, you can do that if you wish. As he continues to babble away. Once you've got that, then he's, when I had the staff will be mine, and there will be power. Nature is under my command. Nature is under my command.
This
and he looks
staff right here?
He looks at them, and his eyes are unfocused. Staff. Someday I'll find the staff. He doesn't seem to be like looking at you at all. Esmeralda says, "This is useless. His mind is gone." Staff.
I'll grab a stick, and on the ground, I'll draw 3 pine cones and the winery.
And he kind of, so he kind of like rocks back and forth. And he kind of sweeps, but you don't know if he's sweeping at the drawing or just like on the floor.
You saying anything, well?
Babbling, mostly.
Vampire staff is
Vampire
mine.
staff,
Nature is staff and mine.
What do we do?
I need to rest for an hour, and then I'll be able to try to enter his mind and see how he got this way.
Well, we can wait.
Okay. So
that's why I heal, so I don't have to sleep.
Yeah, just a short rest.
Okay.
Well, we're taking a long rest, but you can do a short rest like in between it.
I like the idea though that you're waiting an hour, and so right around midnight, as the moon is beginning to rise, Django steps forward to enter this man's mind.
The purple eye is glowing.
Yes.
In the night. Yes, indeed.
You like come out of the darkness, and your friend's like, "Why are you
just
doing this?" You're like, "I always
for this
do that."
whole hour, I'm like, Weller, is he saying something? Well,
vampires and nature, nature and vampires.
Weller just kind of lifts his chin with the end of the broken staff, glances over at Django, is like,
I tried to be nice.
and then backs away. It's like,
vampires, nature will be mine.
All right. This shouldn't hurt much.
just in case, I'll hold him. Just in case.
Oh, I assumed we didn't untie him, did we?
No.
I didn't. Oh, yeah.
But I don't trust anything.
I mean, actually, it's more psychological thing. Detect thoughts isn't really dangerous. Okay. So, yeah, this is what we're doing.
Okay.
So 1 minute, intelligence of 3,
the
lower, or doesn't speak any language unaffected, but he speaks. We just have a hard time understanding him.
Right.
So surface thoughts, and then I can try to go deeper on a wisdom saving throw that he has to make.
So the surface thoughts are very much he continues to return to my staff. The staff is mine. I understand and rule nature because the staff is mine. And the staff is good, and staff and nature are one, and I am one with the staff, and
very
basically
circular,
that kind of stuff. Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, I want him to make a wisdom saving throw. I'm going to go try deeper into his psyche.
Okay.
how long is all of this going to take?
Oh, a minute. It only lasts a minute, so I won't have a lot of time.
Okay. He does. What's the DC?
16.
Yeah, he doesn't make it.
All right. Let's see. Deeper insight into its reasoning, its emotional state, something that looms large in its mind, says it's something it worries over, loves, or hates. I have a feeling this is going to be the same thing, but I want to see if I can go to like a memory of when he found this staff and what he was before and how it, I'm trying to get like of a different time for him. So I'm kind of diving pretty deeply into him if I can.
You get confused images, Django, confused images of him walking along a moonlit path and sort of walking along a moonlit path, looking around to the left and the right. There's forest everywhere. And
does he look like he does now in this?
Well,
memory?
it feels like you were sort of looking from his perspective, is what it seems like, as if he's walking along.
All right.
And then you sort of look to the left and look to the right, and then look up this way.
$20 donation from Kerflop.
We got the donated, which I assume is donated. Thank you so much, Kerflop. Thank you so much. I am going to adjust that now. That brings us to $1,800. We are so close. We are only $200 away from that $2,000 amount. Thank you very much, Kerflop. As we close up shop here, we're closing here very shortly. $200 more will get us to that $2,000 level. Thank you very much, Kerflop, for that. I appreciate it. Thank you. That means, so we are that close. There it is. Thanks, Kerflop. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, especially since you gave us the pen and you've already donated. So thank you, Kerflop. I really appreciate that from everybody. As you're sort of looking back and forth, you see this sort of dark moonlit path, as I mentioned. And then you see him looking up at what looks like this large hill. And at the very top of the hill is this circle of stones. And behind it is a row of trees and a large, huge, misshapen tree at its core. And as he walks farther and farther up the path, you can see now, he begins to look at the details. Blood is oozing like sap from its twisted trunk, and there are gangly humanoid creatures that are covered with needles. They look actually like the creatures you fought in the forest around it. Mm-hmm. Embedded in the tree is a shiny battle axe, beneath which lies a humanoid skeleton. And as you come sort of closer to it, you see it sort of towering above you. And you look, you through his eyes, look up, and he looks up at this enormous, overwhelming tree. And it sort of almost seems like it's staring down. And your hand kind of trembles as you hold them out, perhaps in supplication. And then there is this terrible, awful rustling. This rustling that's coming around you as you look around and you see what looks like a horde of maybe 1,000 of these creatures all swarming up the hill towards you. And you take, in his body, he takes a step back and you hear him say, No, please, no. And then as he looks up, like he was looking down at the creatures, and then he looks back up, and the tree, its enormous mouth has suddenly appeared on the side of it, and it bends over, and in its hands, which have come from the side as branches come out, it is holding its branches like fists, and it takes one piece of the branch and rips it off. And it looks like the size of the staff that you had, and then thrusts it towards him, and you say, No! And he opens his mouth, and Django, you feel yourself being thrust violently out of his mind. He chokes, lifts a hand, and falls dead. And that is where we are going to end the session, I think, for today.
Yeah.
That is going to do it, gentlemen. Man, that was not a joke. We got an evil tree, is what we got.
Wizard of Mind's complete.
We got ourselves an evil tree. Yep. And you've done very well in terms of moving forward in terms of levels of experience. Although you haven't leveled quite yet, but you're closing in. But good session, everybody. This is really good stuff in chat. While I'm closing up, we got a little last time while I'm closing up shop, and these folks are saying their goodbyes and everything. We have a couple of minutes left. If you want to get in and jump in right now, it is $1,800. We're almost to that $2,000 level. And again, right now, this is going to CanCon Mill, who actually donated to us last night at the $250 level. But if you want something this awesome also, you need to beat that out. What? No? What? Oh, Dragon Spear. That's right. I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. Dragon Spear. That's right. You passed him. So right now it is Dragon Spear who's at 300. I take that back. Right. 300. So if you can take out the $300 donation amount, then you will get this and you will basically... you will ninja Dragon Spear just at the last
to a 301 snipe now. There's a chance.
Snipe, exactly.
A 308 snipe.
And the second winner right now is CanCon Mill, and he will be getting this pen from the amazing Kerflop, unless that happens before. So CanCon Mill is 250. So Dragon Spear is 307. CanCon Mill is 250, and this is what we got right now. So you have a chance to do this right now, folks, as we wrap up ArvCon here. So we have a couple of minutes. Please get in now to do this. Gentlemen, as far as you folks are concerned, I am extremely grateful to everyone who was able to stick this out for the whole time. This was a long session, and there were a lot of twig blights and things you had to kill, but you did actually clear out some place. There was definite progress that was made. You got a chance to hang out with the Mardikovs. Weller made a friend, with glass blowing and all that.
He's going to retire here. And
exactly. He has a place for his retirement now.
Yeah, it's all set.
Absolutely not. But this is really a great session. So I'm going to move over, starting, I'll talk about the three people who aren't here. First of all, Margaret Crone, we'll see her back here next month. Again, she was not able to do this because on Sundays she has a prior commitment that made this impossible. So, but she will be back with us again next month. You should check her out on all the things Margaret Crone plays, and Twitch channel, I think, is the same thing, and many other such spots. You should check out her stuff. Rob, of course, was with us for most of the night. Rob will be finishing up packing and then winging his way to London, so he'll be there for the next couple of weeks. But then Rob will be back with us again for both that and the ArvCon. He played Mason, Brockwell, and Xavier, Dr. Xavier. So he'll be here with us again next month. You should follow him over at GC Darkside Rob, and we're very glad that he was able to be here with us for this. Moving right along, Don Cairo is currently in Egypt visiting family, so we hope that he is doing well and wish him safe travels back from Egypt back to his home state in the United States, and we will see him back here next month as well. And that brings us up to the three people who are here in front of us who are still here, and that is, of course, Mr. John Helfers first. John, thank you. Long day, but I really appreciate you sticking with it and doing ArvCon again. Always a great pleasure to have you here. Always a great pleasure to have you as a friend and a colleague, of course, and we're going to be working on other projects going forward. But where will the fine folks see you next, sir?
First of all, this is kind of strange. This one, the quality was very high for both these, but this one, for some odd reason, seemed to go faster than last year. Even though last year we had the big wrap-up of Tiamat, the big climax, for some reason this one...
Yeah, it did feel very fast.
Fly right by.
It did go past. Thank you for the resub. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say quickly, thank you for the resub, Snicer Tenu. Welcome, everybody. And again, just a reminder, you can still donate while we're doing this, so you have some chances left to donate to Cancer Research Foundation. We're only $200 away from 2,000, so let's see if we can do it. Thank you. And I appreciate the resubs and everything else. Okay, sorry, John. Yeah, you're right. I think part of that might be, you were actually in Rob's apartment last year when we were doing this, and
I don't think they made that much of a difference.
Okay.
It was just I'm not sure. I just noticed when it was like, oh, we're done already, but we are, and we got a lot accomplished, and it was a good session as always. They always are. It's I just think the vibe for some reason was oddly different.
I agree. So it's not just him. It felt faster to me too.
I don't know why.
I'm curious. Is
that's
faster?
not a good or bad thing.
Well, I was just curious. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Yeah, blue faster.
It just seemed kind of unusual. So but always enjoyable. So happy to help out with my time, and if there are a very worthy cause, obviously. And, come on, people. I'm supposed to talk slower. Talk slowly. But we'd love to make that 2,000 before we ended up. Anyways, yes, in just less than, God, was it 2 weeks?
Isn't it required for all editors to actually just speak really, really fast? Because they're reading so much content.
Right, exactly. So much content they have to read. It's a good thought.
Most of them do, yeah. Is it 2 weeks? Is it 2 weeks we're in Columbus, aren't we, Arv?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my God. Okay. Yeah. So that'll be a lot of fun. Origins is a great time. It's gotten more. It's less the Relaxicon and more work. That is true, but that's still a good thing.
Yeah. And
we'll hopefully be doing, you'll be my IT person. We'll talk about the Lasad, about doing the stream for that.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Jen and myself and Greg will all be at Columbus. So, Anywho, otherwise I do Emberwind second and fourth Thursdays with Sod and Jen Brosick and Marie Bigliodo and Brahms. Otherwise, I'm here every other Saturday, alternating, for this wonderful Strahd game with this wonderful crew, wonderful DM, and the wonderful stream. Otherwise, you can find me on Facebook as John Helfers. You can find me on Twitter as Radio Johnny Panda. You can find me on Discord as Radio Johnny Panda. And that's really about it, actually. So that's probably enough for anyone. So we can move on.
Good stuff. Thank you, John.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Arv. Always great fun. Come on, people. That was like I wasted 3 minutes. Someone should have had to put at least 50
We can do it. Come on, folks. 200 more. You can do it. Okay.
Exactly.
Moving right along, let's move on to our good friend Sod. Sod, again, many thanks to you, because you had a late night. You did all this stuff yesterday.
Look
with Hearts of Wulin. It's daytime. It was night when you started, and yeah, if I showed you the cam, it's night outside for us.
The lights.
Thank you so much, Sod. I really do appreciate it, and I'm hoping that you're not too exhausted and that you had a good time.
I'm gonna stay up, so I have to reset my body clock a little bit, because I tweaked it so I could do both of these campaigns early. And yeah, it's been a blast. I love doing the Wulin stuff. We definitely have to somehow get that going somehow.
Mm-hmm.
You should be in it, Arv. I think you'd be perfect for it. So.
You know what? I appreciate that, but if I do it, and I'm thinking about talking to Lowell Francis about possibly doing it on a more permanent basis. It's not going to involve me. I am totally full up. But I could
do the hosting for you.
Well, I was going to say, what I might do is I might actually make it so that, because we have one free Thursday, because there's one from Kat's class now, and then the 2 Emberwind. So I might talk to them about the possibility of seeing if they might be interested in doing once a month Hearts of Wulin, because I liked it also. I thought it worked pretty well, possibly for a stream environment, and so that would be something we could add into it. Because as I said, I want to add more content to the channel. I can't be involved other than having the channel involved with it, because I'm full out, and I'm gonna make myself sick if I do more than this. Where I'm at now is right. If I do more than that, it's too much. So on a regular basis. So, but I appreciate the thought, and I will absolutely. The players that I had would be people that would be very heavily considered, quite obviously. So for sure, son.
Yeah. So I've done Emberwind, which was like the what would you call it? The prelude to ArvCon, and then I did Wulin, and I did this. It's been an eventful ArvCon for me.
As Rock God said, like 97 hours of D&D in the last 2 days.
Yeah.
I still love that emote. That's such a good emote.
I love it. I know.
It's just like such a perfectly like, you're like, how did you get that? Like,
I love the facial expression he's got on it as well. He's got his mouth open. He's like, yeah, I got a barrel, guys.
That's funny. Yeah, that's good stuff.
So yeah, you'll see me on Twitch _, streaming various games. I'm gonna eventually start on Dragon Age now. Now I've done Wolfenstein, and yeah, once again, I said Emberwind, and possibly I&B and possibly other stuff over here on Arv's channel. And over on Aiken Forza 21's channel, we'll be doing my D&D campaign. So check that out. And I think that's it. Just trying to think. Yeah, that's it.
Good stuff, man. I was just double checking to make sure no one had contacted me. They hadn't. Okay, about that. But thank you, Sod, again. Really appreciate it. It was really good stuff. And I also want to thank, of course, speaking of people who've done a bunch of stuff over the last couple of days, that would be Trendane as well. Because Trend, of course, did Adventures in Middle-earth yesterday. That was a great session. That was a lot of fun. So many cool things happened in that session. We got a chance to actually sort of pursue. Yesterday was the day of romance for role-playing. It was really odd. Yeah. We got the romance in the morning and then Hearts of Wulin at night, it was really cool. So I was digging it. And Amal afterwards was like so pumped up about it that she was like introduced Tren, Terry, and me, and it was kind of like, listen to my harp playing about this. It was cool. It was really cool. But I really appreciated Tren, and you did as always a wonderful job with this. I loved the reaction to the glass, just sort of like oh lovely.
When you mentioned it, I was like, oh, it's a good thing Weller's not there. Wait, he's going.
He's there.
He's about to head in there.
All right, here we go.
Yep. It was
because he was looking for a glass mastery when they were in Valaki, and he was asking around about it. So here you go.
And if you were a big like printing press guy, this would also have you covered. Like, I mean, they have everything built there. If you like making barrels, you said like the. So that emote is from an AoE 2 casting channel. That's even more amazing because Sod nobody had AoE attacks, so he's like, here, have an emote from the AoE 2 channel. That's even cooler. That's really funny. But anyway, yeah. So that was really cool. I enjoyed that. How'd you feel about today, Tren? And any last thoughts thoughts about ArvCon and all that stuff. It looks like your beard is safe. It appears, but so.
Yeah, it seems it is. I agree with John. This one felt like it went really quickly. When we got to the break, and I mean, granted, I came in an hour late, but maybe not quite so quotey finger on that. But when we got to the break, I was like, already? Okay.
We had already been going for like 6 hours at that point.
I know, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And then you said it's going to be like, another 2.5 hours or so after. I'm like, what? That can't be the halfway mark. I know we've been doing more than 2.5 hours so far. What's going on?
Yeah.
And so it's much like my housemate and I, we often commiserate the fact that we don't get to play D&D as often as we want. So here we are with a 9-hour stream, and you're still like, come on, I need more.
Yeah, I
need
know.
more.
Well, I'm glad. It means that people were sort of lost in it. I'm glad. I mean, like, it is amazing. You can't do 9-hour sessions on a regular basis, but every time you get to do one of those things, you are like, man, you get so much done. Like, it's just like, you do get a lot accomplished, in one of these things, but it's the good thing is that we can do regular work, and regular sessions really help. So
I'm a little depressed that I couldn't remember what Weller was going to do at the beginning.
So am I. I was really hoping, because I was like all set. I'm like, let's do it.
I feel like there's gonna be some really cool dialogue or something.
It was.
One thing we can do because of the
That's why you
magic
gotta
of
keep notes.
Right. Well, no, he did. He just lost the note. But one thing we could do with the power of non-linear time in these, if you do find it out, Trent, there's no reason that we can't at the beginning of next session do like a 10-minute thing where we go back and we're like, here's what unless it's something where you're like, I'm going to assassinate you, and it like radically shifts the timeline. There's no reason we can't have that discussion, because you could gather information from that or whatever that could be useful. So I just wanted to offer that. If you do find those notes, there's no reason we can't do that next time. So.
Yeah. But aside from that, very much enjoyed this thing. I would like to put in a formal request to you, Arv, at this point.
Okay.
That we change telekinetic slam to force damage instead of psychic damage.
Yeah. I thought that was really odd. I understood the reasoning behind what motivates it, but if it's pushing a barrel, it's not doing it because the barrel's like, it's time for me to move. Like, it's being forced along, so it just doesn't make any sense to me.
And it's telekinetic.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I think that was just a typo.
I wonder if it's exactly. I wonder if it's just a missed thing. So yeah.
And it's not an approved. I don't think it's an approved Wizard of the Coast spell. It's something specific for the metaphysics.
Right. I agree. So, and Shadowner's right. It's mental energy, but it's creating a force effect.
Yeah.
It's mental energy. If you use telekinesis, that's literally you sitting there, and they talk about the idea that some people maybe can like move things with their mind slightly. That's being physically moved. You're moving something or whatever, and you're doing it with your mind, even if it's so. I agree. It's got to be forced.
You don't want to get into the complexities of having multi-elemental damage on an attack like that. Like, you could say force and psychic damage, but then you have to halve it and then halve it again for people.
It's psychically generated, and it's force driven, because again, it's not like you're getting into someone's mind. Like what you did at the end, Django, like obviously that's psychic all the way. That's you're detecting their thoughts, going into their mind. That's all psychic, right? But the force part of things, like, if you're doing something that then creates a physical effect in the world on a barrel, then, that's happening force. Anyway, I agree with you. So yes,
okay,
we will
so I'll
make it
switch that over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Aside from that, where will people see me next? I don't know when we're going to be doing the next Infinity and Beyond and Adventures in Middle Earth, but you'll see me there. And if you haven't gotten enough of my voice, then today is the 1-month anniversary of the release of Shadowrun Fire and Frost on Audible.
Oh yeah, that's true. Thank you for the mention. Yeah, we should really throw out that link. Audible, Shadowrun. It's the only one out there, I believe. Actually, it is the only one. There's some. This is the complete book, by the way. I'm the editor, and I roped or actually paid Trent to do this, and he's done a magnificent job as usual. It is the complete uncut story, so you get the whole book, like almost 10 hours, I believe, of Mr. Sparks' melodious voice, and it is quite a thing to behold. It's great for listening in the car. 9 hours and something. And
9 hours, 20 minutes. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wait till you get to the bigger ones there, buddy. Haha. No, but it's terrific. It's been selling very well, and so yeah, if you like Shadowrun and you like hearing Trendane talk, man, this is the book for you. So that's all I got to say.
And you get to hear me talk like this, which is a lot of fun.
That's awesome. Yeah, Trent's the best as far as that's concerned. You're going to get a chance to see
Highlander.
Obviously, but you're going to get a chance to hear more from Trent, because John and I, of course, have known for a long. I mean, and Saad, but I mean, John and I, on a professional level, in terms of voice work that he's done for us, know what an amazing work that he's done. But I really want to throw this out there to people that are watching. I have said for a long time that the people that I play with are among the best role players I think that are to be found on Twitch. I continue to put that up there. I think the work that gets done by this group consistently as an ensemble is up there with the best. And all of my campaigns, I would say, are very similar to that. The AME campaign has been doing tremendous role playing. The Esper Genesis crew, if you missed that, Esper Genesis role playing was no joke on Friday night. They did some really, really seriously good work. And so I think they all do amazing stuff. And I want to highlight, in terms of the sort of voice work that has been done, the stuff that we've gotten from people like Tren, who really takes the role playing seriously. He's obviously a great role player, but I really want to emphasize that, Tren is really, really talented and hardworking, and is responsible about getting his work back and done to you. So if you are watching, you are missing out, people, if you are not employing this guy to do your work. He is that good. He will not necessarily say it about himself, so I will simply say it about him and embarrass him furiously. He's that good, and you should be using him, and I think John would agree with me in that wholeheartedly, I believe.
Normally I would, but I want to keep him to myself, Craig. So I can't really
Too bad. You can get in line. My job.
All you got to do is pay me more than everybody else.
Exactly.
I know.
This is the problem with talented people, man. Eventually, they're not yours anymore. They gotta,
demand.
Yeah,
That's why we all want Trent to go to fucking LA and actually make some real money.
Anyway. I laugh and look in Trent's virtual direction. Anyway, but good stuff. But Trent, thank you very much. Seriously, I appreciate it. And thank you to Saad, and thank you to John. Thank you to Rob, who was here earlier. And of course, we will see, as I said, Don Cairo and Maggie next month. But thank you guys so much for being here for ArvCon. I'm going to wrap up with these folks. But thank you so much for everything.
We should play the trailer as well for Icarus.
Yeah, man.
Oh yes, I am. That's true. Yeah. Which also features the voice work of one Trent Sparks. Yes, I will do that. I will play. I will play that trailer at the end of our yeah, that's a good point. Yes, I will do that. I will play that at the end here. So I'll jump back over to mine to be able to do that as well. But thank you, Trent. Thank you, Saad. Thank you, John, and everybody. And chat, can we get some love for these amazing players over a 9-hour marathon session? Can we get some love for them, please? Can I say the love? All that stuff, the things, the love. The stuff
thing
to get hyped. There we go. See, look at that. We got the hearts. We got the multiple hearts, the quills. We got the other hearts. We got the emotes. Look at that flying up.
The staff, the vampire staff. Do we have the staff?
Vampires in nature. Vampires in nature.
Get the barrel. Get the barrel.
Yeah, there we go. Good stuff. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, thanks, guys. I will see you all soon.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Okay. So that is going to do it for them, but it's not going to do it for us quite, because I'm going to play this Icarus thing for everybody, mostly because that way I can also take extra time, and that way I can, maybe have a little extra time for us to get the extra money, because we're really trying to drive the rest of the money if we possibly can. So I'm going to play you the Icarus thing in just a minute so you can hear a little bit about it, Trent, and then I'm going to wrap up this stuff that we did right now. So let me play that Kickstarter trailer, which I think I have somewhere, maybe. Let me find out if I have it here. Do I? Okay, I think it's up here actually. So, all right, let me do that up here. That is down here. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to play this, and you guys will have a chance to see this. Now, this is for my graphic novel. I'm mostly doing it just because you get to hear Tren's voice again. But it's my graphic novel, which you will hear playing, which you will hear being talked about. Jelinek. This is being published by Athos Arts. The Kickstarter for this will go live June 11th of next month. So June 11th is when this is going live. And while I am playing this, why don't you donate to the Dame Maroni Cancer Research Foundation right over there? So let me do that right now, and let's do it.
When Icky fell into the volcano, I was out digging for flame petals with Rig.
I know you can't hear it. Fear not. I shall fix this in just a minute. I know you still can't hear it. I'll restart it. Don't worry. Fear not at all.
So, where'd you fly from?
Give me a second, and I'll do that right There we go. There we go.
I came from above?
There we go. Let's start that again. Here we go. Oh, you could?
When Icky fell into the volcano,
Yeah, well.
I was out digging for flame petals with Rig. So, where'd you fly from?
Well, I came from above. A long time I fell. As long as a lifetime, it seemed, from pure sunlight into a dull reddish glow, and there was nothing I could do about it. I saw mountains and rocks lit in dull red, and as I plummeted ever downward, I began to feel a slow...
Can you guys really not hear that? I have it absolutely maxed. Why would it do that? I don't understand. I swear the media source in OBS is so weird. Okay, I don't know what to say because like before I couldn't hear it. You could hear it fine. All right, because the thing is, when you guys could hear it, I couldn't. So that was the problem there. I couldn't hear it, which makes it kind of not so cool for me because. Weird. All right, well, let me make an adjustment here.
When Icky fell into the volcano, I was out digging for flame petals with Rig. So, where'd you fly from?
Well,
how's that?
I came from above.
Is that better?
A long time I fell. As long as a lifetime, it seemed, from pure sunlight into a dull reddish glow.
Is that better?
There was nothing I could do about it. I saw mountains and rocks lit in dull red, and as I plummeted ever downward, I began to feel a slow, relentless heat building. I remember a flash of light, and then falling, and then hitting something on the head, and lots of blue light. And then waking up here.
That kid knew how to make an entrance.
In 2014, speculative fiction author Gregory A. Wilson and Silence in the Library Publishing teamed up to run a Kickstarter supporting the publication of a new graphic novel, Icarus, the story of a young man with wings who falls into the heart of a dormant volcano and the creatures he meets there. Icarus has great powers, but remembers only his name, and accompanied by Jelinek, a flame petal prospector, and Rig, a two-tailed lava-resistant creature known as a solar, the winged outsider must set out to discover his identity and purpose. 2 years later, Icarus was released to the world. But this was only the beginning of the story, and now the tale continues. Independent publisher Athos Arts is pleased to announce its Kickstarter to support the publication of the sequel to Icarus, Jelinek, a full-color graphic novel which is the next part of this epic tale. New friends and enemies will be discovered, new threats and challenges to the heroes exposed, and secrets both new and old revealed as the question is answered. What is Icarus's destiny, and the destiny of the world to which he has come? Accompanying Gregory Wilson's emotionally resonant story is the extraordinary art of Attila Fabio, who has worked for IDW and other prominent comic publishers. In addition to the work for Jelinek, Attila will be redoing the entirety of the original Icarus arc, along with an updated cover. Stretch goals like original artwork, access to the original prose novel, and audio material will be added over time. In its first incarnation, Icarus was fortunate to gain the attention and support of over 400 backers, whose generosity allowed the book to see full publication. Those backers will have several rewards in this project tailored specifically for them to acknowledge their critical role in first helping bring this world to life. We also welcome the backers from Gregory Wilson's other previous projects, including Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library Emberwind, and others, plus the backers from Silence in the Library and Athos Art's previous projects. But whether new to their work or a previous supporter, the author, artist, and Athos Arts are all enormously grateful for your support of Jelinek. Much of the artwork for this project is already completed, and lettering and layout has already begun. But to truly realize the vision of this story, one final component remains: you. In 2016, Icarus asked a fundamental question: what is our purpose, and what will we do to discover it? In 2019, Jelinek will provide the answer. Join us in that journey by looking at the pledge levels, supporting the project, and spreading the word. And thank you. Together, we will draw from Icarus's past and learn about his future.
Good stuff. So, again, that is, of course, the amazing Trendane, who is actually doing that. And, yeah, I'm very, very excited for that. It's going to be, yeah, thank you, Ardinell. The whole world inside a volcano. Yeah, I know. I've talked to some people about that, about the possibility of doing something like that in the future. But, yeah, I'm very pleased with this world. And as I say, it's been kind of a long and winding road. Obviously, it was published first by, Silence in the Library Publishing. And then the sequel, Silence in the Library Publishing, is pretty much closed. They do not exist as an entity really anymore. And so this kind of fell in my lap a little bit, where I ended up finding this particular artist. And we've been working on this for a while. And so I've been very excited about it. And I will fully admit to all of you that, the funding goal, of course, we'll talk about that when we announce it. But when we actually have the announcement on June 11th, when it actually launches, it'll be an ask that will be, it's a lot, I recognize that it's, going to be a decent amount of change. And I understand that there's a lot of things that people can spend their money on, but I'm really hoping that people will be willing to support this project. I worked very hard on the story of it. It's a very involved story that I'm proud of. I think it's a story of community and friendship that I'd like to think is sort of an important story these days. And again, I think the art speaks for itself. Achala is really extraordinarily good. And we have the same lettering and layout person, Chris Suda, also known as KL Satobo. Sometimes here you see him on Twitch. We have, obviously, on the audio side of things, you just heard Trendane's voice. Chrono Wolf, who did the concert for us, one of the concert musicians that we had yesterday, did amazing stuff with the music of that as well. So all of that would be appreciated. Yes! Commander Dunsel with the $20 donation. Thank you, Commander Dunsel. Thank you. Thank you so much, Commander Dunsel. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is much appreciated. Yay. Thank you. Really appreciate that. No. Again, Aradinel, no, do not feel bad at all. In no way am I ever trying to make anyone feel not good about not being able to do it. That's not the point. I'm just saying that in general terms, like saying to the universe or whatever, that I'm really hoping that we're able to make some good progress here, because it's going to be an important event for me. And we obviously had the amazingly successful Forbidden Library Kickstarter that's going to have a huge positive effect. If we can then get a huge positive effect out of this also, a positive effect of getting it funded and a little bit beyond that, that's going to be a big thing and a big boost for the career, and hopefully a big sort of springboard towards stuff going on. And I mentioned to everyone that I had a few publishing projects this year. This is the second. I won't talk about others that are down the line, but the second one. And so I'm really hoping that the community and everyone else will be able to come together. That would be great. But I want to. So having said all of that, that is going to be happening on June 11th, and after I have a chance to get a little bit of rest and R&R and stuff, I will start thinking about that sometime next week. I'll start talking about it, but right now what I want to talk about is ArvCon. So we started this process 5 years ago. I believe this is the 5th ArvCon. The first year that we did it, sort of hard to believe, but I think that's true. The first year that we did it, it was just sort of an impromptu thing. I think I did it over 2 days. I pulled together some people. I actually had some some people that I interviewed and stuff like that. It wasn't nearly as much tabletop on the channel at the time. And we raised a little bit under $500 for that. And I was like, well, this is really cool. And then the next year we came back and we ended up making over $1,000, like $1,200, something like that. And then the next year after that, we were up to 2,100, and we continue to make our way up. We're not going to get up to the goal that I had set for us this year. And although that's too bad, I think there's a lot of reasons for it. I think a lot of people economically have been hurting. I've heard that from a number of people, and there's only so much sort of limited funding that people are able to put towards other things. Even despite that, we've still made, as of my speaking, and it could still go up over the next few minutes, but we've still made $1,820. And for a smaller community and a smaller channel, which is continuing to grow and build, we had wonderful turnout, by the way, pretty much all weekend. We had great turnout, a lot of good raids, a lot of people who supported us that way. And so we had great turnout. We had a number of people who came by and will continue to be a part of this as well as we go forward. So, but I want to say some thank yous to people who made this possible. This originally was my idea, but I can tell you right now that this doesn't happen with just me, because there's no way that I would be able to coordinate everything that goes into something like this were it not for the people around who make it happen. So I want to start by thanking the corporate sponsors, 3 Pound Games, Alligator Rally Entertainment, Athos Arts, GOG.com, Harebrained Schemes, Nomnivore Games, Tin Man Games, Nomad Games. All of those people gave codes. All of those people gave support. All of those people retweeted us and let people know about us, and that really made a big difference. And so I'm really grateful to all of them because that really does make a difference. And you made it with the latest D&D with GOG. Oh, I'm glad, Schlitch. I'm really glad. I've appreciated your contributions in here. And I will come back to the viewers. Trust me, I'm saving the viewers. The viewers will get their thanks too, because it's important to me. But the corporate sponsors really are people that I all know. They're people that I have relationships with, and all are really good people trying to do good things, and I really am grateful to them. Obviously, Alligator Rally, I've actually, literally worked together on projects with and streamed stuff for them. I've done stuff, Harebrained Schemes. The way that Trending got the Shadowrun project and the way that Trend got into the Shadowrun game is because Trend was one of the actors who did our live from Harebrained Schemes studios in Seattle. He did Duncan Wu, and he was great at it. So I love that we're able to make those connections. Tin Man Games has been with us for a long time, and Tin Man has done a great thing with their ability to support us. Nomad Games came out and retweeted us, and they gave us 5 talisman codes and 5 more talisman origins codes. Those are sales. That's $100 at least worth of games from the origin stuff plus the talisman. So we're talking a couple $100 worth of games that they don't get as money that comes into them, which instead gets money sent to this amazing cause. So I'm really grateful to all of them for everything they've done, and I'm super honored. I'm honored that they have chosen to support us with what they do. So I want to thank the corporate sponsors. I also want to thank, of course, the players and performers. I want to thank, starting on Friday, D&D with GOG. It was a great way to lead off. We had Mike Smith screaming Joypad. We had Mike Smith screaming Joypad. We had of course, Tasty Chai. We had Pyron Jade. We had Darksaber 2K. They were really great, and really got us started off well. It was a really great session, D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder. Then we ended up moving on to Esper Genesis, which is, of course, sponsored by Alligator Rally Entertainment, which produces that game as well. That is, of course, Cat Rambo, Carlos Hernandez, Zach Clay, and Johnny Pittman, Video Store Cowboy. That was a really great session, too. A lot of really thoughtful, kind of poignant role-playing from everybody, and that really was amazing. That really came out really well, and I was very excited to do that, my space opera game with them. Then on Saturday, Kat had let me know about something which I'll come back to for Saturday night's event. Saturday at 12 noon, we got started with Adventures of Middle-earth, and we played with Amal Almatar, with Terry Toons, with Trendane. Unfortunately, Will was not with us, but they were there, and they did a great job. It was very deep role-playing, again, very sort of, there was a lot in there. There was fighting, there was almost sadness. Both of them were unconscious with negative hit points. 2 of the players, were down, and it was a near thing, and they really did some wonderful role-playing. I really loved the romance that we got between the River and Ash, this ex-slave, ex-elven slave. That was great. I love that. It was really sweet. There were tears shed, not joking. It was really great. So I really appreciated them being willing to do that for a 5-hour session. Then we had our concert. We had Kilgore Trout, who has done this for me last couple of years, and I actually got to Kilgore with short notice this year because I was in the middle of doing a million things. But Kilgore, was able to do it. He did a wonderful job. I think people really liked his set. He did a really good job with that. Then we had Chrono Wolf, the memorable Chrono Wolf with a full wolf face, wolf mask outfit and everything else. That was amazing. Yeah, Blackbird was great. I totally agree. I don't know. But so we had that going on. That was awesome. Chrono did a great job with his production. A lot of really awesome, really well done tunes plus live solos. A lot of the arpeggios he was doing, it was sick. He did a really good job with that. And then Jordan Indiana Gonzalez, who's been doing this for us for a few years, who kind of finished as the, in quotes, headliner, I guess you might say. Jordan was great. He's really blowing up. He's always got a really positive attitude. His career is doing really well. And he's just got a very good feel with chat. And he was great too, talented. That last note that he hit at the very end of his set where Thorg contributed, dropped $100 or whatever it is, or I think dropped 50, but whatever it was to get us over into the $1,000 range or whatever, that was awesome. So I really, really enjoyed that a lot. So he was there with us too. And then we moved on to the Hearts of Wulin. This was the thing that I found out about through Kat Rambo because her brother, Lowell Francis, designed and was GMing the game. And so we got this put together in about 4 days. I was looking for a special event. And so we had them doing it. It was really awesome. Yeah, $50 for the 50-second note. That's right. And so we had Kat Rambo. We had Saad, of course, as we just talked about. We had Bethany Harvey, who was one of the Gauntlet community that was there. And we had, of course, Mike Underwood. And they did a great job with it. I really enjoyed watching that. It was really worked well. And I was really excited that we were able to get that with them. And so we closed out the second day with about $1,250. Today, we made almost $600 in a day, which was really great. Oh, yeah, I understand, Echo. But I'll come back to, again, how great the mods and viewers were, too. And then Sunday, of course. Then today, we started at 12 o'clock with the four of us, actually the three, and then Tren got there once he woke up and felt bad. But it was a great session, really enjoyable session. A lot of heavy-duty fighting with all the twig blights, but then, of course, we try to go through, sort of clearing out the Wizard of Wines, the stuff with the evil tree and all that business. So we really made some good progress with that as well. And I had a lot of laughs along the way also. And so I want to thank all of the participants. If you put all that together, let me think. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4 D&D with GOG. We had another 4 in Esper Genesis. So that's 8. We had 4 in Adventures in Middle-earth, and of those, 2 of those were new. Sorry, 3 in Middle-earth, and 2 of those were new. So that's 10. Then we had the concert, so 3 more. That was 15. Sorry, 13. Then we had Hearts of Wulin. That's 14, 15. Cat doesn't count, but Mike does, 16. And then today we had Tren already went, so that doesn't count. Sod already went, that doesn't count. But then we had John and we had Rob, 17, 18. So we had 18 participants. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you like the variety. So we had 18 different participants who all gave up their time and effort to this, which is really, really appreciated. So thank you to them. Then I want to move on to thank, of course, the mods. The mods work tirelessly, and they do that also even when the channel is not running a charity event. The mods are always there. They've always got my back, and they set the tone. I really like the mods that I have. I always say that I have the best, and I really mean it. They have a good relationship with each other, and so I want to thank all of them. Aradinel, Dragonspear, Shadowed Mage. I want to thank Thorg. Of course, I want to thank 10 of Clubs, who held down the fort a lot on Friday. I want to thank Kilobyte. I also want to thank Kilobyte for making this amazing splash screen that you just saw and that video that you just watched. They did an amazing job. And that's true. It was our very own Aradinel's first ArvCon. That's right. But all the mods really did a great job, and I really want to thank them. I want to thank Dragonspear as well, not just for his donations and everything else, but I want to thank him for supporting us by the putting together of the list of all the giveaways. That was not easy to do. He took that on, and I really appreciated that. And I want to thank Shadowed Mage, who did so many of the giveaways, managed all of it, handled Arcanusbot with it and all that stuff. Shadowed did a great job of that too, so I want to thank them. I also want to send a quick shout out as well to Echo Alpha X5, because Echo Alpha was here quite a bit in terms of, not as a mod, but in terms of doing a lot of stuff with the SI introductions and those things, and that was really appreciated also. And that brings me to the second to last group that I want to thank, which is the viewers. viewers. The viewers were amazing. There were so many of you that stayed for the whole time. Second OBS was here the whole time. Schlitz was here most of the time. So many of you were here, and I'm not even going to be able to go through it and get all of them, but Nonstop was here a ton. I mean, there were so many of you that were here for most of the days, and that was really, really appreciated. Because having the numbers, meaning that other people take notice of us, having a more active chat, all of that really, really helped. Hillness was here, and of course contributed as well. I'm going to get to him, but was a mod as well. So thank you, Hillness. So I really want to thank all the viewers who were here, because you folks are the heart and soul of this channel. There's no reason to have a channel if there's no one watching it. So I really appreciate all of the support you've given me and all of the support you gave to this charity, which really made a difference. So thank you so much to ArvCon, because it really made a difference. And that brings me, of course, last of all, to the donators here. I really want to thank the people who donated to bring us to this $1,820 amount. We still have 2 minutes left if you want to donate more. I really want to thank everyone who made this such an amazing event in terms of the money that we raised. Many of you donated quite a bit. Many of you donated just a little. And however much you were able to donate, the fact that all of you jumped in and tried to help and support as much as you could by retweeting, by spreading the word, and by donating yourselves was very, very much appreciated. I want to thank, of course, Kerflop for doing this amazing pen, which is going to go to the second top donor, which it looks like is going to end up being, it looks like that's going to be CanCon Mill, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to thank again Rock God, otherwise known as Drew Zion, for doing this. He did an amazing job with this, and it's so generous that he's giving this away. This is going to go to Dragon Spear, it looks like, with 307, unless somebody wants to stream snipe him with a bigger donation just to bring us over the hump. If so, you'll get this, but otherwise it's going to go to him. So I want to thank those guys, because that's money out of Rock God's pocket. That's money out of Drew's pocket. He's a professional photographer. None of us are rich, at least I don't think so. And he really, is contributing what he can do. And that is an amazing piece of art that's really lovely. And so I'm so grateful to him, and so grateful to Drew for doing the work that he was able to do. It really was awesome. And thank you again to Kerflop. This pen is super cool. I've had a chance to look at it on my desk. I'm going to be sorry to send it away to the person who won it, which it looks like is going to be CanCon Mill. But I really appreciate it that you were able to make it for us. It was above and beyond the call of duty. I want to thank, of course, DJ Flashpoint for giving away all those codes. The 777 album. A lot of people have been talking about how much they like that album, and I want to thank him for giving away those codes. He didn't have to do that, and I know that he also has had to kind of work through financial stuff like many of us have, and I really appreciate the fact that he's been willing to donate to us. I really appreciate Dragon Spear again and Chaotix, who gave us all those individual codes, which really made a difference. And again, that's all stuff they didn't have to do, and I really appreciate that kind of worked out this way. So I am very grateful that we were able to do that. So thank you to them, and I want to thank again the donators who made this possible. For all of those who have lost family members or friends to this, and I am in that sad club, for all of us who know people who were affected by it. I heard stories this weekend, as I always do, about neighbors. I heard stories about sisters, brothers, fathers, significant others, mothers in my case, beloved pets that were lost to cancer. For all of us who felt helpless and felt like we couldn't do anything, and that there was nothing we can do to fight back against this disease, and we just have to sit there and take it, I want to tell you that that's not true. I want to tell you that it is possible, when working together, to be able to do extraordinary things. And I have talked about the importance, as I tear up a little bit, I have talked out about the importance of community on this channel for a very long time. My eyes are stinging, pardon me. I've talked about the importance of community for, I'm just gonna do this for just a second, and so I can actually see you, because that would be lovely. Ah, man. The stinging, though. I've talked about the importance of community on this channel many times, and I believe in it wholeheartedly. And I've said that the only real evil that exists, in my view, is cynicism. It's the belief that you cannot accomplish, that you cannot do, that you might as well give up, that the problem is too big, that it's too intractable, that there's too much that we can't accomplish. That is nonsense. It is nonsense with a capital N. It is wrong. It is fundamentally disproved by history. We live in a complicated and complex and difficult time, and there is indeed a great deal of bad that gets done. But there is also a great deal of good. And if you dismiss the good, and if you say that nothing out there it's all bad stuff, then you are guilty of the same lack of reality thinking as someone else who wants to pretend that all the world is sunshine and roses. It's not, but it's not all a wasteland of despair either. Cynicism is the evil. And when you come together as a community, you prove how cynicism is wrong. It is our chance to work together. That's what we do in tabletop. It's why I love those games, because we come together to create something bigger than ourselves. And that is what I have tried to do with this channel for 7 years since I started in 2012. It's what I've tried to do in almost every aspect of my personal life and professional life, is to bring together the sense of community and people working together. You are all a big part of that. And so I want to thank all of the Arvanauts. I want to thank all of you. And I hope that all of you, whether you donated, whether you were just here, I hope that all of you can take the warm feeling you get out of a job well done, out of a cause well fought for, and making actual forward progress. I hope that you can take that with you and keep it inside and remember it. When the world seems cold, there is the warmth of success of working together. Those moments happen. And as West River just said, even if you can't change the world, you can change your little corner of it. As those corners are changed, the world changes. That's how we do it. That's how it has happened. It is how it will continue to happen. So from me and from my heart to all of you and your hearts, thank you for making ArvCon what it is. Thank you for raising this kind of money. And thank you so much to everyone for being wonderful people. I really am grateful to all of you. And I can't wait for more to see what happens in the days, months, weeks, months, and years ahead. That is going to do it for me, folks. I am going to go and do a raid here, and then I'm going to say one final goodbye to everybody for the evening. I'll be back on Tuesday with the Chat Chosen Patreon Fueled Game of the Month. That is Lamplight City. And then Tuesday afternoon, I will be finishing up, I think, or close to it, Spycraft on my Pen and Pixel show over on GOG.com. And then we will be closing in on the end of the month, and then we'll be moving into June. And as I say, June will be busy, but the biggest thing of all will be June 11th when we launch the Icarus Kickstarter. So please let people know about it, build the buzz for it, because I really am relying on folks to be able to help us pull this together and really make it a project that people can be proud of in the way that I'm proud of all of you. Also, one quick note to those of you who are yourselves cancer survivors, and I know there are many of you who have survived terrible things in chat as well. Thank you for the inspiration that you provide to everybody else. And thank you for still being here, because your presence has a profoundly positive effect on the world. Don't ever forget that, because that's important. Okay, now that I've done all that, and I've probably thoroughly repeated myself a bunch of times and said thank yous to everybody that I wanted to do, let me take a look and see who we're actually going to raid today. I think I see who we are going to raid today. I know exactly who it's going to be. Someone that we did not raid before, but we will be able to... we have, but we're just going to raid them again. So the raid works like this. If you are not a sub, you are going to do this. That is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R-A-I, uppercase R, lowercase A-I-D. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Arvin E Hype, which is A-R-V-A-N-E, uppercase H, lowercase Y-P-E. But please, you will be brought over there automagically. So you'll be over there automagically, and then we will be, then you'll be able to, do that in the stream, and it'll be awesome, and everyone will be happy. So, but that is going to do it for me as I switch on the outro scroll. I want to thank all the wonderful people in chat again who made this so awesome. Thank you to, first of all, I always forget to do this. Follow all the things. Follow the channel. Support the channel with YouTube, ! ArvTube, Discord, ! ArvCard. ArvinEllerman.com is the website. Merchandise area. Twitter is ! ArvTweets. The shop is ! ArvShop. Don't forget the Patreon, ! ArvTreon. Don't forget the subs. Thank you for all of those who supported the Patreon and the subs during this weekend when I was pushing ArvCon. Thank you all. I really do appreciate that. And of course, thank you to everybody who supports me in all the various endeavors that I'm engaged in. I really do appreciate appreciate it. Now, finally, I will say goodbye to everyone. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Eridanel, Dragonspear, Hillness, Shadowed Mage, and Thorg. Thank you all so much to everyone. I've already said my thank yous to individuals. So again, thank you, thank you. Thank you to Echo Alphix 5, The Nonstop, Tilted Gaming, West River Rat, Commander Dunsel, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Rock God, Second OBS, and Shadowner, all of my subs, in addition to Eridanel, Dragonspear, Hillness, of course. Thank you all to them and all to those who support the Patreon as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Apple Bad Apple. Thank you to other TT Viewer, Blaine Wiz, Calderin, Cat Rambo, who is still sitting in chat. I don't know if she's here or just lurking, but always appreciated, Cat. Thank you to Commander Root, to Cycle Motion, ECAG, Electrical Longboard. Thank you to Ubit. Thank you to Firewire. Thank you to Gigafrost, Harlequin, Jagtress, Carohemd. Thank you to Conky, Lady Low Kitty. Thank you for the raid there too, by the way, Lady Low Kitty. Thank you to Landis the Thief. Thank you to Lurks. Thank you to Moobot, of course. Marinda, Mr. Mano, Mr. Reflector, Nano Tony. Thank you to No Name Namer, OMC Ginty 44. Thank you to Polizei, PKD Fan, Radio Pan, Johnny Panda. Thanks so much for the stuff today, John. Great stuff. Thank you to Schlitz. Thank you to Simon Lister Winard. All right, I appreciate that. Thank you to Tasty Chai, who's in here. Thank you to the Grouch Couch, to Trendane, of course. Thank you so much, Trend. Thank you to you, Christensen. Thank you to Ultra Cool Nuke, which seems like a contradiction in terms. Thank you to Unmade Gaming for the raid yesterday and being a good guy. Thank you to V&K, Virgo Praz, and of course to Wenchkin. Most of all, once again, and for the last time, thank you to all of you. We finished with an $1,820 final tally for Damon Runyon. That is $1,820 against a dread disease. Thank you all for being a part of it. That's it for me. I'm going to close up shop, eat my dinner, and then go rest for 100 days, or maybe just, tonight, and then spend time with my family tomorrow. But I'll see you lovely people back here on Tuesday. Until then, everyone, for real, be good to each other. I love you all. Much love from me to you. Have a good night.